Li Yongxiao had been in a trance all this while. Every now and then, images flashed through his mind as if he had become someone else. He also went into a state of epilepsy from time to time, at times shouting, crying, laughing. Even stranger was the fact that there was always a voice in his mind which seemed to be reciting a strange scripture. When he listened carefully, it seemed to be a cultivation technique, and his body always swayed involuntarily with the voice. More epileptic he became, the more fragments appeared in his mind, and the more complete they became. Finally, he passed out from the torture one day, but when he woke up, all the fragments were joined together in their entirety and appeared in his mind clearly. Li Yongxiao's eyes were as clear as the stars of eternity. He had finally awakened. I can't believe I was reborn. Li Yongxiao's eyes lit up as he turned his head slightly to look out of the window at the tall statue that rose to the top of the cloud. Of the heavenly martial calendar, I, Gu Feiyang, have been dead for 15 years. 15 years ago, Gu Feiyang, the vanquisher martial sovereign of the top 10 conferred martial sovereigns of the heavenly martial realm, accidentally passed away in the Tianding Mountains, shaking the entire continent. Since then, there had been an undercurrent of tension surging among the major powers, and the conflicts had been intensified. The heavenly martial continent, which had been calm for hundreds of years, was once again in turbulence. Heh, Li Yongxiao grinned and sighed softly. I can't believe I've been born again after 15 years. I, Gu Feiyang, I'm back at last. Li Yongxiao. Suddenly a cold shout of rebuke rang out. Whoosh! A sharp noise broke through the air as Li Yongxiao looked up and saw a piece of chalk flying toward him, about to hit him in the face. He casually caught the chalk between his fingers and put it on the table. Then he looked calmly at Luo Yunsheng, the class teacher, whose face was getting cold on the podium. It was the nth time that Li Yongxiao's mind had wandered in the class, so she'd be surprised if he wasn't distracted. But Luo Yunsheng was obviously in a bad mood today, so she needed someone to vent her depression on. And Li Yongxiao, the recognized loser, was certainly the best candidate. For a long time, it seemed to be a habit for all the teachers who were in a bad mood to pick on him. Whenever a teacher got upset, everyone knew that Li Yongxiao was going to be in trouble. Everyone began to snicker and gloat excitedly, all looking forward to watching the show. A few students even started to make noises. Li Yongxiao squinted at Luo Yunsheng and thought, she has got a great body, long hair, and a pretty face. If she were to wear a red gown, silver horn boots, a blue cloak, and the frosty sorrow, I bet she would look exactly like Red Lotus martial sovereign hee. She's got a lot of potential for wearing costumes. I wonder if Red Lotus would kill me if she knew what I was thinking. Luo Yunsheng's heart gave a jerk. Li Yongxiao's eyes seemed to flicker with a smile, and that made her shudder inexplicably. It was like a tame rabbit had suddenly been spotted by a tiger. A momentary sense of powerlessness made her feel like falling into an ice cellar. What was that? The boy's eyes. Was he laughing? No way. I am a great martial master of the Four Quadrants realm. How could I be distracted by the glance of a common boy? It must be because I've been stuck in that problem lately that I'm a bit unsettled. The look of horror in her eyes flashed away, and she soon recovered from the momentary loss of composure. Her face darkened, and a sneer flickered around her lips. Li Yongxiao, we were talking about the crafting of weapons. Can you tell us how many methods common weapons are made with? Luo Yunsheng was teaching the basic course on crafting weapons. Although only a handful of people could become alchemists, the most basic knowledge of weapon crafting was what every warrior must know. The crafting of weapons. I'm a 9th-tier emperor-grade alchemist of the heavenly martial continent. Who in the world but those few undying old fogies would dare to speak of the methods of weapon crafting in front of me? Li Yongxiao said carelessly, there are 48 methods of crafting common weapons. 48. The classroom suddenly fell silent before bursting into laughter. This fella must be talking in his sleep. I told you so. If I had only looked at his composure, I would have thought he really knew the answer. Tusk. If he knew the right answer, I would have been a state guard. Li Yongxiao frowned as his glance fell on the textbook in front of him. He flipped open it and immediately saw a sentence. There are 36 methods of crafting common weapons, which are, when he closed the book, he saw a row of large words on the cover page, basic artifact crafting, and beneath it was a clear row of smaller words, by Yang Dai. Didn't I tell him there are 48 common methods? That brat actually turned a deaf ear to my words. He'll never have to come to my lecture again. He had sentenced the author of the textbook to death in an instant. Yang Dai would have cried himself to death if he had known this. Yongxiao paid no mind to all the mockery. There are 36 orthodox crafting methods, he said in a calm tone. But 60 years ago, Gu Feiyang had invented 12 technical crafting methods which have been recognized by the Association of Alchemists and listed as basic crafting methods. So there should be 48. Tusk, what nonsense is this brat talking about? Does he know more than Lord Yang Dai? He must be afraid of being punished, so he has started talking nonsense. Precisely. How could Lord Yang Dai, a student of Lord Gu Feiyang, not know how many basic crafting methods there are? The whole classroom was filled with mockery, but a sudden shout silenced everyone. Shut up, he's right. Yunsheng slapped the table, causing a gust of strong wind to spread out in all directions. Everyone felt an overbearing force come pushing at them, and their faces fell in horror. Some of the students near the podium were as pale as paper, as if on the point of coughing blood. Yunxiao smiled inwardly as he felt the wind. Tier 2 stars of the 4 quadrants realm, she sure has a gift, and her soul seems to be very strong. I reckon she's at least a senior apprentice alchemist. He was a little surprised. He had known Luo Yunsheng to be very formidable, but he had never expected her to be at such a high level. Martial warriors were divided into 9 levels. The Origin Realm, Warrior; the 2 Forces Realm, Martial Master; the 3 Powers Realm, Great Martial Master; the 4 Quadrants Realm, Martial Lord; the 5 Elements Realm, Martial King; the 6 Directions Realm, Martial Grandmaster; the 7 Constellations Realm, Martial Emperor; the 8 Desolation Realm, Martial Supreme; and the 9 Heavens Realm, Martial Sovereign. Each level was divided into 9 tiers, from 1 star to 9 stars. As soon as one reached the peak of the 9 Heavens Realm, one would be granted a title by the Holy City, becoming a conferred martial sovereign. Yunsheng stared coldly at Li Yunxiao as a hint of surprise flashed through her mind. Then she glanced at the crowd and began to explain slowly. There have always been 36 basic crafting methods. 60 years ago, Lord Gu Feiyang, with his unparalleled talent, had invented 12 additional methods, which were recognized by the Association of Alchemists. It's just that these 12 methods are completely beyond the grasp of the average person, so Lord Yang Dai didn't include them when he wrote this textbook. All the students were astonished and looked incredulous as they fixed their eyes on Li Yunxiao, who appeared to be perfectly calm. It was like the student at the bottom of the class had suddenly solved a problem that even the top students could not. Even Yunsheng was surprised. It was no secret to the alchemists that there were 48 basic crafting methods, but it was very rare for an apprentice martial warrior to know this. A thought suddenly came to her mind. They say this Li Yunxiao is illiterate in martial arts. Could it be that he has a gift in the crafting of weapons, which is why he has gathered a lot of information to learn by himself? The idea set her heart racing. If she could train an alchemist, it was worth more than a warrior. Let me test him again. Yunsheng looked up and saw that Li Yunxiao was looking at her with a hint of smile in his eyes, which gave her a feeling as if a teacher were looking at his disciple. That made anger rise in her. With a cold grin, she said, "Don't think you can skip class just because you've learned something esoteric. I'll ask you one more question. If you can answer that, you can skip the rest of my class and I'll pass you with a full mark. But if you can't answer that, you will stay in the tenfold gravity chamber for 6 hours. Tell me why we need to add sky crystal sand when making weapons. Stay in the tenfold gravity chamber for 6 hours. That's too harsh. Haha, don't you see that teacher Nalan is in a bad mood today? The brat has brought himself into the storm. Well, he deserved it. Look at his face, it looks like it needs some slaps. How I wish I could step on him a few times. Wow, did you hear that? That's a tough question. Everybody knows that sky crystal sand needs to be added when crafting weapons. And there's no reason why. Yeah, it's like asking you why 1 + 1 = 2. Haha, it seems that teacher Nalan is trying to embarrass Li Yunxiao. Stay in the tenfold gravity chamber for 6 hours. Li Yunxiao shook his head slightly, feeling a little helpless. If it were before, he would not feel anything even with 1,000-fold gravitational force. But 10 times the force of gravity was a bit too much for his current body. His helpless expression was quickly interpreted by Yunsheng as fear, which made her completely erase the admiration she had just expressed for him, and she could not help but look down on him. He is indeed illiterate in martial arts. He has not changed at all. Moreover, she immediately regretted it as soon as the question left her mouth. She felt a vague sense of guilt and remorse for playing such a trick on her student. After all, he had just answered a basic question very well, at least showing a studious side which was different from the past. Would she hurt his confidence and self-esteem by doing this? Would she strangle a flower that was going to turn over a new leaf? As her mind wandered, Li Yunxiao answered almost thoughtlessly. In fact, the crafting of weapons does not necessarily require sky crystal sand. But it is not easy for the ordinary alchemists to master the degree of fusion between materials during the refining process after quenching. So they need to use it, which has a neutralization property, to play a moderating role. There was an eerie silence when he had finished. Everyone looked at each other because they could not understand what he was saying. The students looked at each other in astonishment. What Li Yunxiao had said was completely beyond the scope of the textbook, but Luo Yunsheng heard it all clearly. Her pupils constricted as she blurted out, "If that is the case, the more sky crystal sand you add in the process of crafting weapons, the better. But why is it that during the melting of karmat mixed with red copper, the more sky crystal sand is added, the more likely it is to fail?" This was the problem that had puzzled her for days, and she could not find a solution no matter how hard she racked her brain. That was why she had been depressed these days. Now that she had blurted out the problem in her heart, she did not look like she was testing Yunxiao, but someone who was seeking advice. The whole class looked at her with their mouths wide open. Why did she look so different from the learned, frosty, proud teacher Luo they remembered? Yunxiao answered patiently with the same carefree expression, because even though red copper's attribute is metal, it is actually inclined more toward the fire element, so it has a great melting ability for Karmat. As a result, many alchemists prefer Karmat when upgrading red copper weapons, but if it contains sky crystal sand, it's a different story. He paused for a brief moment, and when he saw the look on Yunsheng's face, thirst for knowledge, he smiled and could not help remembering the disciples who had followed him. Because the attribute of sky crystal sand is water, it neutralizes red copper's fire attribute, so the more you add, the worse red copper's ability to melt Karmat gets. Oh, I see. Yunsheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. So that's why, no wonder I never succeeded. What should I do? Very simple. Treat sky crystal sand as an impurity and use the refinement essence to remove it, Yunxiao said with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Ah, Yunsheng exclaimed again, how could I be so stupid as to not think of such a simple solution? She began to calculate quickly in her mind. The process of crafting flashed through her head and finally came to an end. Her eyes suddenly brightened and her face glowed with a happy smile. Huh, where's Li Yunxiao? She felt a surge of gratitude in her heart, but at the same time, she was greatly shocked at how could a wastrel, who had been regarded as not having any talent in martial arts, be even more knowledgeable in the art of weapon crafting than her. A genuine advanced apprentice alchemist. With such an amazing weapon crafting talent, his future was far brighter than practicing martial arts. Could a student like this be even considered a loser? Li Yunxiao's past flashed through her mind as she blamed herself inwardly for failing to discover such an outstanding talent of her student, even though she was his teacher. He just left the classroom, one student said obediently. The way he looked at Luo Yunsheng had become unusually strange. What? Yunsheng arched her eyebrows and said angrily, how could he ignore me and sneak away while we are in the middle of class? The student hastily withdrew his gaze and said weakly, didn't you say that if he can answer your question, he can skip the rest of your class? If I were him, I would go too. Bam! Yunsheng slapped her palm on the lectern made of black iron, leaving a palm print on its surface while shocking the class. Everyone held their breath and dared not to make a sound. Which one of you heard me say that? Her watery eyes swept across the students. Those glanced at by her were trembling and shaking their heads hurriedly, their faces turned pale. No, you didn't say that. We were wrong. Teacher Luo never said that. Yunsheng snorted coldly and said, class is over. Tell Li Yunxiao that if I don't see him in the next class, I'll send him to the tenfold gravity chamber for 3 days. 3 days. Everyone sucked in a cold breath as they watched Luo Yunsheng kick open the classroom door and head for the alchemy hall like a gust of wind. Hey, can someone tell me what is going on? Du Feng was the first to speak. He rose directly from his seat and went to a tall student. Boss, what's going on? The tall student, Lanfei, seemed to be the leader of a group of students as he was soon surrounded by a crowd. How would I know? He said with a snort. It seems that this brat Li Yunxiao knows a lot about weapon crafting. No way. Shang Yunqing's eyes grew wide as he cried out. Could he, a brat who has no talent in martial arts, actually be a genius in weapon crafting? What shall we do? Pa, Lanfei smacked him on the head with a textbook and said sulkily, what genius? He has just read a few more books. To become an alchemist requires a lot more talent than a warrior. How can he walk the path of weapon crafting when he can't even open a single chakra? The boss is right. The crowd echoed in agreement, their eyes sparkling with different looks. Lanfei pushed Shang Yunqing aside with one hand and saw several other people gathering at the other end of the classroom, whispering to each other. He sneered and said aloud, no one is to tell Li Yunxiao what teacher Luo said just now. If he attends the next class HMPH, his loud snort immediately made the others turn pale with fright, and when they saw him staring at them coldly, they all bowed their heads in anger. He went on triumphantly, Skinny Chen, Fatty Han, and you girls including Ruxu, you better not ruin this for me. If Li Yunxiao attends the next class, I'll be the first to settle the score with you. These few students were those usually close to Li Yunxiao, and could be said to be the opposite force to Lanfei and his friends. Qin Ruxu's face went cold as she clenched her palm into a fist and said angrily, I'm going to tell him. What can you do to me? I dare you to lay a finger on me right now. Whoosh, Lanfei flew into a rage. He rose from his seat and strode up to the podium, then struck the black iron with a punch. With that, a shallow fist print appeared on the lectern, a mark on the black iron. Could it be that Lanfei has opened 7 chakras and condensed yuan energy? How is this even possible? If a man's 7 chakras are all opened, he can step into the origin realm and be called a warrior. He is only 15 years old. Even if he hasn't opened them all, I reckon he's almost there. A 15-year-old warrior, another genius, has appeared in the state of Tianshui. The classroom was filled with emotional voices, while dozens of gazes thrown over were full of envy, jealousy, and hate. This gave Lanfei an air of superiority as he proudly pointed at Ruxu and said, although you are a princess, given my extraordinary talent, His Majesty would not blame me for bullying you once in a while. Ruxu's face was pale with anger. She was about to rush up and beat Lanfei when Chen Zhen and Han Bai held her back. Both of them were Yunxiao's hardcore supporters. "Princess, we are weak now," Hanbai whispered, "so we better not start a fight with them." More than 60 students in this class were the children of Tianshui dignitaries or loyal ministers, and they were naturally divided into two groups according to the factions of the ruling and opposition parties. The children of civil ministers, led by Lanfei and Shangyuan Qing, belonged to one group, while the children of military officials, led by Li Yongxiao, Han Bai, and others, belonged to another. As the princess had always held the arrogance of Lanfei and his people in detestation, she naturally sided with Li Yongxiao and the others. While the classroom was in commotion, Li Yongxiao was already walking alone down the street in Tianshui's capital. After his memories had awakened, his soul had begun to slowly regain its strength. The first to benefit was the strength of his divine sense. He examined his body quickly and carefully. This body is a bit troublesome. No wonder I was regarded as not having any talent in martial arts. Many invisible meridians have dried up, so they can't accumulate strength at all. Naturally, I can't open my chakras. I have to fix this body first. It looks like I won't be able to recover my strength anytime soon. He looked up at the towering building looming ahead and strode toward it. This is the capital of the state of Tianshui. I remember Yang Dai is from here. I wonder if he's at the Association of Alchemists. All would be well if I could find him. The Association of Alchemists was a presence with its influence spread throughout the heavenly martial continent. Wherever it was, it enjoyed the highest esteem, and the Alchemist's Tower was surely the tallest building in the area. Yongxiao looked up at the Association of Alchemists. Although the tower was far inferior to those he had been in, it gave him a feeling of the utmost familiarity. Of Tianwu calendar, Yang Dai. Of Tianwu calendar, the year 1001. Oh right, it seems that this is the year that Yang Dai was promoted to third-tier alchemist and became the president of the Tianshui branch. I wonder if he's still here. Yongxiao had lived in the state of Tianshui for 15 years, but the branch president of the Association of Alchemists was not the kind of person he could reach. In fact, the highest-level alchemist he knew was called Liang Wenyu, a second-tier alchemist. There was no guard outside the tower, because no one dared to stir up trouble here, and the hidden power inside was enough to make this secluded Association of Alchemists one of the safest places in Tianshui. He pushed the door open and walked in. The spacious hall inside was much larger than it looked from the outside. The noisy crowd made the interior of the tower extremely lively, which gave him a feeling as if he had suddenly stepped into a bustling market from a quiet countryside. "Welcome to the Association of Alchemists." A melodious voice came into his ears, and then he saw a beautiful woman in a fashionable dress smiling sweetly at him. "What can I do for you, my dear little sir?" She was a waitress that every Association of Alchemists had, specializing in receiving guests. In the past, whenever he visited the association, the waitresses always greeted him respectfully with bowed heads. He had not seen such a casual, gentle greeting in years. Yongxiao smiled faintly and said, "Little sir." The waitress, whose name was Lu Yao, smiled sweetly and said, "You are the youngest guest I have ever received. May I help you?" Although she had a beautiful smile on her face, she was paying extra attention to Yongxiao on the inside. Usually, people who came to the Alchemist's Tower for the first time were nervous and excited, while children were even more cautious, hiding beside adults to watch. No one had ever looked around the hall as soon as they stepped inside like Li Yongxiao, with a calm and relaxed air. It was clearly the behavior of someone who was accustomed to major scenes. After working as a waitress at the Alchemists Association for several years, Lu Yao had not only met a lot of people in the upper classes, but had also trained herself a pair of discerning eyes. She immediately gave Li Yongxiao a high appraisal, but was still surprised by the help he needed next. "I'm looking for Yang Dai. Is he here?" Yongxiao asked faintly, his eyes still wandering about the hall. "Yang Lord Yang Dai." Lu Yao almost bit her tongue. She stared at the young man for a moment. Although she felt ridiculous, Yongxiao's indifference made her feel that he was indeed sincere. It made her a little confused. "You mean the former president, Lord Yang Dai?" she asked carefully. Yongxiao frowned slightly and said disappointingly, "Former president. So he's gone." A flash of reverence instantly rose into Lu Yao's eyes. She put her palms in front of her chest, her cheeks flushed as she said with a look of longing, "Lord Yang Dai had made a breakthrough and become a fourth-tier alchemist 20 years ago, so he was transferred to the headquarters of the Alchemists Association. 20 years ago." Yongxiao did some counting in his mind. That should have happened 5 years before his accident, and Yang Dai should be long gone from here. Without Yang Dai's help, it would be more difficult for him to open up the dried-up invisible meridians. His present body was 15 years old and had missed the best time for cultivation, so he could not afford to delay any longer. Otherwise, even if he did catch up later, it would be impossible for him to regain Gu Feiyang's peak strength, let alone take it one step further. His previous life, Gu Feiyang, was revered as the genius of both the martial arts and alchemy on the heavenly martial continent. He was not only a 9th-tier sovereign-grade alchemist, one of the 7 elders of the Alchemists Association. His achievements in martial arts also stood at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens realm. Because of that, he was conferred the title of Vanquisher Martial Sovereign by the Holy City and ranked among the top 10 experts in the heavenly martial realm. I have a list of herbs here. Can you help me find them? I need 10 batches of all the herbs. Yunxiao quickly took a pen and paper and wrote down a list of herbs. Now that Yang Dai was gone, he would have to find a way to heal his internal injury. He could not afford to delay practicing martial arts even for a moment. Lu Yao took the list and went over it, then suddenly burst into laughter. Little sir, you can't have made a mistake on this list, can you? I've been in the Alchemists Association for 3 or 4 years, but have never heard of anything you've written here. Her words immediately worried Yunxiao. He was to concoct a potion to cleanse his meridians. Considering that this place was only a small branch after all and many materials might not be available, he had written down alternate materials instead of some rare herbs, but he was still disappointed. Lu Yao, what are you doing? At that very moment, a man in a black robe came over. His robe was typical of an alchemist's, and he had a curved badge hung over his shoulder, with a bright, glaring blood-red mark streaked across its surface. Everyone who saw him stopped and saluted him with respect on their faces. His expression was calm as he walked over leisurely. If one looked closely, one would find that people's glances were rested on the badge on his shoulder, full of admiration and envy. As for the man, no one was interested in him. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. It was the badge of a first-tier alchemist, a symbol of status. With this badge, the wearer would be highly regarded wherever he went throughout the heavenly martial continent. The hierarchy of alchemists was the same as that of warriors. They were also divided into 9 tiers and shared the same titles. Clearly, the man was a first-tier alchemist. Li Yunxiao's previous life, Gu Feiyang, was the almighty expert of all time who had stepped into the sovereign realm in both martial arts and alchemy. Lu Yao turned around and glanced over the red alchemist's badge. Then she said respectfully after a moment of awe, Lord Jia Rong, this little sir has made a list and asked me to help him collect the materials. Jia Rong took the list and glanced at it. A moment later, he frowned slightly, then crumpled it up like a scrap of paper and threw it away. Next, he said to Lu Yao, what nonsense is this? Lord Liang is looking for you. Lu Yao was startled when she heard that Liang Wenyu was looking for her. Not daring to delay, she said hastily, I'll go now. She hurried away without saying another word and suddenly was relieved. Even Lord Jia Rong doesn't know those things on the list. It looks like this kid is just fooling around. It's ridiculous that I wasted so much time on him. Yunxiao's face darkened. In his previous life, the prescriptions he wrote were priceless, and any one of them could be sold for a high price. Yet it was thrown away like a scrap of paper now. He immediately said in a chilly voice, you are Jia Rong. Jia Rong paused slightly and an angry look flashed across his face. How dare a brat call me by my name? Even the dignitaries of the capital would call me my lord. When they see me, it hasn't been 7 days since you were promoted to first-tier alchemist, right? Yunxiao held his left hand to his chest and touched the bridge of his nose with his right. HMPH, whose boy is this? Jia Rong looked down at him and said proudly, I just got promoted to a first-tier alchemist 5 days ago. That's what everybody knows. Are you sure you really got promoted to a first-tier alchemist? Yunxiao said meaningfully. Jia Rong's body trembled slightly as a hint of shock flickered in his eyes. What do you mean? He asked in a deep voice. Yunxiao glanced at his right hand, which was out of his black robe, and began to explain with a smile in his eyes. Your fingers have taken on a dark gray hue and are showing signs of peeling, apparently because you've been exposed to Hell Wind Stone recently. Moreover, you emit a faint smell of blood flame orchid, which I reckon you've used to offset the aftereffect of the stone. Although the Hell Wind Stone has a very strong fusion property, its side effects cannot be ignored. It's something common alchemists wouldn't dare to use. Judging from the degree of damage to your fingers and the smell of blood flame orchid, it must have happened in the last 7 days. And you also have a faint odor, which is the unique smell of tiger sulfur stone. That tells me you've been exposed to a lot of it lately. It is clear, then, that your alchemist examination was to forge a weapon with tiger sulfur stone as the main material. Jia Rong was completely struck dumb as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Suddenly he burst into a rage and shouted, what nonsense. When he had finished, he turned and left. Yunxiao smiled and sighed, well, if Hell Wind Stone is so useful, then anyone can be an alchemist. Besides, the side effects of blood flame orchid are no less severe than those of the Hell Wind Stone. I'm sure you feel extremely uncomfortable at the acupoints near your forehead, the back of your neck, and your back at noon every day, right? Jia Rong's body twitched as if he was electrocuted, and he could no longer take another step as if his feet were filled with 1,000,000 tons of cement. Yunxiao shook his head with a sad look on his face. What a pity for a talented alchemist. If you want to save your life, you'll have to chop off your right hand and destroy your dantian. You stop scaremongering. Jia Rong began to shake violently. Forget it then. I was going to teach you a solution. Yunxiao threw up his hands helplessly and turned to leave. You have a solution. Jia Rong sprung to his feet as if he had been electrocuted. then lunged at Yunxiao and stopped him from leaving as he cried out, "Tell me now." In the last few days, he had been suffering from the very kind of pain Yunxiao described. That day, he had used the Hell Wind Stone, which was explicitly prohibited, in order to be promoted to an alchemist, but he did not expect the side effects to come to him that night. He began to lose feeling in his right hand, which scared him out of his wits. He could not find a way to solve it even after reading through a large number of classic texts, and only found the method of neutralizing the toxin with the blood flame orchid in an ancient book. But the blood flame orchid had only slightly alleviated the toxicity of the stone, and his right hand was still gradually losing its vitality. Worst of all, the toxin of the blood flame orchid began to break out every day at noon. His 3 acupoints burned like fire, washing him with excruciating pain. If this situation continued, he was about to face the consequence of having his Danshan destroyed and all his cultivation base gone. He could still accept the fact of having his Danshan destroyed, because that only meant he could no longer practice martial arts. However, if his right hand was crippled, so was his path of an alchemist. It was unacceptable to him in any case, especially so after he was promoted to a first-tier alchemist. He had enjoyed the honor of the status, as well as the awe and envy of others, which made him cling to his present status of an alchemist even more. "Please tell me how to solve it, I beg you." Jia Rong grabbed Yunxiao by the shoulder with his left hand, shivering and almost crying. There were still a lot of people coming and going in the hall, and they all looked at them in amazement. Although they could not hear their conversation in the distance, Jia Rong's exaggerated behavior and his crying face still managed to attract many glances, causing the crowd to speculate about the young man's identity. Yunxiao spread his hands and said in a feigned surprise, "Hey, where's my list of materials? Where's it? Have you seen it?" Jia Rong was stunned for a moment and immediately turned his head to the scrap of paper he had crumpled up. Of course, he understood what Yunxiao meant, so he hurriedly said, "There it is. Please wait a moment, I'll get it for you." Ignoring the startled glances, he trotted over and bent down to pick up the paper. All kinds of astonishing remarks came drifting into his ears. Jia Rong blushed with shame at once, wishing there was a hole in the ground that he could hide in. "Let me get the solution first, and then I'll surely pay him back for this humiliation." He gritted his teeth with hatred and his eyes flashed with resentment, but he still pretended to be calm on the surface. He unfolded the paper carefully and handed it to Yunxiao. Yunxiao took the paper carelessly and blew his nose on it a few times, then crumpled it into a ball and threw it away. "I want 10 batches of every item on the list, and when you've gotten them all, come to see me at Lan Academy. My name is Li Yunxiao. You." Jia Rong felt a cramp in his stomach and a shiver of anger as he looked at the crumpled list on the ground in the distance, with slimy snot on it. Yunxiao stared at him with a sneer. "Respect is not given by others. You have to earn it yourself, and you had lost my respect right from the beginning." A killing intent flashed across Yunxiao's face as his soft voice rang in Jia Rong's ears. "You better not hold a grudge against me. Few people who were unkind to me still live in this world. I don't want you to get your life back only to lose it later on. By the way, your right hand will probably last only 3 more days. If you don't find the things I want in 3 days, it will be completely dead, unless you can find yourself a 9th-tier alchemy sovereign. You will never be able to craft again in your life." Yunxiao's voice was soft, but it filled Jia Rong with fright, making him shiver violently. He mustered his courage and asked almost hysterically, 3 days? I haven't even heard of most of these ingredients. And how do I know you're not lying to me?" With a faint smile, Yunxiao said, "You are a clever man, and I'm sure you'll find a way. Concoct a potion with the leaves of white crescent bamboos and gray world ginseng, and consume it every morning, noon, and evening. It can alleviate the pain of your 3 acupoints and also allow your right hand to live for 2 more days, but only 2 days. If you still can't gather enough ingredients in 5 days, you don't have to come to me. Good luck." Jia Rong pondered over the 2 herbs in his mind, and when he looked up, he found that Yunxiao had disappeared. His face darkened instantly, and he felt no pain at all even when his left fingers had pinched into his flesh. He is but an ordinary lad, neither a warrior nor an alchemist, yet why have I felt a shivering fear before him? Jia Rong was immediately ashamed and indignant as he growled inwardly. "I'll let you run wild for a few more days. When I get the solution, I will certainly tear you to pieces. Lan Academy, Li Yunxiao." He made his way toward the snot-stained piece of paper, ashamed and resentful. Under the astonished glances of the others, he picked it up with a flushed face, then wrapped it in a cloth he pulled out from somewhere and put it in his bag of holding. The surrounding crowd lowered their heads because they all felt the anger and murderous intent emanating from his body. Some were so frightened that they scattered about, not daring to look at him again. Inside a luxurious office on the 3rd floor of the Alchemist's tower, here are the 10 caddies of spirit crane roots and white phoenix dragon lotus that Prime Minister Lan Hong requested. They are very precious. Take them immediately to the Prime Minister's estate and hand them over to him personally, Liang Wenyu cautiously told Lu Yao. spirit crane roots, white phoenix dragon lotus. Lu Yao froze for a moment and murmured, so these two things do exist. What's the matter? What are you muttering about? Liang Wenyu asked, frowning. Lu Yao hurriedly came back to her senses. I beg your pardon, Lord Liang. I was distracted just now. A teenager gave me a list of materials and asked me to find them for him, but I didn't know any of the things. I thought he was just messing around with me. Among them were spirit crane roots and white phoenix dragon lotus. A teenager. Liang Wenyu was lost in thought momentarily. These two herbs are used to improve the strength of warriors. Where is the list now? I gave it to Lord Jia Rong when he asked me to come up here, and he had returned it to the teenager. Lu Yao replied carefully. Oh, Liang Wenyu was slightly disappointed. Do you remember what else was on the list? Lu Yao tried her best to recall. Ink feather ghost flower, nether fruit, vacuum nectar, Shiva flower, fairy bud. As she read out the materials on the list one by one, Liang Wenyu's expression changed from doubtful to surprised, then shocked, and finally blank. There are a few more, but I can't remember them. Lu Yao's beautiful eyebrows knitted together. After all, she only had a quick glance at the list, and it was amazing that she could remember so many of them. Liang Wenyu came back to his senses, then hurriedly took out a piece of paper and wrote down all the materials. Did the teenager leave his name or contact information? Lu Yao shook her head, her heart filled with shock. Who is this teenager? Why did Lord Liang pay so much attention to him? Lord Liang, she asked cautiously. I've been working in the Alchemists Association for more than 3 years, but why haven't I ever heard of these things? Looking at the incomplete list, Liang Wenyu sighed. There are several herbs in the list that I have never heard of, but when they are put together, they give me the impression that they will make a very powerful potion, which is of great benefit to warriors who want to improve their cultivation base. Even Lord Liang has never heard of them. Lu Yao covered her red lips with her hand in surprise, a look of disbelief in her eyes. Lord Liang, is it possible that this list is full of nonsense? Liang Wenyu shook his head and said, no, the combination of some of the herbs is so mysterious that I can't figure out the relationship between them in a short time. If the teenager comes again next time, make sure you find a way to keep him and let me know as quickly as possible. Yes, Lord Liang. With shock and uneasiness, Lu Yao took the storage bag and left. Those materials are relatively difficult for Jia Rong to find. I can't count on him completely. I have to find another way, Yunxiao thought to himself as he walked down the street alone. Looking at the storage ring in his hand, he sent a wisp of divine sense into it. The inside was full of all sorts of things. What's all this jumble? Even an aphrodisiac. Oh, I remember now, I had secretly bought it last time but never got a chance to use it. He threw away a small bottle and took out a large black sword, slightly surprised by its weight. This is the only useful thing, he said to himself with a bitter smile. It weighs 32 caddies and 7 taels. I can hardly lift it. How I miss my sword, Star's Slayer. I wonder where it is now. Well, I'll use it before I open up all 7 chakras. Yunxiao carried the heavy sword on his shoulder and started down the street toward Jialan Academy. When I've condensed my primordial qi, I will craft a weapon for myself. By the time he arrived at the academy, he was already panting from exhaustion. Monkey Chen, Fatty Han, are you greeting me at the gate? At the front gate of the academy, Chen Zhen and Han Bai, who were close to him, were pacing anxiously in circles. Where have you been, young Master Yun? Chen Zhen cried out at the sight of Yunxiao. We looked everywhere for you but couldn't find you. Skinny Chen, what are you trying to do? A loud shout rang out suddenly, and then Du Feng dashed out from behind Chen Zhen, staring at him with a grim smile as he said, Don't tell me that you want to oppose Boss Lan. Chen Zhen's face flickered. Gritting his teeth, he said, Stop intimidating me in the name of your master. I'm just conveying Teacher Luo's message. Young Master Yun, next class, shut up. Du Feng cut the words off with a loud shout while throwing himself at Chen Zhen, his 5 fingers grabbing toward his throat like an eagle's claw. Chen Zhen's face fell as he stepped back hastily. Du Feng was already an apprentice warrior who had opened 4 chakras, with a strength far stronger than his. Don't you push us too far, Du Feng. Han Bai, who was watching from one side, could not stand it anymore. He strode forward and struck Du Feng's eagle claw with a punch. Both of them were apprentice warriors who had opened 4 chakras, so they were equal in strength. As a result, their bodies jolted when their attacks collided and backed off at the same time. Don't you dare attack again, Fatty Han. A man appeared beside Du Feng. With arms folded over his chest, he said proudly, I, Luo Jai, have just opened 5 chakras last week, and I was worried that I don't have anyone to practice with. Well, Fatty Chen, I'll use you as my target now and see how wide the gap between someone who has opened 4 and 5 chakras is. Haha, the gap is that you can knock out all his teeth with just 1 punch. Du Feng laughed and pointed at Chen and Han. I'll give you 3 minutes to get out of here. At the moment, many students had gathered around the gate, all wanting to watch how the scene would play out. They were all gesticulating and discussing among themselves. The faces of Chen and Han turned livid with rage. Suddenly, from behind them came Chen Ruxu's icy voice. I'd like to see how you make us get out of here. She went on angrily. I'm going to tell Yunxiao that he must attend Teacher Luo's next class session. What can you do to me? Du Feng and Luo Jai's faces flickered as they could not afford to offend the princess. Pointing at the few people, Du Feng snapped, "Skinny Chen, fatty Han, and you piece of junk, count yourself lucky this time. Let's go." He waved a hand and was about to leave with Luo Jai. Although Luo Jai was stronger than Du Feng, the Du family was more powerful than the Luo family. Therefore, he was still in a low position within the group of Lanfei's lackeys. "I thought it was something big. Why do you have to make it so mysterious?" Yunxiao touched his nose. Even if teacher Luo did not punish him, he had planned to practice in the gravity chamber himself. "Why, you want to leave just like that after kicking up the fuss?" Du Feng stopped, his pupils slightly dilated. "What? You piece of sh have a problem." Yunxiao laid his hand on the hilt of the heavy sword and said, "I don't have a problem, but I just want to see how big a gap there is between someone who has 5 chakras opened and someone who has none." Du Feng, Ruxu, and the others were stunned, and then Ruxu blurted out, "Yunxiao, you haha, interesting." Du Feng interrupted Ruxu with a laugh. "Since you want to die, I don't mind fulfilling your wish." As soon as he had finished speaking, he kicked into the ground and launched himself out, laughing and throwing a punch at Yunxiao's head. How dare this punk make such a big statement? Du Feng's heart was full of scorn and sneer, especially when he thought of Yunxiao's prestigious status, eldest grandson of the Li family, which was the strongest family in the state of Tianshui's military. The thought of beating someone so special filled him with an abnormal pleasure, and when his fist was about to land on the target, he was even on the verge of orgasm. "Watch out!" Chen Zhen and the other two cried out. It was too late for them to save Yunxiao. Ruxu was so frightened that she covered her mouth with her hands and turned pale. Yunxiao was just an ordinary man. How could he withstand a punch from an apprentice warrior who had opened 4 chakras? Bam! Everyone heard a dull thump as Du Feng's body suddenly froze in front of Yunxiao. His fist had been thrown out and was pressing against Yunxiao's temple. However, Yunxiao's face was cool as ever, without the slightest hint of pain. This can't be. Luo Jai's pupils constricted as he discovered in an instant that Du Feng's fist had not struck Yunxiao in the face, but was half a centimeter away. EWO, a shrill wail of pain resounded through the air, almost piercing the eardrums of those who heard it. The palpitating scream was enough to make everyone imagine how much pain the owner of the voice had endured. What caused everyone's expression to change was that the voice came from Du Feng's mouth. As he had his back facing the crowd, no one knew what had happened. All they saw was that his body began to tremble violently and then slowly fell back toward the ground. Du Feng. As Luo Jai uttered a terrible cry, Du Feng finally fell to the ground, his trembling hands covering his crotch as his body twitched wildly. Meanwhile, he continued to wail and scream like a pig in a slaughterhouse. It was then that everyone saw Yunxiao slowly lower his right leg. It turned out that he had kicked Du Feng in the most vulnerable spot. Looking at the shock and fear in everyone's eyes, Yunxiao spread out his hands helplessly and said with an innocent expression, "You all saw him rush up to beat me. I did nothing but just lift my right knee. I didn't expect he would run himself into it. What bad luck, so it was a knee kick. What a ruthless guy." All the male students present shivered and subconsciously put their hands in front of their crotches. "No, please, no, I've made a mistake. Please spare me, young Master Yun." Luojai cracked his fists in fury. "Li Yunxiao, you are too vicious. How can you use such a sinister tactic against your classmate? You can't be so shameless," Yunxiao said innocently. "As you can see, he ran into me. There are at least a few dozen students here who can testify for me." Luojai was so angry that he did not know what to say. What happened did seem as Yunxiao had said, and even he could not see anything wrong with it. But how could there be such a strange thing? Everyone present had the same thought in mind. Yeah, that guy ran into the knee all by himself. What a weirdo, trying to beat someone but ending up ruining his manhood. It is truly unheard of. Whatever your excuses, you can't get away with it, Luo Jai said angrily. "Today I'm going to destroy your manhood and cripple your limbs. I will avenge Du Feng." His figure flashed as he dashed forward. However, he seemed to be somewhat afraid, as he did not attack from the front like Du Feng did. He turned to the side and threw his fist out. The punch whistled through the air with a force of over 1,000 caddies. What a powerful punch. I can't believe this guy is a senior apprentice warrior. That lad is in trouble. The 7 chakras are bottlenecked by the 5th chakra. After breaking through it, one is considered a senior apprentice warrior. I wonder how many chakras this guy has opened. Judging by the fact that his punch comes with a force of over 1,000 caddies, I think he has just opened the 5th chakra. But that's enough to give that lad a hard time. "Yunxiao, get out of the way," Henbai cried out in panic, swinging his fists to the rescue. Although he was no match for Luo Jai, the punch would at most break his bone. But if someone as weak as Yunxiao was struck by it, he would certainly die. Clang. Yunxiao clasped the hilt of the black iron sword sticking in the ground and lifted it in front of him, with the tip pointing straight at Luo Jai. But the sword was so heavy for him that he looked laborious and unsteady, as if a gust of wind would knock him over. Bam! A rumble rang out from the sword as Luo Jai's punch landed straight on the blade, right at the sharp edge. "No, please, no, I've made a mistake. Please spare me, young Master Yun." A shrill scream echoed through the air, and everyone present saw Luo Jai covering his right fist with his left hand as blood dripped down. An excruciating pain washed him over from his right hand, and what frightened him even more was that his fingers seemed to have snapped under the blow. Henbai halted completely in the middle of his attack. He, too, was struck dumb. What happened? By now, even a fool would know that something was wrong. What's going on? Does he think that he can use his flesh against the sword just because he is a warrior with primordial chi? How could there be such a fool in the world? I think there's something wrong with that lad with the sword. I also feel something is wrong, but that lad clearly doesn't have any primordial chi on him. You see, just holding a black iron sword is enough to make him look so exhausted. Besides, I saw that it was Luo Jai himself who threw his fist at the tip of the sword. Yeah, it's the same as the previous guy. How weird. The onlookers were all discussing in amazement. They were naturally unable to see through the mystery behind the entire scenario with their eyes. Although Yunxiao had lost all his strength, he still had the discerning eyes of a martial sovereign who once stood at the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens realm. He had simply timed Luo Jai's punch early enough to put the sword tip in front of his fist when he could no longer change course. HMPH. If I can't even get rid of a few apprentice warriors, I might as well kill myself. He snorted coldly as he carried the heavy sword on his shoulder and strode toward Luo Jai. Since you dare to attack my friends, I'll cripple both your fists. By the time he had finished, he brought the sword down forcefully. Luo Jai sensed the danger, but was horrified to discover that the sword, although seeming slow, had covered all his weaknesses and escape routes. It was as if he had revealed all his weaknesses and was lying on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. He had never felt so powerless, even in the face of those warriors of the Origin realm. No, please, no, I've made a mistake. Please spare me, young Master Yun. The great sword struck squarely on his left fist, causing a cloud of blood to burst out. Now both his hands were covered in blood. You tried to kill me. Let me destroy your manhood. No, please, no, I've made a mistake. Please spare me, young Master Yun. Bam! The sword struck Luo Jai in the crotch, producing a loud thump that made all the male students present shudder uncontrollably, their bodies turning cold. Brother, why did that guy just stand there and let him hack? I don't know, I think we should just leave them alone and get out of here. This lad is too ruthless, we better go now, lest we get ourselves into trouble. My crotch is all wet with pee, now let's go. And you? Yunxiao walked over to Du Feng, who was rolling on the ground, and again cut the meridians in both of his hands with the sword. Like Luo Jai, Du Feng immediately fainted from the pain. Li Yunxiao, are you really Li Yunxiao? It was only then that Ruxu came to her senses, looking at the scene with disbelief. Young Master Yun, could it be that your meridians have been unclogged and your chakras have been opened? Chen Zhen said, exalted. Yunxiao shook his head and sighed, it's not that easy. Chen Zhen was somewhat confused. He pointed to the two unconscious guys on the ground and asked, so what's going on? Knowing that he could not explain it to them, Yunxiao laughed and said, didn't you see that they ran into me all by themselves? Chen Zhen was speechless. They ran into you all by themselves, yes, but this is so. Yunxiao interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Well, you'll find out in the future. I'm going back to my dormitory, when the academy investigates this matter. There are many people here who can testify for me. Once he had finished, he carried the great sword on his shoulder and started toward the dormitory. This, Chen Zhen was stunned for a moment and felt as if Yunxiao had suddenly changed too much. Not only in terms of strength, but his temperament was completely different from the past as well. Yunxiao, even if we testify for you, the fact that you've crippled them with your sword will probably bring you great trouble, Ruxu cried out suddenly. The Du family and Luo family have always been at odds with your family, and I'm afraid they'll take advantage of this incident. Yunxiao's body gave a slight pause, then he laughed and said without turning his head, if they try to stir up trouble, I'll destroy their manhoods as well one by one. Ruxu's face flushed as she stamped her feet angrily. This Li Yunxiao is so vulgar, and why did he suddenly change so much? He has caused so much trouble, and yet he still seems as if nothing has happened. He is ticking me off. Du Feng and Luo Jai are indeed from the Du family and the Luo family, but they are not core descendants, Henbai said thoughtfully. With young Master Yun's status, it's no big deal to cripple them. I don't believe their families would dare to seek justice from the Li family. I just worry that they'll go after young Master Yun directly. If that is the case, he'll be in great danger. Chen Zhen snorted. They wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in the academy. Sending someone to kill a student in the academy would just make them die faster than offending the Li family. Outsiders certainly wouldn't dare to kill someone in the academy, Henbai said while frowning. But if it is other students, the academy would just turn a blind eye. Ruxu's face flickered. You mean Lanfei? Henbai nodded with a serious expression. Everybody knows that Du Feng is Lanfei's man, and Lanfei has opened his 7th chakra, being on the verge of condensing primordial chi and breaking into the warrior realm. Ruxu and Chen Zhen's faces grew grave. Warriors and apprentice warriors were two completely different concepts, not to mention the fact that Yunxiao was not even an apprentice warrior. The three of them discussed for a while, but they could not come up with a solution. In the end, they left the place while sighing. The students of Jia Academy were either the best teenagers chosen from across the state or the children of the dignitaries like Li Yongxiao, so there were almost as many geniuses as there were idiots. The Li family held great power in the military of Tianshui state. Therefore, although Yongxiao had long been abandoned by his family due to his physique, he still had a separate dormitory in the academy, which came with a separate cultivating room. Phew. Yongxiao casually dropped the black iron sword on the ground, then began to swing his arms and press his legs, performing all kinds of poses to exercise his bones and muscles. This body is too weak, I must make it strong as soon as possible. The tyrant body tempering technique is the strongest body tempering technique in the world. It was too late in my previous life when I got it, and I died before I had time to cultivate it. Well, now is the perfect time to start cultivating it. He let out a deep cry as he squatted down on the spot while his body slowly bent forward. Then his upper body suddenly arched backward, his hands touching the back of his legs and forming a circle as a strange aura spread from him. Ha! A terrible pain rose into his head from his waist, as if a sharp knife was cutting his body apart. Yongxiao could no longer endure the pain. His face turned pale as his whole body went out of control. His upper body bounced back instantly, and he lost his balance, stumbling before he fell back several steps and sat down on the ground. Why is this cultivation technique so abnormal? I feel like my whole body is about to be torn apart. No wonder that tyrant is so strong, it's so painful just to get started. The tyrant martial sovereign was recognized as the strongest of the 10 conferred martial sovereigns. Yongxiao had obtained the body tempering technique from tyrant by chance. He never dared to let anyone know about it, and had intended to practice it secretly. But who knew that he would die in the Tiandang Mountains before he could even begin? With this technique, even if I can't open up any chakras, it will be enough for me to cultivate to the martial sovereign level. Yongxiao took a deep breath as he let out a deep cry and bent his upper body back once again. Every individual who had cultivated to the peak of the 9 heavens realm had an amazing perseverance. Although talent was important, what was more important was the courage and determination to never give up. The first style of the tyrant body tempering technique, Moon and Sun, he again bent his body into a circle. The tremendous pulling force made him feel as if his body was being torn apart by horses, while every inch of his muscle and bone began to break. Bam! This time, he held on for 5 seconds before being thrown out and slammed straight into the wall. His insides were so shaken that his blood boiled violently, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Again, he gave a loud shout. The 2 setbacks had made his inner pride soar. If that tyrant can cultivate it, I'm going to do it better than him. Although tyrant's strength was recognized as the strongest among the 10 conferred martial sovereigns, none of them were willing to admit inferiority to the others. They were all proud individuals who looked down on every being in the world. The Moon and Sun style, a day later, in the gravity cultivating hall of the academy. Many teleportation arrays were inscribed on the ground paved with bluestone bricks, each leading to a different gravity zone. Students could be transferred directly to their destinations by placing a primordial stone in the array. These arrays were scattered across several acres of land, and only the capital of a state had the strength to construct such a cultivating venue. In the center of the dozens of arrays was a tall, thousands of meters squared platform. It was the return point of all the gravity regions. Yongxiao looked at the students and their youthful faces as they came and went, his thoughts drifting back to decades ago. At that time, he was just an ordinary apprentice warrior. Like all the students here, he listened to the legends of the heroes and worked hard day and night to advance forward on the road of the strongest. Most of the students who came here voluntarily were the children of poor families. They only hoped that they could become the warriors of the state one day, rise above the crowd, and bring glory to their ancestors. Everyone was transferred out in high spirits and then returned like frozen eggplants, dispirited and discouraged. Everyone was self-absorbed and few people talked. Occasionally, they all looked surprised when they saw Yongxiao dressed in splendid clothes. Yongxiao stepped into a yellow array marked with the words tenfold and put a primordial stone in it. Immediately, a yellow light rose from the array and wrapped him up. Soon, his figure faded away and disappeared from the hall. In the next moment, just as he arrived at his destination, he felt a tremendous tearing force coming from the ground. His whole body collapsed in a flash, all his flesh and blood was squeezed together. Ha ha, Yongxiao gasped for breath. He was mentally prepared, but because of the severe lack of blood in his upper body, he became unusually pale and his whole body was deformed slightly. To 200, as there were tens of thousands of students in Jialan College, 200 cultivating chambers were not that many. There were a lot of students who did not have a chamber at the moment and were meditating in the public area while waiting instead. While panting, every step he took required almost all of his strength, and the pores of his entire body opened and closed dramatically under the pull of gravity while he breathed spontaneously. I have to master the Moon and Sun style as soon as possible, so that this body can endure the use of the medicine to break through my meridians. Just as he was arriving, the door suddenly opened, and a pale, sweaty student came out of the chamber. As soon as he saw Yunxiao, the student was slightly stunned and immediately lowered his head and walked in the direction of the teleportation array. It is not easy to have a vacant chamber. Why was it taken by this guy? We've been waiting for most of the day for one to come out. Why was this new guy so lucky? Was coming out, who is this guy? Why can't I feel any primordial chi fluctuation emanating from him? Are you kidding me? The absence of primordial chi fluctuation means that one has not opened even a single chakra yet. How can a common person withstand tenfold gravity? A hand suddenly reached over and stopped him. A student, smiling and dressed in a white robe, stood in front of him. My name is Yu Hezhang, and I am an intermediate student who has opened 7 chakras. A peak-level apprentice warrior. You're new here, aren't you, little brother? Give me this chamber. There were 4 grades of students in the college, namely the junior class, the intermediate class, the advanced class, and the graduate class. Yunxiao looked up and said coldly, "Give my A's, get out of my sight." Hezhang's face flickered, but he seemed to have thought of something after a fit of rage. He glanced behind him quietly as he regained his composure and said, "You must be new here. Give me face today. If you need any help in the college, just mention my name. Mention my A's. Are you going to move now or what?" Hezhang's face finally turned livid, even turning a little black. No one had ever dared to refuse him in such a way. He laughed out of fury and said, "Haha, you have guts. How dare you, a loser who doesn't even have primordial chi fluctuation, talk to me like that? Well, I will teach you some rules that a freshman should follow today." As his voice faded away, the aura of his body suddenly soared, forming a faint pressure that blasted toward Yunxiao. Primordial chi. Has Yu Hezhang condensed primordial chi and broken through to the origin realm? A cry of surprise sounded in the public area and immediately attracted all eyes. Everyone's face was full of wonder. What an amazing talent. It is said that he only opened the 7th chakra last week. Usually it would take months to condense primordial chi, and yet he did it in 7 days. I don't think so. He should still be an apprentice warrior. If he broke through to the warrior realm, his body should have the glow of primordial chi and not just the pressure. Even so, he's simply too awesome. In my opinion, he'll be able to truly step into the origin realm in 10 days at the most. I'm in a good mood today, kid, so I'll just break all your ribs and spare your life. As he listened to the shocked conversation around him, Hezhang felt a surge of pride. He wanted to show off his might, especially now that the goddess he wanted to woo was standing behind him. A force began to build up in his fist. He threw his fist out, his arm crackling as if beans were being roasted inside. A mighty gust of wind spread out from the punch as it flew toward Yunxiao like a savage tiger. Tiger punch, not bad. However, this technique is not only about the momentum of a savage tiger, but also about the timing to land a fatal blow. You have the form but lack the essence. Just as everyone broke into a cold sweat for Yunxiao, he started commenting on Hezhang's attack like a teacher guiding a student. Has this kid lost his mind? How could he still have the mood to mock in the face of a punch thrown out by a peak-level apprentice warrior who has opened 7 chakras? A student said as his eyes grew wide. I don't think he's mocking. Although he's somewhat arrogant, he's got a point, said another student thoughtfully. A student next to them shook his head and said, whether he's got a point or not, how can he dodge a punch from a peak-level apprentice warrior? Unless he has the strength of a warrior, he's going to suffer. Hezhang was so angry that he could not help adding more strength to his fist. Initially, he only wanted to wound Yunxiao, but he was determined to cripple this posturing brat with the punch now. Ha! Yunxiao cried out as he took a step forward and put his hands with fingers bent into claws before his chest, performing a dragon form that opened its mouth widely to devour everything. Everyone seemed to turn into an illusion of a dragon roaring in their ears. Hezhang's pupils constricted suddenly. His tiger punch had already covered Yunxiao's whole body and was unavoidable. Yet, he did not expect Yunxiao to give him an impression of swallowing the world by just performing a dragon form. Not only had it destroyed the tiger might of his punch, but it also looked like a huge mouth, waiting for him to throw himself in. What is this? Why did I feel like I am a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Hezhang was shocked, but he soon calmed down. No matter how weird your move is, I'm a peak-level apprentice warrior, and I can crush you with just my strength alone. Suddenly a pain came from his arm, and his punch, which he thought could never miss, landed on empty air. At some point, Yunxiao had bent his 10 fingers into claws, and instead of retreating, he advanced and clutched the claws on Hezhang's arm. Then a sharp pain stabbed into the latter's mind. What made him even angrier was that the burst of strength on his arm vanished as soon as Yunxiao's claws clutched at him, and he could no longer muster any of his strength. HMPH. After succeeding with the move, Yunxiao threw himself at Hezhang and squatted slightly before slamming his right shoulder into the other's chest. Bam! Hezhang felt nothing but numbness in his chest and a rush of blood in his throat. He staggered back from the impact and took a few steps before he could stand firmly. Oh well, this body, Yunxiao sighed in his heart, greatly dissatisfied with his current body. If he had Hezhang's strength, the dragon style would have completely crippled his opponent's arm. And the subsequent slam would have killed him in seconds, but now he had only caused pain in the latter's arm and numbness in the chest. What happened just now? Did anyone see it clearly? Yu Hezheng's punch was powerful enough to crack a boulder, and I even saw a faint light of primordial qi. How could it be defended so easily? How strange. There is no fluctuation of primordial qi on this kid. Could he be an expert who hides his strength? Hezheng's face was blank with shock. He still could not figure out what had happened. He could not feel any primordial qi from this brat. Although the move was amazing, it did not come with sufficient strength, or he would have not been simply shaken to the point where his blood started surging. He might have been cautious during normal times, but there stood beside him his goddess at the moment, so he could not lose face at all. Fuming with rage, he roared as he was about to rush over when the girl in a blue dress beside him said, "Senior Yu, forget it." With a look of shame and indignation on his face, Hezheng said, "Landuo, give me 5 minutes. I'll cripple this kid and take this chamber for you." Landuo shook her head and said, "Never mind, he got the chamber first." Yunxiao's eyelids twitched slightly as he blurted out, "It's you." A delicate and beautiful face came into his eyes, causing his thought to flutter slightly. Looking at Yunxiao in amazement, Landuo said softly, "I can't believe that just because you can't cultivate your strength, you have started cultivating your skills. The resources of the Li family are abundant indeed. That was an excellent move. However, skills without strength are for mere show." Yunxiao's expression became a little odd, but he agreed. "You're right." Meanwhile, Hezheng's face grew darker. He stared at Landuo and asked, "Landuo, do you know him?" Instead of answering him, she smiled and said to Yunxiao, "So it's impossible for you to defeat me. The gap between us will only grow larger. In fact, you are the young master of the Li family, so even if you can't cultivate, you will still have a bright future. Why are you so persistent, young master of the Li family?" Hezheng was astonished. He is that infamous loser of the Li family. His expression suddenly turned odd. He had heard of Yunxiao's reputation, a loser who could never cultivate. Even the grandmasters of the Alchemists Association could do nothing to help him. So that kid is that infamous loser. No wonder I can't feel any primordial qi in him. I see. So he has taken the path of skills. A warrior with amazing skills has a natural advantage in fighting against opponents of the same rank. But no matter how many skills he has mastered, they are useless in the face of an expert whose strength is 10 times greater. Hee. I heard that this good-for-nothing young master of the Li family had crazily wooed Luo Landuo before and was willing to give up only after he had suffered a blow. Well, it doesn't matter how distinguished he is. Without strength, he is just a piece of trash. Luo Landuo is a famous beauty, so of course she would never fall for him. Yunxiao knew she had misunderstood, and he had a strange feeling in his heart. Before Gu Feiyang's soul had awakened, he did crazily woo her for a period. He still remembered the words she had uttered so decisively. "My husband must be a hero of indomitable spirit, and he will be a guardian of the state. In spite of your distinguished status, you are, after all, a loser who cannot practice martial arts. Defeat me one day, and only then will I give some thought to your proposal." He also remembered what a huge blow those words had brought to him, making him abandon himself even more. But now he was no longer that simple Li Yunxiao, he was Gu Feiyang. He had met so many peerless beauties in his previous life who had knelt and cried and begged him to accept them. If they were holding hands together, they could even encircle the entire heavenly martial realm twice. For all her delicateness and beauty, Luo Landuo was a far cry from the beauties he had grown tired of seeing in his previous life. As a result, his heart was filled with a weird feeling right now. What? A good-for-nothing young master like him tried to woo you. He truly overestimated himself. Although Hezheng had suffered a minor loss, he was in a good mood as soon as he realized that Yunxiao was a wastrel. Yunxiao raised his eyes slightly and gave Hezheng a look. The sharp gaze pierced right into Hezheng's heart like a blade, causing him to shudder with fear and shut his mouth immediately as beads of cold sweat broke out of his forehead. "I think you've misunderstood. Whether I'm a piece of trash or not, I won't fight you. If there's nothing else, I'm going to cultivate." Before closing the door, Landuo was a little taken aback. She narrowed her beautiful eyes as if she was thinking about something. Hezheng, on the other hand, widened his eyes as a massive storm surged in his heart. What happened? He's just a piece of trash who can't even open his chakras. But why did I feel cold all over, as if I was falling into an abyss when he just glanced at me? Oh heavens, what a glance, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Suddenly he found that he seemed to have developed a sense of fear for Yunxiao, which deprived him of his fighting will when he was facing the other again. "For your sake, Landuo, I'll spare him this time." "Let's go," Hezheng said, still in shock and trying to save whatever face he still had. Landuo nodded as she turned and was about to leave when she suddenly gave a slight pause, then looked at Hezheng and said, "Senior Yu, what Li Yunxiao said just now is right. Although your tiger punch has great momentum, it's only the form. If you could master its essence, you wouldn't have been caught so easily by him." Hezheng's face was lividly mixed with red, his eyes full of shame and anger while his heart harbored an intense hatred for Yunxiao. meters squared in area. It was empty but for the two chunks of black ironstone placed in a corner, each about a meter tall and with the rough shape of a man. They were obviously the targets of martial arts practice, for they were covered in marks from fists and palms, as well as dents and scratches from swords and knives. One of them was badly damaged, having lost its proper shape. These two black iron stones must be over 100 years old. Yunxiao gave them a glance of admiration and ran his hand across their surfaces for a moment. Regardless of time or place, there were always warriors who were not afraid of hardship, who poured in all their effort in cultivating as they advanced along the path of the strong. Ha, he gave a low cry. Now is not the time to be emotional about these things. I must regain my strength as soon as possible. As long as I unclog my meridians and condense primordial chi, I reckon I will return to the peak of the Nine Heavens realm in 10 years. From the condensation of primordial chi to the peak of the Nine Heavens realm, no matter how genius an individual was, it would take at least 100 years to achieve it. No one but Gu Feiyang would dare to make such a statement even if they were the reincarnations of martial sovereigns, because he was not only a conferred martial sovereign, but also a ninth-tier sovereign-grade alchemist. A rapid crackle rang out from within him as his body bent backward in an incredible pose. His hands and feet joined to form a perfect circle, and then his muscles and bones began to transform subtly. In addition to the great pain, there was a strange force flowing back and forth within him. It was different from the primordial chi he used to know. The force that flowed through his muscles and blood vessels was a pure physical force. Pa. After enduring for the span of 7 breaths, he finally lost his grip and was bounced off the wall. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his head left reeling. However, there was a smile on his sorry-looking face. Haha, under 10 times the gravity, the effect of the moon and sun style really doubled. In less than 3 days, I will be able to attain the physique of an apprentice warrior, and at that time, I'll have at least 60% chances of success in breaking through my meridians. Just as Yunxiao was cultivating in seclusion, the news that he had defeated Yu Hezhang with one move had spread through the entire 10-fold gravity zone. Everyone was pondering over the matter. Although he had the suspicion of resorting to advanced martial skills, the fact that he had defeated a peak-level apprentice warrior who had opened 7 chakras with the physique of an ordinary man still deeply shocked those who heard it, and even overturned the perception of some apprentice warriors. The students who were there at the time all gained something after much reflection, and Li Yunxiao's figure was imprinted on their minds, wishing he could swallow the man inside. Finally opened, and a man covered in blood walked out of it. The students waiting for their chambers in the public area were all horrified. Who was this man? His face was unkempt, but when the other students left here, they were no less messy. The question was that not only did he look miserable, his entire body was covered in blood, making him look extremely terrible. A thick layer of hardened blood covered the surface of his body like a suit of bloody armor, sticking out like a sore thumb. And from his body came wafting out a pungent smell of sweat and blood, causing all the students to feel their stomachs churning, while some female students even started to vomit as they could not stand it. Apart from the pair of bright eyes, he did not look like a man at all. Under the horrified glances of the crowd, Yunxiao walked straight into the teleportation array and disappeared from the 10-fold gravity zone. What no one noticed was that when he first arrived here, he had to pause after every step while panting, but when he left, he looked relaxed as if he was walking on flat ground. Who was that? I can't believe he tortured himself until he looked like a ghost. Did he have to work so hard? You don't know. If I remember correctly, that was Li Yunxiao who had defeated Yu Hezhang with one move. What? It's him, Tusk. No wonder he can defeat a peak-level apprentice warrior, even though his meridians are all clogged up. So he has been cultivating so desperately. Hee, that's the power of love. Luo Landuo promised him that she would give him a chance to woo her if he could defeat her. HMPH, Luo Landuo is pretty, but with his status as the Li family's young master, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to have a few beautiful girls of the same rank. Right, who knows, but no matter how hard he tries, he can never defeat Luo Landuo. Regardless of how advanced his martial skills are, he is only a clown in the face of absolute power. Indeed, Luo Landuo is one of the top 5 experts among all the freshmen. I heard that she reached the Origin Realm last month and became a real warrior. Stop lamenting and start cultivating, hard young man. A loser and a girl have already surpassed us. Standing before the door with a blank face, the puzzled crowd went over to the chamber, and what they saw instantly darkened their faces. A black ironstone target in the cultivation chamber had completely broken into 2, with its upper part lying on the ground, and on the ground was a terrifying mass of blood. Everyone's heart gave a hard jerk. Is this guy still a human being? Yunxiao's appearance in the gravity cultivating hall at the next moment was no less shocking. But the uproar soon calmed down, and all the students who saw him smiled bitterly. His cruel cultivation had provoked them, as if someone had given each one of them a shot in the arm, causing them to immediately double their original cultivating program. Xiao finally realized that his current look had attracted too much unwanted attention, so he immediately took a set of clean clothes out of his storage ring and put it on, then walked quickly back to his dormitory. The effect of the tyrant body tempering technique was indeed overwhelming, but the pain it brought was unbearable for any average individual. Xiao had almost every inch of his skin and muscle torn apart, and every pore seeped with blood. By the time he got to the end of the cultivation, he had almost fainted with pain and was only holding on with his instincts. Every expert who had become a martial sovereign through cultivation was not ordinary. They had all endured 100 times more hardships than average people before they achieved a result that was 100 times greater. There was never a shortcut to the path of the strong. Xiao took a shower as soon as he got back to his dormitory. His skin, which was scarred and terrifying to look at, turned out to be as smooth as jade without a trace of a scar. And between his movements, he clearly felt a force he had long lost. Although it was still very weak, he was very satisfied with it. It is truly the #1 body tempering technique under the heavens, for it has given me a body that is stronger than the one cleansed with a 9th-grade spirit medicine. Now, with the physique of an apprentice warrior, I can start experimenting with some simple concoctions. As long as I can produce some low-level medicinal pills, my cultivation speed can be further accelerated. The strength of an alchemist depended on the strength of the soul, but many basic refinements required some physical strength before they could be carried out. He was thinking of buying some herbs and refining tools when he suddenly felt a chill in the back of his head. Somyeon was throwing a punch at him. He snorted coldly and reached a hand behind his back without so much as looking, grabbing toward the incoming attack. Pa. Degrees along with his body. Ka ka ka, the air rang with a bone-cracking sound, accompanied by a loud scream. Young Master Yun, it's me. Ah, my arm. Only then did Xiao see who the person was and was stunned. Fatty Han, Henbai winced in pain as he looked at his arm, which was so twisted that it appeared like a braid dough, and said sadly, Young Master Yun, my arm is crippled. Serves you right. Who asked you to sneak up on me? Xiao said crossly. Count yourself lucky that I've merely broken your bone into 7 pieces. Go to the infirmary later and get some milkvetch root and flour. Mix them together and apply the mixture on your arm. You'll be all right in a few days. I saw you were a little odd last time, so I wanted to test you out. It was then that Henbai said incredulously, Young Master Yun, your strength, could it be that? Xiao shook his head and said, I haven't opened my chakras yet. What do you want from me? Henbai's eyes grew wide as he said disappointedly, You've become so strong, and yet you haven't opened your chakras. Where have you been hiding these days? Teacher Luo is looking for you everywhere. What does this little girl want from me? Is she going to send me to the gravity chamber? Xiao said indifferently. Henbai broke out in a cold sweat. Little girl, Young Master Yun, you're not losing your mind, are you? If you want to die, just say it. One more thing, you might be in big trouble. Lanfei's gone these days too, and I heard that he's cultivating in seclusion to break into the origin realm. You've crippled Du Feng and Luo Jai, so he'll be looking for you first when he gets out. Xiao glanced at Henbai, who looked worried, and smiled. Just calm down, it's just the origin realm. It's just the origin realm, Henbai said with anger and frustration. Do you know what the origin realm means? It means an individual has condensed primordial qi and become a real warrior. There's a big difference between warriors and us, apprentice warriors. Chen Zhen, Princess Ruxu and I have been worrying about you for days, but look at you. It's just the origin realm, ha. Xiao smiled faintly. So what if Lanfei became a real warrior? He was not even fit to lick his shoes. Even though he had no cultivation base at the moment, he would not take a mere warrior to heart. Whether it was Yu Hezheng or Lanfei, they were no different from 3-year-old kids in his eyes. I'm going to buy something, but I'm short of money. Lend me some. Although Xiao was the young master of the Li family, he had long been excluded from the family and his pocket money was not much. Therefore, compared with other young masters, he was very poor. 0 freshmen in our intake, but only about 30 have made the breakthrough so far and become warriors. Those who do make it, even in the poverty-stricken classes, are considered the best students. The students in their class were all children of dignitaries, so they habitually called other classes poverty-stricken classes. But the overall strength of their class was also the worst among the rest, so other classes were calling their class trash-stricken class. Oh, I'm worried, but it's no use worrying. How much money do you have now? Lend me it all and I'll pay you back some other time. Young Master Yun, I can feel that you've changed a lot. I got to hand it to you. Henbai produced his bag of holding and poured out a pile of gold coins. There are about 200 or 300 gold coins here, enough to last you a year. Without standing on ceremony, Xiao put away all the gold coins. Although not much, I'll make do with it. He picked up one and threw it to Henbai. Go and buy medicine. Your arm must be covered with the medicinal paste within 24 hours, or it will really become crippled. Startled, Henbai hurriedly turned and ran away with the gold coin. But he had barely reached the door when a loud bang suddenly rang out, and his fat body was subsequently thrown flying back. He left a trail of blood in the air before falling on the ground next to Xiao's feet, where he passed out. There was a distinct footprint on his bulging belly. You piece of trash who have no idea of death or danger. A cold snort came from outside the door, and then a shadow was thrown over, falling next to Fatty Han. The man was covered in blood, his face swollen like a winter melon as he groaned in pain while being sprawled on the ground, muttering something that could not be understood. Yunxiao stared at him for a while before he recognized the man as Chen Zhen. Li Yunxiao, how dare you touch my men? Today I'm going to cripple you completely. More than a dozen people rushed in through the door, led by none other than Lanfei. He walked proudly ahead, his energy rising with every step. By the time he came up to Yunxiao, a bright light shone out of him, making him look mighty. It was the light of primordial qi, the sign of a warrior. Boss, you have really become a warrior. You must avenge me. Du Feng, who was behind Lanfei, cried loudly. His crotch was bulging as if he had put a wash basin inside, apparently with too many bandages on it which had not been removed. Luo Jai, who stood beside him, wore a pale face, his eyes blazing with murderous rage and body trembling with anger. Why do you glow all over when you have just stepped into the origin realm? Do you think you are a luminous pearl? Yunxiao leaned over to glance at Han Bai and Chen Zhen's injury. He was relieved when he saw that they were not in danger of dying even though they looked badly wounded. Still, his eyes were already flickering with killing intent. And the two of you, it's been only 3 days since I last saw you. How come your voices have changed? Oh, where are your beards? The remark hit Du Feng right in his weak spot and made him cough out a mouthful of blood with anger before he roared wildly, Kill him. Kill him. Boss, you must kill him for me. There was a shrill note in his voice like that of a woman, which made all who heard it shiver uncontrollably, their foreheads covered with beads of cold sweat. Lanfei shivered as well and subconsciously moved aside a little before pointing at Yunxiao and snapping, Are you going to kneel and kowtow yourself? Or you want me to break your limbs and cripple you completely? Yunxiao was a loser he could bully at will, but there was a lot more to consider if he were to kill the other. After all, killing him was equal to slapping the Li family in the face, which would completely tear apart the superficial peace between the two families. The consequences of such an action were unpredictable, so Lanfei had come with the thought of crippling and humiliating Yunxiao for what he had done to Du Feng. You want to cripple me? Yunxiao's eyes went cold, and a burst of energy suddenly spread from him. Although it did not have the pressure like that of primordial qi, there seemed to be an unspeakable aura condensed in the air that made the group of people, including Lanfei, feel sick all over as sweat broke out of their palms. It has been a long, long time since I've heard such an arrogant statement. What's going on? Why do I have this shivering feeling? Lanfei was utterly shocked, and a sense of fear began to spread through him. He mustered his courage with a furious roar, and a black iron sword appeared in his hand within the next moment. Without saying another word, he brought the sword down toward Yunxiao. The sense of fear was so inexplicable that it set his nerves on the edge. He was worried that if he did not act decisively, he would not have the courage to strike again. The feeling was akin to standing on a small boat, facing the stormy waves that could sweep the world. How could I have such a feeling? This is absurd. He immediately cleared his mind of all distractions and put all his strength into his arms. Decisive, unambiguous, not bad at all. Yunxiao nodded approvingly. Then a black iron sword similarly appeared in his hand, and he lightly placed it sideways across his chest. It was a casual move, but it kept Lanfei's attack at bay. You dare to tease me, you're looking for death. Upon hearing Yunxiao's comment, Lanfei flew into a rage, and his face flushed red with fury. At the same time, he added more strength to his hands, and even a trace of primordial qi he had used to protect his meridians was poured directly into the iron sword. Clang! The two swords clashed together violently and sent out many sparks. A great force came down from the blade and cracked Yunxiao's palms, numbing his arms and knocking him backward. But he did not lose his balance. He managed to keep his feet on the ground as the force pushed him back for a few steps before he stabilized himself. Meanwhile, a deep cut was left on his black iron sword. You blocked my attack. How is this even possible? Of his strength, let alone the fact that he was a warrior now, could it be that this piece of trash had opened his chakras? But why couldn't he feel any primordial qi fluctuation from him? He was not the only one shocked. The dozen or so people standing behind him were all staring at the scene with wide eyes, their feet rooted to the ground. Swallowing down a mouthful of warm blood that had rushed to his throat, Yunxiao guffawed and said, Haha, this is so satisfying. It has been a long time since I fought with all my strength. Although my current situation is a little strange, your attack is really satisfying. Come, let me give you a few more pointers. Let me give you a few more pointers, how arrogant. Lanfei was so mad that his neck turned red. Fuming madly, he suppressed the shock in his head and lifted his sword. A stream of primordial qi bloomed across the blade as he leaped forward and brought the sword down. Passing Cloud Slash, a martial technique. It was the secret martial technique of the Lan family, the Passing Cloud Sword technique. The eyes of those behind him were filled with shock, and Du Feng was so excited that he screamed in a shrill voice, The sword moves like a passing cloud, it's the Passing Cloud Sword technique. This kid is dead. Unlike those commonly found martial techniques, the Lan family's Passing Cloud Sword technique could only be cultivated by warriors. As Lanfei injected his primordial qi, the sword instantly glowed like a sun, so bright that no one could stare at it. He had been cultivating this technique constantly since he was a peak-level apprentice warrior. Now that he had made the breakthrough and become a warrior, he could finally unleash all its power. His confidence soared as soon as he used it. I'm a real one-star warrior now. Let's see how you are going to block my attack. The passing cloud sword technique emphasizes on moving the sword like passing clouds, unobstructed, so that the strike will land on the target as intended. What are you doing? You're holding a glowing sword like a candle. I couldn't even have told this was the passing cloud sword technique if you hadn't shouted it out. Yunxiao's comment infuriated Lanfei so much that he almost coughed up blood. I've had enough of your nonsense. Die now. The glowing sword slashed down and was about to devour Yunxiao when he lightly lifted his sword and pointed it out casually. Count yourself lucky to have my advice, he said. Clang! A crisp noise rang out and the blinding glow faded away instantly. Then a black sword flew whistling through the air and stabbed into the ceiling with a thud. A faint stream of primordial qi rushed through the blade into Yunxiao's body. He snorted coldly in his heart and twisted his body into a strange pose. A great pain washed him over in the next instant, but was soon dissolved under the pose. The whole room was silent. Thud! Lanfei was rooted to the ground, looking blankly at his palms which had been torn apart, so he did not see Yunxiao's foot coming. All he felt was an intense pain in his chest, and then he was knocked flying backward, coughing blood along the way. How is this even possible? Everyone's mind was frozen as their mouths hung wide open and felt all the muscles in their necks getting stiffened. Meanwhile, Lanfei's head was completely blank. It was only until he felt a chill in his crotch that he saw Yunxiao holding a sword in front of him, with the sharp blade less than 3 inches from his manhood. Realizing that he would be completely finished if Yunxiao slightly twisted the hand, his legs trembled with fear as he growled in both shock and fury. What are you doing? Do you really dare to touch me? Yunxiao's eyes flashed with contempt as he said in disdain, Oh, I dare not, I'm so scared. Your blow has numbed my arms and I worry that I can't hold the sword still. You see, my hand is shaking now. As if keeping up with his words, his right hand began to shake. The blade moved back and forth in front of Lanfei's crotch, causing his legs to tremble violently while a smell of urine filled the air. No, move the sword away, he shouted while almost crying. Move away? Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. I'm too lazy to settle the previous score with you, but you've injured Fatty Han and Skinny Chen this time, and even tried to kill me. Now tell me, how am I going to swallow the resentment if I don't cut off your manhood? No, please, I beg you, I'll do anything you say. Please be merciful. Lanfei cried out, frightened out of his wits. After all, he was only a 15-year-old teenager, so his arrogance and courage were instantly gone at the prospect of losing his manhood. The dozens of students present, too, were all teenagers of apprentice warrior level. Although they had witnessed their boss, who was so lofty and mighty during normal times, lay wailing on the ground like a weakling and even peeing his pants, none of them thought of him a disgrace. Any man would be scared out of his wits in such a situation. A man without his manhood was better dead than alive. Especially when they stole glances at Du Feng and Luo Jai, their faces turned extremely pale and they all stood where they were, not daring to make a sound. Since a warrior was no match for Yunxiao, they would be doomed as well, even if they attacked him together. If Yunxiao were still in his previous life, he would have cut off the manhoods of these people, but his identity was different now, and his strength was weak. Lanfei was only a newly promoted warrior and had no experience, which was why he could defeat the latter easily. He would not have the slightest chance of victory if he were facing another experienced warrior, or even a martial master. If you want to keep your manhood, just pay me some money. Money? Yes, I have money. Lanfei felt as if he had grabbed a lifeline. He hurried to remove the storage ring from his finger, but the more anxious he became, the more he could not get it off. Don't bother. Yunxiao said as his sword flashed. Amidst Lanfei's miserable scream, a trail of blood streaked across the air, and both his finger and the ring flew straight up. Yunxiao caught the ring and swept it with his divine sense. Only then did he put it away with satisfaction. What are you looking at? And you, if you want to keep your manhoods, you know what you should do. As Yunxiao glanced at the crowd, everyone was taken aback, and they quickly took off their storage rings and handed them to him. Lanfei put his hand over his severed finger and calmed down a little. Can we leave now? Just then, Yunxiao's eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a jade pendant hanging from Lanfei's waist. His heart skipped a beat, and with a flick of his sword, the pendant flew straight into his hand. His eyes flickered with surprise as he said faintly, "This is a nice jade pendant. It is mine now." Lanfei's face fell as he said hurriedly, "I can give you anything, but not this jade pendant." His heart gave a jerk when he saw Yunxiao glaring coldly at him. "It's the protective jade pendant passed down from generation to generation in my family," he explained in panic. "There are only 5 of them, each kept by the core member of the Lan family. Nothing but a symbol of status. It's of no use to you, but of great importance to me." He was so anxious that beads of cold sweat covered his forehead. If he lost this thing, his family would surely skin him alive. Yunxiao's face grew cold as he lifted the sword and said, "Their things are too few, not enough to buy their manhoods. I can give you back the pendant, but I'll cut off their manhoods. Or give me the pendant and they can leave with their manhoods. It's up to you." The group of teenagers was frightened and they all looked anxiously at Lanfei. Lanfei's face turned extremely unsightly. According to his heart, his jade pendant was, of course, more important. But the dozen of people who followed him here were the children of families attached to the Lan family, and a few of them were direct descendants. If he chose the jade pendant and caused these people to have their manhoods cut off by Yunxiao, he probably would not be able to lift his head again. "Boss," Shang Yunqing could not help shouting when he saw Lanfei hesitating. With a livid face, Lanfei finally said in a deep voice, "Although this jade pendant is of great importance to me, it's nothing compared to my brother's. Let's go." He waved a hand, trying his best to make himself look carefree. However, both his crotch and pants were wet, and his face flushed purple with shame. Still posturing, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in Yunxiao's eyes as he swung his sword over from sideway. A beam of cold light pierced through the air like lightning, pointing straight at Lanfei's throat. To his horror, Lanfei found that he was locked by an almost tangible murderous air that he could not avoid. And the icy cold air penetrated directly into his body. For the first time in 15 years, he truly felt death. He screamed in dread and reached out a hand to his side almost instinctively. Without thinking, he clutched at Shang Yunqing, who was closest to him, and dragged him in front of him. Startled, Shang Yunqing tried to struggle, but was no match for Lanfei, who was already a warrior of the Origin realm. As a result, he was used as a shield. All of a sudden, the sword stopped in the air, and then Yunxiao made an arc with it before withdrawing it. With a faint smile, he said, "I was only joking with you. You may leave now." Lanfei was so angry that he nearly vomited blood while Shang Yunqing was pale all over with fear, his legs shaking as a smell of urine wafted out of his crotch. Lanfei's face darkened as he saw Shang Yunqing looking at him with a gloomy expression, his head bowed and not saying a word. That made his heart almost burst with rage. The Shang Yun family was the largest family attached to his family, and Shang Yunqing was their direct descendant, his biggest help in the future. But he knew that from this moment on, this help had not only been lost, but very likely become the enemy on his way to the throne of the family head. Not daring to speak another word, he rushed out of Yunxiao's dormitory, his eyes blazing with rage. He did not want to stay here for another minute. Those who followed him here shut their mouths as they left after him with bowed heads. Yunxiao took out the jade pendant and examined it for a while before he said happily, "Great, this is indeed the 5-colored divine air stone." Then he put away the pendant and looked up at the ceiling as he sneered, "It's about time for you to show yourself after looking for so long." After the span of a few breaths, a noise rang out from the ceiling as Jia Rong, dressed in black clothes, descended down. Once he landed on the ground, he stared at Yunxiao with a complicated look, his eyes filled with incredulity. "Did you enjoy it? Have you gathered everything I wanted?" Yunxiao said lightly. Jia Rong wore a serious expression. He had witnessed everything just now, however, he could not tell how Yunxiao defeated Lanfei. He had originally planned to sneak in here and restrain this teenager first, before forcing out the cure. But now, he dared not to do that. Although he was a mid-tier warrior, he did not have the slightest confidence in defeating Yunxiao, let alone capturing him alive. "I've only gathered 6 sets. It's just that some of the herbs are too rare, so I could only found 6 sets even though I've searched through the entire Alchemists Association. 6 sets. Fine, give them to me now." Now that Yunxiao had the 5-color divine air stone, his chances of unclogging his meridians were almost at 100%, so he was in a good mood. Pointing to Han Bai and Chen Zhen, who were still lying on the ground, he said, "Heal them both first." Jia Rong was handing over a storage bag when he heard that, and his face flickered instantly as he growled, "What do you think I am? Do you really think you can order me at will?" Yunxiao stared coldly at him and said, "If you are not happy, you can scram now." Jia Rong was so angry that his scalp went numb. With his prestigious status, how could a kid be slaving him around and telling him what he should do? But beggars couldn't be choosers, especially when his life and future were at stake. Helplessly, he leaned over and inspected their injuries, then took out 2 pale yellow pills from his ring and shoved them into their mouths. "It's done," he said. "Well, it's also about time to tell me the cure. I've done all your bidding, and you will never command me again." Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and assumed a harmless look. "You've no idea how many people have wailed and begged to be commanded by me. I bet you'll ask me to do that later." Jia Rong's face fell as he cried out angrily, "So you were lying to me." Yunxiao snorted coldly, "Who do you think I am? How would I lie to a mere first-tier alchemist like you?" With a wave of his hand, a piece of paper pierced through the air, flying straight out. Jia Rong was infuriated. What did he mean by a mere first-tier alchemist? Any alchemist was noble and influential. As he caught the paper between his fingers, his face grew serious. The force that came with it was stronger than he had imagined. With a gloomy expression, he glanced at the paper, and what he read immediately put color on his face as he put it away hastily. Although he could not be 100% certain that the contents of the paper were accurate with his knowledge, he could roughly tell that Yunxiao had not lied to him. Now that I've gotten what I was promised, we are even. Jia Rong turned and was about to leave. This young man was too odd he could not see through him at all. He had originally planned to avenge the humiliation he had suffered last time, but there was a vague sense of dread in his heart now, which made him feel that he should avoid stirring up further trouble. His life and future were of paramount importance after all. The prescription can remove the toxin of both the Hell Wind Stone and Blood Fame Orchid from your body without leaving behind any side effects. Yunxiao said unhurriedly, but during this period when you were being corroded by the toxin, did you feel the power of your soul getting weaker every time you crafted? And it seems to be regressing. Jia Rong's body froze instantly. When an alchemist's soul power is exhausted, it recovers at least 10 times slower than a warrior's primordial qi, but making up for the regression of soul power is 100 times slower than cultivating it normally. You haven't been corroded by the toxin for long, but with your talent, it will take at least 20 to 30 years if you want to get back to your original realm, and your chances of making a breakthrough and become a first-tier alchemist are slim. Well, I don't want to deal you too heavy a blow if you are lucky. You still have hope to achieve that in 50 years. Jia Rong's face turned horribly pale. He knew all these things. The reason why alchemists enjoyed such a high status was that the cultivation of soul power was extremely difficult, and it was almost impossible to recover after retrogression. He was already within a certain distance of being a first-tier alchemist, and if he were to break through to that level, it would be 50 years later, which required a stroke of good luck as well. If his luck was bad, he might end up as a senior apprentice alchemist for the rest of his life. What do you mean by all this? Oh, I don't mean anything. I just happen to know a way of making you a real first-tier alchemist in 50 days. 50 days. Jia Rong's body gave a jerk as if he was electrocuted, and his eyes grew wide. How is that possible? You lie to me. Even if his soul power did not regress, he was not sure that he could make the breakthrough and become a first-tier alchemist in 50 days. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk and used the Hell Wind Stone. Yunxiao's face darkened as he scoffed coldly. Who do you think you are to be worthy of me lying to you? Jia Rong was stunned, and he could no longer move anymore. He was very suspicious of Yunxiao's words, but becoming an alchemist was too great of a temptation for him to give up, so he immediately yielded and said, I beg your pardon, I was too shocked. Are you sure you can help me recover my soul power in 50 days? Yunxiao raised his index finger and shook it. It's not about recovering your soul power, he snorted coldly. It's about making you a real first-tier alchemist. Actually, I can do it in 5 days, but you're not worth it. Jia Rong swallowed hard. What do you need from me so that you can help me? Be my servant, Yunxiao said, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Impossible. Jia Rong's pupils constricted abruptly as his face fell and he said furiously, You're just an ignorant kid, and yet you want to make an alchemist your servant. How arrogant! Yunxiao sat quietly in a wooden chair, a natural aura emanating from him. With a gleam of scorn in his eyes, he said coldly, If it wasn't for my lack of strength right now, do you think you are qualified to be my servant? Even so, you are only qualified to be my servant for 50 days. After that, I want you to get out of my sight. Jia Rong's mind went blank with shock. Those words had made his head go numb, but he did not look angry at all. The undisguised contempt and condescension in this brat's eyes were not fake at all but natural, as if he really did not deserve to be his servant. Oh heavens, what the hell is going on? Who is this brat? A lunatic. But if he's a lunatic, how is he able to tell my problem with just a glance, and even has a way to solve it? I've searched through the whole Alchemists Association but couldn't find a solution. Do you feel aggrieved about being my servant? Yunxiao's faint voice drifted over. What rubbish? Of course I feel aggrieved. Jia Rong was scolding in his heart when a strange golden light suddenly flashed in Yunxiao's eyes. In that instant, his pupils dilated dramatically, and a tremendous sense of fear washed him over. It was a fear coming directly from the depths of his soul, like the innate awe for the deities one was born with. Bam! He could no longer stand still. His knees dropped straight on the floor paved with blue stones, his body drenched in cold sweat while a pressure on his soul deterred him from lifting his head again. What's going on? What the hell is going on? How could a kid have such a mighty soul pressure? Who the hell is he? Jia Rong was utterly dumbfounded. In fact, he was not only dumbfounded, but also frightened, his heart filled with a deep sense of dread. The contempt and condescension at the soul level made him feel as if his soul would be torn to pieces with only the slightest thought of Yunxiao. It was like a superior warrior could kill an apprentice warrior with a pinch of his finger. I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. Are you willing or not? Willing or not willing? If he accepted it, he might rise to the top, and if Arduous refused, he might regret it for the rest of his life. I am willing. Jia Rong clenched his teeth as if all his strength had gone into saying these few words, but as soon as he had finished, he felt a sudden release and collapsed in a state of prostration. Even then, his heart became extremely comfortable, as if he had just accomplished a great thing perfectly and splendidly. It shocked him, too. A glimmer of a smile flashed in Yunxiao's eyes as he said, Not bad. You are quite decisive. You will know in the future how lucky you were to have made this decision today. Now that you have recognized me as your master, I'll naturally not mistreat you." He flicked his finger and shot out a sheet of paper. "Cultivate according to the method on it. If you can't make the breakthrough and become a first-tier alchemist in 5 days, that means you have a poor aptitude, and you are not qualified to be my servant. If that is the case, you needn't come to see me again." Jia Rong's eyes were filled with shock. He took the paper, and as soon as he looked at the contents, he jumped up and screamed as if he was struck by lightning. "A soul cultivation technique. It's nothing but the trashiest soul cultivation technique." Yunxiao gave a light snort and said indifferently, "But it's enough to get you back on your feet in 5 days and become a first-tier alchemist." The sheet of paper seemed to be full of magic. Looking at it, Jia Rong began to tremble violently, and his body, which was exhausted of all energy, jumped up again as if he was given a shot in the arm. With extreme excitement in both eyes, he said, "A soul cultivation technique. I can't believe this is a soul cultivation technique. Mama's master, Isis this real." He struggled to utter the word master, but when he did, the extreme grievance and shame he had felt in his heart were instantly vanished, leaving nothing but excitement. Yunxiao frowned. "Just call me young Master Yun. Yes, it's real, but as I said, it's nothing but the trashiest soul cultivation technique. So long as you render good service, I won't be stingy to reward you. You may go now, and I'll look for you in the Alchemists Association if I need anything." "Yes, young Master Yun." Jia Rong pulled out an exquisite jade box while trembling and placed the paper in it before carefully putting it in his storage ring. Then he bowed to Yunxiao and took his leave. The most important part of the alchemist's cultivation was to nourish the soul power, but the only way for common alchemists to increase it was through constant crafting. Only then could the soul power increase at a very slow rate. Legends had it that in the field of alchemy, there existed ways to refine the soul power directly. However, these methods had only been described sporadically in some classics, and it was a mystery whether they really existed. Jia Rong had never imagined that he could actually get his hands on something like this one day. As soon as he left the academy, he felt the sky was clear and bright, and his heart filled with joy and excitement. Just who is this young Master Yun? He must have used the legendary soul confusing technique on me just now. I can't believe he has actually mastered such a mystic art. Jia Rong was, after all, an alchemist, so he immediately understood why he had a shivering sense just now. An ordinary child could never possess such a terrible soul pressure. And the soul-cultivating technique, how could he give away such a precious thing as if it were something that could be found on the street? No one in the state of Tianshui, not even the imperial family, would be as generous as him. Anyway, with this technique alone, it's not a loss for me to be his servant for a few years. His mind began to balance, and he even felt that he had taken a great advantage. The value of this thing was beyond measure. Even his life would be in danger if others knew about it, so he took great care to hide himself while he hurried back to the alchemist's tower. Yunxiao sat in his chair, absorbed in his reflections. If it were not for his lack of strength, he would not have taken Jia Rong as his servant. Moreover, his soul power had suffered great damage after using the soul-confusing technique. Unfortunately, my soul power was greatly weakened after my rebirth. Otherwise, I would not have gone to so much trouble to deal with a mere first-tier alchemist. After his rebirth, his soul power was not even as strong as an ordinary first-tier alchemist. Just now, he had only used a soul-confusing mystic art to momentarily stun Jia Rong. If the latter came to his senses, he would certainly find that something was wrong, so he took out a soul-cultivating technique and gave it to him. This was called, hit you with a stick and then give you a bun. Otherwise, no matter how trashy a soul-cultivating technique was, it was still priceless, and he would never give it to someone so easily. Yunxiao sat down cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed, while a golden script began to appear in his mind. It was all undecipherable text that looked like tadpoles, flickering and vanishing repeatedly in his head. However, no matter how he contemplated over it, he could not make the complete script appear in his mind. After his soul had awakened, it was only a matter of time before he became one of the strongest men of the generation. But Yunxiao's goal was more than that. He wanted to become an existence beyond his previous life. He wanted to make a breakthrough into the legendary realm. His greatest reliance now came not from the memory of his past life or the tyrant body tempering technique, but from a soul cultivation technique he had discovered in Tiandeng Mountains just before his death. Great expansion divine technique. He had never heard of this soul cultivating technique, and its contents were beyond his imagination. He believed that the reason why his soul was able to be reborn must have something to do with it. In fact, the voice that rang in his mind as he recovered the memory of his past life was reading the text of this divine technique. Cultivators on the heavenly martial continent were basically divided into martial cultivators and alchemy cultivators. The former mainly focused on the cultivation of qi, while a small number of them specialized in the cultivation of flesh, so-called common warriors. The latter focused mainly on the cultivation of the soul, and they were precisely the alchemists. Each of the three corresponded to the spirit, energy, and soul of a human respectively, and no matter which one reached the peak, an individual could become a mighty figure who shook the entire continent. But as a martial cultivator who had already cultivated his energy and soul to the level of sovereign, Yunxiao knew the importance of complementarity between the three very well. All of the few strongest conferred martial sovereigns in the world had cultivated two of the three to the peak, which made them far stronger than the other existences. It was only after he was trapped at the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens realm that he realized how the strength of his flesh had prevented him from making further breakthroughs, which drove him to get his hands on the tyrant body tempering technique. Only when the body, Qi, and soul reached the peak at the same time could he make a spurt toward the legendary 10 Worlds realm. Now that I have the Great Expansion divine technique, I will definitely be able to cultivate my soul power to the peak of the sovereign realm. Coupled with Tyrant's body tempering technicuhan, all three are fused as one. I can then make a breakthrough into the 10 Worlds divine realm and become invincible. A glimmer of bright light flashed in his eyes as he seemed to be looking through layers of space at the end of the boundless void. I can craft at least 13 divine needles with this piece of 5-color divine air stone, which is enough to arouse the potential of my current body and allow me to unclog my meridians. He settled down and began to circulate the Great Expansion divine technique. His damaged soul power was recovering at a terrifying rate, and it soon reached the peak level of an apprentice alchemist. Although a little short from the level of a first-tier alchemist, it's enough for me to craft the divine needles and concoct the potion. When he had placed Han Bai and Chen Zhen in a safe place, he made his way toward the training room. The training room, equipped with the single dormitory, was constructed with extremely tough diamond rock, which was not only difficult to be destroyed by ordinary warriors, but also had an excellent sound insulating effect. From the material Jia Rong gave him, Yunxiao took out an ingredient called purple gold sand, slapped it into a powder form with both hands, and used it to draw a pentacle-shaped array on the ground. When he was done, a strange force began to emanate from the array. After that, he placed the 5-color divine air stone on the ground, then took out the black sword and struck it down with all his might. With a boom, the stone shattered into countless tiny pieces. A trace of golden light flashed across his brows before a stream of invisible soul power rippled out, wrapping all the tiny pieces of stone and bringing them above the array. As if pulled by the force of the array, those tiny pieces of stone began to slowly quiver, and the frequency became higher and higher over time. Yunxiao carefully controlled their rhythm with his soul power, allowing them to jump in a certain manner. If anyone had been here to watch the whole process, he would have been left aghast. Yunxiao was so different from the average alchemists in his drawing of the array, refining of the stone, and use of soul power, that it was simply incomprehensible. His rich experience from the previous life had made up for his lack of strength. Something that only a first-tier alchemist could craft was done with the strength of a senior apprentice alchemist by him. The tiny fragments of the divine stone started to crackle like fried beans over the array and soon melted into a viscous form before coalescing. As a large amount of white dust drifted out of it, the color of the liquid became brighter and more striking. He had actually incorporated the step of purification directly into the refining process. If this were to be witnessed by those from the Alchemists' Association, their jaws would surely drop to the ground. Condense. Yunxiao faintly shouted out a word and lightly pointed his index finger at the void in front of him. At the word and the gesture, the extracted energy essence over the array instantly condensed into 13 tiny needles, their surfaces reflecting colorful light which made them look extremely gorgeous. 13 glittering needles fell gently into his hand. However, he did not bother to take a look at them, and just put them straight into his ring. Next, I'll begin concocting the potion that cleanses the marrow and meridians. He took out more than a dozen glass vessels of varying sizes and heights, and placed them in a row on the ground. Then, he pulled out a large bottle of a red, pungent liquid from his storage bag and poured it into each vessel. It was the blood of some demon beast. After all this, Yunxiao took a sharp breath and quickly took various ingredients out of his storage bag as his eyes flashed with a bright gleam, placing them in separate vessels. Soon, different reactions began to appear in each vessel. Various gases emerged from different vessels, and the liquid inside boiled with colorful bubbles. Yunxiao spread out his soul power, keeping the process of all reactions under the watch of his divine sense. He was constantly adding ingredients to different vessels to counteract the drastic reaction. Boom, 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 the sound of explosions rang without an end. Unable to withstand the violent reactions, the vessels were finally blown apart, sending colorful streams of liquid straight into the air like a fountain. Come, with a wave of his hand, an exquisite crystal vessel appeared out of nowhere and danced in midair, then a total of 9 streams of liquid fell accurately into it. Next, he grabbed the vessel and began to shake it. 9 liquids of different colors quickly fused together to form a dark green solution that swirled quietly in the vessel. The whole process lasted for about an hour. Because of the excessive consumption of his soul power, Yunxiao's face and forehead were covered with a thick layer of sweat, and his entire body was soaked in sweat as well, with large drops constantly dripping on the ground. Phew, he exhaled a long breath and began to gasp. Haha. It seems that I'm still in excellent condition. I finally succeeded. The green solution in the crystal vessel looked calm, but Yunxiao could feel a very powerful force welling up within it. He did not have time to rest, for he was curious to know the effect of the solution. He quickly brought over a large bucket of boiling water and slowly poured the dark green liquid into it. Blub blurp. The air was filled with a loud boiling sound, as the water temperature seemed to have risen by hundreds of degrees instantaneously. A great deal of water vapor rose from the bucket, turning the whole room pale green in the blink of an eye and obscuring all eyes. Yunxiao's body began to turn a little hot by just standing in the mist, while a tremendous amount of heat was slowly seeping into his skin. He took out the 5-colored divine air needles and carefully inserted them into his body. Each time he inserted one, he felt a force puncturing through the skin into his meridian. But not only did he feel no pain, he even felt extremely relieved. Splash! After inserting all 13 needles, he jumped straight into the boiling solution. In addition to the boiling heat that burned his skin, a powerful medicinal force poured madly into his body, heading for his limbs and causing his whole body to turn pale green at a rate visible to the naked eye. He was in severe pain, but his face was overjoyed, for the medicine was better than he had expected. He closed his eyes tightly and performed an incantation gesture with both hands as he sat still, forming a strange contrast to the boiling liquid around him. At the same time, the ends of the needles that had been inserted into his body began to emit a faint, colorful glow, as if a force were swirling restlessly in them. Most of the ingredients he used to concoct the potion were highly toxic, but when put together, they could reach a delicate balance and have an amazing effect on the cleansing of marrow and meridians. People who did not know much about its prescription and medical details would never dare to use this solution. Even he had to divide it into 10 parts, otherwise, a careless mistake might cause it to lose balance and kill him on the spot. But after getting the 5-colored divine air needles, he completely changed his plan, because these needles contained the power of the 5 elements. When they were used to stimulate acupoints, Yunxiao could not only absorb the power of the 5 elements through them, but also use them to protect his acupoints. He clearly felt the cool, soothing sensation coming from his 13 main acupoints. Moreover, these acupoints were breathing on their own, constantly inhaling and exhaling the primordial qi. When the power of the potion had been absorbed into him, it swam along his major meridians, spreading throughout his body as it began to unclog the damaged and dried up invisible meridians one by one. As he endured the tremendous pain, a delightful smile gradually came over his face. As the impact of the medicine grew stronger, he began to perform various seals with both hands, guiding the movement of the medicine within his body. Many meridians bulged on the surface of his skin and twisted like the roots of an ancient tree, horrible to look at, while a faint green aura was seeping out of them. Boom! Suddenly, a stuffy boom echoed out from within his body, and all his meridians were blown through in that instant. Guided by his hand seal, the power of the medicine poured into his limbs and bones as it swam a full circle, unobstructed. It worked. Yunxiao was delighted, but instead of getting up, he performed another few hand incantation gestures and directed the power of the medicine toward the chakra in his chest. Now that his meridians were unclogged and unobstructed, the next step was to open the first chakra. Most people open their chakras from the top down, starting with the one on the top of their heads. Yunxiao, however, played by different rules and went straight to the hardest heart chakra. On his chest, a mass of dark green light began to gather, which grew stronger over time, and then suddenly bloomed like a flower. In that instant, he felt the power which had been waiting for so long in his heart chakra was finally being released. He flicked open his eyes, and an electric-like gleam flashed through his pupils as a strange pose suddenly emerged in his mind, giving him a flash of inspiration. The second style of the tyrant body tempering technique mountain. With palms put together, he sank like a mountain into the medicinal liquid in a flash. The potion boiling around him seemed to be drawn by some force and began to spin, while the light of the heart chakra in his chest became the eye of the whirlpool, dragging in streams of power. Ha! Open now, all of you. The light on his heart chakra bloomed, and 2 streams of light shot out of it, one going upwards and the other downwards along his body. Soon, under the impact of the heart chakra's power, his solar plexus chakra, sacral chakra, throat chakra, and third eye chakra all lit up with their respective colors. The entire room began to reflect the light of the chakras in addition to the pale green color of the mist. Boom! Just as Yunxiao was trying to absorb the potion's power to open the last 2 chakras, the power his body could withstand was at its peak. 13 divine needles were ejected instantaneously from his acupoints, disrupting the balance of his whole body. With that, a huge force exploded in the bucket in a flash. The marrow and meridians cleaning potion was evaporated into mist at the moment of explosion, making the whole training room wet as if it was washed by water. Yunxiao walked out of the mist and sighed. It's a pity that I've only opened 5 chakras. If his words were heard by other apprentice warriors, they would surely kill him with their teeth in jealousy. He carefully put away the divine needles. After one use, they were noticeably slimmer. The 5-color divine air needles, effect of stimulating the body's potential, is indeed amazing. I have to find a way to get my hands on the other 4 pendants from the Lan family. After thinking for a while, he changed into a clean suit of clothes and went out of the training room. When he came into the hall, he saw Chen Zhen and Han Bai coming out of another room. Their injuries were almost healed, but Chen Zhen's swollen face had not. Young Master Yun, they both cried out at the same time as they looked at Yunxiao in horror, their eyes bursting with anger. That Lanfei and his lackeys are going too far, Han Bai snarled. How could they hurt you with such a powerful poison? Does he really dare to kill us openly? Chen Zhen was fuming as well. I wish I could go back now to gather 10,000 men and kill this gang of unruly brats. Are you all right, young Master Yun? The poison, only then did Yunxiao realize that his skin was all pale green. It was a symptom of the potion's strength still remaining in his body in large quantities, which would gradually correct itself. He gave them a brief explanation, after hearing which, they both became dumbfounded and froze in place. Young Master Yun, you mean you've kicked them all in the asses and even robbed them? Young Master Yun, you mean you've unclogged your meridians and even opened 5 chakras? Chen Zhen burst into laughter. Haha, I knew it. How could General Fei Long's son be a loser? Without saying a word, you've suddenly become stronger than us. Great. When all 3 of us graduate and inherit our family's title of nobility, we'll assemble 1,000,000 men to destroy the Lan family's brats. The shocked expression on Han Bai's face gradually faded, and he began to ponder. It's great that young Master Yun has opened his chakras, but the trouble has grown bigger as well. Lanfei and his lackeys will not let this matter drop. I fear young Master Yun is in greater danger now. Chen Zhen, who was absorbed in his heroic fantasy, scoffed. They're just a bunch of rascals. Since they are no match for young Master Yun now, they won't be anymore. Do you think they have the courage to send someone to cause trouble inside the academy? There were only 2 martial kings in the state of Tianshui who had stepped into the 5 elements realm. One of them was the dean of Jialan Academy, Zhang Lishan, who claimed to be the strongest man in the state of Tianshui. Every nation had its own laws, and every family had its own rules, and Jialan Academy was no exception. Even the emperor must obey the academy's rules during his visit here. Once upon a time, the son of an assistant minister of the military suffered a loss in the academy. When he returned to his home, he sent an expert of his family to beat up another student. The next day, all the warriors of his family had their cultivation base destroyed, and from then on, a prominent family completely decayed and disappeared from the political center of the state. The incident had struck fear into all powerful families in the state of Tianshui. Since then, no one dared to run wild in the academy, even if they were princes and princesses. But the academy did not prohibit students from fighting with each other, so an individual could only rely on his or her own ability to keep a foothold in the academy. Han Bai shook his head and said, Lanfei is certainly not to be afraid of, but have you forgotten the man who's ranked 3rd on the minor power chart? Chen Zhen's pupils constricted abruptly, and his face turned unsightly. The Heaven and Earth power chart was a ranking list of the strongest experts on the heavenly martial continent, which included a total of 100 experts. Yunxiao's previous incarnation, Gu Feiyang, was an almighty expert ranked 3rd on this chart, and the minor power chart that Han Bai mentioned was a ranking list created by the Academy, which was reset once a year through a competition. The person currently ranked 3rd on it was the other direct descendant of the Lan family, Lanfei's half-brother Lan Shuan. Lan Shuan is a student who will graduate this year, Han Bai said with a bitter smile. He is very strong, and is said to have begun trying to break through the Two Forces realm. Moreover, he is the leader of the Xuan gang. So even if he graduates and left the academy, the gang's experts will still obey his orders. Chen Zhen started to worry as well. He's going to become a martial master. If he does succeed, he'll be able to join the Guardian of the State as soon as he graduates. He's really something. Lan Shuan is only 18, isn't he? Han Bai nodded with a solemn expression. Yes, an 18-year-old martial master is a rare genius even in the state of Tianshui. At the rate he's progressing, there's a good chance he'll become the deputy commander of the Guardians. As a martial master, he would not trouble us for such a trifle, would he? Chen Zhen's face grew even more unsightly. He probably won't do it himself. There's still some time to go before the break. Hopefully we can make it through until he graduates. The corners of Yunxiao's mouth lifted slightly as he said with a smile in his eyes, you can rest assured that he will come to me. Even if he doesn't, I'll go to him. Because I can't wait to get my hands on the piece of 5-color divine air stone carried by him. He sneered in his heart. Inside a fine building in the academy, Lanfei was thundering with rage. Uncle, there's no way I can swallow this one. Wang Feng's gaze grew cold as he scolded, "Shut up, you idiot. You almost made a big mistake. Luckily, Lan Shuan is in secluded cultivation, or your mother's years of nurturing would have been ruined." Lanfei was startled, but then he immediately said with disbelief, "It can't be that serious, can it? I just want Brother Shuan to help me teach that piece of trash a lesson to help me vent my anger. To help you vent your anger, HMPH. Wang Feng's eyes flashed with jest as he scoffed, "And you still call him Brother Shuan? You're as silly as a goose. That piece of trash from the Li family is nothing. You must understand that your real enemy now is none other than Lan Shuan. Now that you've lost your token of the family's direct descendant, you will be reprimanded by the family and go out of favor if he learns about this, which is actually the lightest punishment. If they take this seriously, you will not only lose your status as a direct descendant, but may even be demoted to the branch." Lanfei's face went pale. "What should I do?" he asked, frightened. "You must help me, uncle." Wang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a serious voice, "Don't you worry. You're my sister's son. If I don't help you, who else would I help? However, as a teacher of the academy, I can't teach a student a lesson without any reason. Otherwise, even I will be punished. The annual assessment of the junior class will be held in 7 days, and I remember you told me that this brat hasn't opened any chakras. I'll apply to be the chief examiner of the assessment. As long as he can't show any chakra light, I'll expel him with the academy rules. When he leaves this place and before he reaches home, that will be the time for us to strike. After retrieving the token, you can do what you want with that piece of trash." 7 more days, Lanfei said exasperatingly. "Whenever I think of the humiliation I received that day, I wished I could skin him immediately. Oh right, I'm going to break his balls. HMPH, if you can't endure this little setback, what great thing do you expect to do? I'm really worried for my sister." "You're so far behind Lan Shuan," Wang Feng said coldly. Lanfei turned pale and he clenched his hands so tight that his nails dug into his flesh. "All right, I'll follow what you said, uncle." He gnashed his teeth and said, "But he's not going to have an easy time during this period. I have a way to make him lose all standing and reputation, but I need your help, uncle." There was a flicker of doubt in Wang Feng's eyes. "What do you plan to do?" With a venomous smile on his face, Lanfei whispered into his uncle's ear. After hearing his plan, Wang Feng froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Excellent, go ahead and do it. If it works out, we won't have to wait for 7 days. You're indeed my sister's son. I've underestimated you earlier." Who's sneaking around? Yunxiao, who was cultivating the great expansion divine technique in his room, frowned suddenly. The strength of his divine sense was far greater than that of ordinary people, so he immediately detected 2 men lurking outside his dormitory. It's evening now. Could they be thieves? It was nothing new for wealthy students in the academy to have their belongings stolen, especially the children of the dignitaries who had their own independent dormitories. Yunxiao went straight out, and just as he pushed the door open, a pink envelope suddenly fell down. To Yunxiao. It was written on the front of the envelope in beautiful strokes, and a faint fragrance was wafting out of the paper. While frowning, Yunxiao ripped open the envelope and found it to be a love letter with only 4 lines of a poem. "When the moon rose above the willow tree, in Maple Grove he has a tryst with her. When the moon is round tonight, she's willing to be with him. Yours truly, Luo Landuo." Maple Grove was a dating sanctuary within the academy, a favorite trysting spot for many amorous youths and languishing maidens. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes slightly as a proud figure flashed through his mind. With that, he smiled and started in the direction of Maple Grove. Moments after he left, 2 figures appeared in front of his dormitory. One of them quietly took out a key and unlocked the door with it after a few tries. They slipped inside, then came out after only a few minutes and carefully locked the door. Their hands were empty, which made them look less like thieves. "Hee, have you put the things in the right place? We'll make this brat pay for what he had done to us." Yes, young Master Fei is indeed resourceful to have come up with such a genius trick. I bet this brat must be aroused now, absorbing himself in the fantasy of a delightful date. HMPH, he should take a look at himself in the mirror. How would Luo Landuo, who is famous for her pride, be attracted to such a piece of trash like him? Say no more. We'd better get out of here and wait for the grand show tonight. They slipped away quietly, but Yunxiao reappeared at the door a moment later. He recognized them at a glance as 2 of the lackeys who had come with Lanfei the last time. He wondered why they had sneaked into his dormitory. With a sneer on his face, he pushed open the door and soon found something under the blanket in his bedroom that rendered him speechless. A pile of colorful and fragrant women's undergarments and underpants were stuffed into his bed. Well, Lanfei, looking at these things, Yunxiao naturally understood Lanfei's plot in an instant. "Since you want to play dirty," he said coldly, "I'll play with you." His eyes gleamed as he quickly disappeared from the room. An hour later, Yunxiao's figure could be seen speeding toward Maple Grove. Covering an area of hundreds of acres, Maple Grove was one of the most beautiful landscapes in Jialan Academy. It was a cultivating venue for many students during the day, but at night, it became a sanctuary for trysts, especially in this moonless, windy, and cool season. Not everyone could afford to live in a single dormitory, in fact. Most of the students shared their dormitories with 4 or even 8 students. Therefore, Maple Grove had become their sanctuary. As soon as Yunxiao stepped inside, he found more than 30 pairs of men and women making barely audible noises in their throats within the area covered by his divine sense. Some of them who were unable to resist the temptation were making out under the cover of darkness, filling his ears with all kinds of kinky sounds. Ah, help, help. Just then, a faint cry for help rang out. The voice was not loud, but loud enough to reach into Yunxiao's ear. Under the moonlight, a young girl with a veil over her body rang out of the grove, her face full of terror. Her clothes had been torn, revealing her fair skin, which made her look particularly attractive. The terror on her beautiful face could fill one's heart with pity and affection. "Stop there, you little beach. It's your blessing to have been chosen by me." A gorgeously dressed man rushed over from behind her with a face full of anger and ferocity, reaching out a hand to grab her. "Help me, senior." When the girl saw Yunxiao, she looked as if she had seen a savior, and her face was full of joy. She hurried over, showing an intention of throwing herself at him. Whoosh! A sword flashed across the void and fell into Yunxiao's hand with its tip pointing to the girl's throat. "Stop if you don't want to die," a cold voice rang out of his mouth. The girl was stunned, apparently surprised by Yunxiao's reaction, but she quickly came back to her senses and said anxiously, "Help me, senior. Someone wants to molest me." Tears the size of pearls rolled down her cheeks, making her look even more pitiable. "Please, if you will just save me once. I will do whatever you want me to do." Any young man witnessing such a scene would fall in and want to save her. But Yunxiao's face wore a look of eternal indifference, emotionless under the moonlight. He closed his eyes slightly while the tip of his sword was still pointing at the girl's throat, his heart as hard as a stone. "Get out of here, boy, if you don't want to die. This girl's mine already." The man caught up with her and grabbed her by the shoulder, giving her a hard yank. A ripping noise echoed out as the veil covering her figure was torn apart and fell away, revealing her half-exposed pink bosom. Meanwhile, her bared shoulder was scratched with a striking red claw mark. "Senior, please help me." The girl burst into tears as the man dragged her down to the ground. At this moment, the man's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment, as if he was a little confused. But then he quickly resumed the fierce look and cried out, "Get out of here now, boy. I'm about to do my thing. Help me, help me." The girl's distressing cry for help continued to come from below, heartbreaking to hear. Yunxiao opened his eyes slightly with a smile on his face. "Don't worry, my dear, the rescue will come soon." Upon hearing that, a glimmer of joy flickered in the girl's eyes as she hurriedly struggled to her feet and trotted straight to Yunxiao, without so much as covering her exposed fair skin. The man's eyes also revealed a trace of delight, but he still pretended to be fierce. "Boy, how dare you snatch this girl from me? Do you know who I am? I'm Liu Yishan, the son of Liu Siki, who is the commander of the Imperial Guard." "Oh, so you're Liu Yishan." Yunxiao suddenly turned and smiled at the girl. "The rescue I mentioned is not me, but them." Both the girl and the man were taken aback. All of a sudden, a group of people rushed out of the woods and surrounded the three of them. "Liu Yishan," roared Chen Zhen, the leader of the group, "how could you do such a terrible thing? Teacher Feng, you saw what happened just now. This brat is simply an animal." When the group of a dozen people appeared, Liu Yishan knew that he was going to suffer. Moreover, when he heard Chen Zhen call out, "Teacher Feng," he shuddered with fear and felt strength leave his legs. By the moonlight, he glanced carefully at the crowd and saw the middle-aged man in the lead, whose hair had stood on their ends with rage. He was none other than the Academy's Dean of Students, Feng Buping, nicknamed God of Slaughter. He was so frightened that he took a few steps back and sat down on the ground. "What's going on? How did this happen?" Not only he but the girl was completely bewildered as well. Even Lanfei and his lackeys, who were hiding in the dark and ready to jump out, were dumbfounded. Why was the dean here? "Liu Yishan, you animal." Feng Buping's figure flashed before everyone's eyes, and then they heard a loud slapping sound and saw Liu Yishan being set flying away while screaming miserably. "We can't spare this animal. Let's beat him to death. Let's beat this rascal who tried to rape his junior to death." Hanbai's loud roar startled the whole Maple Grove, and many people started coming this way. Meanwhile, Chen Zhen rushed out with a dozen men, and soon a noise of beating mixed with piercing cries could be heard coming from where Liu Yishan had fallen. "Are you all right?" Feng Buping asked the girl. "What's your name? Why were you with this animal?" The girl was completely struck dumb and she did not know how to answer. My name is Meng Wu. Don't be afraid, my dear. Look, you are sweating all over with fright." Yunxiao smiled and took Meng Wu into his arms. "With me here, no one is going to bully you." He held her slender waist tightly with one hand, making it impossible for her to escape no matter how hard she struggled, while wantonly running the other hand across her body. As her clothes were worn, his hand soon slipped in and began to rub and pinch her delicate bosom. "Why yo you?" Meng Wu freaked out, and her face was flushed with embarrassment. As she was pulled into Yunxiao's arms, her body had blocked Feng Buping's view. Moreover, since she did not dare to shout out, she could only struggle desperately. But Yunxiao's strength was so great that no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to escape. She could not bear it any longer and began to sob, but it was real this time, and she was trembling all over. Feng Buping thought she was suffering from mental trauma, so he comforted her kindly, "Don't be afraid. I'll certainly redress your grievance. Fortunately, Yunxiao sent someone to inform me in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yunxiao, you take care of Meng Wu here. I'll go and take a look at that animal. Why is there no more sound? He couldn't have been killed by those people, could he?" Yunxiao, who was enjoying the smooth, tender bosom with one hand, smiled and said, "Go ahead, Teacher Feng. Meng Wu is in good hands now." Meng Wu shuddered as she cried out in her heart, "Don't leave, Teacher Feng. Don't leave me here." But strangely enough, she could not make a sound at all and could only keep sobbing. Feng Buping nodded and walked in the direction of Liu Yixin. Dozens of people had already surrounded the spot, all pointing and whispering. Meng Wu was still a virgin after all, so she could not withstand Yunxiao's assault. Her mind was completely blank as she leaned feebly on him, letting him play with her body. Somehow, the shame and indignation that previously filled her heart had gradually transformed into a strange pleasure which made her begin to moan. Hiding far away in the grove, Lanfei and his men were at a loss. Apparently, Li Yunxiao is behind all this. Du Feng said angrily, "What now, boss? I suggest we rush out and save Yixin, or he'll be killed. Save my A's." Lanfei slapped him on the head and growled, "You brainless pig. We will be caught in the net if we walk out right now. There's nothing we can do but sacrifice Yixin. Anyway, with Feng Buping here, he's not going to die." His eyes nearly burst into flames as he turned to the other two men and asked, "Have you put everything in the right place?" They were the two teenagers who had sneaked into Yunxiao's dormitory to hide those women undergarments and underpants. Nodding together, they said, "Yes, we've put everything under his blanket. You can count on us, boss." Lan Fei's eyes gleamed with a grim coldness. "Li Yunxiao, while you might have escaped this, let's see how you're going to deal with the next one." Yunxiao looked casually in the direction where Lan Fei had disappeared into as the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. At this moment, Meng Wu had given up all resistance. Her body was burning from Yunxiao's rubbing and squeezing, and what made her even more embarrassed was that she felt wet beneath her. It made her wish she could kill herself by running her head into a wall. "Stop it." From afar came Feng Buping's voice. Soon afterward, the group of people came back, and Henbai gave Yunxiao a meaningful glance. Seeing that everyone was coming over to him, Yunxiao felt it was not nice for him to continue taking advantage of Meng Wu, so he reluctantly pulled his hand out and picked her up as he said softly, "Don't be afraid, it's all right now. That rascal has been completely crippled." Meng Wu was so angry that she was shivering all over, but she did not have any strength to struggle. Besides, there were too many people around them, so she could only bury her head in Yunxiao's chest, feeling ashamed and resentful. Wearing a livid face, Feng Buping walked over with Liu Yixin in his arms as he said in a serious voice, "He's crippled." Yunxiao looked at the feeble Liu Yixin in the dean's arms. His face was barely recognizable from all the beating, and blood and gore could be seen in his crotch. Terrifying to look at, he glanced at Hanbai and in his eyes seemed to be saying savage. Hanbai returned the glance with a glare as if he replied with, "I've learned this from you. Leave this place now, all of you." Feng Buping said in a deep voice, "I'll report what happened here to the dean." Liu Yixin had brought this to himself, and he can't blame anyone. He glanced at Meng Wu and Yunxiao's arms as he frowned slightly and said, "It's not appropriate for you to hug her like that. Do any of you know her?" He turned to look at the dozens of people who had gathered around. Among them, many were girls, and they were all couples who were having outdoor sex in Maple Grove. Many girls bowed their heads in embarrassment. Suddenly, a girl in a red dress, whose name was Liu Feifei, exclaimed, "She's Meng Wu." There was a strange look in her eyes as she said, "We are from the same dormitory." Feng Buping nodded and said, "Great, you'll bring her back. Report to me at any time if there's anything." Only then did Yunxiao reluctantly hand Meng Wu over to Liu Feifei. When he let go of her, he did not forget to squeeze her hard on the butt. Meng Wu let out a shy moan as her eyes grew wide, and the flame of anger in them was so strong that it seemed enough to burn the whole Maple Grove to ashes. "Don't be afraid, my darling, you're safe now." With a concerned look on his face, Yunxiao took off his robe and draped it over Meng Wu's shoulders, but when his fingers brushed past her bosom, he lightly touched her pink nipple. Consequently, her body gave a jerk as she could no longer hold it and burst into tears once again. Yunxiao smiled gently and said, "You don't have to thank me. It's only right for me to stand out and uphold justice when my junior sister is in trouble. Do come to me when you need any help." The incident was over, and the couples had also lost their desires, so the crowd began to leave Maple Grove in groups. Just then, a loud beating of drums and gongs suddenly rang out in front of them. Then a large group of students began to pour over, many of whom were girls, and they all looked angry. Surprisingly, they were led by Lanfei. Feng Buping frowned and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" "Oh, Teacher Feng, so you're here too, that's great." Lanfei said in rage, "We have a thief in the academy, an extremely perverted one. The underwear of many female students were stolen." Everyone was shocked. "What? Someone is stealing girls' underwear? Who is this pervert?" For a moment, an uproar broke out among the crowd as anger filled their hearts, especially those girls, and they began to scold like a flock of magpies. Feng Buping was frowning and glancing at the crowd when his eyes suddenly caught someone. Princess, you're here too. Qin Ruxu's face was burning, her eyes filled with fury. I've also lost something. Teacher Feng, you must catch that perverted thief for us. Someone saw that thief running in the direction of Maple Grove. Lanfei said coldly, as a trace of a venomous smile played about the corners of his mouth, and then fixed his eyes on Yunxiao. Ha. Li Yunxiao, you piece of trash, you're going to be finished. His mood was incomparably delightful. All of a sudden, Yunxiao asked curiously, many female students have lost their underwear, but what does this have to do with you? Lanfei, he's right. What does this have to do with you? Curiosity jumped over the faces of all female students as they turned to look at Lanfei. Why did this son of a distinguished family who was cold, aloof, and arrogant during normal time suddenly became so helpful and excited, as if he had just been given a shot in the arm? Lanfei went blank momentarily, lost for words. Thisthi's eye, a lad standing by his elbow, who was apparently smarter, said hurriedly, boss can no longer stand idly by and watch. So he came forth and led everyone to catch the thief. Yes, I brought everyone here to catch the thief. Someone had seen the thief running in the direction of Maple Grove. Lanfei recovered his imposing manner and said proudly, as a student of the academy, I have this obligation and responsibility. Yunxiao made a face of sudden realization. Oh, I see. Can you please tell us who saw the thief running this way? It was me. Why? The smart lad stepped forward immediately. He was one of the two men who had sneaked into Yunxiao's room. I'm Meng Kun, and I saw it with my own eyes. Do you have a problem? He held his head up intentionally to give himself some airs. Although he knew that Yunxiao was very strong, with Feng Buping here, no one dared to cause trouble. Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, no, I don't have any problem, I'm just curious. What the thief had stolen is girls' underwear, but instead of girls, you as a man was the first to find out. Why? And since you saw the thief, why don't you lead everyone to catch him? Why did you ask your boss to do it in your stead? Meng Kun's mind went blank as well because the questions were not easy to answer. The crowd was also wondering and everyone stared at him, causing beads of cold sweat to roll off his forehead. What are you doing? Li Yunxiao, Lanfei suddenly bellowed, are you trying to divert everyone's attention? Is it because you are guilty? I think there's a good chance that the thief is you, right? Now that boss mentions it, it occurs to me that the thief's figure was very much like this guy. Meng Kun quickly echoed to that. Here it comes, Yunxiao laughed to himself. Young Master Fei, why are you slandering me? He asked leisurely. Lanfei smiled coldly and said, to prove your innocence, you should let us search your dorm. If you refuse, you will not be able to escape the suspicion today. Yunxiao snorted coldly and said, why should I do as you said? Who do you think you are? Ruxu's face flickered as if she had realized something, and she said, I believe Yunxiao won't do something like that. Meng Kun, did you really see the thief clearly? The princess's piercing glance frightened Meng Kun so much that he was instantly soaked in cold sweat. Lying to the princess was a serious crime, and he could be beheaded for that, and even cause his entire family to be executed. He was only the descendant of a small power attached to the Lan family. How would he have the courage to deceive the imperial family? But in the next instant, he sensed Lanfei's gloomy gaze, which made him shudder and blurt out the words, yes, I saw the thief clearly. He is Li Yunxiao, I have no doubt about it. With a soaring mood, Lanfei said, haha, Li Yunxiao, do you have anything else to say? Yunxiao nodded slightly to Feng Buping and said, Teacher Feng, you can search my dorm, but if my innocence is proven, I want an answer from Lanfei. Since the beginning, Feng Buping had not said a word because he also found that something was not right, so he was quietly observing the situation. Now he turned his glance to Lanfei, apparently asking for his opinion. No problem, Lanfei said decisively. If you can prove your innocence, I'll give you an answer. Yunxiao nodded and said, in that case, I believe in Teacher Feng's fairness. A worried look appeared in Ruxu's eyes. Yunxiao shook his head lightly and said in a loud voice, don't worry, princess. There is a righteous spirit pervading the heaven and earth. I, Li Yunxiao, am open and above board, and I don't believe evil can prevail over good. Upon hearing what he said, all the female students fell into deep thought and began to dismiss their doubts about him. After all, a guilty person would not have such a spirit. Meng Wu, standing behind them, shivered with anger at his righteous face. However, she could not tell them what she had suffered just now. Ruxu gritted her teeth hard and stamped her foot. You are a fool. There's something obviously odd about this, and I'm sure they're trying to frame you. Led by him, the crowd moved toward his dorm. Along the way, many students who had heard the news joined them as well, and in just a short time, over 100 people had gathered. Hey, Teacher Wang, why are you here too? Yunxiao looked coldly at Wang Feng, who was standing before the door to his dorm with a few other teachers of the academy. They were all from the dean's office. Wang Feng said lazily, as if he had just woken up, I heard that there is a perverted thief who has caused serious trouble. So I have to come here and have a look. Oh, Director Feng, you are here as well. Feng Buping frowned. From his experience, he naturally knew that there must be something wrong. Yunxiao sneered leisurely, to have a look at the door of my dorm. I thought Meng Kun said he saw the thief running in the direction of Maple Grove. Teacher Wang, you must be very clever to know that we would come here, saving you the time and energy to travel back and forth. Everyone could tell that he said that with some tongue in cheek. Feng Buping's face grew cold, and he finally could not help but say in a deep voice, "What is this all about, Wang Feng?" Wang Feng snorted lightly and sneered, "I come here with the same purpose as you, to catch the thief. This brat is so perverted and unruly. I propose that once we catch him, we should expel him immediately, lest he should harm more students." Feng Buping's face flickered. He would be a fool if he still could not see the problem by now. "I've no issue with you catching the thief here," he said while fuming, "but if anyone dares to play tricks and falsely wrong a good student in my face, I will not accept that." The reason why he was called the God of Slaughter by the students was not only because of his strict law enforcement, but also his selflessness and fairness. Wang Feng said pointedly, "Of course we must be fair so that everyone is sincerely convinced. When the thief is caught together with his loot, I'll report this directly to the dean." Feng Buping's position was above him, but as long as the thief was caught together with the loot, he could always use the dean's name to shut everyone's mouth. As if he was eager to get himself caught, Yunxiao said seriously, "Since even Teacher Wang is so fair, I truly feel relieved. Everybody, please be my witnesses." He took out a key and unlocked the door, then gestured and said, "Please help yourself. Is this brat up to something?" Wang Feng thought when he saw the indifferent look on Yunxiao's face. But when he turned and saw Lanfei's confident face, he was relieved. "Search the room." Several teachers and some students rushed into the dorm immediately. Yunxiao strode after Feng Buping into the living room, sitting in a chair with a cheery look on his face as he looked at Lanfei coldly. A few minutes later, Lanfei seemed to be having a hard time sitting still. He clearly saw a few students go into the bedroom, but they all came out with empty hands. "What a pig!" He scolded Meng Kun in his heart for hiding the things so deeply. "Meng Kun, why don't you help with the search?" Meng Kun nodded and walked a few circles in the living room pretentiously before heading to the bedroom. Feng Buping's cold gaze followed the former as he said, "If anyone dares to plant the evidence and frame an innocent student, I'll immediately expel him. I'll go and have a look too," Ruxu said with an angry face as she followed after Meng Kun. She had concluded that this was a scheme, so if Meng Kun really found something, she could stop him in time. Wang Feng smiled coldly and said, "Why don't we all go in and have a look since we don't trust each other?" He stepped out and followed closely behind the princess, immediately killing off her plan. "Since you all are so interested in my bedroom, let's go in and have a look together." Yunxiao stood up and strode toward his bedroom. Immediately, more than a dozen people rushed over, all heading for the bedroom. By this time, Meng Kun had already entered the room and turned the blankets a few times. His face instantly turned white as a sheet. He realized in a flash why Yunxiao looked as if he had nothing to fear. The undergarment and underpants he had hidden were all gone. Just then, Lanfei came into the room and sneered, "Meng Kun, scour the room and don't miss a spot." Bathed in a cold sweat and trembling, Meng Kun walked over to Lanfei and whispered in his ear. "What?" Lanfei's face fell, and his furious growl instantly startled everyone. Under his almost cannibal gaze, Meng Kun's legs trembled violently. "Meng Kun, why are you standing there? I thought your master asked you to scour the room, didn't he?" Yunxiao sneered. Wang Feng finally found that something was not right. His eyes flashed with a glimmer of disappointment as he said coldly, "This is a small bedroom. I don't think there's anything here. It seems that Li Yunxiao should be innocent. The thief must be someone else." Feng Buping gave him a cold glance and then stared at Yunxiao thoughtfully. Ruxu breathed a sigh of relief, but she felt annoyed at the same time. Apparently he knew that it was a scheme long ago and had been ready for this, and yet he made me worry for the whole time, she thought angrily. Seeing that the plan had failed, Wang Feng had no mood to stay any longer. "Since Li Yunxiao is innocent, let's all leave now," he said lightly. "You're leaving just like that." After shouting out loudly, Yunxiao sneered. "Teacher Wang said that the thief must be someone else. Don't you want to catch him?" Taken aback, Wang Feng said coldly, "The campus is too large, and there are no witnesses or evidence. It will be very difficult to catch the thief now. The academy will handle this matter." With a cold smile on his face, Yunxiao said, "Who said there is no witness? I thought Meng Kun said he saw the thief. Could he be lying then? In that case, I have the reason to doubt that this dog's master, Lanfei, is the mastermind behind all this." Lanfei was already fuming. "Li Yunxiao, don't you sling mud at me." Yunxiao's face grew stern as he said coldly, "The facts have cleared me of suspicion. Now it's your turn to give me an answer. What do you want?" Lanfei growled. "Very simple." Yunxiao sneered. "To prove your innocence, I want to search your dorm as well. Of course, it's not that I suspect you, young Master Fei who has nothing to hide, but I just can't swallow this without doing anything. HMPH, since I said I'd give you an answer, I'll naturally honor my word. Search all you want," Lanfei said with a righteous air. "But Li Yunxiao, I'm not done with you." The single dormitories of the dignitaries, children were all in the same area, so the crowd took almost no time to arrive at Lanfei's dormitory. Lanfei pushed open the door confidently and said in a cold voice, "Search as you like, but don't destroy my things. I am afraid you poor things can't afford them." Yunxiao smiled faintly and waved. At the gesture, Chen Zhen and Han Bai immediately rushed into the room. Wang Feng's face gradually grew unsightly as if he had sensed something wrong. Sure enough, Han Bai and Chen Zhen soon carried a wooden chest out of the room. "Young Master Yun, we can't open this chest." Lanfei frowned and said coldly, "This is a chest I use to store my clothes in. Only my key can open it." He took out a golden key from his ring and inserted it into the lock. The chest opened with a creak. Everyone was struck dumb as soon as they saw the contents within. Wang Feng's pupils constricted and he felt his head go blank. There's indeed a plot. He's finished. Anyhow, the person who had a completely blank mind right now was Lanfei. His eyes grew as large as copper bells as he muttered, "How's this possible? No, I didn't do this. This is a slanderly Yunxiao. You're framing me," he growled madly. "Framing you." Yunxiao smiled faintly. "You said that this is your personal chest just now, and it can't be opened without your key." Lanfei was so angry that his whole body was shaking. "So it was you, you animal." Looking at her pure white underwear half exposed in the chest, Ruxu kicked Lanfei in anger and embarrassment. "You sick freak. I'll have the dean expel you. Expel, expel." Almost all the girls cried out in fury, and soon the boys joined them as well. For a moment, the cries of "expel" rang throughout the whole campus. Chen Zhen casually rummaged through the contents in the chest and suddenly said in surprise, "Why is there half a box of soap in the chest besides the girls' underwear? Hee hee, you never heard about the rumors," Han Bai sneered. It is said that besides being a psychopath, Lanfei likes to throw soaps in the bathroom when boys are showering, forcing his lackeys to pick them up. This is disgusting." Many guys turned pale and could not help bending down and begin to vomit. Meanwhile, some male students beside Lanfei hurriedly jumped away in fear, leaving an empty space around him in the blink of an eye. Lanfei was so mad that he felt his head reeling. He pointed a trembling finger at Yunxiao, but the pent-up anger in his chest stopped him from uttering a single word. Yunxiao said in a loud and righteous voice, "Everyone, things have now become clear. Not only did Lanfei steal girls' undergarments and underpants, but he also forced male students to pick up soaps in the bathroom. He deserves to die, but every nation has its own laws and every family has its own rules, although we are angry and wish we could hack him to pieces. The teachers of the academy are here. Let Teacher Feng and Teacher Wang handle the matter fairly. We want justice." Chen Zhen shouted immediately, and the whole campus soon rang with the cries of "We want justice." Feng Buping gave Yunxiao a look of surprise. He did not expect that this kid, who had achieved nothing and could not practice martial arts, would have such a scheming mind. "Rest assured, everybody," he said in a deep voice, "I'll report this to the dean at once. When we have decided how to handle this matter, I'll give you a satisfactory explanation. Don't worry, sisters," Ruxu said angrily. "If the academy decides that this perverted animal can stay, we'll go and see the dean ourselves. Otherwise, I'll bring the matter to my father. In any case, I'm irreconcilable with this sick freak." Yes, irreconcilable. Some girls who had their undergarments and underpants stolen echoed in shame and fury. Lanfei was really in a panic now. He hurriedly grabbed Wang Feng's arm and said, "Save me, uncle, save me, HMPH. Wang Feng shook off his hand and said coldly, "To wash a pig is to waste both water and soap." He parted the crowd and ditched Lanfei behind as he strode away. Under the current circumstances, he was powerless to do anything. Moreover, if he continued to stay, he might even drag himself into the troubled waters. Lanfei collapsed on the ground under all the accusing gazes. Soon afterward, the academy's decision was out. The evidence of Lanfei's theft of the girls' underwear was conclusive, and the management of the academy unanimously agreed to expel him and never admit him again. Young Master Yun. Early in the morning, Henbai rushed to Yunxiao's dorm. "I've two news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear?" Yunxiao looked relaxed. "The good news must be that Lanfei has been expelled. What about the bad news?" Henbai gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Your foresight is indeed amazing. The bad news is that the chief examiner of this year's annual assessment is Lanfei's uncle, Wang Feng. We're finished. None of us can pass the assessment." Yunxiao sneered. "Finished what? If he's so ignorant, I'll make him scram together with Lanfei." Henbai was instantly astounded. "You're truly savage, young Master Yun, but you better not act recklessly. Wang Feng is, after all, a teacher. Not like Lanfei, who was just a student. HMPH, I don't care who he is, a five-eyed cock or a three-legged feline. What is Lan Shuan doing recently?" Yunxiao suddenly asked. Lan Shuan. Henbai's expression changed as he said bleakly, "You have actually reminded me. Lan Shuan has sent word that he will avenge his brother. We're in real trouble now." "Oh," Yunxiao chuckled, his eyes focused slightly. "That's great." He had been thinking about Lan Shuan's 5-colored divine air stone all the time. After sending Henbai off, he carried his heavy sword and headed toward the gravity chamber. At the time Lanfei was expelled from the academy, an intense examination was taking place on the 4th floor of the Alchemist's tower. Luo Yunsheng stared at a giant tomahawk floating in the air with a serious expression. Under the refinement of the flame, it had been calcined to a red color. Waves of scalding heat emanated from it, spreading out in all directions. Standing in the middle of the room, Yunsheng was soaking wet from the heat, but the few men sitting around her seemed unaffected as they watched the transformation of the weapon intently. The heat waves rippled in the air, but they all stopped when they were several feet from the men, as if blocked by an invisible force. Suddenly, Yunsheng spread her fingers and sprinkled out a cloud of golden dust, which fell around the tomahawk like stars and filled the air with a sizzling noise. The color of the weapon turned brighter as soon as it touched the golden dust, but it seemed unstable, making a series of rumbling sounds. The temperature of the entire room rose to another level. There was a surprise in the eyes of the men in the surroundings, while a few of them began to whisper to each other. Yunsheng's eyes gleamed brilliantly. Although her face looked unusually tired, there was an excitement that could not be concealed from it. Her hands immediately flashed and several seals formed on her fingertips, before transforming into streams of true flame that flew into the tomahawk. The weapon, which was a little violent, suddenly produced a pulling force, devouring all the scattering gold dust. For a moment, the surface of the bright red tomahawk flickered with golden specks as it emanated a steady, heavy aura, giving those around it a feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Condense, fall, with the cries, 2 beams of light flew from her fingertips into the tomahawk, and its scalding heat and the heaviness vanished immediately. Then it began shrinking rapidly, and turned into a mini-axe in the end, falling into her palm. After carefully inspecting the mini-axe in her palm, Yunsheng walked joyously toward the few men and handed it with both hands to the white, bearded old man in the middle as she said respectfully, "Master Su, please have a look." Su Han's gaze lightly swept over the tomahawk as he smiled and said, "It's not necessary. This sun-smashing axe has reached the level of the first tier of the superior weapon. Yunsheng, you've passed the assessment." Pa, pa, pa. The other few men all clapped their hands and looked smilingly at Yunsheng, their faces full of praise. Suhan shook his head and said, "This has nothing to do with you, it's all your own effort. I'm just curious, how did you melt Karmat into red copper? You had failed at this step in the previous assessments." The other men fell silent, all looking at her, puzzled. Yunxiao's youthful face suddenly flashed through Yunsheng's mind, and so did his elegant, leisured voice, because even though red copper's attribute is metal, it is actually inclined more toward the fire element, so it has a great melting ability for Karmat. As a result, many alchemists prefer Karmat when upgrading red copper weapons, but if it contains the sky crystal sand, it's a different story, because the attribute of sky crystal sand is water. It neutralizes red copper's fire attribute, so the more you add, the worse red copper's ability to melt Karmat gets. The solution is quite simple. Treat sky crystal sand as an impurity and use the refinement essence to remove it. I see, Su Han was enlightened. I can't believe it was so simple. Your ability to discover this secret is proof of your superior intelligence. The state of Tianshui now has one more true alchemist. Tomorrow I'll send someone to inform His Majesty. I'm sure he'll be thrilled and throw another feast for his subjects to celebrate for you." Yunsheng flushed slightly, but as her cheeks were already covered in sweat from the excessive consumption of her soul power and primordial qi, that made her look even more attractive. "Master Su, please inform His Majesty that I don't need a feast, because I don't like too much publicity." Yan Lei, who was standing behind Su Han, laughed and said, "This is a great achievement, so how could we not have a feast?" "Yunsheng, you are the most gifted person among the younger generation of the state of Tianshui. In just 3 years, you've made His Majesty give you 2 feasts. For hundreds of years, Lord Yang Dai was the only person I can remember who had that honor. In the state of Tianshui, whenever someone was promoted to a first-tier alchemist or stepped into the 3 powers realm and became a great martial master, the king would host a feast at the palace, inviting all the dignitaries to celebrate. A feast like this had been held 3 years ago when Yunsheng had broken through the 3 powers realm and become a great martial master. At Yan Lei's words, Yunsheng said hurriedly, "You're flattering me, Master Yan. I'm just a lesser alchemist. How can I ever compare with Lord Yang Dai?" Stroking his beard, Su Han chuckled and said, "You don't have to be so modest. Lord Yang Dai is talented, but he also benefited a lot from being a disciple of Lord Gu Feiyang, who was a 9th-tier alchemist. That's his luck if you are lucky in the future. Your achievements might not be lesser than Lord Yang Dai. You just lack a good teacher." When Yunsheng tried to argue, he interrupted her with a slight wave of his hand and said, "Today, the Alchemists Association needs to celebrate as well. We have 2 more first-tier alchemists this year alone. Both you and Jia Rong are the rising stars of our branch in the state of Tianshui." Another alchemist, Su Yunkyo, suddenly snorted coldly and said, "President Su, I agree with you that Yunsheng is a rising star. As for Jia Rong, if I'm not mistaken, he's deeply poisoned now." Everyone was shocked and looked confused. Su Han's face flickered as he asked, "What do you mean by that?" Yunkyo. A strange glint flashed in Yunsheng's eyes. "Master Su, I'll take my leave now." She was very clever. As soon as she saw Su Yunqiao's unusual expression, she knew it must be about some classified information, so she took the initiative to avoid it. Su Han shook his head and said, "Now that you've passed the assessment, you are officially a first-tier alchemist. That also means you are one of the association's core members. You have the right to know everything about the association, so there's no need to avoid it." Su Yunqiao glanced at the crowd as he laughed coldly and said, "I found out that Jia Rong cheated in his last assessment. He used the prohibited material Hell Wind Stone." Everyone's face fell as they glanced at each other. They were all alchemists, so they naturally knew what the Hell Wind Stone was. Yan Lei said with a serious expression, "Su Yunqiao, be careful with your words. I know you don't like Jia Rong, and you've been making things difficult for him since he was an apprentice. But you can't simply accuse him for nothing." "I accuse him for nothing," Su Yunqiao sneered. "I fear that the toxin has already gone deep into his marrow by now. I've sent someone to find out the materials he had bought after he was promoted. They are all antidotes. Moreover, he was secretly looking to purchase detoxing pills with high prices everywhere. You all should know what detoxing pills are. Right, the legendary 4th-grade alchemy pill that can neutralize all toxins. Which is so rare that you can't even purchase one with money. Hee. 5 days ago, he began crazily purchasing various poisonous materials, and since he returned in a hurry, he has been in deep seclusion. I bet he must have been at his wit's end, trying to fight fire with fire. Sadly, the toxicity of Hell Wind Stone can't be relieved so easily, not even with detoxing pills. I reckon he must be completely crippled by now." Su Han's face gradually grew unsightly. Su Yunqiao took out a sheet of paper and handed it to the crowd. "Here's the list of what he had done after he was promoted to a first-tier alchemist. You all can have a look." After a brief glance at the list, everyone had a worried look in their eyes. In the end, the list was passed to Yunsheng. She was slightly shocked, for even the meals Jia Rong took each day were clearly recorded on it. It was obvious that Su Yunqiao had planned this long ago. Now that he had made the move, he must have had every confidence. Jia Rong was probably not going to escape his doom this time. If you still have doubts, we can summon Jia Rong here, and you will know that I'm right just by looking at him. Since he came back 5 days ago, he has been staying in the tower. When he saw most of the people believing in what he said, Su Yunqiao could not help feeling complacent. HMPH, how do you know he's not cultivating in seclusion? Anger flashed in Yan Lei's eyes. He and Su Yunqiao had never liked each other. Since Jia Rong was promoted to an alchemist, he had given up his martial arts training and focused on alchemy. Su Yunqiao sneered. An alchemist's cultivation is mainly to nourish the soul power. Only through continuous refinement can one enhance soul power. He is only a first-tier alchemist, so 5 days are more than enough for him to refine anything. Yan Lei, why are you so protective of him? Are you involved in his use of the Hell Wind Stone? Nonsense, Yan Lei flew into a rage. Stop arguing, Su Han said in a deep voice. Zhang Cheng, bring Jia Rong here. Whatever he is doing, he must come at once. Su Han was the president of Tianshui's Alchemist Association, and also one of the only 2 third-tier Grandmaster alchemists in Tianshui. He was in a position of great reverence, not inferior to even the emperor. The other third-tier alchemist was the chief alchemist of the Imperial Palace, Zhang Qingfen. Their strength was almost on a par. The title of the alchemist was not only a symbol of strength, but also a noble status, the pride of all alchemists. As the president of the Alchemist Association, Su Han would never allow fraud to happen. The look on everyone's face was grave, as if they all realized that a small storm was coming. Soon, Jia Rong followed Zhang Cheng to the 4th floor of the Alchemist Tower, the venue that held the qualification assessment. After greeting Su Han, he nodded to the others. An indiscernible trace of smile emerged on the corners of his mouth when he glanced at Su Yunqiao. Finally, his eyes rested on Yunsheng as he praised. Zhang Cheng just told me that Lord Yunsheng has been promoted to a first-tier alchemist. You're indeed talented. Among the 5 commanders of the State Guardians, your overall strength is considered the strongest. Yunsheng nodded and said, You're flattering me, Lord Jia. The other 4 commanders' strength is far beyond mine. I just had better luck. Jia Rong smiled and made no further comment. Instead, he said loudly, President Su, I was refining in seclusion. May I know the reason behind the hasty summons? Could it be that we are celebrating Yunsheng's promotion? There was a flicker of doubt in Su Yunqiao's eyes. By his inference, Jia Rong's complexion could not have looked this good. He snorted coldly and said, You're really good at faking, Jia Rong. Even now you can pretend as if you're fine. Su Han took out the list and threw it over as he stared at Jia Rong and said, Yunqiao suspects that you used the Hell Wind Stone during the last assessment. This is the result of his investigation into you over the past few days. I need an explanation from you right now. At this moment, his gratitude toward Yunqiao poured forth like a fountain. Su Yunqiao, you old codger, you should be the one who should give me an explanation. He threw the list down on the floor and said furiously, Lord President, if I ever use the Hell Wind Stone, you all can easily detect it. But if I didn't, I need an explanation from this old codger Su. Su Han nodded and said, I will. Now put out your hands and completely restrain your divine sense. We will conduct a thorough examination of your physical condition. Su Yunkeo grinned hideously and said, "You need an answer from me. Let's see how you are going to face your death when we find out your problem." Jia Rong smiled suddenly as he lifted his head proudly and said, "I, Jia Rong, have nothing to hide. You can examine all you want. Come on." He rolled up his sleeves and held out a pair of fair hands. There was a flicker of doubt in everyone's eyes. The pair of hands was as fair as jade, without a trace of corrosion, and Jia Rong seemed to have no fear. Could it be that Su Yunkeo had wronged him? Su Yunkeo's heart gave a jerk as he stared at the hands with wide eyes, and a bad feeling suddenly surged in his heart. How is this even possible? How could he have cured the toxin of the Hellwind Stone? He focused his eyes and sent out his divine sense abruptly. "I want to examine your body thoroughly. Even if you could cure the toxin, there is no way your soul power could reach the level of an alchemist. I'm going to expose you, faker." Right at that moment, almost everyone sent their divine sense into Jia Rong's body. He still had the same fearless look and was staring coldly at Su Yunkeo with a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if watching a clown putting on a show. A moment later, Su Han's face grew stern as he said coldly, "Yunkeo, now I need you to give us an explanation." Panicked, Su Yunkeo said, "How is that possible? He was poisoned by the Hellwind Stone, I'm 100% sure." He frantically swept Jia Rong's body back and forth with his divine sense, and his face grew more and more unsightly. "Hey, have you seen enough?" Jia Rong suddenly cried out in a deep voice as a tremendous soul power exploded out of his mind, slamming hard into Su Yunkeo's divine sense. An invisible force instantly distorted the air. The sudden attack made Su Yunkeo hastily withdraw his divine sense, but his opponent followed him into his mind, causing his soul to shake violently. Puke. Su Yunkeo coughed out a mouthful of his heart's blood as his divine sense was injured. How can your soul power be so strong?" he cried out in horror. A cold and arrogant smile played about Jia Rong's lips as he scoffed. "I'm a genuine alchemist, so my soul power is naturally stronger than those fakers. You." Su Yunkeo felt a surge of anger in his heart, which made him cough out another mouthful of blood. Fine, fine, fine." After saying 3, "fine," in a row, the gleam in his eyes suddenly faded away, and he looked weary and old for a moment, as if all his spirits had leaked out of him like the air in a balloon. Su Han was stunned, and then he breathed a long sigh as he said, "Yunkeo, why do you have to torture yourself with this?" There was an abstracted look on Su Yunkeo's face as he said in a trembling voice, "President, I am already old and weak. I beg your leave to retire and return to my birthplace, so I can spend my remaining years in the countryside. Please approve my request, President." Everyone froze in shock as they realized that Su Yunkeo's divine sense had scattered under the extreme anger, and his soul power rapidly decreased to the level of an apprentice alchemist. Even Jia Rong was slightly surprised, but his heart was filled with unparalleled excitement and joy. He had practiced the soul cultivating technique for only 5 days, and yet his soul power was already strong enough to seriously injure Su Yunkeo. Even though Su Yunkeo was just a first-tier alchemist, he had made a name for himself for a long time, and his soul power had been stable in the first tier. "Young Master Yun, who exactly are you?" Jia Rong was now in complete surrender toward the enigmatic teenager. With such an amazing cultivating technique, he was even willing to be Yunxeo's servant for 50 years, not to mention only 50 days. Su Han shook his head helplessly. Su Yunkeo had lost his strength of a first-tier alchemist, and as he was old, it was impossible for him to recover it. Furthermore, if he were to stay in the Alchemists Association, he would have to always be on guard against the revenge from others, for he had offended many people during his prime. "Just go home and get well," said the president. "Don't worry, I'll inform His Majesty about everything." Su Han breathed a long sigh again, then said in a clear, loud voice, "Due to illness, Master Su has decided to retire and return to his birthplace. From now on, all the old scores between him and everyone else are written off. No one should disturb him for any reason." When he had finished, he fixed his eyes on Jia Rong. Jia Rong smiled faintly as he folded his arms over his chest and said, "I agree with the president." Only then did Su Han feel relieved. The soul power Jia Rong revealed just now was already stable in the first tier, and his future achievements would only be greater. Everyone present knew it was he who had injured Su Yunkeo's mind. Otherwise, the old man would not have his cultivation base dropped due to anger. However, no one would want to offend an alchemist with a bright future at the moment for an old man whose career had reached a dead end. The crowd greeted Jia Rong one after another, a gesture of currying favor. Meanwhile, he wore a kind smile as he returned the greetings one by one, although sneering in his heart. "If I hadn't been helped by young Master Yun, you people would be adding insult to my injury now." "Jia Rong, your progress surprised even me," Su Han said. "I didn't expect your soul power to be so stable even though you've just been promoted not long ago. Help me bring Yunsheng to receive her alchemist badge." Jia Rong received the order with a smile and then took Yunsheng through all the formalities. "Master Jia, I have a bold request," said Yunsheng, as a thought suddenly struck her in the mind. Oh, Jia Rong smiled. Tell me the request, Lord Yunsheng. As one of the 5 commanders of the state guardians, Yunsheng's strength and authority were superior to his, so he was very polite to her. I have a student who cannot practice martial arts due to his physique, Yunsheng said, but he is very interested in alchemy and has gained much knowledge in this field through self-learning. I wish to find him a good teacher. I wonder if Master Jia had ever thought of taking in a disciple. While frowning, Jia Rong said, take in a disciple. Lord Yunsheng, you yourself are an alchemist, and your strength is not weaker than mine. So why do you have to ask me? Alchemists had very strict requirements when taking in disciples, and they never gave in even for the children of dignitaries. Unless the candidates were extremely talented, they would never take in any disciple. His identity is a little special, Yunsheng sighed. As the commander of the state guardians, it is not appropriate for me to become his teacher. To be honest with you, he is the eldest grandson of Duke Jingguo, the natural son of General Feilong. I see, Jia Rong said, enlightened. I've heard that Duke Jingguo's eldest grandson is a martial arts idiot, and because of that, he was the laughing stock in the capital a few years back. Lord Yunsheng, you should know that a martial arts idiot has a weak physical quality, and that makes it difficult for him to achieve any success in alchemy as well. Yunsheng nodded and said, yes, I know that, but this student does have something special about him. Even if he can't become Lord Jia's personal disciple, I hope you can give him some simple guidance, at least to let him become an apprentice alchemist, which is the only way for us to keep our promise to Duke Jingguo. Jia Rong's eyes darkened as he said coldly, in this case, I'll meet this student, but he has to go through a soul power test. If he reaches the minimum standard of an apprentice alchemist, I'll take him as my personal disciple. It's all for Lord Yunsheng's sake. Jia Rong nodded slightly and said impatiently, when you are free, bring him to a soul power test. I'll take him as my disciple if he is qualified, but if he doesn't meet the minimum standards, he won't have to see me. Looking at Jia Rong's back as he left, Yunsheng thought, he's the youngest alchemist and has a great future. By letting Yunxiao follow him is a way of me repaying the favor, and at the same time, will ease Duke Jingguo's mind. I just wonder what's the situation with that kid's soul power. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. That's all I can do. 3 days later, it was finally time for the Academy's annual assessment. After the assessment was the annual 2-month holiday. The students who passed would be promoted to intermediate class in the next semester, while those who failed would have to pack their things and leave the campus. Every year, a large number of students from powerful families were eliminated, while most of the poor students passed. After all, once they failed, what awaited them was a fate of being completely reduced to mortals, so every one of them cultivated like madmen. The assessment was held in the largest martial arts arena of the academy. It was one of the iconic buildings within the campus, and its construction was presided over by the former president of Tianshui's Alchemists Association, Lord Yang Dai himself. Built with several kinds of extremely rare ores, the arena, covering an area of over 1,000 meters squared, looked magnificent. Not far from the arena was the most striking structure in the campus, giant statue of Gu Feiyang. With one hand rested on the hilt of the sword, the statue looked out into the distance with a knowing smile at the corners of his mouth. It was forged by Gu Feiyang's student, Yang Dai, after he died 15 years ago. Yunxiao stood still in a corner, looking up at his own face. His thoughts seemed to have crossed the layers of the void and become one with his past life. Well, Yang Dai is kind of thoughtful, Yunxiao muttered to himself with a wry smile. He looked a little dispirited, though. Just then, 2 students walked past him as they gave him a look, then began to discuss with one another. I can't believe you've condensed primordial chi and become a warrior after only a few months in seclusion. Haha, it's all for the assessment. You should know that warriors can go straight to the elite class in the intermediate grade. Yeah, I know that. By the way, I'm screwed because I've only opened 2 chakras. Do you think I'll be eliminated? Don't worry. As long as you have opened 1 chakra, you can be promoted to the next grade. Look at that guy, the legendary young master of the Li family, the typical loser. He's the one who will be eliminated. Are you sure the young master of the Li family will be eliminated? Of course. What do you think this place is? This is the Jialan Academy. Even His Majesty has to obey the rules if he's here. Damn it. Yunxiao cursed, but he would naturally not argue with these lesser people. He walked quickly to the arena, where he found a large number of students gathered, many of whom were here to watch. They were pointing at the students who were about to be assessed and talking with one another. Young Master Yun, why are you so late? Henbai walked over to him. Yunxiao frowned and asked, why are there so many people? Henbai snorted coldly as he glanced at the onlookers. They are here to watch us. As you know, our class has always been called the trash-stricken class, and these students from the poverty-stricken class are all here to witness how many of us would leave. More than a dozen people have given up this assessment and packed their things to go home. Yunxiao looked around him. Sure enough, there were a lot fewer people. All those who could join their privileged class had great backgrounds in the empire. Even if they could not become warriors, they were still well provided for and had bright futures. So the students in their class, although few in the academy dared to provoke, were quite unlikable. Many people love to see them make fools of themselves. Don't squeeze over to my place. I came here first. Don't be so stingy. Let's share the place together. It's rare to have a chance to watch them make fools of themselves. How many students of the trash-stricken class do you think will remain after the assessment? Maybe 1 in 5. There are 60 students in that class. But only some 30 have come. I think half of them will be eliminated. Do you guys want to bet? Each of us will give a number, and the closest one wins. Sure, 12. So optimistic. I say 9. Just as the arena rang with the clamor of the onlookers' excited voices, Wang Feng's voice suddenly echoed out. Almost all the examinees are here. I'll not wait for those who haven't. They are disqualified. Teacher Luo is in secluded cultivation. So I will be the one who will preside over your assessment. He glanced coldly at the crowd, then suddenly smiled wickedly and said, I'm going to slightly change the rules this time. In the past, those who had opened their chakras or could throw out a punch with a force of over 1,000 caddies were considered to have passed. But this year, you need to be able to do both in order to pass. Otherwise, you are disqualified. His cold gaze casually swept across Yunxiao. He knew the latter must already have the strength of over 1,000 caddies, because he had beaten Lanfei. A glimmer of coldness flashed through Yunxiao's eyes as he stood still. Although the new rule had aroused much discussion, there was no objection. This was because all the students in the class were the children of dignitaries, who had either opened their chakras and had the strength of over 1,000 caddies, or could not open any chakras and lacked the strength to even truss up a chicken. None of them would cultivate the technique of strongmen and become the kind of existences who had great strength but could not open a single chakra. Who wants to be the first? Wang Feng glanced coldly across the crowd, and his eyes finally fell on Yunxiao. Even Shang Yuanqing, Du Feng, and a few others were staring coldly at him. Since Lanfei was expelled, this group of students had lost their leader and were now led by Shang Yuanqing. But the strength Yunxiao had shown that day was too amazing, such that none of them dared to provoke him anymore. HMPH, what are you looking at? Do you want me to blind you with my finger? Yunxiao glared back at them and then walked out of the crowd. Frightened by his threat, Shang Yuanqing and the gang bowed their heads immediately, but their eyes were filled with a venomous look as they cursed in their hearts. Looking at Wang Feng contemptuously, Yunxiao sneered, You will only pass us if we have opened chakras and show a strength of over 1,000 caddies. Open your eyes and watch carefully. A green light bloomed from his heart chakra as he walked forward with a cold grin. With every step he took, another chakra opened, emitting bright light like colorful clouds. Root chakra, sacral chakra, crown chakra, rays of light burst forth from his body, covering him in a myriad of colors and making him look like a god. 7 I can't believe he has opened all 7 chakras. How is that possible? I thought he was a piece of trash. You are telling me that a famous loser is now only 1 step away from the origin realm. Wang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He had originally thought that Yunxiao had relied on some pills or the technique of strongmen to defeat Lanfei. After all, it was known to the world that he could never cultivate due to damaged meridians. How could he have unclogged his meridians? I remember the Li family had once invited a 4th-tier alchemist to cure him, but to no avail. Now look carefully. A punch with a strength of over 1,000 caddies is nothing. Yunxiao suddenly stepped out, and the ground paved with diamond rock shattered with a boom into lines that looked like cobwebs. He leaned back slowly, then threw his fist out as fast as lightning, landing it straight on the strength-measuring rock. Boom! A loud explosive noise rang out in the center of the arena as the force burst toward the strength-measuring rock. Amidst the shocked, dull glances of the crowd, Yunxiao slowly withdrew his fist. A deep dent about the size of a watermelon was clearly marked on the rock's surface. Impossible. He left a mark on the ground with his foot and another on the rock with his fist. I thought this was something that only a warrior could achieve. Look at that mark. Even a warrior who has just made a breakthrough cannot do that. He must have used some kind of martial technique. Many students found it hard to believe, especially those from the distinguished class. Their eyes all grew wide, as if this was the first time they met Yunxiao. Although mentally prepared, Han Bai and Chen Zhen were still deeply shocked when they witnessed Yunxiao's body emit the light of the 7 chakras before throwing out a punch with a strength of over 1,000 caddies. Meanwhile, the faces of Shang Yuanqing and the gang were deathly pale. In the face of such powerful strength, how could they have the courage to stir up trouble again? I can't believe you've hidden your strength so deeply, Li Yunxiao. Ruxu cried out excitedly. The person with the most unsightly expression in the arena was none other than Wang Feng. He was cursing Lanfei in his heart for being unable to perceive Yunxiao's real strength. Is everyone satisfied now? Yunxiao glanced around coldly, and everyone he looked at lowered their heads. Finally, he rested his gaze on Wang Feng and sneered, Teacher Wang, I'm very busy and will be leaving first. It was like a slap in the face. Wang Feng flew into a rage, but there was nothing he could do, so he said mockingly, Don't think you've achieved something great after opening the chakras. Let me tell you, this is just the rudiment of martial arts. Yunxiao gave him a contemptuous look as he laughed and strode away. It made Wang Feng so mad that his primordial qi was boiling within him, but he could not do anything to Yunxiao. Instead, he forced the primordial qi into his feet, causing the ground to shatter. Yunxiao's laughter came to an abrupt stop when he reached the arena's edge. Ahead of him stood a man in white clothes who was looking at him with a smile. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lan Shuan, a graduating student and the leader of the Shuan gang." As soon as he mentioned his name, all the students in the surroundings had shocked looks on their faces. An air of superiority that could not be concealed played about his face. He was curious to see how amusing that look of dismay and panic would be when Yunxiao heard his name, but he was soon disappointed. Yunxiao had seen all kinds of posturers, so he pointed out his index finger and said in disdain, "HMPH. Good dogs don't block the way. You." Lan Shuan flew into a rage and almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. No student in the academy had ever dared to talk to him like this, let alone in front of so many people. His anger shot out of his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed as he managed to regain his composure. However, his body was getting more and more stiff and unnatural. "Well, I won't fuss about that with you. I came here today for my good-for-nothing brother. Oh, a big dog has come after I've beaten the small dog. You, are all the members of the Li family as uncultured as you? Uncultured my A's. After all these years of fighting between our families and the deaths of so many people, as well as me even crippling your little brother, you come to reason with me. If you're not an idiot, what are you? I've had enough of your nonsense, little beastard. I'll make you regret coming to this world." Lan Shuan could no longer maintain his cool and cursed in rage. "Hee, that's more like it. A ruffian will always be a ruffian. So why posture? I'm not arguing with you. I'm here to give you a letter of challenge." His face was livid with anger as he pulled out a letter, on the surface of which was written a character of challenge with golden ink, and flung it over to Yunxiao. Their confrontation soon drew the attention of everyone present at Wang Feng's assessment. Their eyes lit up as soon as they heard that there was a letter of challenge, and they all pricked up their ears, listening attentively. Lan Shuan held up his head and sneered. "It wasn't a big deal when my brother and you were fighting. It was nothing but a game between kids. However, my good-for-nothing brother had done something that caused an uproar. Well, he deserved to be expelled for that. But as his eldest brother, I can't just turn a blind eye to him. I have to teach you a lesson." In the distance, Wang Feng almost coughed out a mouthful of blood when he heard that, his face flushed red with anger and eyes spewing fire. To offset the negative impact of Lanfei's incident, he had been secretly spreading word that Lanfei was wronged and framed by Yunxiao. But just as many people began to believe it, Lan Shuan actually came forward and confessed that his brother had indeed done it. It made all his efforts go to waste, and Lanfei's chances of coming back to the academy were completely gone. Moreover, his reputation in the capital was ruined, and he could never lift his head again. Lan Shuan, on the other hand, had earned himself a good reputation by standing up for his brother. Not only would this make his lackeys more loyal and submissive to him, but the members of the Lan family would also think higher of him. He had killed 2 birds with 1 stone, so it was Lanfei who did it. I thought he was wronged. I thought so too at the beginning, but now even his eldest brother has admitted it. I was taking a shower in the bathhouse with him last time. It makes me shudder to think about it now. I think you better be careful. You are a member of the Xuan gang. Xuan gang? What's wrong with Xuan gang? Why should I be careful? Nothing. I just heard that such a quirk seems to be hereditary. The voices of all sorts of comments spread out in the air. Wang Feng was so angry that his chest was about to burst. Lan Shuan, you're so ruthless. Lan Shuan's face was covered in a triumphant smile, and his heart was filled with so much joy that it seemed as if a flower was blooming. Pointing a finger at Yunxiao, he cried out loudly, "You have 2 choices, kneel down here and swear you will never touch my family members again, and bow and give way whenever you see my family members in the future. Alternatively, fight me and let me completely cripple you, and then you will kneel down and beg me for forgiveness. Think it over. I suggest you choose the first one, because it was not easy for you to cultivate to your current level." Wow, this is so savage. If he chooses the first one, can he still hold his head high and stand tall in the future? That's right. But if he doesn't choose that, he will be dead meat fighting Lan Shuan. Whether face or life is more important, it all depends on Yunxiao's choice. Ruxu rushed over while fuming. "Lan Shuan, you've gone too far. You're a graduating student, and I heard you become a 9-star warrior, just 1 step away from becoming a martial master and joining the state guardians. And yet, you're challenging an apprentice warrior who is not even a warrior. Do you have no shame?" Yunxiao sneered. "When the younger brother is gay and has a quirk of stealing girls' underwear, the elder brother is not far from that. The apple never falls far from the tree, and since when did the Lan family have any shame?" Lan Shuan blushed, but he immediately roared with laughter. "If you lack the courage to make a choice, say it. Why do you have to hide under a woman's skirt? So this is the eldest grandson of Duke Jingguo, the firstborn of General Feilong. Ha my A's. Pooh." Yunxiao spat a lump of phlegm straight toward Lan Shuan's face, which flew with such a great force that it even whistled through the air. Lan Shuan was furious, but since he could not block the phlegm with his hand, He was forced to dodge it by stepping aside. In the eyes of the onlookers, he was making way for Yunxiao. With a sardonic look on his face, Yunxiao walked over, then raised his middle finger and said, "Although you have no shame, I accept your challenge. 3 days later, I'll beat you to your knees in this martial arts arena and make you lick my shoes." Ruxu also said hurriedly, "No, Yunxiao, you can't blow off in a fit of pique." Yunxiao felt warm in his heart. Although he had been in a muddle for 15 years and achieved nothing, he had found himself a few true friends. In his previous life, he had stood at the pinnacle of the continent, but he was all alone. He smiled at the three of them. That sunny smile on his face immediately influenced Chen Zhen, Han Bai, and Ruxu, soothing their anxiety in a flash and making them believe 100% that he would win the fight. They were stunned, frozen in place, and could not figure out why they had such a strange, impossible feeling. Lan Shuan froze as well, and his face was livid with rage. He never expected Yunxiao would take up the challenge so readily. Fearing that the latter might go back on his words, he hurriedly said, "Remember what you've just said. If you don't show up in 3 days later, there will be no more place for you in Jialan Academy." Yunxiao strode away without looking back, his faint laughter filling the air. "Don't worry, I won't wash my feet for 3 days. You." Lan Shuan gritted his teeth as he watched Yunxiao walk away. "You can only talk. If I don't cripple you completely 3 days later, I'll eat my hat." The smile on Yunxiao's face melted away and a murderous look flashed through his eyes. "The enmity between the Li family and the Lan family has been going on for decades. I will start from you little beastards, and then uproot the whole Lan family when the time comes." Just like that, he left the campus, heading straight to the Alchemist Association. The lobby on the first floor was still bustling with activity. Yunxiao glanced around and saw an apprentice alchemist concentrating on concocting some potion. A faint medicinal smell drifted over, and he knew it was a powerful potion, one that could temporarily increase a warrior's strength. It was the annual assessment of the academy now, and these things sold like hotcakes. The apprentice was fusing his soul power into the vessel to balance the conflicts between various medicinal properties, while adding other things into it from time to time. Yunxiao smiled, and he could not help but warn the apprentice, "You've added too much cross-refining grass. You need to add a dust flower to neutralize the medicinal properties. Otherwise, it will explode in 5 breaths. The apprentice looked up, and when he found that he did not know this guy, he said grumpily, "What do you know?" "Don't disturb me, 3 breaths, 2 breaths." Yunxiao counted in a faint voice. Finally, when he said 1 breath, the apprentice's face fell as the calm potion in the vessel suddenly boiled and exploded with a boom. This, the apprentice was utterly struck dumb. It was not a huge explosion, and he merely got splashed all over with the potion. An incident like this happened dozens of times a day in the lobby, so no one paid him any attention. How did you know I've added too much cross-refining grass?" The apprentice asked in surprise. "I smelled it. I am looking for Jia Rong. Can you inform him for me? You smelled it." The apprentice had an obvious look of disbelief on his face. "Master Jia Rong seems to be in seclusion all the time, and I have no right to go to him." Just then, a beautiful figure walked over and asked with great concern, "You failed again, brother. Are you hurt?" The apprentice shook his head and said, "I'm fine, just wet. It's just that I've wasted these ingredients." "Oh, I'm such a failure." Looking at the beautiful girl, Yunxiao smiled and said, "Miss Lu Yao." Lu Yao turned and said in surprise, "Ah, it's you." Yunxiao assumed a gentleman's look and said, "It's my pleasure to have a beautiful girl remembering me." Lu Yao chuckled. "Master Liang spoke highly of you after he read your prescription." Master Liang spoke highly of him. Lu Yao's brother, Lu Yu, exclaimed, "Are you an alchemist?" "I used to be, but not at the moment." "I wish to see Jia Rong, so can you please inform him for me?" "Pretty lady." Lu Yao was a little shocked. "Master Jia Rong, he's just come out of seclusion. Come with me." Then she turned to Lu Yu and said, "Don't give up, brother. Try a few more times and you will have succeed eventually." "Perhaps I don't have the gift to become an alchemist," Lu Yu said bitterly. "It is only a simple strengthening potion, and yet I can't make it even after I've tried more than a dozen times. The ingredients are very expensive, and we have no more money to waste like this. Besides, I'm not young anymore. I plan to find a family and join them in the next few days." That startled Lu Yao. "Don't do that, brother. You have to believe in yourself. In my heart, you are the best." Lu Yu's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed again. "You've been working hard to earn the money for my studies all these years, and I don't want to be a burden on you anymore. When all these ingredients are exhausted and I still can't produce the strengthening potion, I'll give up." Suddenly, Yunxiao laughed and said, "Add 3 less cross-refining grasses, and if the potion's color is too light, add a crossing cloud mushroom. Believe me, you can do it. Are you an alchemist? Haven't I told you just now?" "I used to be, but not at the moment." Lu Yao said encouragingly, "Brother, just try what he said." Even Master Liang praised him for the prescription he brought here the last time. After pondering for a brief moment, Lu Yu said, "Fine, I'll give it a try." Yunxiao smiled and then followed Lu Yao to the second floor. This was the first time Yunxiao came to the second floor, but as all the alchemist towers in the continent had the exact layout, he did not find the place strange. Soon, they came in front of a door, and Lu Yao carefully knocked on it. Jia Rong's impatient voice immediately rang out, as if his cultivation was distracted. Lu Yao's heart skipped a beat as she said in apprehension, "There's a young man who calls himself Young Master Yun looking for you." Young Master Yun, a shocked voice echoed out, followed by a series of clanging noises as if many things were being knocked over. In the next instant, the door flung open. Young Master Yun, with a look of reverence on his face, Jia Rong hurriedly stepped aside and made way for Yunxiao. Lu Yao was stunned and her face was covered in a look of disbelief. What happened to Master Jia Rong, who was always so proud and lofty? Why was he so polite to a young man? No, this was not politeness, but reverence. His expression was even more reverent than when he met the president. Yunxiao smiled and told the frozen Lu Yao, "You may leave us now." After Lu Yao left in a hurry, Yunxiao strode into the room. It was spacious and packed with all kinds of refining equipment and arrays. There was only a small resting area in a corner, where a few fine leather couches and a small bed were placed. The alchemist's glorious status was acquired through their day and night cultivation. Although there was luck behind every alchemist, perseverance and hard work were a must as well. Young Master Yun, not only has my soul power fully recovered, but I've also made a breakthrough. A real breakthrough, Jia Rong said excitedly. Since he made the breakthrough, he had no one to talk to. And now he had finally found someone who could listen. Why are you getting so excited over such a little thing? Yunxiao glared at him. I've no time to listen to these trifles. Come talk to me when you've broken through into a 6th-tier alchemist. It was a piece of great news for the entire state when someone became a real alchemist, and yet it was only a trifle in Yunxiao's eyes. Jia Rong's face turned blue when he heard that, but when he heard the last sentence, his eyeballs almost popped out. Sixth tier, a grandmaster, he cried out in astonishment. How's that possible? I'm not so gifted. Yunxiao said indifferently, of course you're not so gifted, but with the soul cultivation technique I've taught you, you can still achieve that. Jia Rong was completely crazy this time as he muttered to himself, 6th tier, I can get to the 6th tier. You didn't lie to me, did you? Yunxiao frowned and said coldly, don't forget who you are. What makes you think you are worthy of me lying to you? The 6th tier is just a rudiment in my eyes. Anyhow, I need you to help me refine a few pills. Yes, beads of cold sweat broke out of Jia Rong's forehead. The 6th tier was just a rudiment. Although this young Master Yun was mysterious, he must be boasting. Yunxiao nodded and said, one is an origin-impacting pill, and the other is an origin-blasting pill. An origin-impacting pill and an origin-blasting pill. Shocked, Jia Rong said, these two pills are infinitely close to the 2nd tier. I've just been promoted to the 1st tier. I'm afraid I can't refine them. Yunxiao sneered, with me here, what are you afraid of? Prepare the ingredients, I have no time to waste. Jia Rong froze. Is young Master Yun going to guide me in pill refining? Could he also be an alchemist? But how's that possible? Although he was grumbling in his heart, he did as Yunxiao bid. Soon, he got someone to bring him 3 sets of ingredients for both pills. I only need one for each pill, so why did you prepare 3 sets of ingredients? Yunxiao asked. Jia Rong smiled wryly. This young Master Yun is indeed not an alchemist, for he doesn't know about the success rate of pill refinement. He explained a 1st-tier alchemist can refine a 1st-tier pill with a success rate of over 60%, and not 100%. The success rate of refining this kind of a pill, which is infinitely close to the 2nd tier, is even lower. In fact, I don't think 3 sets of ingredients are enough either, but there are only 3 sets in stock, and I've asked someone to find more for me. Yunxiao snorted. Wordless, he went straight to the refining equipment and glanced at them as he said, let's begin. You will do the work as I tell you the steps. Jia Rong found it hard to believe, but he held back the doubts in his heart and began the pill refining process under Yunxiao's guidance. The process of refining pills was to blend the properties of various herbs with soul power, and the most important and difficult step was to balance the medicinal strength. Purify the herbs first. Jia Rong sent out his soul power. A set of ingredients were sorted immediately and then placed into different vessels according to Yunxiao's request. With that, the purification process began. As time went by, Yunxiao scolded with uncountable uses of the terms fool and idiot, and Jia Rong lumped them with clenched jaws. He was in a complete muddle throughout the entire refining process. At first, he was memorizing the steps and methods, but at the later stage, all he could do was follow the instructions mechanically, almost completely exhausted. That's enough, retrieve the pills. Yunxiao's order was like an amnesty granted to Jia Rong because he could not hold on any longer. Hurriedly, he withdrew his soul power and shot out a stream of primordial qi from his hand. With that, 2 pills spun a few times in the air before falling into his grip. An origin-impacting pill and an origin-blasting pill. I did it. I really did it. Jia Rong was trembling all over, and he did not feel tired at all even though his soul power was exhausted. And I refined both at the same time. Oh heavens, what have I done just now? How's this even possible? He exclaimed excitedly. The resentment he had from being scolded during the refining process was gone as well, and he actually wished he could be scolded, idiot and fool, by this young Master Yun every day, as long as he could receive his guidance. Yunxiao took the pills from him. After glancing at them, he frowned and said, why is the purity so low? You've refined such trash, and yet you still have the nerve to shout. Jia Rong's eyeballs almost popped out, and he was about to say, "You're not an alchemist. How would you know the meaning of being able to refine these two pills?" When he suddenly remembered that all his refinement was carried out under Yunxiao's instructions. He would not believe that this young Master Yun was not an alchemist even if he were beaten to death. Now, Yunxiao was not only an alchemist in his heart, but also an existence that went beyond his knowledge. He instantly shut his mouth at the thought, and when he recalled what Yunxiao had said previously about him advancing to a sixth-tier alchemist, he could not help but begin to believe in it, and his body was shivering with excitement. "By the look of you, you're almost totally exhausted. It looks like I have to purify them myself. So troublesome," Yunxiao grumbled, "but if it is only purification, my soul power of an advanced apprentice level is more than enough." He wrapped the pills with his soul power and moved them over the array, performing an incantation gesture with both hands. With that, tendrils of yin flame shot out of the array and began burning at the pills. Per purification, Jia Rong was struck dumb instantly. "Finished pills can be further purified. I thought only ingredients can be purified." Yunxiao was too lazy to explain to him. Instead, his hands flashed in incantation gestures as he carefully controlled the burning over the array. Jia Rong widened his eyes and dared not blink at all. He had never seen any of Yunxiao's refining hand seals, but each of them gave him a familiar feeling as if they contained something deep. He felt that it was something very important, but he could not grasp it no matter how hard he tried, which made him scratch his head in panic. "Done. Phew." Yunxiao placed both purified pills in his palm and gave them a look. As if he was still not satisfied, he sighed, "This is the best I can do now. My soul power is too weak." With the origin impacting pill, he was confident that he could break through into the origin realm in 3 days so that he could defeat Lan Shuan, who was a 9-stars warrior. And to be on the safe side, he also prepared himself an origin blasting pill for later use. A total of 72 hand seals, Jia Rong murmured under his breath. He was working hard to memorize the hand seals when he casually glanced at the purified pills in Yunxiao's palm, and what he saw blanked his mind. "Flawless pills," he blurted out. In addition to the classification by grade, medicinal pills could also be classified by purity. Generally, when a pill's purity was over 90%, it was called a flawless pill. However, besides the alchemist's skill, the formation of a flawless pill depended on some luck as well. Not only could Yunxiao purify finished pills, but he could also turn them into flawless pills. The shocking fact froze Jia Rong's brain instantly, making him forget to memorize the 72 hand seals. He stood dumbfounded in the room. Things that surpassed his common sense had happened one after another on this day, leaving him utterly bewildered. By the time he finally came back to his senses, he found that Yunxiao had left, leaving him extremely regretful. He hurriedly took pieces of paper and a pen, writing down all his doubts and questions. Yunxiao stuck out his thumb and gave her an encouraging look as he left the Alchemist Association, returning to the campus and beginning to cultivate in seclusion. With his current strength as a peak-level apprentice warrior, he had no fear of Lan Shuan, but if he had to defeat him, he would have to condense primordial qi and step into the origin realm. Punching above one's weight was not something unusual, however. If the gap between their ranks was too large, no skill or technique could overcome that. The primordial qi of a 9-stars level warrior was too strong for an apprentice warrior to defend against. Over the next few days, both Han Bai and Chen Zhen had looked for him several times, but all in vain. No one expected him to be in the gravity chamber for 3 days without leaving. In the dean's office of Jialan Academy, Zhang Lishan's old face bloomed into a smile as he listened to Yunsheng's recent performance. "I can't believe you've become an alchemist. Haha, in hundreds of years you can be considered as the strongest after Yang Dai." But he put on a straight face and growled, "Why didn't you inform me right away about something so important? I knew nothing about it until the invitation to His Majesty's feast arrived. Do you still take me as the Dean of Jialan Academy?" Yunsheng smiled embarrassingly. "I didn't expect His Majesty's invitation to come so soon. As I've just made the breakthrough, my soul power is still not stable, so I was stabilizing it in seclusion over the past few days. I had planned to inform you once I came out." Zhang Lishan waved a hand and said, "Leave it at that. Among all the younger generation, you are my favorite. You are 21 this year, and yet you have achieved 3 stars of the 4 quadrants realm, as well as become a first-tier alchemist. You have a limitless future. I plan to inform everyone during the feast that I will promote you as the Vice Dean of Jialan Academy." "Vice Dean," Yunsheng said shockingly. "How can that be?" The dean interrupted her. "If not you, I can't think of anyone else. There are indeed some old freaks in the academy whose cultivation base is higher than yours, but they are old, and you are cultivating soul alongside. Moreover, you are one of the 5 commanders of the state guardians. Only when you take up this position would the others be convinced." Yunsheng was silent, fearing that Zhang Lishan would be offended if she kept on rejecting. As a result, there was a sudden hush in the office. Suddenly, a burst of noise came through the window, and she saw many students heading toward the martial arts arena. What's happening? Why are the students heading to the arena? She asked in surprise. It's a little bit funny, Zhang Lishan said with a smile. One of the students from your distinguished class, Li Yongxiao, has accepted the challenge of a graduating student, Lan Shuan, who is also the leader of the Shuan gang. They will be fighting each other in the martial arts arena over Lanfei's incident. Li Yongxiao has accepted Lan Shuan's challenge. Lanfei's incident. Yunsheng cried out. What happened during my absence? Zhang Lishan gave her a brief account of what happened, and once he had finished, he snorted and said, These distinguished children are getting out of hand in the academy. It may not be a bad idea to let them fight each other. I can't believe Lanfei was expelled. Yunsheng was stumped for a moment, and then she hurriedly said, No, I have to stop them. Li Yongxiao is a loser who couldn't even open his chakra. He can never defeat Lan Shuan. He's looking for abuse. Zhang Lishan's eyes flashed with surprise. A loser who couldn't even open his chakra. Yunsheng, both you and I were deceived by this young Master Yun. 3 days ago, he had opened 7 chakras and thrown out a punch with a force of over 1,000 caddies during the assessment in the martial arts arena. Hee. I didn't expect this brat to have such a scheming mind, hiding his strength so deep. I reckon he must have broken through into the origin realm by now. Li Yongxiao can throw out a punch with a force of over 1,000 caddies and may have broken through into the origin realm. Yunsheng was utterly dumbfounded now. How's that possible? He couldn't have hidden his strength from me. Could it be that he had made the breakthrough over the last few days? No, it can't be. That would be even more absurd. She turned abruptly and went for the door. I won't allow it to happen, she said in a deep voice. Even if he did break through into the origin realm, he is still no match for Lan Shuan. Lan Shuan ranks 3rd on the minor power chart, and I fear he's only 1 step away from becoming a martial master. Yongxiao's figure in class that day flashed through her mind. She always had a feeling that he was very different from the past, and his bright eyes even made her feel ill at ease. It was because of his guidance that she was able to smoothly become a first-tier alchemist, and for that, she could not let him be crippled by anyone. Zhang Lishan was a little surprised. I'll come with you and see what is the level of the students nowadays. Rank 3rd on the minor power chart. Interesting. In the 10-fold gravity chamber, Yu Hezheng could not help saying, Landuo, that piece of trash is going to fight Lan Shuan today. Are we really not going to watch it? Landuo's eyes flashed with disgust. She was getting less and less fond of Yu Hezheng. You go then, I'm not free. Lan Shuan is only 1 notch below brother Lin on the minor power chart. So that clown is only making a fool of himself. But Lan Shuan is no better, for he only picks on the weak. Only brother Lin and Bai Qingfeng are the true experts in my heart. Yu Hezheng felt a bad taste in his mouth when he saw the beaming look on her face as she mentioned Lin Yu. Since you're not going, I'll go myself. I've always wanted to see how that piece of sh dies. Looking at Yu Hezheng's back as he left, Landuo said disdainfully, he cannot defeat Li Yongxiao, so he enjoys when someone else is beating him. I can't believe this Yu Hezheng is such a wimp. Just as Yu Hezheng was being teleported away from the gravity chamber, her eyes caught a familiar figure who dragged his tired body into the teleportation array as well and vanished. The figure, in addition to his weariness, gave her a sense of loneliness and pride which startled her. Unable to contain her shock, she murmured, Li Yongxiao. There were already a large number of students gathered in the arena. The first row was fully occupied by the members of the Shuan gang. Each of them crossed their arms over their chests, and their bodies emanated powerful auras that kept anyone from getting close. The tactic they used was to overawe the opponent before the match had even begun and strike fear into his heart. But to their disappointment, even though they had emanated their auras for half a day, Yongxiao was nowhere in sight. They were all tired and sweaty and could not hold on any longer. Is that brat coming or not? I won't be surprised if he's not. Losing his honor is better than losing his life. The crowd was discussing among themselves, and some were cursing Yongxiao in their hearts for deceiving them. Lan Shuan's face was also a little blue as he sat there in the arena listening to the clamor around him. In the end, he simply closed his eyes and waited. Fatty, do you think Yongxiao will come? Ruxu had butterflies in her stomach. A part of her hoped that he would come, but the other part thought otherwise. I don't know, I've not seen him for days. Could it be that he has fled? Henbai said as he suddenly thought of this possibility. Chen Zhen froze for a moment, then shook his head and said, absolutely impossible. If so, then he is not worthy of being the heir of the Li family, much less worthy for us to follow. A man can die on his knees, but not live with shame. Those words agitated Ruxu as she said angrily, what are you talking about? Don't you have anything nicer to say? Look, that piece of trash is here. Just as everyone was getting impatient, a voice rang out. The crowd quickly turned their heads and then saw beneath the statue of the martial sovereign Gu Feiyang there stood a figure in green clothes, who was completely enveloped in the light of the rising sun. He had a carefree look as if he was going for an outing, and he was even humming a little tune. Wow. He did show up, a hero, what a brainless guy who only acts on impulse. He's dead today. Lan Shuan is a peak 9 stars warrior. How many moves do you think this guy can withstand? How many moves? I'll consider him amazing if he's still alive after the first move. The students who packed the arena parted to give Yunxiao way while most of them had a gloating look on their faces. Get out of my way. Ruxu pushed her way out of the crowd in a huff and rushed to Yunxiao. You are a fool. Why are you here? Go back right now or he will kill you. What are you thinking? Young Master Yun, Chen Zhen was there too. Yunxiao felt a slight warmth in his heart. At least he had a few friends who cared about him. Suddenly, a figure flashed before him. It was Yunsheng. Don't be mischievous. Get out of here right now. The challenge is cancelled, she shouted angrily. What cancelled? Everyone was shocked and began to swear. No wonder this brat looks so fearless. Apparently he has such a trick up his sleeve. Fouquet, he has disgraced the Li family. He had long disgraced his family for being a piece of trash, so it's not a big deal for him to do it once more. All sorts of curses drifted over, causing Chen Zhen and Han Bai's faces to turn blue, their bodies shaking with rage. Miss Luo, this is a duel between two students. How could you cancel it on their behalf? A teacher named Xuan Ping rose to his feet abruptly and said, besides, you are from the State Guardians. It seems inappropriate for you to intervene in this matter. The duel had attracted many teachers here. It was not because of the disparity in the strength between two students, but their unique background, which just happened to represent the two major powers in the state of Tianshui. The teachers in the academy were not completely neutral, and many were actually affiliated with one of the major powers. As for the State Guardians, they were Tianshui's strongest armed forces, directly under the leadership of His Majesty the King. Yunsheng's eyes sparkled with a bright gleam as she stared at Xuan Ping and said coldly, I only know that since Li Yunxiao is my student, I have the obligation to protect him. What faction are you from that makes you say that? Xuan Ping's face flickered, then simply shook his head and said, I don't belong to any faction. However, as the teachers of the academy, it is inappropriate for us to intervene in the duel between students. We have to be fair and just, not siding with anyone. I'm your student, Teacher Luo. Why are you always defending Lan Shuan? Yunxiao said before Yunsheng could even open her mouth. Teacher Shuan is right, you have to be fair and just, and not siding with anyone. You may all leave us now. I can cripple him in just minutes. Yunsheng and others were struck dumb. Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? Was he scared out of his wits by the scene? While they were still stunned, Yunxiao had already stepped onto the arena, walking step by step toward Lan Shuan. He is a fool. Yunsheng stamped her foot in anger. There was nothing she could do to stop the duel now, so she began to watch the arena intently, ready to come to his rescue at any moment. She would not let him get crippled in any way. I thought you were too afraid to come. Lan Shuan mocked in a cold voice as he stood up. Do you think you can prolong your sense of existence by saying a few more words? You're dreaming. Yunxiao shouted coldly as he took a step forward and a force spread out of his body. Warrior, this lad has really made a breakthrough and become a warrior. Yunsheng's heart was violently shaken. Although Zhang Lishan had told her so, witnessing it with her own eyes still gave her a great shock. She was sure that Yunsheng was still a loser a few days ago with no chakras opened. How's that possible? I can't believe this brat is a warrior of the origin realm. The students outside the arena were astounded. Yu Hezheng, who was among the crowd, felt as if he was struck by a hammer, his heart filled with a profound shock. No wonder my good-for-nothing brother was no match for you. Really know how to hide your strength. Lan Shuan sneered, but your good luck has come to an end today. His aura surged in a flash and waves of force poured out of him. The surrounding air seemed to be affected and began to spin rapidly while the students near the arena could feel a faint pressure. He is indeed a peak 9 stars warrior. This Lan Shuan is truly amazing. I think he will be able to break through into the two-force realm in less than 2 months and become a martial master. Xuan Ping was full of praise in the audience. How many moves do you think this Li Yunxiao can hold up? How many moves? Another teacher said with a laugh, look at the contrast between their auras. I think he will be crushed as soon as they clash for the first time. Even Commander Zhao Chen was praising and expressing his intention of recruiting young Master Lan Shuan when I saw him the last time. Oh, Xuan Ping's eyes lit up as he said happily, young Master Xuan is only 1 step away from becoming a martial master, so for him to become a member of the State Guardians is a done deal. Well, if this Li Yunxiao is still alive after withstanding the first strike, he would be a real marvel. Wang Feng, who was at the side, was silent with a glum look in his eyes. Although he was also from the fraction of the Lan family, he was only on his nephew's side. Now that his nephew was expelled, he felt extremely depressed when looking at his competitor stealing the show. He wished that Yunxiao could bring him a big surprise by crippling Lan Shuan completely. But he knew on the inside that it was just a silly dream. One move, I don't think so. Zhang Lishan, who had not spoken a word since he arrived, stared at Yunxiao's steps on the arena as he said meaningfully, his eyes gleaming, you all have underestimated this Li Yunxiao. Perhaps there is something worth looking at in this duel. The rest of the teachers were all startled. Even Yunsheng was a little shocked and bewildered. She looked up and saw Yunxiao approaching Lan Shuan slowly. His movements were very sluggish, as if he could hardly move a single step under his opponent's pressure, and it cost him a great amount of energy to take each step. Of all the people present, Zhang Lishan was the only one who had a vague feeling that something was wrong. As a martial king of the 5 elements realm, he he had noticed something strange in the air around Yunxiao, and he could feel as if the whole void seemed to vibrate with each step Yunxiao took. For a moment, he seemed to have an illusion that the surrounding rules of heaven and earth appeared to be beating with Yunxiao's pace, as if it were alive. He sucked in a cold breath at the thought. How's that possible? But this kid's pace is definitely a kind of mystic art. At least it has set the surrounding auras into motion, making their frequencies the same as his pace. What an advanced martial technique. With Zhang Lishan's hint, Yunsheng seemed to have noticed something as well, and she was lost in thought. Loser, how are you going to fight me when you can hardly take a step under my pressure? Lan Shuan laughed contemptuously as a large amount of primordial qi crazily poured into his right hand. Rings of qi waves rippled out, spinning like vortexes on the sea. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I will beat you to your knees and make you apologize. I'll make you and your family never get your heads up again for the rest of your lives. Lan Shuan planned to win the duel with one move so that he could establish his prestige. Passing cloud sword technique, spinning star palm. As soon as he pushed his palm forward, the surrounding natural energy frantically rushed over and formed a cyclone that blotted out the sky and land before swooping down toward Yunxiao. He uses his palm in place of a sword and makes it look like a spinning star. Amazing. Xuan Ping could not help cheering. Some of the other teachers, although unaccustomed to his naked flattery, showed a look of praise in their eyes as well. But Zhang Lishan, who was staring at Yunxiao, had his face growing serious. With a sneer on his face, Yunxiao suddenly concentrated all his primordial qi on his feet and kicked them at the ground. His body blurred into motion in a flash and leaped into the air while the floor paved with hard diamond rocks was crushed to pieces. What's happening? He's so fast. Lan Xuan's face flickered. He did not expect that Li Yunxiao's speed was fast enough to escape the cover of his palm strike. Trying to flee. You're dreaming, he cried out in both shock and fury while moving his right palm. The cyclone suddenly expanded with that motion and the range of attacks increased by several times. As Yunxiao was in mid-air, there was nothing he could do to dodge the attack. HMPH, moonwalk, nether swap, just as everyone's eyes were wide open to see how he would defend against the move. His body suddenly turned into a shadow and moved a few feet across the air in a strange posture. He had dodged the attack. How's that possible? What is this movement technique? Was he walking in the air? Lan Xuan's pupils constricted and his eyeballs almost popped out. While all the people were gaping, Yunxiao took a step in the air as if he was walking and he did not fall down. Moreover, with that step, some kind of force seemed to be triggered in the void, causing everyone's heart to shake slightly. Zhang Lishan's pupils constricted abruptly as he lurched to his feet in shock. The others might not be aware, but he clearly saw that this step was the continuation of Yunxiao's previous paces. Both the frequency and timing were exactly the same. In other words, he avoided Lan Xuan's attack not because he could not resist it, but because he wanted to complete the strange set of steps. As he took this last step, the rhythm between heaven and earth began to move with him. Suddenly, shafts of golden light burst out of him, and as he fell from the sky, the auras between heaven and earth seemed to be drawn over rush madly into his body. It gave everyone the impression that the sky was collapsing, and all the auras were converging on him. He's borrowing the force of heaven and earth. Zhang Lishan gasped with astonishment as his eyes stared straight ahead. He finally understood the purpose of Yunxiao's set of steps was using it to muster the force of heaven and earth. Yunxiao's aura grew stronger and stronger like a meteorite from outer space, while his hands flashed in incantation gestures and numerous residual shadows emerged around him. At this moment, 3 golden hand seals materialized, and then innumerable forces frantically poured into them from the surroundings, making them glow brighter and brighter. Life passes like a dream, a mark left by a goose claw in the snow, he cried out in a faint voice. 3 masses of golden light fused into one, landing on the ground like a meteorite. With that, a huge golden palm seal descended from the sky. Floating life seal. I can't believe it is the floating life seal. Zhang Lishan's eyes were filled with undisguised horror. With Yunxiao's current strength, there was no way he could use this technique, so he had to muster the force of heaven and earth to complete it. But oh borrow, the force of heaven and earth requires not only skill, but one's understanding of it. Even I couldn't find a way of doing it. How did he do it? Zhang Lishan was somewhat absent-minded as he stared blankly at the golden seal. Could he be Yang Dai's disciple? This is Lord Yang Dai's floating life seal. Yunsheng was struck dumb instantly as she murmured to herself, how is this possible? He is only a 1-star warrior. How could he have the ability to use the floating life seal? What's his relationship with Lord Yang Dai? Everyone was thoroughly frozen. Situation in the arena changed so quickly that no one could adapt to it. None of them had ever seen such a grand martial technique with this level of soaring aura. All of them were staring with wide eyes, their minds blank. While the crowd was utterly thunderstruck, Lan Shuan was completely petrified in the arena. Even though the palm seal had yet to arrive, its heaven-shaking might had already crumbled his fighting will, turned his clothes to ashes in a flash, and caused his skin to crack with bloody lines. Boom, the seal crushed down onto Lan Shuan's body and exploded into a blinding golden light, knocking him flying away like a balloon that suddenly had its air leaked. Streams of blood shot out of his body as he was thrown dozens of meters away and then slammed into the ground, shattering the diamond rocks. Phew, Yunxiao took a deep breath as he finally landed on the ground. His face was pale and blue, and his body was trembling slightly. The strike had exhausted all his primordial chi, and the force of heaven and earth he borrowed had vanished as well. Total silence reigned over the arena. The crowd was still chattering noisily when he used the nether swap, however. All mouths were shut as soon as he used the floating life seal. At that moment, they had predicted Lan Shuan's defeat. However, when it did happen, it still made everyone gape with wide eyes. The young master of the Li family, who had never shown any talent and was called a loser, had defeated the leader of the Xuan Gunga Peak 9 Stars warrior, who was ranked the third on the minor power chart with only one move. And it was a convincing defeat with no ambiguity. The floating life seal that borrowed the force of the heaven and earth had been deeply imprinted into everyone's mind, unable to be erased. At this moment, everyone was gaping at the completely unexpected result, including Zhang Lishan, Luo Yunsheng, Wang Feng, Qin Ruxu, Chen Zhen, Han Bai, Yu Hezhang, and all the members of the Xuan gang, their minds totally blank. Yunxiao's face was extremely pale as he began to breathe heavily to regain the strength he had exhausted. The tactic of borrowing the force of heaven and earth just now could only be used when fighting these lower-level warriors, because it took too long to prepare. The battles between higher-level warriors were fast-paced, and no one would give someone such a long time to borrow the power. He walked step by step with a grim expression toward Lan Shuan, who was sprawled like mud in the distance. How could that be? Defeated? I can't believe Lan Shuan was defeated and in such a miserable manner. So badly mauled all over. Heavens, he is a 9 stars warrior, and that Li Yunxiao is only a 1-star warrior. How could their strength be so different? Zhang Lishan was a little confused too, but his pupils suddenly constricted. Stop it. His voice rang out like a great bell, shaking the minds of all the students present. Yunxiao's foot was stepping toward Lan Shuan's dantian when he heard Zhang Lishan's loud shout. His eyes flickered with a bright gleam as he sneered. As I said, no one can save you. Even though he was lying on the ground with a serious injury and unable to move, Lan Shuan was conscious. As Yunxiao's foot grew larger and larger in his pupils, his heart swelled with immense fear. Crazy, this guy is crazy. He even dares to disobey the dean's order. Isn't he afraid of being expelled? Save me, save me. Who will save me? Boom. The foot stamped him in the dantian with a powerful force, and a beam of light exploded out from his abdomen. Meanwhile, the force went through him and came out from his lower back, ripping the clothes on his back to pieces. Puke, a mouthful of heart's blood sprayed out of Lan Shuan's mouth. His body instantly became feeble like a shrunken balloon, and his spirit and consciousness vanished in a flash. He had completely passed out. The entire audience was dumbstruck. Lan Shuan was crippled. Li Yunxiao had broken his dantian and thoroughly crippled him. When a warrior's dantian was broken, he was crippled for life unless he had a legendary holy medicine that was level 7 or above. Zhang Lishan was in a daze. Even at his speed, he wasn't able to save Lan Shuan. He landed a dozen meters away from the two students and watched with a blank look on his face. He felt at a loss for the first time in years. Yunsheng sucked in a cold breath and sprinted up to the arena as well. When she saw Yunxiao walking toward Lan Shuan, she cried out, "What are you doing?" Everybody was stunned. Yunxiao had already crippled Lan Shuan, so what else did he want? Yunxiao jerked his foot up and brought it down in a flash. Half of the soul was shoved into Lan Shuan's mouth, breaking all his teeth and ripping his mouth. As a result, blood gushed out and covered his face. Lan Shuan was already in a coma, but his nerves started to twitch instinctively. The scene frightened everyone and sent shivers down their spines. "You are too cruel." Boy, Zhang Lishan flew into a rage while his figure blinked and sprinted over. "HMPH, I said I'd beat you to your knees and make you lick my shoes. I haven't washed my foot for 3 days. How's the taste?" Narrowing his eyes, Yunxiao reached out a hand and performed a grabbing gesture, pulling the 5-colored divine air stone pendant Lan Shuan wore on his waist into his grip. It was what he had his heart set on. After that, he kicked Lan Shuan up like a bag of trash and sent him flying toward Zhang Lishan. Boom! Without so much as looking, Zhang Lishan sent Lan Shuan flying again with a slap and then landed in front of Yunxiao like an angry lion. His anger burst out in an instant and formed into a domineering pressure in the air that crushed down onto the other's body. "He's already crippled. Why are you still so cruel? HMPH, this is a duel of life and death. And it's up to us to decide who lives and who dies. It's none of your business. It's none of your business." Yunxiao's voice echoed in the arena, leaving everybody completely stupefied. No one had ever dared to speak to the Dean of Jialan Academy like that, not even His Majesty the King of Tianshui, the President of Alchemist Association, the Commander-in-Chief of the State Guardians, or any of the most powerful men in the state. Zhang Lishan froze for a moment and then laughed out in rage, "Haha, it's none of my business. Boy, do you know who I am. You are Zhang Lishan, the Dean of Jialan Academy and a martial king. Yunxiao sneered. At the age of over 100 years old, you are only a martial king, and yet you still have the nerve to show off. If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. Everyone sucked in a cold breath at the same time. This brat was crazy. He was really crazy. An individual who had stepped into the five elements realm was known as a martial king. The #1 expert of Tianshui was scolded for having a weak cultivation base. Zhang Lishan exploded with anger and bellowed, "Die." The pressure emanating from him loomed in the void as if it were real, crushing down like a mountain and making Yunxiao's face fall instantly. Under the pressure, his body trembled violently as if it were about to be crushed into a pulp, like a leaf that could be blown away at any moment in the storm. He glared at Zhang Lishan and snarled, "Old codger. You are over 100 years old and yet you bully me. A 15-year-old boy. You are a martial king and yet you bully me. A mere warrior. If I don't die today, I will make you pay back 100 times in the future." Zhang Lishan's expression changed drastically, and his heart was filled with an immense shock. He could not believe that this little one-star warrior could still hold his head high and not kneel under a martial king's pressure. And what made him even more frightened was the fact that Yunxiao was emanating a fighting will in the face of him, who was a martial king, which even he did not dare to underestimate. What kind of stubbornness and fighting will was this? What kind of unyielding soul was in this boy's frail body? In the distance, Yunsheng's panic changed to shock. The unyielding look in Yunxiao's eyes had deeply shaken her heart. What is this feeling? Why does his stubborn look give me such a familiar feeling? Her eyes became a little blurred, and a deep doubt hung between her eyebrows. Suddenly, a glimmer of gold flashed before her eyes and she turned around in a hurry. 100 meters away from the arena, the statue of the martial sovereign loomed high above the world, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Gu Feiyang. I can't believe his expression and demeanor are identical to Lord Gu Feiyang. Yunsheng looked at Yunxiao in horror. Under the pressure of a martial king, his eyes were still shining like stars, and he still wore a smile on his lips. His imperious and lofty demeanor made her heart tremble profoundly. She felt that her eyes had become blurry, as if the figure of this 15-year-old teenager had overlapped with that peerless martial sovereign who once roamed the world freely and overlooked all lives. Puke. Yunxiao could not hold on at last and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes blazed with anger as he said, "Old codger, just because you are a martial king doesn't mean I can't do anything to you. I'm going to hit you hard even if the cost is my life." With that, he took out the origin blasting pill which he had prepared as a backup and swallowed it. In an instant, strength poured through his body like a spring, and his aura began to soar. Zhang Lishan was terrified. The pressure he emanated was already at its peak. A martial master, or even a great martial master, would have yielded by now, not to mention a one-star warrior. Do I really have to bully the weak by being strong, using the strength of a martial king to bully a warrior? Even if I do make him yield, my reputation would be gone completely. Just as his mind was wandering, he suddenly felt an indescribable aura emanating from Yunxiao. There was no more emotion in his eyes, and his gaze had become indifferent. What is this? He was startled, and he had a feeling that could not be expressed with words surging into his heart. Yunsheng, too, noticed the changes in Yunxiao's aura. Suddenly, she felt a breeze blow past and looked up to see a cloud gathering in the sky, which was cloudless previously. At this moment, Yunxiao lightly lifted his hand. Her eyes flared with astonishment as she cried out, "A great wind comes forth, the clouds rise high." How's that even possible? The dean's heart gave a jerk at Yunsheng's loud cry, and his eyes were filled with immense shock. As a martial king of the five elements realm, he naturally felt the uncomfortable feeling in the surroundings. Looking up at the sky, he murmured to himself, "The wind and clouds are rising, they are really rising." In the face of a one-star warrior, the forehead of Zhang Lishan, the #1 expert of the state of Tianshui and a martial king, began to drip with cold sweat. Who exactly is this boy? This move, could it be Lord Gu Feiyang's great wind and cloud palm? When the wind and clouds rose, the world was stirred. Yunxiao's thin figure was like a mountain that stood towering and unchanging forever between the heaven and earth, and the wind and clouds were rising at his will. The wind and clouds rise high all because of me. Many years ago, the vanquisher martial sovereign Gu Feiyang had suppressed 10 9-stars martial sovereigns, with the great wind and cloud palm on top of the sea of clouds over the snowfall peak of Shengxiao Temple, and even teased Kongyanth, Lady Master of the Temple, 3 times. Then he roamed freely in the temple's forbidden places and showed disdain over everyone and everything. Such a feat had been made into a story that would be told for thousands of years. Stop it. Zhang Lishan shouted and immediately dispersed all his aura. He could already tell the changes in Yunxiao's aura after consuming the origin blasting pill, and he knew such a pill that could boost one's strength in an instant had a serious side effect. He was not afraid that this boy would hurt him, even if that was indeed Gu Feiyang's great wind and cloud palm. He had no fear of it, as it was used by a mere one-star warrior. However, as Yunxiao knew not only the floating life seal, but also the great wind and cloud palm, it was very likely that he was connected to Yang Dai. If these two techniques were indeed taught to Yunxiao by Yang Dai, then he would not be able to explain himself to Yang Dai if he hurt this boy. The #1 expert in the state of Tianshui, the martial King Zhang Lishan who treated everyone, including the king of the state, with contempt, had a glimmer of fear in his eyes when he thought of Yang Dai. Students fought with one another at their own will. You've injured Lan Shuan and I've nothing to comment about it, but you shouldn't be so cruel. I'll let it pass considering this is your first offense, but there won't be a next time. When he finished, his figure flickered and then instantly vanished from the arena. Since he could not hurt this boy, staying here any longer would only frustrate him further. What? All the students and teachers were frozen. Since when has the dean become so affable? Anyone who had offended him in such a way, even if they were princes or princesses, should have been sent flying away by him with a slap. Meanwhile, Yunsheng came back to her senses at last. Her eyes flashed with a bright gleam as she pretended to be angry and cried out, "Hurry up and disperse the power." The power of the origin blasting pill spread out, and Yunxiao was flushed all over like an erupting volcano. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Old codger, you're lucky to run so fast." He put his palms together and sat cross-legged down, unmoving like a mountain. The violent aura rushing out of him instantly calmed down and began to wheel around him in a certain pattern, while his complexion was returning to normal at a rate visible to the naked eye. Yunsheng blinked in amazement. Yunxiao's pose seemed to contain some sort of rule that made her ponder over, and yet she could not grasp. But there was a faint feeling in her heart that it was an extremely powerful rule. Knowing that many parts of martial arts require extraordinary insights and that opportunities were rare, she immediately sat cross-legged down and stared at Yunxiao as she began to meditate. After a series of shocking events, the whole arena was filled with loud discussions while all kinds of expressions appeared on different faces. Han Bai and others were worried about Yunxiao, but they were stopped by Feng Buping. To maintain order, Feng Buping even forced the crowd to disperse, not allowing anyone to stay in the arena. Soon all the students were chased away, while Yunxiao and Yunsheng were the only two left in the arena. They sat cross-legged face to face, both in meditation with closed eyes. Suddenly, a light appeared on Yunsheng's body, then slowly converged on her eyebrows and bloomed like a lotus flower. The aura around her flickered rapidly with the light and seemed to be absorbed by her. In the distance, Xuan Ping looked shocked as he muttered to himself, "Did she just make a breakthrough? I can't believe she has advanced another level again." Yunsheng only felt that the bottleneck in her cultivation was gradually dissolved as she contemplated over Yunxiao's strange pose. By the time she discovered it in horror, the bottleneck had been completely broken through, and a stream of primordial qi gathering from all directions was pouring madly into her body, washing through her meridians. She knew she had advanced another level, but the way she made it was puzzling. She had not yet grasped much of that strange rule, and yet it had promoted her to a higher level. What was going on with this Li Yunxiao? What heaven-defying cultivation technique was he practicing? Holding back the shock in her heart, she carefully controlled the primordial qi inside her to circulate one full round within her body and eventually converge it into her dantian. She immediately felt her mind turn empty and bright, while a sense of strength that she had never felt before surged through her. When her cultivation base got stable, she finally opened her eyes slowly. She was startled as soon as she opened her eyes. At some point in time, Yunxiao had woken up and was staring at her with wide eyes and a smile. Her face suddenly blushed as she snapped shyly, "What are you doing?" Yunxiao was puzzled. "What did I do?" "Congratulations on teacher Luo's advancement to a higher level." Yunsheng calmed her pounding heart and suddenly noticed something unusual. Staring at Yunxiao, she exclaimed in horror, "You have become a 2-stars warrior. You are a martial lord of the 4 quadrants realm, and it's 100 times harder for you to get to the next level than me. But even you have broken through, so why are you so surprised when I, a mere warrior, have advanced to the next level?" Yunxiao laughed. Yunsheng felt that talking to this lad would be too much for her heart to take sooner or later. "Don't play games with me," she put on a straight face and said angrily. "How many days have you been a warrior for? I found that the world has changed even though I was in seclusion for only 5 days. I want an explanation for all this. My injuries aren't healed enough to stand up to teacher Luo's interrogation," Yunxiao cried out. "I'll explain to you after I get back to rest for half a month and am fully healed." Yunsheng's eyes flashed with hesitation when she looked at the mess and blood all over him. "All right, but I'll only give you 3 days. Meet me at the office in 3 days. Why is this little girl so domineering and unreasonable?" Yunxiao said to himself as he watched Yunsheng leave, his face smiling. "But she's got a great gift that deserves to be cultivated." Yunxiao did not stall at all. The impact of the battle on him was enormous. Initially, he had already broken through into the origin realm after he took the origin impacting pill, but there was still a large amount of medicinal strength left in him. Through the impact of the force of heaven and earth on his body, the residual medicinal strength was completely dissolved, which was why he had advanced to the level of 2 stars after the battle. As he had just advanced after the battle, the first thing he should do was stabilize his cultivation base, but he vaguely felt that the medicinal strength in his body had not been fully digested. Hence, he went straight to the gravity chamber after he left the arena. He was now able to move freely at 10 times the force of gravity, so the gravity chamber was just right for him to temper his body. As soon as he arrived in the gravity cultivating hall, many students recognized him instantly. They were too frightened to get too close to him, and no one dared to fight with him for a chamber. He teleported to the tenfold gravity region, found a chamber, and walked right in. It just happened that Luo Landuo was coming out from another chamber. She was surprised to see Yunxiao and was immediately stunned. What's going on? He looks very energetic. Didn't Lan Shuan cripple him? That's not Lan Shuan's style. While she was puzzled, dozens of students in the public area seemed to breathe a sigh of relief at the same time as Yunxiao entered the chamber, and then a buzz of discussion reached her. His aura is so strong. I don't even dare to come within 3 meters of him. I don't think you want to get too close to him. He defeated Lan Shuan with one move, and if you're within 3 meters of him, his aura will crush you right away. In my opinion, even Bai Qingfeng and Lin Yu, both of whom are ranked on the minor power chart, are no match for him. I've just heard from the infirmary that Lan Shuan's meridians are all broken and his qi has collapsed. Unless there's a grade 5-9 nether qi condensing pill, he'll be a cripple all his life. Really, this guy's so cruel. It's not as if you didn't know that teacher Ku in the infirmary is a first-tier alchemist. How could he be mistaken? And he is my cousin's uncle's second brother-in-law's uncle's neighbor's son's 7th wife's sister-in-law's elder brother. How could he possibly deceive me when he is so closely related to me? He won't even give the dean face. What a ruthless fellow. Don't provoke this savage guy, my friends, or no one will be able to save you. While the crowd was still chattering, Landuo's head was abuzz. All she heard was, defeated Lan Shuan with one move. She felt like she was in a trance, and the images before her eyes seemed unreal as a thin figure flashed through her mind. 5 days later, in a chamber within the tenfold gravity region, a faint milky white aura wrapped around Yunxiao while his body was curled up and posed like a baby in his mother's womb. His breath was so weak that it seemed as if he was not breathing at all. However, the pores on his skin were opening and closing, inhaling and exhaling on their own. It was a very clever way of adjusting the breath, which could let an individual return to the innate realm and enter the fetal state. He appeared to be sleeping on the surface, but the qi inside his body was surging like a great river, several times more powerful than ordinary meditation. It was unknown how much time had passed when his closed eyes suddenly flicked open, and he exhaled a stream of filthy air while his eyes sparkled. I'm now a peak 2 stars warrior, and it will take only 3 more days to make a breakthrough in the fetal technique. But he frowned slightly as golden dots rose in his mind and condensed slowly. A golden script emerged in the void within his mind, comprising of undecipherable text that looked like tadpoles, flickering and vanishing repeatedly and never taking shape. This great expansion divine technique is so mysterious that it is not only impossible to be written down, but also extremely difficult to take shape over my spiritual altar, no matter how hard I contemplate over it. Nevertheless, every attempt has increased my soul power by a lot. Although soul cultivation techniques are rare, I've read more than 10 of them, and I've never seen anything so mysterious. He let out a deep breath and said resolutely, anyway, martial arts can be practiced at any time, but it's very rare that my soul power has grown to this level. Now the key is to take this opportunity and become a first-tier alchemist. Just now when he was about to reach the peak 2 stars warrior stage, his soul power had also condensed to a certain extent. Meanwhile, under his contemplation, the great expansion divine technique appeared more complete than usual. Therefore, he decisively gave up practicing martial arts and began to concentrate on tempering his soul power in his mind. With the emergence of the great expansion divine technique, more and more golden dots appeared in his mind, and they cast a golden glow over his entire spiritual altar. In his previous life, Yunxiao was a 9th-tier alchemist, so he naturally knew that the time had come. He instantly flickered his divine sense, and all the golden dots immediately rushed crazily toward the center, as if a black hole had appeared and was devouring everything. Condense. He opened his eyes abruptly, streaks of golden lightning floating in them before slowly dispersing. A few moments later, his eyes returned to their normal state, bright and clear. Ha, I've finally regained the first-tier's soul power. Now I can craft weapons and all kinds of potions myself. Yunxiao's figure flashed out of the chamber and into the teleportation array. When he returned to his dorm and was about to open the door, a thought struck his mind. He then turned around abruptly and was about to leave. Why are you leaving? Come back here. A voice came from inside his dorm and the door was opened with a squeak. Yunsheng was staring at him coldly with a hint of anger on her face. Li Yunxiao, have you really taken my words as a puff of wind? It has been 5 days. Why haven't you come to see me? A trace of cold sweat seeped out of Yunxiao's forehead as he laughed embarrassedly and said, How I had forgotten about it as soon as I began cultivating. Peak 2 stars warrior. It has only been 5 days since you advanced to 2 stars. Yunsheng's expression suddenly changed when she felt the faint primordial chi wave coming from Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao, she said in a deep voice, I know you must have had some strange encounter. But the discipline of martial arts lies in persistence. You must not, for the sake of speed, risk yourself by taking some pills with serious side effects or you will harm your future. She mistakenly thought that Yunxiao had consumed some strength-boosting pills. Otherwise, he would have never progressed at such a terrifying pace. Yunxiao felt a slight warmth in his heart. He knew she was saying this for his own good, so he said earnestly, Teacher, you can rest assured that I've never taken any pills whatsoever. A look of incredulity flashed across Yunsheng's face, but he did not look like he was lying when she saw his clear and bright eyes. Hence, she was relieved and said, Good, now I think you should give me an explanation. Explanation? What explanation? Yunxiao suddenly slapped himself in the head. Oh, I just remembered that I have something very important to do. I have to go now, see you next time. Yunsheng's cold, murderous gaze fell upon him in an instant, sending shivers down his spine. Realizing that he could not escape this time, Yunxiao said with a wry smile, What do you want me to explain? Teacher. She fixed her eyes on him and found that this good-for-nothing student, who had never attracted her attention before, had become increasingly difficult to understand, especially after the duel. How did you learn Lord Yang Dai's floating life seal and Lord Gu Feiyong's great wind and cloud palm? Before I entered the secluded meditation, you were just an ordinary student who hadn't even opened any chakra. But when I came out 5 days later, you had become a 1-star warrior. What happened? The pose you used to suppress the origin blasting pill in your body that day, what cultivation technique is that? And you've previously told me the secret of leveling up a red copper weapon in the classroom. How did you know it? A series of questions shot out of her red lips, giving Yunxiao a headache. Well, what does the dean think? Yunsheng glared at him and said, The dean's analysis is that you were taught by Lord Yang Dai. He thinks that Lord Yang Dai had taught you all these heaven-defying martial and alchemy techniques. Yunxiao laughed. The dean is so clever, getting it right at the first guess. It's just like he said. It made sense to push everything on Yang Dai. After all, Yunxiao was not afraid of confronting him. In fact, he wished they could meet as soon as possible. Bullshit. A rude remark burst out of Yunsheng's mouth and startled Yunxiao. Staring coldly at him, she said, Others might not know this, but I do. First of all, despite being the head of the state military who holds great power, your family has never had any contact with Lord Yang Dai. Secondly, as far as I know, Lord Yang Dai doesn't know the great wind and cloud palm. How do you know Yang Dai doesn't know it? Yunxiao asked in surprise. Yunsheng's mind seemed to wander, but then she immediately shook her head and sighed. Well, since you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Initially, I was worried about you and had thought of a way for you, but now it seems my worry was unnecessary. Still, you have to come with me. I've found you a master in the Alchemist Association. He said he wants to see the result of your soul power test before deciding whether to accept you as a disciple. What? You found me a master? Yunxiao's eyes grew wide as he said hurriedly, No, I can't do it. I know my soul power very well, it's too rubbish. It's not up to you to decide whether your soul power is rubbish or not, said Yunsheng coldly. I've agreed with him, and you've no idea how hard it was for me to get him to accept my request. You must go, willing or not. Giving him no chance to argue, Yunsheng dragged him and started off in the direction of the Alchemist Association. Who is this expert? Yunxiao cried out, You want me to take him as my master? Is he worthy? Yunsheng went blank for a moment, then she scolded angrily. He is the most promising alchemist in the association. It had taken me a great effort to get him to accept my request while others didn't even have a chance to ask him. So you better not mess this up. Listen to me. Even if you specialize in martial arts, it would be of great benefit to your attainments if they were supplemented by cultivating your soul. As for who that man is, you'll know when we get there. Yunxiao fell silent as he was slightly surprised. Average warriors would not understand the complementary relationship between cultivating qi and soul. It seemed to him that this Yunsheng was not only very gifted, but must have been taught by some expert. Just like that, he was half dragged to the association. As soon as they stepped through the door, Yunsheng immediately found Jia Rong answering questions of the apprentices in a corner. He was already surrounded by many people. She pushed her way into the crowd, emanating her martial lord's aura. As a result, the people around her stepped back with angry faces. Paying them no mind, she simply cried out, Master Jia, I'm looking for you. Do you still remember the student I mentioned to you last time, the young master of the Li family, Li Yunxiao? I've brought him here. Yunxiao was dumbfounded. She actually asked Jia Rong to be my master. Oh, you're here, Lord Yunsheng. Jia Rong said in an indifferent voice without even looking up. Go to the lobby and find an apprentice to test his soul power first. All right, Yunsheng nodded and turned around. Li Yunxiao, come outside with me. Yunxiao followed Yunsheng with a bitter look on his face and was about to go out when a surprised voice rang out. It's you. Yunxiao gave her a thumbs up and said with an encouraging smile, Tell your brother that he's got a pretty good gift, and if he keeps it up, he'll make it one day. The little beauty was so emotional that she put her palms together in front of her chest. Her lovely appearance caught the attention of many people around them. Yunxiao laughed and said, hee hee, you want to thank me? That's easy, just marry me. Blushing, Lu Yao giggled and said, don't be facetious. After working as a waitress for several years in the Alchemist Association, she had seen all sorts of people, both good and bad, and flirting was nothing unusual to her. So she naturally did not take Yunxiao's words seriously. However, at this moment, her heart suddenly gave birth to a glimmer of anticipation, which surprised even herself. Li Yunxiao, do you have any idea where this is? How dare you harbor such an evil intention and flirt with a girl? Yunsheng growled, slapping him on the back of his head. So his name is Li Yunxiao. Lu Yao repeated the name in her heart. Yunxiao did not dare to dodge, so the slap landed squarely on his head. With a bitter smile on his face, he said, when did I do that? Can't you see it was she who was flirting me? Bah, Lu Yao blushed with shyness. She was embarrassed to stay here further, however brazen she was, so she quickly turned and walked away. Hurry and come out with me for the test, Yunsheng said grumpily. If you don't pass, wait and see how I'll punish you. Their conversation immediately drew the attention of many, especially the students who were listening to Jia Rong's lecture. They all frowned with a hint of anger in their eyes. Lectures by alchemists were a rare opportunity to learn because they only happened once in a blue moon. However, whenever an alchemist made a breakthrough, there would always be a public lecture. Hey, you two, get out of here if you want to argue. An apprentice alchemist could not take it anymore. He was already in a fret as he was standing at the back of the crowd and could not hear the lecture very well. Sorry, we're leaving now, Yunsheng said apologetically. She was aware of how rare it was for these students to be given a lecture by an alchemist. She whacked Yunxiao on the shoulder and shouted, get out of here. Her voice attracted many sidelong glances, while Jia Rong, who was lecturing in the corner, frowned and looked up as he said coldly, what's the matter? The students, who were listening attentively, came to their senses and turned their heads together to glare at the two troublemakers. Jia Rong was slightly displeased as well. He knew it was Yunsheng, but he felt that she did not show him any respect. He was about to put on airs, and his eyes were shining brightly when he saw Yunxiao, who was following behind her with a drooping head like a frozen eggplant. Young Master Yun, Li Yunxiao. Young Master Yun, Li Yunxiao. He suddenly seemed to be struck by lightning as he repeatedly cried out these two names in his hearts. He was utterly dumbfounded. Master Jia, there are two fools making trouble here. I'll drive them out now. An apprentice alchemist stood out voluntarily. Fools, Jia Rong repeated the word under his breath. Suddenly he shuddered, then hurried over and sent the apprentice flying away with a slap. Fools my A's, he growled. Do you know how hard it is for him to come all the way here to study? Do you think you can match his eagerness to learn? Do you think you can match his perseverance? Everyone was struck dumb. Many of them had to slap themselves in the face and look at the student who was slapped far away on the ground. Only then could they come to their senses and realize what they just saw was real. Young Master Yun. Jia Rong rushed up and greeted him carefully. Master Jia. Yunsheng was a little surprised, but she immediately smiled and said, you can just call him Li Yunxiao. You don't have to be so polite to him. Pa. She gave Yunxiao a quick whack on the back of his head and said angrily, why are you still standing there? Master Jia has come up here and offered you a greeting. Return the greeting. The whacking sound was like a direct blow to Jia Rong's heart, making him almost cough up blood. Fuming with rage, Yunxiao bowed his head and cried out, greeting Master Jia. Jia Rong was taken aback, and he hastily moved to one side. Although Yunxiao only bowed his head, it seemed to him as if he were going to bow low. How dare he accept this bow? So he jumped to the side like a scared kitten. Yunsheng felt somewhat strange when she saw Jia Rong's movement. I'm going to bring this kid for the soul power test. No need, there's no need for the test. Jia Rong waved hurriedly and was at a loss of what to do. No need. Yunsheng was shocked, then she gave the back of Yunxiao's head another slap and said angrily, you impolite kid, you've angered Master Jia. Apologize now. After that, she turned to Jia Rong and explained, this kid is ignorant of the world, which is why he lacks the manners. I hope Master Jia can forgive him. Jia Rong's mind was blank and he almost dropped to his knees. As he was soaked all over in cold sweat, and even his cheeks were covered in beads of sweat, he slapped himself in the face and said in a broken voice, Lord Luo, please don't whack him anymore. I was mistaken. Young Master Yun has a great gift, and he doesn't need any soul power test. Now, not only Yunsheng, but even Lu Yao in the distance was struck as dumb as a piece of wood, completely baffled. Meanwhile, the apprentice alchemists who were listening to Jia Rong's lecture had their jaws falling to the floor. Yunsheng said blankly, he has a great gift. Then would you take him in a haste? Jia Rong said, yes, I'll take him as my disciple. But as soon as he had finished, he felt what he said was not proper. And when he looked over, he saw Yunxiao staring coldly at him. Shivering with fear, he said hurriedly, no, I was mistaken again. I won't take him as my disciple. Master Jia, you are behaving very strangely today. Are you taking him as your disciple or not? Jia Rong pulled a long face and said, Lord Luo, all I ask is that you stop whacking him on the head, and I'll do whatever you ask. If you whack him again, I'll kneel before you. Yunsheng was completely confused. Even a fool could see that Jia Rong was in awe of Yunxiao. She said shockingly. Li Yunxiao, you just then. A commotion broke out in the lobby as an old man escorted by a large group of people walked in. All the voices came to an abrupt stop as soon as the old man entered the lobby. Everyone stood quietly in place and slightly lowered their heads, their eyes full of respect. With a pair of bright, piercing eyes and an unusually grim expression, the old man glanced around and only looked slightly surprised when he saw Yunsheng. But he just nodded and smiled at her, then went straight to the second floor. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes slightly. The soul power wave emanated from the old man was very strong, which made him at least a third-tier great alchemist. It was the first time he had met a third-tier alchemist since his reincarnation. Once the old man had gone up to the second floor, the lobby was bustling again. Yunsheng's face grew grave as she murmured to herself, why did Master Zhang Qingfen come to the association himself? Could it be that Ruxu's illness is out of control? Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat and he quickly asked Ruxu, what's the matter with her? With a slightly unsightly face, Yunsheng sighed and said, well, it's not a secret. Ruxu was born with the 5 yin's terminated meridians and could not have lived past the age of 5. That year His Majesty managed to pursue a 5th-tier alchemist with all the resources of the state, who later provided a prescription for Ruxu and said that it would keep her alive for 10 years. It has been 9 years since then. 5 yin's terminated meridians. Yunxiao's face fell as he said in a serious voice, it can't be cured by medicine alone, except with an 8th-grade medicine called the 5 Dragons Pure Yang Pill. 5 Dragons Pure Yang Pill. Yunsheng froze for a moment as it was the first time she had heard of the name. She was thrilled when she heard that there was a medicinal pill that could cure Ruxu, but her excitement was dampened in the next instant. With a bitter smile, she said, only the legendary 8th-tier Supreme Alchemist can refine an 8th-grade pill. Jia Rong sighed and said, an 8th-tier Supreme Alchemist is like a god to us. Yunxiao's expression was grave. After pondering for a brief moment, he said, Teacher Luo, you may go back first. I'd like to discuss the matter of taking Master Jia as my master with him. Yunsheng gave them a strange look and seemed worried. Meanwhile, beads of cold sweat broke out of Jia Rong's forehead once again as he hurriedly said, rest assured, Lord Luo, whether young Master Yun wants to take a master or anything else, I will do as he bids. I will never let you down. Yunsheng suddenly felt her head reeling. What was going on? Why did Jia Rong, who was always so proud of himself, behave like a servant in front of Li Yunxiao? Yes, his submissive appearance made him look exactly like a servant and not a superior alchemist. She felt that she was getting a little shaky. Fearing that she would faint in the lobby if she stayed, she made a few polite remarks and hurried off. Jia Rong and Yunxiao both felt relieved once she had left. Yunxiao said, find me a quiet place. I need to think over this. Jia Rong immediately made an inviting gesture and brought Yunxiao to his room. The way he meekly followed Yunxiao made Lu Yao and the group of apprentice alchemists freeze in place, unable to come to their senses for several minutes. Afterward, they always wondered if they were hallucinating or their eyes had deceived them. As a first-tier alchemist, Jia Rong had his own lounge, a spacious room lavishly furnished with a variety of fine wine and excellent lighting. Yunxiao sat wordlessly in a chair, standing up from time to time and pacing back and forth, while Jia Rong stood still off to the side, not daring to interrupt. I got it. Suddenly, Yunxiao jumped out of his chair and slapped the table. That's it. Jia Rong, tell Zhang Qingfen you can cure the princess's 5 yin's terminated meridians. Startled, Jia Rong said incredulously, young Master Yun, you're not joking, are you? Yunxiao's face turned cold as he said, do I look like I'm joking with you? In addition to the 5 Dragons Pure Yang Pill, the princess's terminated meridians can be cured by stimulating her acupoints with golden needles. With my current soul power, I can't cure it with one treatment, but I think she'll be completely healed after a few more tries. Stimulating acupoints with golden needles. Jia Rong's eyeballs almost popped out as he said in horror, young Master Yun, you know this kind of a legendary method. Do you have the confidence? Yunxiao rubbed his temple and said, didn't I say I might not be able to cure it with one treatment and have to try a few times? So to treat the princess, you have to come forward and I'll be your assistant. But when it comes to the actual treatment, I'll be the one who does it. With your pitiful attainment, do you think I'll let you treat her? Yunxiao's eyes were full of disdain, but Jia Rong did not feel upset. Instead, he thought it was how the matter should be done. Then young Master Yun, can I observe and learn from the side when you treat the princess with the golden needles? He asked hesitatingly. Waving his hand, Yunxiao said, do as you like. Remember to tell Zhang Qingfen about this. You must take over this task, or the princess's life will be in danger once the potion loses its effect. Yes, I'll go right now. Jia Rong jumped with excitement. He did not care whether the princess was dead or alive. What he cared was that he could witness the legendary technique of stimulating acupoints with golden needles, something that only existed in the legends. Oh, right. Yunxiao went to the table, then picked up a pen and quickly wrote down a list. These are the ingredients needed to cure the princess. Ask Zhang Qingfen to prepare them. Jia Rong ran over cheerfully, but was stunned as soon as he saw the items on the list. Why so much? And young Master Yun, these things seem to be materials for crafting a weapon. Yes, I happen to be in need of a weapon, Jia Rong. After asking Jia Rong to make the arrangements, Yunxiao left the Alchemist Association and went to a nearby market. As he passed through the lobby on the first floor, the eyes of everyone who looked at him had changed completely, showing awe and respect. In fact, Yunxiao only needed a box of gold needles to treat the princess, but he was very particular about the size, thickness, length, weight, purity, and materials. Therefore, he decided to find some materials and refine them himself so that he could treat with certainty. While he was wandering around the market, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his eyes, and a wonderful memory immediately came back to him. The hint of a smile emerged on the corner of his mouth as he walked toward the figure. "Boss, I really have only 170 gold coins. Just do me a favor and help me once," Meng Wu pleaded at a small stall. Junliang, an intermediate apprentice alchemist, waved and said, "Go somewhere else then. 300 gold coins is the lowest possible price. Alternatively, if you can provide me all the ingredients, I'll help you with 30 gold coins." Meng Wu took out 2 herbs and handed them over. "All I have are the bright orchid and the snake-tongue flower," she said. Junliang glanced at them and said impatiently, "These 2 things are worth 20 gold coins at most. It's not that I don't want to help you, pretty, but you can't make me lose money. Can you?" But his eyes flashed with lust as he said with a grin, "If you are willing to be my girlfriend, we can discuss everything." Meng Wu's face fell, and she immediately took back the herbs as she turned to leave. "Oh, don't go," Junliang said hastily. "You just have to be my girlfriend for 3 months. Why don't you want to treat your younger brother?" His words were like a spell that made Meng Wu stop and stay where she was. A triumphant smile emerged on Junliang's face as he stepped forward and said, "That's right, I'm not asking you to marry me. Even if you want to, I wouldn't agree. I'm a man who's going to be an alchemist one day, and I'll only marry the daughters of nobles. You're worthy of being played by me for only 3 months. How about that? If you agree, I'll give you the resuscitation magic water for free." Meng Wu was shaking with anger, and her lips were bleeding as she bit them too hard. "Help me concoct the resuscitation magic water, and I will raise enough money to pay you back in 3 months. Pay me back later. Ha, if your brother is not treated with this magic water, I don't think he'll be able to live that long. Sure, you can pay me back later, but your brother's life is priceless, isn't it?" While grinning, Junliang came closer, reaching out a hand to touch Meng Wu. "What do you think, my little pretty? I see you are still a maiden, or else I wouldn't give you such a generous offer." Junliang pulled his hand back as if he got an electric shock, and his forehead went cold from the pain. He hastily rolled up his sleeve and saw a bruise the size of a palm begin to bulge slowly over his arm. Shocked and outraged, he stared at Yunxiao, who had just struck him, and growled, "Who are you? Boy, how dare you hit me? Who are you? Boy, how dare you touch my girl?" Yunxiao grinned and gave Meng Wu a meaningful glance over his shoulder. At the sight of Yunxiao, Meng Wu's head was buzzing while what happened that night flashed through her mind. Shame and indignation poured out from the bottom of her heart, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and her eyes were burning with anger. Junliang blanked for a moment, and then said in a cold voice, "Your girl. That depends on whether she admits it or not. Do you know who I am?" He pointed to his bruised arm and said, "Boy, you're in big trouble." Yunxiao was amused when he heard that. "Who are you?" "I really don't know," he laughed and said. "I'm going to wipe that smile off your face," Junliang sneered. "I'm an intermediate apprentice alchemist at the Alchemist Association. My master is Master Jia Rong, a first-tier alchemist, and my sworn brother is Long Hao, the eldest son of Lord Longqing, the commander of the Imperial City Guards. If you know what all that means, get down on your knees and apologize. Then give me a few hundred gold coins for my injury. Only then will I let you go." Yunxiao laughed. "I know Jia Rong, and I also know Longqing, but I have never heard of his son. Oh, I also have a few hundred gold coins." He pulled out a storage bag and threw it on the ground, his eyes flashing coldly. "But I dare you to take it." Junliang was taken aback. He did not expect that Yunxiao would actually take out hundreds of gold coins. Delighted, he bent down and reached for the bag. Suddenly, a cold chill came from his spine and made him shudder. He went cold from head to toe, and a deep sense of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. He looked up in horror and saw a flicker of indifference in Yunxiao's eyes as they stared at him like he was a dead man. Heavens, what kind of a look is that? Even soldiers who have been through many battles do not have such a deadly gaze. Junliang's outstretched hand stopped in midair, and he was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. He was sure that this guy would kill him if he touched the storage bag. Meng Wu stared blankly at Yunxiao. His indifferent manner had affected and shocked her deeply as well. To raise money, she had agreed to help Lanfei in his plan of framing Yunxiao. She did not expect it to end up so badly. Not only was Lanfei expelled and she did not get a single coin, but she was even groped all over by this guy. She would never forget what he had done to her. That night she had secretly wept in her bed, scratched her arms bloody with her own fingernails as she swore over and over again that she would kill this guy. But when Yunxiao did appear in front of her again, she could do nothing to him but fly into a rage. Perhaps the mighty figure that descended from the sky in the arena that day had been deeply imprinted in her heart. Little girls always adored heroes, and a strong man was apt to arouse innumerable reveries. She had no idea what a real strong man was, but probably not far from that figure. Brother Hao. Junliang's cry of surprise pulled Meng Wu back from her thoughts. As if seeing a savior, he ran quickly toward a man in armor, then pointed in Yunxiao's direction and said something to him. With a grim look on his face, Long Hao came over with a group of soldiers. He gave Yunxiao and Meng Wu a cold glance, then looked up at the sky and said, "I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know. Now I'll give you two choices. You can either kneel and apologize to my brother, leave this girl, as well as the money before getting out of here, or become a cripple and spend the rest of your life in jail. You have only 3 breaths to make up your mind." Long Hao was on duty today, and he was patrolling around with a group of men, which was a boring task. Although Junliang was from a poor family, as he was not weak, and his master was Jia Rong, who was known as the most promising alchemist. Long Hao was more than happy to befriend him and do him a favor now. "HMPH, how dare you touch me? I already told you my sworn brother is Long Hao. Keep your eyes open when you walk in the capital." "Boy," Junliang shouted in a swaggering voice and came in front of the storage bag with 2 steps before bending down to pick it up. Boom! Yunxiao's figure flickered and Junliang's body flew up like a kite with its string cut in the blink of an eye, before falling into the group of men led by Long Hao. Long Hao's pupils constricted as he and his men quickly scattered, and a loud boom rang out between them in the next instant. Junliang's face was full of blood and a look of incredulity as he said in a trembling voice, "Br bro brother, my Danshan is broken crippled, I'm completely crippled." Long Hao looked at Junliang in disbelief, his head reeling. "How dare you hurt my little brother, boy," he growled. Meanwhile, the soldiers behind him had all drawn their weapons and were ready to fight at any moment. Meng Wu was stunned as well. She did not expect Yunxiao to be so resolute in his actions, crippling Junliang without even saying a word. Although she thought it was cruel, her heart was filled with an indescribable warmth, and she felt a stinging sensation in her eyes. Yunxiao said coldly, "I choose the second option. Please send me to jail to have some fun, brother soldiers. Die." Long Hao roared as he came to his senses at last. His cultivation base of a warrior exploded out in a flash, and he pulled out a broadsword, putting all his strength into it as he chopped it down. He was so angry that he had gone berserk. It was rare to have someone from the younger generation in the capital who dared to not give him face. Now that Junliang's Danshan was destroyed in front of him, not only did he lose a friend with a promising future. He was certain that he would be badly beaten by his father when Jia Rong found out about this. A worried look emerged on Meng Wu's face. Although she knew of Yunxiao's background and strength, he was outnumbered, and his opponents were all real imperial guards. These were warriors who licked blood from the edge of their knives, whose actual fighting strength was far stronger than the students who spent all day in academy cultivating. How's that possible? Long Hao's strike was powerful, but as he brought the broadsword all the way down, he only heard a faint thud. To his shock, he found that his broadsword Blue Moon was caught by his opponent with just 2 fingers. He caught Blue Moon with just 2 fingers. Everyone was shocked. A trace of a smile played about the corners of Yunxiao's mouth as he held the broadsword gently between his fingers, looking like he was enjoying the moon while holding a flower. It seemed relaxed, but in fact, it was a very advanced finger technique. Long Hao came to his senses after a brief lapse. "He's strong. No wonder he's so firm in attitude. Unseal my Blue Moon." A dull noise rang out of the broadsword as if its sleeping soul was waking up. At the same time, its blade began to pulse while a strong murderous aura spread out in a flash, and its appearance began to change. Yunxiao frowned as he sensed the blade's transformation between his fingers, which were then knocked away. "A mystic weapon." Meng Wu cried out and covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes full of horror. Mystic weapons were the exclusive fighting tools for warriors, containing infinite power. Only alchemists could refine them, and each one of them was priceless and hard to come by. "My Blue Moon was made of deep-sea cold iron by Master Liang Wenyu, a second-tier master alchemist." Long Hao's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he gently ran his fingers across the blade. "You are the 3rd person to see it unsealed. It is your great privilege to be killed by Blue Moon today." Long Hao performed a few circles with the broadsword, spreading a burst of chill through the air. In the next instant, a streak of cold light drew across the void as he brought the blade down toward Yunxiao once again. "It's nothing but a crappy first-tier mystic weapon, a piece of trash for a good-for-nothing." Yunxiao sneered as he took a strange step and moved to the side, then quickly tapped the blade with his fingers, causing a crisp clang to ring out. His feet blurred into motion after that, and his figure could be seen flashing at either side of the broadsword as he continued to tap the blade with his fingers, filling the air with buzzing noises. Long Hao was shocked, and he felt the weapon in his grip seeming to be wailing. Horror struck, he hastily pulled it back. What's going on? Long Hao was utterly baffled. His Blue Moon, which he had just unsealed, had returned to its sealed state, looking exactly like an ordinary weapon. In his astonishment, he hurriedly poured his primordial chi into it and cried out, "Unseal, Blue Moon." He shouted a few times in a row, but the broadsword did not show signs of unsealing. Beads of cold sweat began to break out on his forehead, and he was on the verge of bursting into tears. What happens to my broadsword? Is it destroyed? Heavens! I had spent all my money and begged Master Liang Wenyu to craft it for me. Yunxiao folded his arms over his chest and sneered. What other tricks do you have? Show them all to me. Ah, kill him for me. Long Hao had gone completely crazy. While roaring, he threw caution to the wind and rushed over with his men as he raised the broadsword and brought it down with all his strength. HMPH, a bunch of shrimps, get out of here. Yunxiao cried out coldly, then dashed straight into the group of soldiers, leaving numerous residual shadows along the way. As he moved, his fists punched out in blurry motions, dazzling all eyes while striking in every direction through extremely unreasonable paths. Bam, bam, bam. The soldiers could only see a figure flash back and forth around them, and each one of them was punched countless times within the blink of an eye. The round plates that protected their chests were all shattered, and a force struck their bodies, knocking them flying backward. Meng Wu gaped at the scene. Yunxiao was like a butterfly dancing amidst the flowers, with light dots which were actually primordial flickering around him. It's clearly a dance. Is he fighting or dancing? The martial technique he used was called the flowery confused fist, which was invented by a martial sovereign named Yuan Shixiao. A major setback in life had changed this man's temperament, making him a little crazy in everything he did. However, as he was a gifted person with an extraordinary strength, he actually turned away from the norm and invented this fist technique. The secret of this technique lay in the word confused, and when used, it would always take the opponent by surprise and be almost impossible to guard against. Soon all the soldiers were sprawled on the ground, wailing. The broadsword in Long Hao's grip was snatched by Yunxiao, and his arms were broken, hanging feebly from his shoulders. He was completely deprived of his ability to fight. Although this broadsword is a little crappy, it's still worth some money. I'll take it. Do you have any other good things that you want to give me? Yunxiao kicked Long Hao in the leg, breaking his bone with a loud crackle. Long Hao fell to his knees as he hissed with a venomous look on his face. My dad is the commander of the Imperial Guards. How dare you rob me of my thing? I'll bring men and destroy your family. Destroy my family. Yunxiao's eyes grew cold, and he was about to lose his temper when he suddenly smiled and said, I too wish you can bring men to my family. Let's see if you can destroy them. Suddenly, a faint cry rang out in the distance. Who's making trouble there? The voice was not loud, but filled with a shocking power. As it rolled over through the air, everyone could hear it clearly and feel a sharp pain in their ears. That's when Long Hao looked over. He seemed like he had instantly found a straw that he could clutch at as he hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs. My lord, I'm Long Hao, the captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Imperial City Guards. Someone is attacking the Imperial Guards here. Please save us, my lord. 2 men rode side by side on horses along the not-so-spacious street. When the common people on both sides of the street saw the badges on their left shoulders, they all had a look of fear on their faces as they moved out of the way. The badge was made of pure gold, with a sword and a shield carved on its surface, which represented the strongest armed force of the Stadeth Guardians of the state. Who is so bold to attack the Imperial Guards? Put down your weapon and surrender now. Hu Ming cried out in a deep voice as a superior aura emanated from him. His eyes flashed with surprise. Although Yunxiao appeared to have an extraordinary aura, he was only a 2-stars warrior. Long Hao, on the other hand, was a 3-stars warrior and had so many men with him. So why was he defeated? Hua Guang's eyes fell on the broadsword in Yunxiao's hand, and he was slightly shocked. Brother, take him down, he cried out in a faint voice. Sitting on the saddle, Hu Ming stared at Yunxiao coldly and said, Are you going to surrender yourself, or do you want me to take you down? You will suffer if you force me to do it myself. A look of contempt appeared on Yunxiao's face as he said, How do you know it's my fault? You didn't even ask. The Imperial Guards are His Majesty's right-hand men, and they would not wrong you. Hua Ming sneered. It looks like you will not do as I said. Well, I'll have to do it myself then. He leaped into the air from the saddle, swooping toward Yunxiao like a great bird. As he neared, he reached out his right palm and swung it down like a sharp blade. Yunxiao was sneering, but he had raised his vigilance deep inside to its highest level. This man was a martial master of the 2 forces realm, 1 full realm higher than him. Although Lan Shuan was a peak 9-stars warrior, which made him just 1 step away from being a martial master, he was no way nearly as strong as a real martial master. However, even when fighting Lan Shuan, Yunxiao had to rely on his insights of the natural rules and borrow the force of heaven and earth. Only then could he defeat the other with 1 move. Otherwise, even if he could still win in the end, he would have to pay a great price. HMPH, he snorted coldly as he lifted Blue Moon and slashed it out. Shafts of golden light burst out of the blade, dazzling all eyes. Hua Ming's face fell as he said shockingly, You are merely a 2-stars warrior, so how could you produce such a bright light with the broadsword? It's a mystic weapon. After recognizing the weapon, he no longer dared to counter it with his palm. He hurriedly pulled back his hand and threw out both fists instead. A stream of primordial chi exploded out at the same time like a surging wave, devouring all of the bright light. Boom! Sensing the counterforce coming from the blade, Yunxiao lightly took a step back with his right foot and deflected the force, then raised the broadsword before him. Huaming landed some 10 meters away with a hint of surprise flashing through his eyes. No wonder you dare to break the law and commit a crime in the street. It is all because you have a mystic weapon in your hand, he said coldly. But now that you have run into my brother and me, your evil journey will end today. End my A's. Yunxiao bellowed suddenly, and taking the opportunity that Huaming was uttering nonsense, he leaped over and slashed out the broadsword. A sharp whistle pierced into all ears as a streak of golden light flashed across the air. As the difference in their strength was huge, Yunxiao had long known that he must keep the initiative in his hands. Otherwise, once he fell into a passive position, his opponent could easily crush him with just the strength alone. Huaming glared furiously at Yunxiao, as he did not expect this boy to be bold enough to attack him. Fine, fine, you're looking for death, he laughed out of rage. All of a sudden, he pulled out a copper longsword and slashed it out. 2 golden beams clashed in midair, seeming dazzling and splendid. Nether swapped the windy feet of the devils. Several residual shadows abruptly emerged around Yunxiao as his true self bent down and spun half a circle, then kicked out his right foot as fast as lightning in a direction that was hard to guard against. Shockingly, his soul was ablaze, and it even kindled the air. Huaming was greatly shocked. He was confused by Yunxiao's residual shadows, and by the time he found the foot coming in his direction, he no longer had the time to defend against it. His body shrunk abruptly and drifted backward rapidly for several meters like a falling leaf before he could stabilize himself again. Unseal. After succeeding with the move, Yunxiao cried out lightly and threw himself out. The blue moon in his grip let out a deep, muffled rumble, as if a sleeping lion had suddenly woken up, while a tremendous force surrounded the blade and spread out in waves. With a bright light and an immense cold air, the broadsword slashed down toward Huaming's head. All his moves from leaping up into the air and slashing out the broadsword, from using the nether swap to the windy feet of the devils, all the way until he unsealed the mystic weapon were carried out smoothly, without even a slight pause. As a peak-level martial sovereign of the 9 heavens realm in his previous life, Yunxiao basically had a certain understanding of all the famous martial techniques in the world, and he could merge them together to his advantage. In addition to that, he knew those lower-level martial techniques like the back of his palm, and could use them at any time he wanted. He knew very well in his mind that in the face of Huaming, whose strength was far greater than his, he had to rely on his rich combat experience and martial techniques to take him by surprise. Otherwise, if Huaming gained a stable ground, he would be defeated with just one move, and just as he had expected, the consecutive surprises had confused the other. Long Hao, who was watching from the side, was utterly struck dumb. Only now did he realize how huge the gap between Yunxiao and him was. He was already soaked in cold sweat with fear. But there was one more thing he could not understand. Why could this boy effortlessly unseal the broadsword, which he had failed to, and its power seemed to be stronger than when it was in his hand? Unseal. Huaming was overwhelmed by the attack, and along with his astonishment, his eyes flashed with a great anger and murderous intent. He could not believe he was driven into such a desperate situation by a mere 2-stars warrior. As he let out a furious roar, the copper longsword in his hand radiated a bright light and pierced across the void. Just as his mystic weapon was unsealed, Yunxiao's broadsword came slashing down. Clang! The 2 mystic weapons clashed violently, and for some unknown reason, the longsword that had just unsealed was forced back to its normal state under the attack. On the other hand, Yunxiao's broadsword was still shining brilliantly as he brought it up and slashed it down once more. Danger. Huiguang's expression changed drastically as he sat in his saddle. As a spectator, he found out at once that the situation was not right. He could not understand why Huaming was suppressed by this guy, when in fact, the difference between their strength was so great, but he could tell that the broadsword seemed to be slashed down with a very powerful martial technique. Throwing aside his honor and status, he hurriedly stepped on the saddle as he unsheathed his sword and stabbed it toward Yunxiao. The blade pierced through Yunxiao's body, but in the next moment his figure began to distort and vanish into light dots. Residual shadow. When did he? Huiguang was taken aback, but on seeing that Huaming's crisis was resolved, he breathed out a sigh of relief. What a fool. My purpose was to lure you down from the horse. Now, die with him. Yunxiao cried out as his aura surged to its peak in a flash. Like a god of slaughter descending upon the earth, Blue Moon gradually grew brighter in his grip as it sucked over all the primordial chi in the surroundings. Moon slash. What? He was actually luring me down from the horse and wanted to kill both of us at the same time. Huiguang's mind went blank in an instant, and he could not comprehend the situation. When a 2-stars warrior saw them, he actually tried to kill them instead of trying to escape. Haha, was this a joke? Just when he was feeling absurd, a sense of death came over him. He's really trying to kill us. A golden glow lit up half the sky, and he instantly believed it as he shouted, connected at the heart, 2 become 1. Huiguang and Huiming were brothers, and the martial technique practiced by them was a very rare concerted technique that required the users to be connected at the heart. Only brothers could practice more easily than ordinary people. The two of them were always together just to enhance their spiritual connection. In this critical juncture, they exerted their most instinctive power. The figures of the two seemed to overlap at this moment, and four fists were punched out like two hands, causing a shocking power to explode out, smashing toward the terrible blade. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. He had originally calculated everything clearly in his mind, but did not expect that his opponents knew a concerted technique. He smiled bitterly in his heart. I'm going to lose. Bam! Under the impact of the two forces, Blue Moon let out a sad cry while the light on its blade faded away. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its normal state and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Yunxia was knocked flying away by the great force, leaving drops of blood in the air before he was slammed into a corner of the street. It was all quiet on the street. Meng Wu, who had witnessed the whole thing, was deeply shocked. What startled her was not only Yunxiao's strength, which had forced two state guardians to join hands. More importantly, she seemed to see Yunxiao smiling at her when she was in a daze just now, telling her to run while he was being knocked flying away. Although she did not hear anything, Yunxiao's voice was echoing in her mind. Run, how did that happen? Looking at Yunxiao lying in blood in the corner of the street, Meng Wu could not move her legs no matter how she tried. But she quickly came to her senses after a moment of blankness. I must run back for help. The word run struck her in her mind once again. Her eyes flashed with a decisive look as she suddenly started to run quickly toward the academy. Ah, that girl's gone. Get her, cried Long Hao, startled. But he suddenly realized that no one had responded to his order, because all the soldiers he had brought were wounded and lying on the ground while Huiguang and Huming were simply beyond his command. With a complicated look on his face, Huiguang glanced at Yunxiao, who was lying motionlessly in a corner of the street. While a huge wave was surging in his heart, a two-stars warrior had forced him and his brother to join hands and use a concerted technique, which was something that he did not believe could have happened in the past. He still felt like he was in a trance, as if what happened was not real. He went to Blue Moon, then reached out a hand and performed a grabbing gesture. The broadsword flew into his grip in a flash, and then he looked at it carefully. Despite some minor scratches, the mystic weapon was largely intact. Oh my lord, this broadsword. Long Hao hurried over with beads of sweat trickling off his forehead, trying to get his weapon back. Huiguang's eyes flashed with a bright gleam as he slid the broadsword straight into his storage ring. Captain Long, we've taken down the criminal for you, so we won't bother you anymore. With that, he and his brother jumped back upon their horses and were about to leave. On the other side, Long Hao was in panic. The broadsword had cost him all his money and was crafted by Master Liang Wenyu through his father. It was too important and precious to him. My lords, that we really have to go now, Captain Long. You don't have to see us off. Huiguang's loud voice interrupted Long Hao once again, and then he rode off on his horse. With a look of contempt in his eyes, Huiming followed behind him as well. Ah, heavens, my mystic weapon. Long Hao felt the sky suddenly darken. Get up, you pigs. Get up right now, he screamed as he kicked the wounded soldiers. Bring this boy back. Since he made me lose my precious broadsword, I will make him regret coming into this world. Meng Wu ran madly down the street. There was only one thought in her mind: help. I must quickly find someone to help him. She could not get Yunxiao's figure out of her mind, and whenever she thought of him lying on the street covered in blood, her heart ached as if it was stabbed by a sharp knife. I must find someone to save him. After running wildly for a while, she calmed down a little and found herself in a place she did not know. When she looked up, she saw a huge mansion with soldiers guarding the gates. Startled, she walked cautiously over. Suddenly her eyes lit up and her heart was filled with great joy. This is the Li Mansion. He is the eldest grandson and the young master of the Li family. I can't believe I've come to the Li Mansion. He'll be saved. In the mansion, a man in luxury clothes was admiring a sword in the courtyard. It is indeed a second-tier mystic weapon. Although in a sealed state, it already emits such a strong power. I can't imagine what it will look like when it is unsealed. 9527 was the servant's number. The Li Mansion was so large that all the servants' names were erased and replaced by numbers to make it easier to manage. They would be given names only if they did a good job and were approved by their masters. 9527 was the number of a lower servant. Quickly bowed and said humbly, Young Master Yi, there's a girl outside the gate who says young Master Yunxiao has been caught by the Imperial Guards. She told this one to inform the master for help. Clang. Shook his head in a hurry and said, this one doesn't know. Li's eyes flashed with contempt as he snorted coldly and said, it's no big deal when a piece of trash is caught. Tell the girl that the master is informed of this matter and ask her not to worry. Nodded hastily and trotted off. Did not feel that anything was wrong. Instead, he trotted off with the reply as if it was the right thing to do. Li Yi took out the sword again with an appreciative look on his face, as if nothing had happened. shook his head and pointed to the sky. It's up to the top to decide, he said. How are we as the servants to know when that would happen? In any case, the master asks you not to worry. Meng Wu naturally knew that the master, as the servant called him, was Li Chunyang, the #1 veteran of Tianshui's military, who was conferred the Duke of Jingguo. In today's court, the 6 most powerful and prestigious men under the king were Zhao Qingwang, the commander-in-chief of the state guardians Zhang Lishan, the dean of Jialan Academy Su Han, the president of the Alchemist Association Zhang Qingfen, the chief alchemist of the Imperial Palace Li Chunyang, the #1 veteran of the military, and Lan Hong, the prime minister of the court. The first 4 paid little attention to state affairs, so almost all the nobles were attached to the 2 major opposing fractions of Li Chunyang and Lan Hong. Now that Li Chunyang had told her not to worry, Meng Wu should be relieved, but she could not relax at all. Instead, she felt more and more depressed as she walked silently down the street toward the academy. When Yunxiao woke up, he found himself in a dark cell. The meridians on his arms and legs were all severed, and he could not muster any strength. He was slightly shocked as he found that he was not alone in the cell. More than a dozen pairs of dark eyes were all staring at him. He jumped up from the ground with a start. Those blank, despairing eyes looked terrible to him. Where is this place? Oh, you have woken up, boy, a scrawny old man said in a hoarse voice. Hee, this is the Long family's dungeon. You have guts, boy. I heard the guards said that you have broken the Long family's young master's arms. Yunxiao slowly came to his senses as he asked curiously, the Long family's dungeon. Am I not in the capital's jail? The old man glared at him and said, the capital's jail. It's a place where the court keeps felons. Who do you think you are? This place is the Long family's private jail. A private jail, HMPH. How dare the Long family set up their own jail? Yunxiao said coldly, when I get out. I'll report this to the court. Get out, report. The old man burst into laughter such that he began to cough. You're so funny, boy. You've broken their young master's arms and you still wish to get out of here. When I was young, about your age, I walked past the Long family's front gate and spat there. They caught me and put me in here, and I've been locked up ever since. Oh, I have lost count of the years that I've spent here. Yunxiao gave the old man a glance. Although the cell was dark, he could see clearly. The old man's face was wrinkled like pine bark, and his hair were gray at the temples. He was at least 70 or 80 years old. The old man stopped laughing and pointed toward a middle-aged man squatting beside him. When he was 8 years old, he followed his father into the city to sell vegetables. He merely glanced at one of the Long family's maidservants and was arrested. He is now 48 years old. 40 years that maidservant must have become an old lady now. Traces of cold sweat oozed out of Yunxiao's forehead. How could this Long family be so lawless? Don't worry, old man, he said. I'm sure I can get out, and when I do, I'll let all of you out as well. The old man obviously did not trust Yunxiao as he shook his head and said, young man, stop dreaming, just stay here in peace. However bad this place is, there's a meal every day, even though it's all rotten stuff. The long-term imprisonment had made this group of people completely hopeless about life. Yunxiao stopped explaining. Instead, he pressed his right palm against the ground, then bent his left hand and right leg upward to form a circle as he began to meditate with his eyes closed. He was using the young girl style of the tyrant body tempering technique, which was a pose that could quickly restore body function. As his main meridians were broken, he was barely striking the pose with his flesh. His entire body was trembling violently and his face was ashen, but the gleam that looked like the moon and stars in his eyes remained unchanged. His strange behavior soon caught everyone's attention. After a moment of consternation, sighs could be heard coming through the darkness. Followed by a dead silence, Yunxiao clenched his teeth. Wisps of power flowed out of his dantian, but they did not circulate along the path where energy usually did. Instead, under the intriguing pose, they all rushed into the broken main meridians in a unique way and began to slowly repair the damage. The tyrant body tempering technique was the best body tempering technique in the world, and its various postures covered all the methods of cultivating the flesh. Even an individual with a broken dantian could step into the nine heavens realm and become a martial sovereign through cultivating it alone. As soon as Yunxiao started using the posture, the injuries in his body began to repair themselves rapidly, and his trembling body slowly calmed down. Gradually, a unique aura spread from him. Just when Yunxiao was taken captive, Jia Rong had informed Zhang Qingfen and Su Han that he knew the method of stimulating acupoints with gold needles. And he could save Princess Ruxu. Both Zhang Qingfen and Su Han were shocked, but when they saw Jia Rong's confident look, and considering that there was no better option right now, they decided to give it a try. They were also deeply skeptical about the list of materials provided by Jia Rong, but he insisted that all the things must be prepared, and he did not answer any other questions. They could do nothing to him. In any case, if he could really save the princess, these materials were nothing. Soon all the materials were taken straight out of the state treasury and handed over to Jia Rong, but then something frightening happened. Yunxiao went missing. Lo, Lord Luo, are you sure Li Yunxiao is really missing? Jia Rong felt nothing but cold, and streams of sweat were trickling down his cheeks. Yunsheng said seriously, "That's right. I've looked all over the campus and asked some of his close friends, but no one knows where he is. Master Jia, I think you'd better get another assistant. The princess's illness can't be delayed any longer." Suhan also said in a deep voice, "The effect of the medicine is weakening. The princess is taking 3 times the daily dosage now, but her condition does not improve at all. If we delay further, I'm afraid the princess will." "Yes, we can't delay further," Zhang Qingfen said. "Don't you just need an assistant? As long as the princess can be saved, I can be your assistant." How could a young dandy know these things? "If you want to teach your disciple, you can always teach him later. We don't have time to wait for him." Jia Rong collapsed to the ground. He could not believe that the chief alchemist of the imperial palace wanted to be his assistant. He felt an extreme heaviness in his chest which made him barely breathe, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Knowing that he could not drag on any longer, he told them the truth. The room became eerily silent. Bam. Zhang Qingfen slapped the stone table and broke it into pieces, sending debris flying in all directions. "Jia Rong," he roared with rage, "how dare you make fun with the princess's life?" Su Han's face became extremely gloomy as he growled, "Jia Rong, how could you do such a foolish thing? How could you be fooled around by a famous good-for-nothing? How could you believe a dandy young master knows how to stimulate acupoints with gold needles? You really piss me off." With a livid face, Zhang Qingfen shouted, "Put Jia Rong in jail and execute him straight away after this." Upon hearing that, Jia Rong's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. Although his status was high, Zhang Qingfen was the chief alchemist of the imperial palace who could kill him with just a single sentence. Master Zhang, please trust young Master Yun. He can save the princess." Jia Rong hugged Zhang Qingfen's leg and cried out desperately, "Get away from me." Zhang Qingfen was so furious that he kicked Jia Rong in the chest and sent him flying away. "Do you have any idea what a sin you have committed? If you hadn't told us that you knew how to stimulate acupoints with gold needles, I would have taken someone to a level 4 alchemist association for help. Now, the medicine can no longer control the princess's condition, and it's too late to get help. Don't you think you deserve to die for your sin?" Jia Rong fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He tried to speak, but a few broken pieces of internal organs were stuck in his throat, leaving him unable to utter a word. "Now, what do you want me to tell His Majesty?" In his great rage, Zhang Qingfen was about to leave, but Yunsheng suddenly stopped him. "Master Zhang, wait a minute, anything else?" Zhang Qingfen said grumpily. "That Li Yunxiao is your student, right? You will also be held responsible when I inform His Majesty about this." After hearing what Jia Rong had said, apart from being extremely shocked, Yunsheng had not said a word. But now she finally spoke slowly. "It was because of Li Yunxiao's hint, either wittingly or unwittingly, that I was able to be promoted to an alchemist this time." Zhang Qingfen froze for a moment, then sneered. "It's normal for a person to get inspiration by accident. Don't tell me you also believe that the boy knows how to stimulate acupoints with gold needles." Yunsheng shook her head and said, "I don't know if he knows it or not, but in a recent fight between students, he had defeated Lan Shuan, the Prime Minister's eldest grandson, with just one move." "So what?" Zhang Qingfen felt that his patience was running out. If it were not for the fact that Yunsheng was the commander of the state guardians, he would have lost his temper. "How's that possible?" Su Han broke in. "I thought it was said that he can't cultivate because all his meridians are clogged. Also, I remember Lan Shuan is one of the strongest students in the academy." Yunsheng kept a straight face and said yes. Not only did he unclog all his meridians, but the martial technique he used to defeat Lan Shuan is also the floating life seal. Floating life seal. That was when Zhang Qingfen's expression changed. "Floating life seal, could it be that he is Lord Yang Dai's disciple?" he said in shock. Yunsheng shook her head and said, "I don't know, but if he really is Lord Yang Dai's disciple, it is highly possible that he knows the method of stimulating acupoints with gold needles." Suhan glanced at Jia Rong, who was sitting on the ground coughing up blood, and said in a solemn voice, "Liang Wenyu told me about this boy's condition before. He said that many of his invisible meridians are broken and could never be reconnected. Now, not only has he defeated Lan Shuan, but he was using the floating life seal." This Zhang Qingfen's face gradually calmed down. After pondering for a brief moment, his eyes gleamed brilliantly and he shouted, "Use all the power you can muster to find Li Yunxiao in the shortest possible time." In a bar near the academy, the customers were mostly students. Luo Landuo was savoring a wine called Moonlight Kiss. It was a very magical drink, because its color could reflect the mood of the drinker. It was blue when the drinker was happy, and black when the drinker was unhappy. She found that the moonlight kiss in her glass was slowly turning black. Yu Hezheng did not notice the change in her mood as he just kept talking. "Landuo, believe me, it's true. Now the whole campus is talking about the battle. I know you won't believe it because you didn't witness it yourself. I think even Bai Chengfeng is no match of him, not to mention Lin Yu, Clang." A glass of pure black moonlight kiss was vigorously placed on the table. Landuo threw out a few silver coins and shouted, "Bill." "Senior Yu," she said coldly, looking at the unpleasant-tasting glass of wine on the table, I've told you several times that I don't want to hear what you're saying. Also, don't bother me in the future. I'm stuck in a bottleneck and I'm going to enter a secluded cultivation for a few days. Goodbye." She left the bar without looking back despite Yu Hezheng's obstruction. Damn it, what a poser. Yu Hezheng gulped down the glass of liquor in his hand and then growled, "How dare a Ray who's been played by Lin Yu so many times pretend to be innocent in front of me? I've been courting her for so long and yet she hasn't even let me touch her. Damn it. Good evening, sir. Would you like a glass of this purple love story?" A melodious voice rang out. Meng Wu glanced at Yu Hezheng's empty glass and tried to sell her drinks. "Perhaps it will suit you well." Yu Hezheng gave Meng Wu a glance. He was stunned for a moment, then a glimmer of lust flashed in his eyes. He laughed and said, "You look familiar to me." "Oh right, you're in the junior class, right? I remember all the pretty girls in the junior class." "Yes, I remember now, your name is Meng Wu." He was overjoyed as soon as he recalled her name. "My name is Yu Hezheng, and you can call me Senior Yu. By the way, why are you selling drinks here? Don't you think it's a waste for a beautiful girl like you to sell drinks here?" He stared at Meng Wu's beautiful face and swallowed loudly. A hint of disgust flashed through Meng Wu's eyes. Suppressing her disgust, she said with a smile, "Senior Yu, would you like a glass of love story? It costs only 6 silver coins." Yu Hezheng toyed with the empty glass in his hand and laughed. "Love story, 6 silver coins a glass, haha, to hell with the love story, it's so damn cheap. Meng Wu, you're so beautiful you shouldn't be working here. Be my girlfriend and I'll give you 100 gold coins every month. What do you think?" He reached out a hand to touch Meng Wu's face. "Pa." In a fit of rage, Meng Wu slapped him on the arm and said in a cold voice, "Senior Yu, please respect yourself." While fuming, she turned and was about to leave. "You want to leave?" Yu Hezheng was already provoked by Luo Landuo, and with all the liquor he had drunk, he immediately lost his temper when even a wine salesperson dared to reject him. "Stop right there," he bellowed. "I'm going to take you today, regardless you are willing or not." His voice was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of all the people in the bar. Meng Wu's mind was in a daze. She could not believe there was such a shameless person in this world. Not only did he try to molest a girl in public, but he was so loud and so self-righteous. She was shaking with anger and did not know what to say. Let's go in and have a few drinks. We've been looking for him for most of the day, but we haven't even had any news. I wonder where young Master Yun is hiding." When Han Bai and Chen Zhen walked into the bar, they were both stunned. "What's going on? Why so quiet? Isn't this a bar? Are we in the wrong place?" Chen Zhen asked questioningly. Han Bai saw Yu Hezheng and Meng Wu at once, immediately crying out, "Hey, look over there. Isn't that Luo Landuo's flatterer? And the girl, wow, she's the one who framed young Master Yun that day." Chen Zhen strode over and said, "Damn it. I thought Lanfei was the beastard who framed young Master Yun. It turns out to be you, the useless flatterer. Who are you?" Yu Hezheng's face flickered as he snarled, "I don't know any of you." He sent out his divine sense and found that both of them were extremely weak, becoming relieved immediately. "I'll count to 3, get the hell out of here," he said coldly. Henbai sneered, "How arrogant. Yes, you don't know us, but you certainly know who young Master Yun is. Right, Luo Landuo is the girl young Master Yun has a crush on, so how dare you court her? Are you tired of living?" Yu Hezheng's heart skipped a beat. They were Li Yongxiao's friends. In the past, he might have looked down upon that piece of trash, but he had no guts to do so now. Chen Zhen slapped his hand on the table and shouted, "Just because we haven't settled the scores with you doesn't mean we won't. This isn't the campus. Do you believe I'll call a group of men here and kill you right now?" Yu Hezheng's expression changed drastically. He knew that all the people following Li Yongxiao were the children of important military officials. This was not the campus, and this group of rich sons could do anything they wanted in the capital. He deliberately put on a look of disdain and said loudly, "I don't have time to mess around with you. I'm going back to cultivate. Oh, by the way, I don't know this girl, so you better don't put any blame on me." He held his head high and swaggered out of the bar. "If all my people hadn't gone out to look for young Master Yun, I would have made this poser leave this bar on his knees." Chen Zhen had a disdainful look on his face. "Ignore this piece of trash," Henbai waved and said, "Damn it, do you think something might have happened to young Master Yun? Both the Alchemist Association and the State Guardians have been out looking for him. Even an ant in the capital should have been found by now." While frowning, Chen Zhen sighed and said, "Who knows? Young Master Yun has changed so much recently that I'm not used to it." He suddenly saw Meng Wu still standing nearby, and he immediately said in a cold voice, "Why are you still here? Do you want to have some fun with us?" Meng Wu blushed with shame, but she gritted her teeth and asked, "The young Master Yun you mentioned just now, is he Li Yongxiao?" "Yes, the same young Master Yun who was framed by you," Chen Zhen said angrily. "Damn it, you didn't set him up again this time, did you?" Meng Wu frozen, and then she muttered to herself, "How can it be? It's been 3 days. Hasn't the Li family got him out yet?" "What?" Stunned, Hanbai jumped up from his chair and grabbed Meng Wu's arm as he asked, "What did you just say? What do you know?" Meng Wu became anxious and stammered out the whole story to them. Hanbai and Chen Zhen looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and anxiety. "Why didn't you tell us earlier about such an important matter?" Chen Zhen growled. Meng Wu almost burst into tears. I went to the Li family and informed them about this, and Lord Li even told me not to worry. Han Bai's face grew dark. Have you met Duke Jingguo? She shook her head and said in tears, no, their servant told me. No wonder. Chen Zhen stamped his foot. This is not good. We better hurry up and bring some men to save him. Han Bai grabbed him. Wait a minute. The imperial guards controlled by the Long family are directly under His Majesty. It is a capital crime for us to bring men to rescue young Master Yun like this. What should we do then? Chen Zhen said anxiously. We can't count on Duke Jingguo. It's been 3 days, and I don't think the situation will change even if we act in such a hurry. We should notify Master Zhang and Teacher Luo immediately. With them coming forward, even the imperial guards will have to get out of the way, Han Bai said calmly. Right, I was so panicked that I forgot this. Chen Zhen slapped himself in the head and then rushed out of the bar to deliver the message. Han Bai gave Meng Wu an indifferent look and said, You can't get away from this matter either. Come with me now. Everyone in the bar seemed to smell gossip. After they left, the whole place exploded in an uproar as everyone began to gossip with one another. The Long family. 14-year-old Long Ran was practicing the tiger knuckle fist. This set of martial technique was suitable for all apprentice warriors of the violent type. Although he was young, every punch he threw out was accompanied by a faint tiger roar. Dad, you're back. He suddenly stopped practicing. Looking at a middle-aged man who came in from the front door, he ran over happily. Haha, Ran-er, your tiger knuckle fist has improved again. Long Qing laughed. You are much more diligent than your unworthy brother. I'm sure you will become someone great in the future. Long Ran said modestly, Brother has long been a 3-stars warrior. I still have a long way to go. Dad, why do you look so unhappy? Is there any trouble? Long Qing frowned, but then he quickly laughed and said, You have a pair of sharp eyes. Recently, the whole capital has been looking for a young man, but we haven't found him for 3 days. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, I am naturally under great pressure. Who is it? Why are you looking for him? Long Ran asked curiously. Long Qing sighed. Duke Jingguo's eldest grandson, a good-for-nothing young master. I also don't know why we are looking for him. By the way, where is your brother? He has gone to the dungeon. As soon as his arms recovered, he went to look for that guy who broke his arms in the dungeon. He said he wants to make that guy regret coming into this world. HMPH. There was a hint of anger on Long Qing's face. He only knows how to waste time. He is a captain of the Imperial Guards, and yet his arms were broken by someone. What a piece of trash. Long Ran suddenly said, Dad, that guy was taken captive by Brother 3 days ago, and it seems that he is also a young man. Could he be the young master of the Li family you are looking for? Long Qing froze in place and then shouted, Long Xin. Long Xin, a man who looked like a housekeeper, trotted up. My lord, what can I do for you? With a gloomy face, Long Qing asked coldly, What's the name of the young man how? Brought back 3 days ago. Long Xin was taken aback. After a moment of careful reflection, he said, I think his name is Yun something. Phew, that nearly scared me to death. Long Qing patted his chest as he breathed a heavy sigh of relief, then waved and said, So his surname is Yun. It's all right, leave us now. Long Xin answered and turned to leave, but he suddenly added, Oh, I remember now. His surname is not Yun, his name is Yunxiao, and his surname is Li. There was dead silence in the courtyard. A cold wind blew by, rustling the leaves on the trees. Long Qing suddenly felt very cold. Long Ran said in astonishment, Dad, is this the guy? Long Qing was completely frozen, his head buzzing while beads of cold sweat began to roll off his forehead. He thought of His Majesty's sullen face, the furious eyes of Master Zhang Qingfen, and Master Su Han, although he was the commander of the Imperial Guards, a position with great power, was basically a worm-level existence compared to these people. Heavens, the guy I was looking for, whom I've dispatched all the city guards to search for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, is actually imprisoned in my own dungeon. And this guy is Duke Jingguo's eldest grandson, General Fei Long's son. Long Ran suddenly muttered, It's been 3 days. Could brother have killed this guy? Boom. The words thundered through Long Qing's head, shaking his whole body. He only felt a daze in his mind as the strength seemed to leave his legs. Suddenly a scream came from the door before a noise sounded outside then. Several servants hurriedly ran inside while shouting, Help. Someone has broken into the mansion. We need guards, quickly. Long Qing's heart was filled with dread, and when he heard that someone had broken into his mansion, he immediately flew into a rage, causing all the sullen air in his heart to turn into a stream of primordial qi. He opened his mouth and a sound wave spread out of it. The voice let out with the lion roar towered into the sky and shook the entire mansion. Who dares to break into my mansion? All the animals were frightened as soon as the great lion roared. Long Qing's strength was evident at this moment. To be the commander of the Imperial Guards, he was a great martial master of the 3 powers realm. Although all the people in the mansion were shocked by the deafening voice and their eardrums were aching, they all felt relieved at the same time. Since the master of the family had come forward, they would be safe and the intruders would definitely be killed. Just when everyone was relieved, a voice louder and stronger than the lion roar descended from the sky. The sound wave was forcefully compressed into a line with primordial qi as it plunged into the mansion before exploding. The deafening sound spread from the courtyard, causing everyone to lose their hearing instantly. Many servants even had blood flowing out of their ears as they fell to the ground with headache, struggling with pain. By the order of Commander Luo Yunsheng and Master Zhang Qingfen, we, the guardians of the state, are taking over the Long Mansion temporarily. Anyone who dares to resist will be executed for treason. The guardians of the state, they are the guardians of the state. Everyone in the mansion was dumbfounded as they glanced around, puzzled. Why are the guardians of the state here? Aren't we the imperial guards? Aren't we as close as brothers? Long Qing's heart skipped a beat, and then he felt shivers run down his spine. How could they have arrived so soon? He thought bitterly. In the few blinks, more than a dozen warriors in various outfits appeared in the courtyard. They looked indolent, but they all stared at him with cold eyes. They were from the 4th unit under Luo Yunsheng. Long Qing spread out his divine sense and swept through these men. They were all martial masters, and the badges on each man's shoulder proved that they were indeed the guardians of the state. Just then, a group of people strode directly through the front door. It was Zhang Qingfen at the head, and behind him were Luo Yunsheng, Su Han, Jia Rong, and other people from the Alchemist Association. Long Qing almost fainted. Suppressing the bitterness in his heart, he hurried forward and asked, "Master Zhang, Master Su, Lord Luo, why are you doing this to me?" Zhang Qingfen cupped his fist and said coldly, "Lord Long, please excuse us." Chen Zhen jumped out from behind him and said angrily, "Lord Long, young Master Yun is being locked up in your mansion." No wonder he couldn't be found for 3 days even though the whole capital was searching for him. It turned out that he was taken captive by you. Long Qing's heart turned cold. He was almost certain that his eldest son had captured Yunxiao. He touched the cold sweat on his forehead and tried to struggle with chicanery. "I don't know what you mean." But on the inside, he wished he could beat Long Hao into a cripple now. "Meng Wu, tell us what happened that day again," Yunsheng said lightly. Meng Wu stepped timidly out of the crowd and carefully told the story of that day in front of so many important people. She started from how she was molested by Junliang to when Yunxiao came to her rescue, and finally was wounded by the state guardians and then taken away by Long Hao. She explained every detail very clearly. Standing in the crowd, Jia Rong was dripping with cold sweat. He could not believe that this incident was actually caused by one of his disciples. Junliang had claimed himself to be his disciple after attending his classes a few times as time went by. He did not think so much and took him as his in-name disciple. Of course, he wished he could slap himself in the face right now. He did not expect things to turn out like this. When Meng Wu finished, Zhang Qingfen said coldly, "Lord Long, did you hear what she had said? We will take over the whole mansion temporarily now. If we have really wronged you, I will take full responsibility alone." At his gesture, the men they brought dispersed at once and began to search. Everyone in the mansion was terrified, and no one dared to make a move. Yunsheng said softly, "Lord Long, we would not have dared to seal your residence unless we had concrete evidence. Since matters have reached this stage, you'd better cooperate with us." Long Qing's imposing manner collapsed instantly. "I'm really in trouble this time." His heart was bitter. Staring at him, Zhang Qingfen asked in a cold voice, "I only have one question for you now. Is Li Yunxiao dead or alive?" "I don't know either," Long Qing said gloomily. "Come with me. It was all my wicked son's doing. I've just found out about it, and then you got here." By this time, he knew it was futile to struggle anymore. The wisest choice in front of him was to cooperate with them and admit his mistake voluntarily. As long as Li Yunxiao was safe, he would have the chance to be forgiven. But if something happened to Li Yunxiao? The thought of this, he felt a chill in his heart. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace and headed for the dungeon. After being locked up in the dungeon for 3 days and 3 nights, Yunxiao's broken meridians had finally mended with the help of the young girl style, and his primordial qi was able to flow freely within him once again. His face showed a happy look as he quickly stood up straight, then sat on the ground motionlessly like a mountain with both hands locked in an incantation gesture. Although his meridians had been completely repaired, his body was still very weak, and the primordial qi in him was almost indiscernible. He was in a state of just recovering from a serious illness. Strands of primordial qi swam out of his dantian and circulated inside his body without any obstruction before returning to his dantian again. With that, he immediately felt that he had regained a small part of his strength. The others in the cell all stared blankly at him for the past 3 days. They thought he was very unusual, and what surprised them was his amazing physical strength, because he had stood like a statue for so long without eating anything. Just then, Yunxiao suddenly flicked open his eyes and sighed softly. They came several hours early. "I'm in trouble this time." Moments later, a creaking noise came from outside the dungeon, and then the heavy door was flung open with a crash. A group of men walked in with lanterns in hands. There was no light in the dungeon, so all the prisoners closed their eyes when the lantern light shone on their faces, their eyes tingling. Soon, a dozen large candlesticks were lit outside the cell was the interrogation room. With bandages and plaster on his shoulders, Long Hao was sitting in a large chair covered with tiger skin. His face was streaked with blood he had obviously not fully recovered. Staring straight at the cell, he said fiercely, "Drag that boy out. Today I will make him regret being born in this world." Pa! The cell door was opened and several armored soldiers came in, dragging Yunxiao out. Meanwhile, he began to quickly calculate in his mind. A total of 35 men, 12 of them are warriors, and there is a hunchback old man with dim eyes. He is a martial master. It was hard for him to get out now as his strength had not yet recovered, and he did not know the situation outside, so he simply played dead. He closed his eyes and allowed the soldiers to drag him out and tie him on the rack, his hands and feet bound with thick soaked cow tendons. "Wake him up, and be careful not to kill him." Several big guys poured bucket after bucket of salted water on Yunxiao, then put on a cold grin on their faces while waiting to see his painful expression. The salted water was added with a special drug, which would quickly erode muscles and blood vessels after touching the wound, making the sufferer awash with an intense pain. But to their surprise, Yunxiao just lightly opened his eyes and smiled at them. The wounds on his body had long been healed. Although he still looked bloody and horrible, there was not a trace of wound on him, so when the salted water was poured, it was just washing away the bloodstains on his skin. It was like when a beautiful woman finally stripped naked in front of someone, only to reveal that she was actually a man. As their abnormal mentality of wanting to abuse someone was not satisfied, a trace of anger instantly emerged on the few big guys' faces. They snorted coldly a few times while Yunxiao could read, "Just you wait," in their eyes. Long Hao's cold voice rang out, "Boy, open your eyes and see who I am." "Who are you?" Yunxiao spat in his direction with disdain. "Do you really think you're somebody, you?" Long Hao was so angry that he leaped out of the chair and rushed over like a gust of wind before punching Yunxiao in the chest. "I dare you to talk like a tough guy again." Bam! A burst of force smashed into Yunxiao's chest. Ah, this is so painful. To everyone's surprise, it was Long Hao who let out the scream. He almost dislocated his arm again because he had exerted too much force. A great pain was coming from his shoulder that was wrapped in bandages, making him sweat profusely and fly into a rage. Phew! Yunxiao felt a mouthful of warm blood rushing up into his throat. He took a breath and opened his mouth, then spat everything on Long Hao's face. The distance between them was so close that by the time Long Hao found out, it was too late for him to dodge. As a result, he was sprayed with blood and phlegm all over his face, and a pungent smell went straight into his nostrils. "Damnit!" Long Hao cried out in anger and quickly took off his shirt while his men hurriedly handed him towels. He wiped his face with a towel desperately, but the faint, foul smell could not be removed. Yunxiao burst into laughter and said, "Haha, now I can see who you are. So it is you, the loser. Oh, by the way, where is your precious blue moon? Arg, bastardy, kill him for me." Long Hao roared frantically. Losing his precious broadsword was the greatest pain in his heart, even more painful than when his arms were broken. That was the mystic weapon he had spent all his money on. With the broadsword in hand, his strength was doubled. But now he had nothing. He was completely angered. "No, Brother Hao," Junliang hurried up and said. "This boy knows he's going to die today, so he has deliberately angered you. He wants to be killed quickly. How could we let him die so easily when the feast we have prepared for him has not yet been served?" Hearing that, Long Hao instantly calmed down. While staring at Yunxiao, he said ferociously, "What a clever boy. I almost fell for your trick. Now I'll let you enjoy the feast. Long to serve him the snack before the main course, 100 lashes. Don't kill him." Yunxiao's eyes were full of puzzles, and he did not seem to have heard their conversation. Just now when Long Hao punched him in the chest, although his internal organs were bleeding from the impact, the force that rushed into his body was absorbed by his flesh, then converted into a faint primordial qi that finally returned into his dantian. The discovery surprised him, and his mind instantly flashed back to when he and Tyrant Martial Sovereign fought each other. In order to compete for the rank on the Heaven and Earth power chart, the two of them had fought for several days and nights, shattering the Heaven and Earth, and even causing the entire holy city to nearly collapse. In the end, because Tyrant's physique was so strong that he could resist his primordial qi, and Tyrant's advantage grew greater as the battle approached the end. Yunxiao was forced to admit defeat. Looking back now, he instantly understood why he had lost. Tyrant's body could not only resist primordial qi, but also absorb the opponent's forces and turn it to his own. Heavens, how could there be such a freakish cultivation technique in this world? Traces of cold sweat broke out of his forehead. Judging by this, the awesomeness of the Tyrant body tempering technique was not inferior to that of the Great Expansion divine technique. However, when he went further into thinking, he found a weakness in this technique. Although it could absorb the opponent's force, its practitioner must first bear the opponent's attack and let the force enter the body, before it could be digested and absorbed. There was a huge risk in this. A few punches of an ordinary warrior were easy to bear, but after stepping into the Nine Heavens realm, no one would dare to stand still and let a martial sovereign punch them. Even Tyrant did not dare to let his opponent strike at his body, unless he had no other choice. Phew, I thought this technique was invincible. It turns out it also has a flaw. Yunxiao breathed a slight sigh of relief. All of a sudden, a loud crackle came to him, and he felt a stab of pain on his skin while a faint wisp of force entered his body, quickly absorbed by his flesh. The same few big guys, bare-chested by now, were looking at him excitedly, each holding a whip in hand. Their eyes seemed to be saying, "Aren't you very strong? See what I can do with you now." The surfaces of the whips were covered with small, sharp points that took away a large piece of skin and flesh when they struck Yunxiao, washing him with intense pain. Pa, pa, pa. They took turns and started whipping Yunxiao. Blood spilled from him and spattered everywhere. A great pain was erupting all over his body. The whips were also stained with the drug that could corrode the wounds, so not only did he feel the pain, but his skin was festering rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. Yunxiao clenched his jaw and simply closed his eyes. Wisps of force came from the whips, weak but continuous, and were soon absorbed into his dantian. Like that, he began to recover his strength in silence. This boy's bones are really tough. After being whipped for so many times, he didn't even utter a cry. The hunchback old man's eyes suddenly glowed with surprise. He knew the pain brought by these whips. Even a martial master would cry for his mother if he were whipped a few times. Zhenliang sneered, "His bones have to be tough so we can have fun. If he begged for mercy or simply died after being whipped a few times, the fun would be spoiled, and all our preparation would have gone to waste." The old man nodded slightly and remained silent. As soon as the few big guys heard the conversation, their eyes flashed with anger. In their minds, Yunxiao was laughing at them for not exerting enough force by not uttering a single cry. Immediately, they put all their strength into the whips and lashed them out desperately, taking away a large piece of skin and flesh with every strike. After more than 100 lashes, Yunxiao was completely bloody and did not have a piece of intact skin on his body. The few big guys were so tired that they were panting heavily, seeming to have exhausted all of their strength. A little bit more, Yunxiao was calculating in his mind. Just a little more and I'll be returning to the peak of the Two Stars realm. He flicked open his eyes and laughed sarcastically. "Hey, you wimps. I thought you were very strong with those stout frames, but it turns out you all can't even last a few seconds. Why, don't tell me you already ejaculated after whipping me a few times. How long did you last? Could it be that you all are the legendary 12-seconders? Anger, fury, no matter how incapable a man was, he could never be accused of being incompetent in this matter. Their necks turned red with rage and their strength was restored to the peak in an instant. In a fit of pique, they jumped forth and lashed their whips fiercely at Yunxiao's body. Pa, 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 pa. Not only did their strength increase, but the frequency also augmented. Each of them whipped him as if they had gone crazy. Meanwhile, Yunxiao was overjoyed as one wisp of force after another was absorbed by his flesh, converted into primordial qi, and then deposited into his dantian. After dozens of whips, the primordial qi in his dantian was finally full. He had returned to the peak of the Two Stars realm. Just as he was about to break free from the shackles and jump up to kill these guys, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in his mind. At this very moment, his bottleneck became loose and he seemed to be about to make a breakthrough. "Well, I'll let you whip me for a little longer. To be able to whip me, you have made your short life a worthwhile trip." He continued to clench his jaw and close his eyes as he began to absorb the weak wisps of force, preparing to break through the bottleneck. "Stop." But at this critical moment, Long Hao suddenly shouted. The few big guys dared not disobey his order, so they instantly stopped whipping. Yunxiao's eyebrows frowned slightly and his heart was filled with disappointment. He was confident that he could break through the bottleneck and become a 3-stars warrior with just a few dozens more lashes. By that time, his chances of escaping from here would be greatly increased. "I have underestimated you. I didn't expect you to not utter a single cry from all the whipping," Long Hao said coldly. "HMPH, since you have performed so well, I'll serve you the main course now and let you have a good time." Haha, as he laughed, Zhenliang clapped his hands with a vicious smile on his face. Immediately, a big guy handed him a bag of powder. Yunxiao slowly opened his eyes and looked at them coldly. At the moment, he could break free from the shackles and jump up to kill these people at any time. However, his body was too badly damaged, and there was a martial master in the dungeon. He was not sure that he could control the overall situation with one swift move. So he waited patiently for his chance while taking the opportunity to see what they were up to. With an extremely ferocious expression, Zhenliang patted the bag of powder in his hand and said, "This powder is carefully concocted by me, called the Mad Eunuch. When consumed, even a eunuch will have his manhood back and be immersed in boundless lust." He pointed to 2 big guys with whips and said coldly, "Come here, both of you," not knowing what was going to happen to them. Both guys exchanged a glance and walked over. Zhenliang carefully opened the bag, then flicked his index finger and sent a tiny pinch of red powder out, which was inhaled by the 2 big guys and caused them to cough. A few seconds later, their eyes began to look dreamy, their healthy bronze skin gradually turned pink, and they began to slur while their hands were running up and down across their own bodies. A strange atmosphere spread in the interrogation room. The 2 soon hugged together, moaning while kissing and licking each other and making all kinds of obscene actions. Blarg, blarg, everyone was so sick that they bent down and began to vomit. Even Long Hao felt nauseous at the sight, and he quickly waved and said, "Stop experimenting. Give it to him at once." With a grim smile, Junliang licked his lips and walked step by step toward Yunxiao. "They just took a tiny amount, but this package is all yours." Blarg. Yunxiao could not stand it anymore. The two big guys' actions were getting exaggerated, causing him to vomit even his bile juice out while his eyes shone with an intense killing intent. A feeling that made his goosebumps raise washed through him in a flash, and his body trembled violently. All of a sudden, a clear stream of force poured out of his dantian and rushed into his 8 extraordinary meridians. All the acupoints across his skin opened and closed in an instant while the primordial chi circulated a full round in him before converging in his dantian again. The bottleneck, which was already loosened, finally broke through under this disgusting situation. "Perverts, die now." Yunxiao roared as the primordial chi within him burst out of his limbs, breaking the cow tendons that bound his hands and legs. Then his figure flickered and he pushed both palms straight out, sending a strong force into the package of powder in Junliang's hand. Puff! The force exploded and instantly blasted the powder out of the bag, which turned into a cloud of red dust and, blown by a gust of breeze created by Yunxiao's palm strike, drifted toward Long Hao and his men. As a result, each one of them was stained with bits of powder. Ah! Long Hao turned pale with fright as he quickly grabbed Junliang and said anxiously, "The antidote, give me the antidote." Junliang was also sprayed with the powder on his face, and his eyes began to look blurry. He said with a dreamy voice, "Araranti antidote, no antidote. Brother Hao, come, let's be wild and we will be all right." Wild my A's. Long Hao's eyes flared as he jumped up and kicked Junliang in the chest with all his strength. As a result, Junliang spat out a mouthful of blood and was knocked flying away, falling onto the ground. "Uncle Ma, what should we do?" Long Hao felt a chill in his heart as he saw the eyes of more than 30 people in front of him become blurred. "It's all because of him. Uncle Ma, kill him quickly," he bellowed. The hunchback old man, Long Ma, was terrified as well. Although he managed to block the powder in time with force, there was still a little bit stuck on him. Feeling a strange sensation seeping into his skin, he hastily suppressed the medicinal strength with primordial chi in horror and growled, "Boy, you are going to die." Just as he was about to attack, a figure suddenly flashed before his eyes. Yunxiao had already struck out before him, throwing both fists at his face. "HMPH, you are a mere warrior, and yet you dare to flaunt your prowess before me." He raised his fists in his fury, and the withered muscles on his arms bulged suddenly, turning his arms as thick as tree roots while thrusting toward Yunxiao's punch. A cold snort rang out. Universal Soul Suppressor Demon Moon. Yunxiao's eyes suddenly became extremely strange. The black pupils bent and began to rotate in an instant, turning into 2 blood-red crescent moons which seemed to contain an endless expanse of terror. Ah! Long Ma's face turned blank in an instant, but he woke up immediately after his body shuddered, only to feel a sharp pain coming from his arms. Yunxiao had turned his fists into claws and stabbed all 10 fingers into the muscles of his shoulders, before pulling them down hard. Immediately, the flesh on his arms was stripped off the bones as if cut by sharp knives. Yunxiao's pupils instantly returned to normal, but the cold, killing intent in them did not reduce at all. His face was slightly pale, and it was evident that the soul attack just now had consumed a great deal of his spirit. With blood and flesh in his palms, he closed his fingers and threw his fists on Long Ma's chest, as the latter was momentarily distracted by great pain. Bam! Long Ma spurted a mouthful of blood as he was thrown away and fell to the ground, before being smeared all over by the powder. At the moment he landed, more than a dozen big guys, who were already delirious while biting and scratching each other, rushed at him one by one as if he was a piece of delicious meat. Soon he was drowned in a mountain of flesh. Yunxiao's stomach tumbled again. He choked back his nausea and looked around, then saw that Long Hao had lost his sense in this short period and joined in this madness of carnality. Blarg, he could not bear it any longer. After retching a mouthful of bile juice, he leaped into the air and carefully avoided the terrible powder, then jumped to the top of the steps. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and walk up. From behind him came a burst of beast-like roars and ecstatic cries. He wiped his face, then threw away his blood-stained clothes and took out a new suit from his ring to wear. Only then did he look better. However, due to the soul attack just now and excessive vomiting, his face was still slightly pale. Pah. He destroyed the lock on the door with a slap, and the 2 iron dungeon gates thundered open, allowing sunlight to shine in. He froze in place in an instant. Outside the door, more than a dozen pairs of equally dull eyes were staring at him. "Teacher Luo, Skinny Chen, Fatty Han, why are you here?" Yunxiao said in astonishment. Chen Zhen was the first to react. He asked shockingly, Are you all right?" Yunxiao spread out both hands and said calmly, "I'm all right. What could happen to me?" This Chen Zhen looked him up and down with an incredulous look on his face and then peered into the dungeon. "How can you be all right? What's the sound inside?" He walked in curiously. Longqing breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart was filled with an unspeakable sense of respite. Nothing happened to Li Yunxiao. Although he was surprised, it was the best result for him. Blarg. Chen Zhen's face instantly turned pale as he ran out quickly, squatting aside and retching violently. Chen Zhen, what's the matter with you? Henbai also peered inside and curious. Zhang Qingfen and the others also felt a little strange. They had all prepared for the worst, but to their surprise, Yunxiao looked fine and not ill at all, as if he was merely taking a stroll in the park. Zhang Qingfen gave him a few glances and immediately felt that he had an extraordinary demeanor. So you are Li Yunxiao. What's the sound inside? He too was curious and wanted to walk inside to have a look like Chen Zhen. Oh, it's nothing. Young Master Long Hao had invited a group of his men to have some fun inside. Yunxiao shook his head indifferently, but his eyes showed an extremely disgusted look while his face turned pale again. You'd better not go in and disturb them. Oh, his appearance immediately aroused everyone's suspicion and incredulity as they went in to see what was happening one by one. Blarg. Soon, more than a dozen people rushed out crazily, all squared aside to retch. Even Luo Yunsheng, despite several attempts of forcing down the things inside her stomach, could not resist as she began to vomit. Several alchemists, including Zhang Qingfen, shivered and took out various pills and poured them into their mouths like candy before swallowing them. Nevertheless, they soon began to vomit again. Longqing also ran out and vomited a few times, but his eyes were full of anxiety. With a hand clutched at his chest, he took a deep breath and ran in again. Yet he ran out once again to vomit a few seconds later. I told you not to look in there. Yunxiao's face was reproachful. It serves you right not to listen to my advice. Young Master Longhao's taste is not acceptable for average people. Chen Zhen stood up while trembling, his face deathly pale. Young Master Yun, I didn't know picking up soap is out of trend now. After vomiting for a while, Long Qing began to shiver with rage. Li Yunxiao, what the hell is going on? He bellowed. He had seen his beloved son at a glance in the dungeon, and the shocking scene had made him completely break down. Regardless of the final outcome, as Zhang Qingfen and others had seen this scandal, his family would never be able to raise their heads up in the capital. He was on the verge of going mad. Had it not been for so many people here, he would have dismembered Yunxiao and fed him to the dogs. Yunxiao snorted coldly, his eyes gradually turning cold while a chill emanated from him. Lord Long, your beloved son had invited me to be a guest here without any reason, so it should be me who asks you what the hell is going on. Long Qing was startled, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Although Yunxiao was only a teenager and the strength he revealed showed that he was merely a 3-stars warrior, he gave him an unfathomable feeling. It was as if even if he attacked, he might not be the latter's match. Why do I have such a feeling? He consoled himself in his heart. It must be what I saw just now being too disgusting, which is why I felt the wrong way. His face grew cold as he said gravely, I don't know what happened between you and my son, but you're standing here safe and sound now while my son, as he said this. His anger almost gushed out of his eyes. After today, Long Hao could no longer stay in the capital. The aura emanating from Yunxiao soon caught the attention of Zhang Qingfen and Su Han. Both of them were third-tier Grand Master alchemists, and their divine senses were extremely sensitive. They immediately discovered Yunxiao's difference, and they looked surprised at the same time. Zhang Qingfen swallowed a few pills and finally calmed his queasy stomach, then said with a pale face, your son has a very strong taste. What does it have anything to do with Li Yunxiao? And this is your residence, so why would your son obey him? Long Qing was speechless for a moment. He's right. This Li Yunxiao was taken captive by Hao, so how could he have the ability to defeat Hao? And his men. Does Hao really have such a fetish? He was immediately dumbfounded. Jia Rong smiled coldly and said, HMPH, like son, like father. When he went into the dungeon just now, he saw his disciple indeed being one of them. He was so frightened that his whole body was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that Yunxiao would settle the scores with him later. Quickly jumped out to show his loyalty. Upon hearing his words, everyone moved away from Long Qing, keeping a distance of at least 3 to 4 meters from him as they stared at him with strange eyes. Long Qing's face turned pale instantly as he stood there in complete embarrassment. Pointing at Jia Rong, he said angrily, nonsense. As the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards and a great martial master of the 3 Powers realm, how could I be a homosexual? Which of those men inside is not a warrior? Zhang Qingfen said coldly. Paying no more attention to Long Qing, he turned to Yunxiao as his gaze suddenly softened. So you are Li Yunxiao. Yunxiao nodded slightly and said, so you are Zhang Qingfen. Do you know me? Zhang Qingfen asked in surprise. Yunxiao chuckled. To your left is President Su Han of the Alchemist Association, and to your right is Teacher Luo, the commander of the State Guardians. As you stand between them, besides His Majesty the King, you can only be Zhang Qingfen or Zhao Qingwang. It was very easy to guess who you are. Zhang Qingfen smiled knowingly as he nodded and praised. You are indeed somewhat different from the rumors. Do you know how to stimulate acupoints with gold needles? I can give it a try, Yunxiao said with a grin. Give it a try. Zhang Qingfen put on a straight face and said seriously, if you are not confident enough, I will not allow you to treat the princess. Yunxiao spread his hands as he made a helpless look and said, if you don't let me try, do you have any other way? Zhang Qingfen was taken aback. He pondered for a few seconds, then burst out laughing. Well, then you can try. After saying that, his face turned gloomy and he said in a cold voice, if you save the princess, I can protect you no matter what happens to you in Tianshui. But if you fail, even Li Chunyang will not be able to save your life. What he said seemed to point towards something. Yunxiao's face flickered as he sneered. My life is always in my own hands. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting a little tense, Jia Rong said hastily, we shouldn't waste time here. The princess is still waiting to be treated. Yunxiao glanced at Meng Wu and suddenly smiled. Last time you set me up, but you have brought them here to save me this time. We are even now. Meng Wu flushed with shame, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It just happens that I need an assistant. Come help me treat the princess, said Yunxiao smilingly. Me? No, I can't do anything. Meng Wu quickly waved her hands and said, when I say you can, you can. He turned to Zhang Qingfen and said, Master Zhang, I need 2 assistants. One is Meng Wu, and the other is Teacher Luo. As for the payment for asking them to help me, I need you to reimburse them for me. Zhang Qingfen was somewhat shocked, but he then nodded and said, as you wish. Everyone is at your disposal now. Young Master Yun, didn't you say you wanted me to be your assistant? Jia Rong asked hastily. Yunxiao's face darkened. Junliang is your disciple. I'm finished this time, Jia Rong thought as shivers ran down his spine. He wiped beads of cold sweat from his forehead and said anxiously, he used to be my disciple, but I have expelled him in my heart just now. In fact, I didn't care about him since a very long time ago. It's true. Don't go, young Master Yun, listen to me, young Master Yun. Actually, I don't know him at all. Don't go. In a secret ice chamber on the 4th floor of the Alchemist Association, Ruxu wore a white dress and lay on a pale blue jade bed. Her face was so blue that it almost looked purple, and there were 5 faint dark red lines streaked across it. Moreover, her vitality was very weak right now. After glancing at her, Zhang Qingfen's face grew unsightly. This jade bed can slightly suppress the princess's illness, but it has obviously reached its limit. Yunxiao sighed. My soul power is too weak, otherwise I should have discovered her condition, and it wouldn't have been delayed until now. He waved and said, you all can go out now. Meng Wu and Teacher Luo will stay here with me. Yunsheng could not help but ask, do we just need a gauze curtain and 30 gold needles? No other things. She was a little nervous. Li Yunxiao, do you really have the confidence? Resting his chin on his hand, Yunxiao was lost in thought, and his appearance made Zhang Qingfen very nervous. Li Yunxiao, tell me honestly, how sure are you? If your confidence level is too low, I'll inform His Majesty now. The meaning in his words was obvious. If Yunxiao failed, it might be time to bid farewell to the princess. Everyone's heart sunk and was not optimistic about the situation. After all, Yunxiao was too young, and stimulating acupoints with gold needles not only required an extremely precise control, but also no margin of error in terms of sequence, timing, and intensity. According to their estimation, it was fortunate to have a 30% success rate. Yunxiao sighed and said, if the princess was a man, I could treat him face to face, and the success rate would be 100%, but she is a girl. So I can only stimulate her acupoints with flying needles while standing within 15 meters on the other side of the gauze curtain. In addition, I was greatly frightened by young Master Hao's fetish just now, and my spirit is still a little weak. If all the factors are added up, I am about 90% sure. Stimulating acupoints with flying needles. Did you just say you are going to stimulate her acupoints with flying needles while standing within 15 meters on the other side of the gauze curtain? Zhang Qingfen felt a mouthful of blood rushing up into his throat while his head was buzzing. So the purpose of the gauze curtain is to avoid direct contact with the princess. The success rate is 100% for face-to-face treatment and 90% for using flying needles. Su Han sucked in a cold breath. Somewhat dazed, he said, it turns out that stimulating acupoints with gold needles is such an easy technique. I thought it is a very advanced method. But when he finished, he suddenly shook his head hard and said, no, this is not right. I once heard the master say that it requires at least the soul power of a 5th-tier alchemist or a well-seasoned skill to successfully stimulate acupoints with gold needles. Yunsheng was stunned for a moment as well, then her face suddenly grew dark as she shouted angrily, do you think you are Lord Yang Dai? A success rate of 100%, stimulating acupoints with flying needles. The princess's life is at stake now. You'd better be serious. I'm already very serious. Yunxiao said with a wry smile, since you know Ruxu's life is at stake, you should stop disturbing me. Let's start the treatment now. Meng Wu, I want you to hold the princess. Teacher Luo, help me put up the curtain. Zhang Qingfen grabbed the gauze curtain and threw it out with force. In a fit of rage, he shouted, to hell with the curtain. You will stimulate the princess's acupoints face to face. The princess is extremely precious to us. I won't allow you to take this matter lightly. Yunxiao's eyes grew wide as he glared at Zhang Qingfen. It is because she is very precious to you that I have to treat her from the other side of the curtain. To stimulate acupoints with gold needles, the patient must strip naked. If Ruxu's naked body is seen by me and then His Majesty commands me to marry her, how am I going to refuse? Damn it, are you trying to set me up? I won't fall into your trap. Everyone fainted in an instant. Zhang Qingfen felt a little dizzy. This was such a serious matter, and yet Yunxiao made it look like a child's play. He had a feeling that this guy seemed to be playing with him. Just then, Yunxiao's expression suddenly changed. Staring at Ruxu's face, he said in a deep voice, "The 5 yin's terminated meridians are about to converge in her head. If you delay me any further, her life force will completely vanish when the 5 yin's gather together. By that time, even a 9th-tier sovereign alchemist will not be able to save her." Everyone turned to look at the princess's face at the same time. Sure enough, the 5 tiny dark red lines had grown longer and begun to spread to the top of her head. Mengwu, take off her clothes. Teacher Luo, hold up the curtain. Li Yunxiao, have you had enough? The consequences of this matter are beyond your ability to bear, so you better take it seriously, Yunsheng said angrily. Pa, Yunxiao opened the box containing the gold needles, then bent his finger and flicked it without lifting his head. Teacher Luo, I'm going to puncture your cloud gate acupoint, and the needle will go 7 millimeters deep into your skin, he said softly. A faint whistle rang out. Yunsheng's pupils constricted as she saw a wisp of golden light flash before her, and then felt a faint tingling sensation on her shoulder blade like that of a mosquito bite. When she looked down, she saw a gold needle as thin as hair stuck in her cloud gate acupoint, having gone exactly 7 millimeters deep. She was struck dumb instantly, her eyes full of horror, while a great wave was surging in her heart. Her undergarment was sewn with gold thread, which had a certain resistance to primordial qi. The strength required for the gold needle to penetrate it could not be controlled at all, not to mention it had to puncture exactly 7 millimeters into her flesh. Besides, how did he know she was wearing a gold-threaded undergarment? Yunxiao chuckled. When we were outside just now, I noticed a slight golden glow on your neck, so I figured you were wearing a gold-threaded undergarment. It's in fashion with girls nowadays. In addition, you are wearing 3 coats and there are 6 meters between us, so I've used 30% of my strength to throw out the needle. Is there any deviation? Yunsheng's face turned pink with embarrassment. She could not calm down when she realized a man knew what kind of undergarment she was wearing. So even though her heart was filled with great shock, she shouted angrily, Li Yunxiao, you really have a big mouth. Yunxiao laughed, let's get started quickly. In fact, I am confident only when I use flying needles. How can I calm down when Ruxu is stripped naked in front of me? Although she is young, she has everything of a mature woman like her ample bosom. Enough. A gleam of shyness flashed through Yunsheng's eyes. The gauze curtain spread from her hands and immediately separated Yunxiao from Ruxu. She then calmed down a little and said softly, you may begin now. Meanwhile, Mengwu nervously took off Ruxu's dress and held her carefully. A faint whistle rang out. Wisps of golden light flashed across the air as Yunxiao's flying needles began to pierce through the curtain one by one and stick into the acupoints on Ruxu's body. Yunsheng's pupils constricted as she focused all her attention on each of Yunxiao's movements, memorizing them as clearly as possible in her head. The group of men outside the ice chamber was very quiet, and no one dared to breathe loudly because Zhang Qingfen's face was extremely unsightly. No one dared to provoke him at this time. But soon Suhan finally could not help asking Zhang, do you think this Li Yunxiao is messing around? Zhang Qingfen narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, now that we have reached this point, we have to bear all the consequences even if we were to eat a sage. With a gloomy and murderous look in his eyes, he turned to stare coldly at Jia Rong, causing the latter to shiver with fear as beads of cold sweat dripped off the forehead. The door of the ice chamber suddenly opened, and everyone's heart gave a jerk with the sound. They all turned around and saw Yunxiao walk out leisurely. What's the matter? Hasn't the treatment started yet? Zhang Qingfen asked. The princess's illness cannot be delayed any longer. It's done, Yunxiao said lightly. It est done. Everyone was stunned. So fast, it had only been a few minutes. Was he playing with them? Their hearts filled with a feeling that they had been tricked. Jia Rong's head was reeling and he almost passed out on the spot. He seemed to have seen himself dismembered by the furious Zhang Qingfen. Li Yunxiao, how dare you? Zhang Qingfen finally exploded with the rage that had simmered for a long time and rushed over. How dare you fool us with the princess's life? I'm going to slice you into pieces today even if Li Chunyang is here. A figure flashed past as Yunsheng appeared in front of Yunxiao and gently blocked Zhang Qingfen's fist. Master Zhang, what he said is true. The princess is healed, she said softly. A total silence reigned in front of the door. For a moment Zhang Qingfen felt that his brain could not function properly. He healed, the princess is healed. Yunsheng, since when have you become so facetious? Su Han's figure flashed as he bolted straight into the ice chamber. Soon, a shocked voice came out of it. I can't believe this, the princess is healed. All the people outside the door sucked in a cold breath at the same time, and then glanced at each other in horror. The princess's serious condition, which had troubled them for more than a decade, was solved by this teenager in only a few minutes. Jia Rong felt he had exhausted all his strength in an instant and collapsed to the ground. Of course, he was relieved on the inside because his life was finally saved. Looking at Yunxiao's cold eyes, Zhang Qingfen became a little embarrassed. Traces of sweat oozed from his forehead as he said hesitantly, How can it be so fast? Is this a lie? Hess he managed a few laughs, but his expression looked very awkward. Hess my A's, Yunxiao scolded. It was only 18 needles in total. It will only take me a brief moment to hack you 18 times with a knife. So how long do you think it will take me to treat the princess? 3 days and 3 nights. I can't believe you are the chief alchemist of the imperial palace. What an idiot. Everyone gaped while Han Bai and Chen Zhen opened their mouths wide enough to fit a watermelon. It was unusually quiet outside the door once again. Did he just scold the chief alchemist of the imperial palace as an idiot? Heavens, even His Majesty the King dares not to do that. Is this boy insane? Everyone was sweating profusely. Jia Rong's heart, which had just calmed down, jumped back up to his throat in an instant. He struggled desperately, wishing he could immediately get up and quickly disassociate himself from Yunxiao. Heavens, I don't know this boy, don't get me into trouble. He cried wildly in his heart. Zhang Qingfen was stupefied as well. He could not remember how many years had passed since he had last been called an idiot. He was only an intermediate apprentice alchemist back then and was often knocked on the head and scolded for being an idiot when he was purifying ingredients for his master. It had been years since he had heard this adjective. He himself felt strange too, for he should have been flown into a rage now, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he was somewhat sad. "You call me an idiot, aren't you?" Yunsheng cried out in cold sweat. Li Yunxiao, don't talk nonsense. Apologize to Master Zhang right now. Apologize. Yunxiao laughed coldly and walked away without paying any attention to the terrified faces of the crowd. He can come to me when he has learned how to use flying needles. Then I can consider apologizing to him. Everyone looked at each other and could not believe that he dared to say such a thing. Yunsheng felt dizzy as she said quickly, "I'm sorry, Master Zhang." Zhang Qingfen shook his head somewhat dejectedly and sighed. It doesn't matter when one starts learning. The one who discovers the truth should be the teacher. He is right. It was one's strength that counted in this world. Zhang Qingfen's statement was obviously an attitude of admitting defeat. While the crowd was silent, their hearts were filled with extreme shock. Now that the princess is healed, you may all leave. I plan to stay here for a few days and observe her condition. Zhang Qingfen waved and walked straight into the ice chamber, his expression a little bleak. The crowd left silently one by one. Han Bai and Chen Zhen also planned to go back, but Luo Yunsheng caught them. Soon the three of them left the Alchemist Association together. You two are the closest to Li Yunxiao. Do you know why he has changed so much recently? The soaring cultivation base and superb medical skills are by no means achievements that can be attained in a short period of time. Yunsheng went straight to the point. The two of them were silent. Li Yunxiao, who had always needed their care, suddenly left them far behind for no apparent reason and became an existence they needed to look up to. Yunsheng stared at them coldly. Don't tell me you don't know. Even if he had been keeping a low profile because he wanted to hide his true strength, he would never be able to hide it from you. I'm sure you can see some clues. They exchanged a glance, both looking blank. Chen Zhen said playfully, Teacher Luo, you are his head teacher. The fact that you have made him into a student who even Master Zhang had to admit inferiority to shows that you are really good at teaching. Pa. Yunsheng slapped him on the back of the head and cut off his words. After pondering for a while, her eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light, and then she said seriously, do you think Li Yunxiao's low profile has something to do with the current situation of the Li family? Chen Zhen and Han Bai's faces grew grim. With her eyes gleaming, Yunsheng said thoughtfully, just when everyone thought he is a loser and an insignificant person, he suddenly stood up under the limelight. For a person who is so scheming and can endure for such a long time to stand on the stage at this time, perhaps he has already made all the preparations. Perhaps something big is going to happen in the Li family. Duke Jingguo is in a life and death reclusion, Han Bai said in a deep voice, and he has made Li Yi in charge of the Li family. Now the whole Li family is under the control of this guy. Even General Fei Long, who is guarding the frontier in the northwest, can't do anything to him. Could it be that the rumor is true? Chen Zhen's face also became extremely unsightly. Rumor has it that Duke Jingguo was not in a life and death reclusion, but was imprisoned by Li Yi. Otherwise, how could he be given such great powers, when he is merely an adopted son who is given the surname of Li? Although young Master Yun's recent performance is amazing, the Li family is still being supported by some elders. It should not be time for him to stand up. Han Bai pricked up his ears, eager to know the answer as well. Luo Yunsheng's status was above them all, so if she was willing to help Li Yunxiao, the odds would be even better. Yunsheng said lightly, I am a commander of the state guardians, and that makes me on His Majesty's side. Both Chen Zhen and Han Bai looked disappointed upon hearing that. But then she smiled and added, however, Li Yunxiao is my student. Yunxiao was walking on the street when he suddenly sneezed several times. Feeling strange, he said to himself, I'm so healthy and I haven't caught a cold. Why did I suddenly sneeze? Young Master Yun. A voice suddenly rang out and then Meng Wu ran up to him from behind. At the sight of him, her face flushed and her eyes grew nervous. Yunxiao smiled through narrowed eyes and said, Oh, I was just wondering why I sneezed for no reason. It turns out that I'm going to be lucky in love. Meng Wu bit her lip as she summoned up her courage and asked, Can you help me take a look at my brother? Knowing that she was raising money to buy medicine for her brother, Yunxiao took out a bag of gold coins from his ring and threw it at her. 1,000 gold coins. Meng Wu gasped as she looked at the storage bag in her hand. Hastily, she handed it back to Yunxiao and said, "It's too much, I can't take it." Yunxiao took her left hand and put the bag in her palm, then smiled and said, "This is the reward you deserve for helping me save the princess." Meng Wu shook her head and said, "But I didn't do anything, I just helped the princess change her clothes." Although you had only helped her change clothes, it was actually a matter of life and death, Yunxiao laughed. "If you didn't come and I was forced to change her clothes, do you think I could carry out the treatment when there was a naked beauty in front of me?" The princess's situation would be even more dangerous then. Therefore, in the whole treatment process, what you did was the most critical part. Meng Wu was somewhat struck dumb. She never thought this could be a logic. "It's fine and I didn't suffer any losses last time. If I have the chance, I want to try a few more times." Meng Wu knew at once what he meant when she heard him. She blushed like a ripe apple, almost smoking up. Yunxiao laughed. "What's wrong with your brother? Do you want me to go and see with you?" Meng Wu was overjoyed. Although she did not know of Yunxiao's true strength, it must be extraordinary as he was able to cure an illness that even the chief alchemist of the imperial palace could not. Thinking that, she hurriedly led Yunxiao in the direction of her home. She lived in a house near the capital, 4 hours away from the academy. Even though both of them were not weak, it took them half the day to arrive there. "No wonder you have opened 7 chakras at such a young age, and are only one step away from becoming a warrior of the origin realm. It turns out that the effort it takes you to travel between the academy and your home is worth a secluded cultivation," Yunxiao teased. Meng Wu's cheeks reddened. "The house in the capital is too expensive for us to afford." Through chatting with her along the way, Yunxiao learned that her father was once a brave captain who served the state. He had lived in the city with her brother and her, but had died on a mission 3 years ago. Since then, their source of livelihood was cut off and had to live on a meager monthly pension. As a result, they were forced to move out of the city and live in the suburbs. Fortunately, both she and her brother were sensible and talented. She was admitted to Jialan Academy last year at the age of 15, while her younger brother, Meng Bai, had opened 5 chakras at the age of 14, showing that he had an even better talent than her. Everything was seeming fine. However, starting from this year, Meng Bai suddenly became absent-minded all day long and was in a coma for a long time, while his body was shifting between cold and warm for some unknown reason. In order to raise money to cure her brother, Meng Wu took up many part-time jobs, which was also why she had agreed to help Lanfei frame Yunxiao. Her home was an ordinary house. Although the furniture was simple, the interior was clean and tidy. As soon as Meng Wu entered the house, tears immediately rolled down her cheeks when she saw her brother lying in bed. She sobbed and said, "He's been like this for 4 or 5 months. I've had many apprentice alchemists come to see him, but there is nothing they can do. I can only use resuscitation magic water to keep him alive. However, the effect of the potion is getting weaker and weaker. I'm really scared. I'm scared every single day." Her mental state seemed to have broken down at this moment, and she threw herself on Yunxiao's shoulder while bursting into tears. The pressure that a 15-year-old girl had suffered for a long time poured out like a bursting dam. While smelling the faint fragrance of a young girl, Yunxiao patted Meng Wu's hair gently and comforted her. "It's all right. I'm here now as long as Meng Bai is not dead. He won't die even if he wants to." After crying for a while, Meng Wu realized that she had forgotten herself, so she covered her nose with a hand and sobbed softly. Yunxiao's shoulder was soaked with her tears. Yunxiao glanced at the young man lying in bed in surprise. His face was colorful and he was weak in vitality. He gently pinched at several acupoints on the latter's body with a finger. All the spots where his fingertips touched turned dark in color, with wisps of faint black gas drifting out as if he had been poisoned. "What's going on, young Master Yun?" Seeing this, Meng Wu became very anxious. She had never seen anything like this. Yunxiao was stunned for a moment before he uttered a few words. "Heaven, earth, venomous body. Heaven, earth, venomous body." Meng Wu's head was reeling. Although she did not know what the illness was, it was scary enough just to listen to the name. She asked while weeping, "Can he be cured?" "Cured?" Yunxiao shook his head. Meng Wu burst into tears again. "Didn't you say that as long as he is not dead, he won't die even if he wants to? Now that you are here, please, you must save my brother. As long as you can save him, I will do anything for you." Traces of cold sweat oozed out of Yunxiao's forehead. "Do not tempt me into committing crimes. I will think otherwise when you say like that." He glared at her and said, "Don't cry. The heaven-earth venomous body is not an illness, so how can I cure him? It's like you are a girl and I want to cure you into a man. Would you agree to it?" Meng Wu sobbed. "If this is not an illness, then why is he like this? There are many people in this world who are different from the moment they were born," Yunxiao explained carefully. "For example, men and women are different. And everyone's talent is also different. There are some extremely rare existences called special constitutions. People with these special constitutions will have obvious differences from ordinary people. This heaven-earth venomous body is one of such special constitutions. What should we do? Since you can find out what's wrong with him, there must be some way to cure him, right? Meng Wu asked nervously. Yunxiao slapped himself on the forehead. I've wasted my breath. I've told you this is not an illness, so it doesn't need to be treated. Although I have not seen the heaven-earth venomous body in real life, I have read it in some records. The reason your brother becomes like this is because he is too weak, and the toxicity in his body is too strong for him to control. He just needs to restrain the toxicity and then constantly improve his strength through cultivation, and everything will be solved. Startled, Meng Wu asked, what about the poison in his body? Yunxiao shook his head and said, there is no need to get rid of it. He has the heaven-earth venomous body, and it would be strange if there was no poison inside him. As long as his cultivation speed can keep pace with the growth rate of toxicity, everything will be fine. The toxicity in his body is still very weak now, but it will become stronger in the future, making him a venomous king of the generation. Let me wake him up first. He took out more than a dozen gold needles and carefully stuck them on Meng Bai's skin. As soon as they were inserted into his acupoints, they began to turn black and were seriously corroded. So strong, Yunxiao frowned. He slapped Meng Bai on the top of the head, and all the corroded gold needles immediately jumped out of the acupoints, pulling out wisps of black gas that began to sizzle and burn when they were touched by the air. Help me lift him up, Yunxiao said as he sat cross-legged down in front of Meng Bai. Meng Wu's heart jumped to her throat. She quickly helped Meng Bai up and said anxiously, even stimulating his acupoints with gold needles didn't work. What should we do now? By stimulating acupoints with gold needles, Yunxiao had cured the 5 Yin's terminated meridians that even Zhang Qingfen and Master Su Han had failed to. However, it did not work on her brother, which made her extremely scared. It's all right. I'll just suck the poison from his body into me, Yunxiao said casually. With both hands locked in a hand seal, he lightly rested them on Meng Bai's shoulders. With that, a stream of black gas immediately began to spread onto his body. Meng Wu's pupils constricted as she cried out in horror. How can Yao do this? What will happen to you if you suck the poison into your body? Yunxiao snorted indifferently. I'll be slightly scared if he was a perfect heaven-earth venomous body, but your brother has only opened 5 chakras. The poison inside him will not be too strong. What I suck over will be digested as a tonic. As a tonic, Meng Wu's eyes grew wide. As she watched streams of black gas pouring into Yunxiao's arms and turning him completely black while color gradually returned to Meng Bai's face and his vitality slowly recovered, she was so moved that tears began to fall down her cheeks. Since her father died, no one had ever bothered to help her so much. Even if someone did help her, it was because they coveted her beauty and would eventually show their true colors. Yunxiao had risked his life to help her, which filled her tough heart with warmth and moved her to tears. Yunxiao's eyes were closed, and there was a weak sucking force around his body, making him look like a huge whirlpool. A large amount of black poisonous gas rushed straight into his body along the meridians on his arms and began to corrode his extraordinary meridians, flesh, and blood. This level of poisonous gas also wants to erode me. HMPH, I am the only one in heaven and earth, the one chi of destiny. As Yunxiao shouted in his heart, a golden light burst out of his dantian and rushed into his 7 chakras. All of a sudden, 7 glows of different colors broke out from the top of his head to his feet and were quickly connected into a line by the golden light. The black poisonous gas all over him began to shrink rapidly, and his skin color was gradually returning to normal. Meng Wu stopped crying as she stared blankly at the changes in Yunxiao and the improving complexion of her brother. Soon, her heart began to fill with joy. The black poisonous gas was compressed into a mass by Yunxiao and put in his qi, its amount ever increasing. But the primordial qi in his dantian was rotating like a nebula, slowly absorbing these poisonous gases and converting them into the purest energy to fill his qi. This is indeed innate energy. Tusk, I'm blessed. Yunxiao's heart was filled with ecstasy as he started absorbing even more crazily. The cultivation of warriors involved the absorption of primordial qi of heaven and earth for their own use, to fill their qi and improve their energy level. In addition to absorbing primordial qi directly from heaven and earth, most warriors would cultivate their qi by absorbing primordial qi from primordial stones. After all, primordial stones were a kind of ore that stored a lot of primordial qi, and its effect was much better than absorbing directly from the heaven and earth. However, with the continuous improvement of warriors' levels, their requirements for primordial stones would also get higher. At the later stages, even supreme-grade primordial stones could only improve the energy to a limited extent. Therefore, high-level warriors had to spend a lot of supreme-grade primordial stones every time they cultivated. This was when the role of alchemists became apparent, because they could refine various advanced materials into pills containing huge amounts of energy. The effect of which was great after the warriors consumed them. It was also why senior alchemists were extremely distinguished. Refining pills was to rearrange the energy contained in various materials with the sole power into a form that could be easily absorbed by warriors. In this process, a legendary alchemist accidentally discovered a way to absorb primordial qi directly from materials with soul power, and after in-depth research, he finally invented a soul skill called One Qi of Destiny. The invention of this soul skill had greatly made up for the deficiency of alchemists in the cultivation of their martial arts. It could greatly strengthen the cultivation of their martial arts in a short time, thus complementing their alchemy attainment and enabling them to advance to a higher level. And when compared to using supreme-grade primordial stones, the cultivation speed was dozens of times faster when an alchemist directly absorbed primordial qi from ninth-grade materials. But people soon discovered the flaws in this soul skill, because it merely used advanced materials as higher-grade primordial stones, and only a small part of the energy in the materials could be sucked out. It caused a lot of waste. The materials that could surpass the energy contained in supreme-grade primordial stones were at least 5th grade or above. Furthermore, taking the loss into account, alchemists needed materials of 8th grade or above to waste. Only then would it be better than absorbing directly from supreme-grade primordial stones. However, the energy contained in 8th grade pills refined from 8th grade materials was hundreds of times more than what was directly absorbed from the raw materials. The One Qi of Destiny could only absorb innate power produced by heaven and earth. As Meng Bai's constitution was the heaven-earth venomous body, the poison inside him was also a kind of innate power. Therefore, it was directly sucked out by Yunxiao and digested as tonic. However, with his current cultivation base, he could not completely relieve the toxicity, so he used a secret method to condense the toxicity, wrap it with primordial qi, and hide it inside his danshan. When his strength improved in the future, he could easily eliminate it. As the toxicity gradually decreased, Meng Bai's complexion completely recovered. Slowly, he opened his eyes and mumbled, where am I? Meng Bai, are you all right? Meng Wu was so happy that she wept tears of joy. Putting her arm around Meng Bai's neck, she said, "You've finally recovered, sis." Meng Bai recognized Meng Wu and saw Yunxiao at the same time. "Who is this?" he asked with surprise. Meng Wu wiped her tears and said, "This is my classmate, Li Yunxiao. You can just call him Young Master Yun. It was he who saved your life. Thank him quickly." Yunxiao put all the poison into his danshan, then slowly opened his eyes and said, "Why do you have so little poison in your body? It isn't enough for me. Fancy that you have the heaven-earth venomous body. You need to produce more poison in the future." After sucking all of the poison in Meng Bai's body, Yunxiao felt that his danshan was full as if he had just absorbed hundreds of primordial stones. The effect was much better than his usual cultivation, so he obviously wanted more. He clicked his tongue and said, "When I get back, I will refine you some pills that can stimulate your toxicity. As long as you consume them regularly, the poison inside your body will become stronger and stronger." Meng Bai laughed and said, "Haha. Sis, this young Master Yun really can joke." Yunxiao's face darkened as he said coldly, "I never joke. Boy, it is your blessing to meet me. Well, if you kowtow to me 3 times, I will accept you as my disciple." Meng Bai froze for a moment, then burst into laughter when he saw Yunxiao talk like an old man. "Haha, you want to accept me as your disciple. Young Master Yun, how old are you? I think you are about the same age as my sister, which makes you 1 year older than me. And yet you want to accept me as your disciple. If I want to have a master, I will find a martial master who can at least become a state guardian." The Guardians of the State was the strongest armed organization in Tianshui. In the world that advocated martial arts, it was undoubtedly the most sacred and legendary place in the minds of all the young people. Yunxiao felt angry and sad at the same time. "I am no match for a martial master." In his previous life, the existences of martial master level were not even worthy of licking the soles of his shoes, and he could kill tens of thousands of them with one strike. But now, seeing a flash of displeasure on Yunxiao's face, Meng Wu hastily knocked Meng Bai on the head and cried out, "Young Master Yun is young, but he is a genius in martial arts and alchemy. You are lucky to be able to acknowledge him as your master. Hurry up, kowtow to him and acknowledge him as your master." She knew Yunxiao's strength, and it was enough to be Meng Bai's master. Besides, the poison in Meng Bai's body was not completely gone, and she was counting on the former to save him. Meng Bai said hastily, "Sis, I'm your brother. You can't set me up." As she saw Yunxiao's face getting unsightly, Meng Wu was so anxious that she hit Meng Bai hard on the head again. "How could you say that? I've worked so hard just for you. Yao, you really piss me off." In desperation, her tears began to fall again. As soon as Meng Bai saw her crying, he panicked and said, "Sis, don't cry. I was wrong. I'll acknowledge him as master now." He hurried down from the bed, then walked in front of Yunxiao and knelt to kowtow 3 times seriously. "Please accept my kowtows, master." Yunxiao nodded and said, "I know you are unconvinced now, but it doesn't matter. I'm very poor now, so I don't have a gift for you. But I will teach you a set of supreme body tempering techniques called the Tyrant Body Tempering Technique, which happens to match your body constitution. Your future achievements will be limitless." Yunxiao almost coughed up a mouthful of warm blood while he felt his head reeling. the peerless body tempering technique of Ao Changkang, the tyrant martial sovereign who ranked #1 on the heaven and earth power chart, was not as good as a set of tiger knuckle fist in this boy's eyes. You will learn whatever your master tells you to learn. Don't be so choosy. Meng Wu gave him a good kick. She had seen Yunxiao use the floating life seal, and she was envious of it. She thought that if her brother wanted to learn something, it must be the floating life seal. It was better for him to agree to learn this body tempering method first, so that when young Master Yun was satisfied with his performance, he would teach him the floating life seal later. Yunxiao choked back the mouthful of blood and said coldly, "I don't know anything about tiger knuckle fist. You must practice this tyrant body tempering technique, whether you want it or not. There are altogether 18 styles in this technique, and I'll teach you the first 3 styles now. After you have mastered them, you will be able to suppress the toxicity inside your body." Meng Bai was overjoyed as soon as he heard that he would be able to suppress the toxicity in his body once he had mastered the first 3 styles. Thinking that, he quickly learned it by heart. Yunxiao did not avert suspicion and let Meng Wu watch from the side. Brother and sister thought the postures were too abnormal and funny, but because Yunxiao was here, they did not dare to laugh and had to remember them carefully. That's all. Although there are only 3 styles, you have to practice hard day and night. Do not dishonor my name. As for martial techniques, when you make the breakthrough and become a warrior of the origin realm, I will choose one that suits your body constitution to teach you. Really? Meng Bai's eyes lit up as soon as he heard the word martial techniques. Master, what martial techniques do you know? You can't teach me one that is inferior to the tiger knuckle fist. Meng Wu's face was also full of anticipation, knowing that Yunxiao knew a lot of martial techniques. Yunxiao's face turned blue completely. He was knowledgeable, and he really could not think of any martial technique that was inferior to the tiger knuckle fist, which was merely an entry-level martial technique. Basically, anyone could master this technique, and it was also the most basic martial technique. No one had ever taught Meng Bai, and he had only heard the name of tiger knuckle fist. He felt envious whenever he saw someone using it. Although Meng Wu was studying at Jia Lan Academy, she had not yet become a real warrior. Hence, the academy would not teach any martial techniques to her. Yunxiao sighed, "Don't worry, I naturally know what to teach you. What you need to do now is continuously strengthen your body and improve the innate toxicity inside you as much as possible. This is the way you should go." He glanced at some stones piled up in the corner of the room and said with surprise, "Are these raw ores of primordial stones?" "Yes," Meng Bai replied. "I used to follow Uncle Shi and others to mine the ores, but then I stopped because the toxicity in me exploded. These raw ores were piled up here a long time ago. Their quality is not very good, so they can't be sold for a good price." Yunxiao went to the corner and looked through the pile of raw ores, vaguely sensing an aura. Soon he picked up a slightly dark stone and observed it carefully. "This doesn't seem to be the raw ore of a primordial stone. I picked it up because I felt an energy in it," Meng Bai said with surprise. With a little force from his fingers, Yunxiao quickly peeled off the rough skin of the ore, revealing a purple stone with a lot of impurities. His eyes flashed with joy as he said hastily, "Where did you pick up this stone? Is there more in the mine? I found it in the 5 Peaks vein outside the city. The main vein is under official control, so we were digging in some smaller veins nearby. There should still be more of such stones." After pondering for a moment, Yunxiao said, "This kind of stone is very useful. It is called the purple sunstone, which is a kind of 5th-grade material and can be used to construct gravity arrays. If I am not wrong, the gravity hall in Jia Lan Academy is constructed with a large number of purple sunstones. It can be used to construct gravity arrays. That means it is very valuable." Meng Bai asked shockingly. Yunxiao nodded and said, "Yes, it is very rare for the Academy of a State to have a gravity chamber. Although purple sunstone is only a 5th-grade material, it is rarely sold on the market due to its unique nature. In general, only the top powers on the continent are capable of constructing gravity chambers. Moreover, the price of the purple sunstones depends on its weight. This one has too many impurities, but because it is so large, the purple sunstone extracted from it can produce a gravity field of almost 3 meters in diameter." Meng Bai's eyes lit up instantly, but when he saw Yunxiao put the stone directly into his own ring, he immediately said with a sad face, "Master, how could you take the thing that belongs to your disciple?" Yunxiao said shamelessly, "It is a waste to put this thing with you. I'll keep it for you now and give it back to you when you need it later." Despite Meng Bai's complaint, he took the stone and left. But before leaving, he did not forget to remember to practice those 3 styles hard day and night, and try to stimulate the poison inside your body. When the time comes, I'll come and help you suck out the poison. He did not forget the benefit of absorbing the poison, which could greatly augment his primordial qi. After leaving Meng Wu's home, Yunxiao muttered to himself, "I can't believe I've taken a disciple with the heaven-earth venomous body. With his super strong body constitution, this boy's future achievements will certainly be one of the best among my other disciples." After thinking for a moment, he walked toward the Alchemist Association. "It's time to refine a mystic weapon for myself." Since I've accidentally found a purple sunstone, the refining method I originally planned to use will have to be slightly modified. Every alchemist association had an array that could enhance the refining process, which could help alchemists complete refining to the greatest extent. However, when the alchemist's level reached a certain level, the effect of this array was negligible. Even so, as Yunxiao was currently only a first-tier alchemist, the enhancement brought to him by the array was still very considerable. As soon as he stepped into the Alchemist Association, he was immediately recognized by the sharp-eyed Lu Yao. She hurried up to him and said, "Master Li, Master Zhang and President Su are looking for you everywhere." Her tone had become extremely respectful and her attitude was humble, making her expression look somewhat stiff. "Why are they looking for me? Could it be that there's an unusual change to the princess's condition?" Yunxiao cocked his head and thought for a moment but found it unlikely. "I'm here to borrow your enhancement array." Yunxiao did not like this at all, but when he thought that he still needed their help, he reluctantly followed her. When she saw the impatience on his face, Lu Yao could not help but smile bitterly in her heart. When others heard the two masters summoning them, they would all jump to their feet with excitement. But this boy was so impatient, she did not know what he was thinking. Yunxiao followed Lu Yao to the third floor and entered a spacious room. Inside, not only did he see Su Han, but Zhang Qingfen was there as well. At the sight of him, both men's eyes flashed with joy. As if not daring to be arrogant, they quickly stood up and nodded to him, which was a way to greet someone of an equal level. Lu Yao was so shocked that she almost bit her tongue. She did not dare to stay much longer and left quickly after greeting them. Yunxiao took the gesture calmly as he walked straight to the front of the two men, then sat down with his legs crossed. "What do you want from me?" The two men exchanged a glance and saw a wry smile in each other's eyes. Zhang Qingfen took out an invitation card and handed it to Yunxiao. "This is an invitation to the feast thrown by His Majesty for his subjects. The feast has two purposes. One is to celebrate Luo Yunsheng's promotion to an alchemist, and the other is to celebrate the princess's cure. Besides you can bring 5 people with you." Yunxiao took over the gilded invitation card and pondered for a moment before putting it away. "Is that all?" Zhang Qingfen saw that he was a little impatient, so he put on a wry smile and went straight to the point. "We want to know, are you Lord Yang Dai's disciple?" No. Zhang Qingfen's eyes were full of doubts. "What about your floating life seal and the technique of stimulating acupoints with gold needles?" Yunxiao interrupted him directly. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave now." He was not in a mood to talk to them about this, and he could not make it clear at all. So he stood up and was about to leave. There were 2 jade boxes on the table, one large and one small. Zhang Qingfen pushed them in front of Yunxiao and looked at him smilingly. Yunxiao opened the small jade box while frowning, and saw a small and exquisite badge lying quietly inside. It was made of some kind of unknown material, neither gold nor jade when he held it in his hand. He was surprised as he said, "The badge of a second-tier alchemist." Su Han smiled and said, "Young Master Yun, the fact that you can stimulate acupoints with gold needles proves your strength is far above the second tier. However, this place is only a 5th-grade branch of the Alchemist Association, and I only have the right to issue second-tier badges, so you have to suffer the injustice temporarily. If you want to get a higher-grade badge, you must be verified at the 4th-grade branch." Su Han showed a knowing smile as he pointed toward the larger box. "Young Master Yun, take a look at this." Yunxiao smiled faintly and said while lifting the lid, "I don't need to look at it to know that it's a mystic weapon." As he had expected, inside the box lay a long silver sword in a red scarf, giving off bits of cold light. The ripples on the blade made it look like a pool of spring water that was full of spirituality. One could tell it was not an ordinary weapon by merely glancing at it. "This sword is named Spring Water, a 3rd-tier mystic weapon. It is the proudest work in my life. What do you think of it, young Master Yun?" Zhang Qingfen said triumphantly, but there was a look of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. As both of them wanted very much to learn the technique of stimulating acupoints with gold needles, he had to give up his proud work reluctantly. The technique of stimulating acupoints with gold needles was far more valuable than this mystic weapon. At first, the two of them were worried that it was the secret technique of Yang Dai and could not be taught to others. However, after hearing that Yunxiao was not Yang Dai's disciple, they naturally did not have any worries and hence took out this treasure. Yunxiao took up the sword and studied it for a while, then praised, "Not bad. Although there are still many flaws, it is a remarkable achievement for you to refine a mystic weapon of this quality with your strength of a 3rd-tier alchemist." Zhang Qingfen and Su Han's faces grew dark. What Yunxiao said really pissed them off. It was such a rare treasured sword, and yet he said it still had many flaws. Yunxiao glanced at them and said with a faint smile, "Are you not convinced? The main material of this sword should be dark water elusive iron, a 4th-grade material. According to your thinking, you must have the opinion that the higher the grade of materials, the better the refined mystic weapon will be. However, with your 3rd-tier strength, you cannot understand the true structure of the 4th-grade material, so you can only change its form with force. Although the mystic weapon thus refined is of 3rd grade, it is not as stable as those refined with 3rd grade materials, and although it is more powerful, it has higher requirements for the warrior, and is easier to break and damage. His words immediately stunned both of them, causing them to become lost in thought. They had never thought about this problem, they just wanted to improve the quality and grade of the mystic weapon. Yunxiao chuckled as an aura of a grandmaster gradually spread out of him. It was as if he had returned to his previous life, when he was lecturing the alchemists from all over the continent at the headquarters of the Alchemist Association. First of all, you have already made a big mistake in the selection of the main material. Secondly, the supplementary materials are also wrong. You have used all the 4th grade materials. Since you cannot control their true structure, how can you fuse them in harmony? You just relied on soul power and true fire to repeatedly force them together. Although you succeeded in the end, the finished product is not a complete sword, but a patchwork of stitches. Zhang Qingfen stared blankly at his spring water. The mystic weapon, which he used to be very satisfied and proud of, had suddenly become a failure in his eyes, like something that was simply pieced together with building blocks. The more he looked at it, the more problematic it became. Su Han's eyes were also blank, and he had fallen into deep thought. Both of them did not dare to say a word and listened carefully to Yunxiao's explanation. Finally, I would like to touch on the refining method and the choice of the true fire. True fire is not necessarily the stronger the better. Master Zhang, you should be using the inner fire of a demon beast. Right, a demon monster of fire attribute with it. You have directly damaged the water element power of the dark water elusive iron. In addition, your refining method is simple and rough, and there is no good integration of every step. What do you expect from the finished product which you've refined like this, besides its grade? By the time Yunxiao had finished, both men were completely stupefied, and their eyes were staring blankly at the sword. Just now, the more they looked at it, the more problematic it became. But now, the more they looked at it, the crappier it became. How could something like this be called a sword? It was clearly a piece of scrap metal. Yun Master Yunxiao, how can we refine high-quality mystic weapons? Zhang Qingfen asked carefully, not daring to breathe too loudly. In his eyes, Yunxiao was no longer a mysterious teenager, but a master of alchemy. Su Han also breathed carefully and pricked up his ears to listen carefully. Both of them were thirsty for knowledge right now. At their level, there was no one to teach them alchemy, especially in the state of Tianshui. They could only learn something through continuous efforts to explore themselves. Therefore, the relationship between the two of them was unusual. They were friends as well as teachers to each other, learning from each other and improving together. But now, a man suddenly appeared who instantly opened a road ahead of them, paving a bright sunshine avenue through their once dim and obscure future. They seemed to have faintly seen the higher level on the road of alchemy waving at them. Such an opportunity was absolutely rare, so their hearts were extremely excited and their expressions had become extremely humble, which made them look like a pair of primary school students asking for advice. Yunxiao laughed. It happens that I'm going to refine my own mystic weapon. I will borrow your refining room. As for how much you can learn, it all depends on yourselves. As for how much you can learn, it all depends on yourselves. Such a statement was said by a 15-year-old teenager to 2 third-tier great alchemists. If this were known to others, their minds would definitely be blown. However, Zhang Qingfen and Su Han only paused for a moment, and then their faces immediately showed exultation. Although they did not know Yunxiao's true strength, at least they knew he was better than them in knowledge and cognition through the conversation just now. As the saying went, it doesn't matter when one starts learning. The one who discovers the truth should be the teacher. It was extremely precious for one to learn a little knowledge in the field of alchemy. Everyone valued their own old broomsticks, and ordinary alchemists could only make slight progress through their own hard exploration. It was especially the case with the two of them. At their level, it was hard to make progress by relying on their own research, so they would not miss any opportunity at all. Su Han immediately gave out the order, and one of the best alchemy rooms was soon vacated. In addition to Su Han and Zhang Qingfen, Yunxiao also asked Jia Rong to join them and watch. Jia Rong was even more excited. Last time, he had missed the opportunity to learn how to stimulate acupoints with gold needles because of Junliang's incident, which made him very regretful. After the event, he had summoned all his disciples and students and seriously reprimanded them, then asked them to cultivate in seclusion and not cause trouble outside. Otherwise, he promised he would expel them. That had frightened all his disciples, and since then they had restrained themselves a lot. The auxiliary refining array was placed on the 5th floor of the Alchemist Association. There was only one array on the spacious 5th floor, which looked similar to a teleportation array. It was densely carved with complicated lines, giving off a primitive and steady aura. Tianshui's infrastructure is indeed amazing, Yunxiao praised. There's a gravity hall in Jialan Academy, and right here in this 5th-tier Alchemist Association, you have an auxiliary refining array. This is really beyond my expectations. With it, the refining process will be much simpler. Su Han laughed. These were all constructed when Lord Yang Dai was here. Yunxiao nodded and said, Jia Rong, help me prepare some materials. They are all common things, and the association should have them. He read out a succession of names, and Jia Rong quickly noted them down in his heart. When he had finished, the latter scratched his head and asked in surprise, Aren't these the raw materials for pills? That's right. I've just taken in a disciple, and I plan to refine some pills for him, such as detoxification pills and origin-impacting pills. The level of this auxiliary array is higher than I expected. I can refine the pills together when I refine the mystic weapon. Su Han, Zhang Qingfen, Jia Rong. Yunxiao frowned and said, What are you still doing here? Quickly prepare the things I need. Jia Rong said with a wry smile, Young Master Yun, just leave refining such simple pills to me. You'd better concentrate on refining the mystic weapon. Was this a joke? Yunxiao was going to use an array to refine a mystic weapon and pills at the same time. Jia Rong had never heard anything so outrageous. It was not easy for him to have another chance to watch Yunxiao in action, and he did not want to see a failed refinement. Yunxiao's face immediately grew dark. Jia Rong, it turns out that you are not interested in watching me refine. I haven't talked to you about the last time. Wait a moment, young Master Yun. Give me 5 minutes. Jia Rong's face fell as he bolted out like lightning. By the time he shouted that, he was already several flights down. Su Han swallowed and said helplessly, Master Yunxiao, I've never heard of anyone using 2 separate arrays to refine at the same time, let alone using the same array for 2 different kinds of refinement at the same time. With his expression remaining unchanged, Yunxiao said calmly, You've not only heard it now, but you are also going to see it with your own eyes soon. Zhang Qingfen gave Su Han a gentle push and shook his head lightly, then the two had a brief communication with their eyes. A young man like him is quick-tempered, impulsive and fond of mischief. When he fails to refine and suffers a setback, he will naturally correct himself. Let him do whatever he wants for now. Soon, Jia Rong rushed back and poured out the materials from a storage bag he was carrying. The raw materials Yunxiao requested were all common materials, and he had brought the entire stock and piled it up on the ground. Yunxiao examined the materials and was satisfied with the quality, after which he walked around the array. From among the various refining instruments placed around the array, he chose a pill cauldron and tapped it lightly, causing it to produce a hollow sound. All right, this is the one. He lifted the cauldron and threw it to the left side of the array before slapping it and sending the lid up into the air. Then he casually reached out a hand and performed a grabbing gesture. With that, all the materials on the ground flew into the cauldron. Finally, the lid fell back down with a bang. Young Master Yun, didn't you say you were going to refine 2 types of pills? Jia Rong asked in surprise. Yunxiao answered, to save trouble, I put the materials into the cauldron together and will refine them at the same time. What, refining 2 types of pills in the same cauldron? Putting all the materials together, Jia Rong was dumbfounded. And you are going to refine a mystic weapon at the same time. Now even Zhang Qingfen could not keep his cool. He felt his head was spinning. Heavens, does this boy really know alchemy? What's the matter with me? How could I let him do this? And I even addressed him as Master Yunxiao. His mind was full of question marks, and he even began to doubt his intelligence. Why would he believe this boy? Su Han was about to pass out as well. Both of us are almost 100 years old, but why are we horsing around with this boy? It's all our fault that we were fooled by those words he had said earlier. Now when it comes to real action, his true nature is exposed. I should have just asked him directly for the technique of stimulating acupoints with gold needles. Why was I so stupid to agree to watch him refine a mystic weapon? Heavens, I even gave him a badge of a second-tier alchemist. What's wrong with me? 2 men watched Yunxiao sullenly as he misbehaved there alone. In their minds, they had judged him as a rich son who could only talk big and do nothing, and had accidentally learned how to stimulate acupoints with gold needles from somewhere. What made them even more depressed was that they were among the most prominent figures in Tianshui, and yet they were blinded by him for a while. If this were to spread, their faces would be lost. Just when the 3 had their own thoughts, Yunxiao finally began to move. After he took a gentle step, his body suddenly rotated in the center of the array, and his feet seemed to follow a strange set of steps which matched the incantation gestures of his hands. Every time he took a step, he sent a corresponding hand incantation gesture into the array. Streams of violent primordial chi burst out of the hundreds of primordial stones mounted in the perimeter and poured into the array. Washed by the primordial chi, the primitive and complicated lines on the array became active like the meridians in the human body. However, not all lines had primordial chi flowing through them, and only a few parts in the middle of the array were exuding a strong array intent. Soon, wisps of true fire ejected from several array eyes to heat up the cauldron, while several streams of void fire spurted out from other array eyes on the other side of the cauldron and condensed in the air, getting stronger and stronger. What is going on? Su Han's gloomy face froze instantly. The whole array is only partially activated. Isn't the array one whole thing? Could it be that this boy's strength is too weak, so that he can only activate a part of the array? Zhang Qingfen was a little overwhelmed as well, and he said shockingly, the array can only be activated successfully or fail to be activated. How can it be partially activated? It should be because this boy's strength is too weak. But why does this true fire give me a much stronger feeling than when we usually use it? A bunch of wimps, shut up and watch. Yunxiao's voice rang out of the array. This psyche formless auxiliary array formation is composed of 48 basic arrays, which correspond to 48 basic refining methods. Under their interactions, it can derive countless kinds of auxiliary effects, which is the reason why it can become a powerful auxiliary formation. If it is fully activated every time, it will take a lot of mind and soul power just to keep the whole formation running. How can one refine under such a heavy load? I just want to refine first-tier pills and a first-tier mystic weapon, so I have only activated 12 basic arrays, which will derive 108 auxiliary effects. That's more than enough. Heavens, so that is what is it? Gods, I can't believe this is what it is. My goodness, is this still a simple refinement? You might as well kill me. The depression in their hearts vanished in an instant, and their pupils were left wide open, their faces covered with horror and incredulity. Although some of Yunxiao's movements were still difficult for them to understand, they could not contain their excitement, and their bodies were trembling violently. At this moment, all three of them eliminated all kinds of thoughts in their minds and did not dare to blink their eyes. They knew that in the dim, obscure, difficult-to-walk road of alchemy, a new door was opening for them right now. A ray of sunshine began to shine through the crack of the door. In refining, every part of the alchemist's mind and strength must be used at the most crucial point. Therefore, the selection and activation of arrays is a very important step. A good alchemist must also be a master of the array. The fact that Yang Dai was able to construct this array formation here proves that his achievements in array far exceed yours. As he was explaining, the raw materials were thrown one by one into the true fire in the void and began to be calcined. His divine sense was doing two things at the same time, controlling the fire on both sides and the refining degree of various materials. Yun Young Master Yun God, you are a god. Jia Rong was trembling as he watched. Didn't you say every part of the alchemist's mind is very important? Then why can you still talk to us while refining? This, Yunxiao's face darkened as he said angrily, fool, do you think I want to talk? I did this because I'm worried that you idiots won't understand. Fine, I'll stop talking now. Watch and learn yourself. Jia Rong suddenly felt a chill, which made him suck in a cold breath. Right then, he immediately saw two murderous glances fall on his face. Zhang Qingfen and Su Han were staring at him with their bloodshot eyes like two wild beasts on the verge of going berserk. The anger on their faces could almost crush him, and their ferocious eyes seemed ready to devour him alive. Plop. Terrified, his legs gave up under him and he fell to the ground, covering his mouth and hating himself for saying the wrong thing. No, young Master Yun, I was wrong, HMPH. Yunxiao snorted coldly and ignored him, instead devoting himself wholeheartedly to refining. With his current soul power, it was indeed very difficult to refine three things at the same time. Fortunately, his physical strength was extremely tough, and he could rely on strong techniques and skills to make up for the lack of soul power. In fact, this also surprised him a lot. The strength of the body had a much stronger auxiliary effect on refining than he had expected. Yunxiao's entire set of movements was natural and smooth like floating clouds and flowing water, giving people a sense of extreme aesthetic. The hearts of all three were filled with great shock. I had no idea that refining could be so artistic. As time went by, the movements of his body gradually slowed down, but the speed of his hands performing incantation gestures increased. All of a sudden, a flash of light burst out of his eyes as he said coldly, now, it is enough to stabilize the true fire of the cauldron in a certain range, because the pills are in the stage of taking their shape. Next, you will focus on how I refine the mystic weapon. His hands were constantly performing various complicated incantation gestures. Under the control of his palms, streams of true fire spat out of the array at the mystic weapon and the cauldron like flaming dragons. It was especially the case on the right side of the array, where the flames wrapped up a brilliant mass of liquid, about the size of a football that was suspended in mid-air. There was a constant sizzling sound coming from the mass of liquid. All three of them knew it was caused by the burning of the impurities. Yunxiao's meticulous control of rhythm and movements had completely captured the eyes of the three. His every move was like a wonderful art, shocking people's hearts. Before long, the impurities in the mass of liquid seemed to have been almost completely burned off, and the sizzling sound became fainter and fainter. Black lines began to flow on the surface of the spherical liquid, and slowly grew larger until the whole thing was completely turned into a mass of ink, constantly changing its form in the void. This is the original state of refined iron. Zhang Qingfen's pupils constricted rapidly, and he could not help but shout out loud. He realized at once that he had lost his composure and hastily covered his mouth with one hand, but the horror in his eyes could not be concealed. When the other two heard what he said, their bodies trembled as they stared at the ever-changing mass of ink in the air with disbelief, but they found it was flowing slower and slower, as if it were about to coagulate. A first-tier alchemist should use first-grade materials, so that you can deepen your understanding of the structure of various materials. Even if it is just ordinary refined iron, you can use it to craft a mystic weapon when you can extract its original state. Yunxiao explained coldly. He did not dare to talk much now, and his face began to look pale. The exhaustion of his body and spirit was extremely huge. He took out a piece of purple ore and threw it directly into the mass of ink. It was the purple sunstone he had taken away from Mengbai. After the piece of purple sunstone was thrown in, a sizzling sound was once again heard coming from the mass of liquid. Soon, clouds of purple mist rose rapidly from it and immediately filled the entire alchemy room. However, all three were alchemists who had strong soul power, so this fog barrier could not affect their eyesight. They opened their eyes wide and stared at the mass of refined iron in its origin state. Except for Jia Rong, Zhang Qingfen and Su Han could clearly see the situation of the purple sunstone in the mass of refined iron. Seeing that the mass of liquid was gradually shaping, its surface no longer flowing but gradually coagulating, they could not help but begin to tense up. Their palms and clothes were already wet with cold sweat, and they felt even more tired than when they were refining themselves. Yunxiao gave his whole attention to the refining process. Soon, he took a deep breath and exhaled a mouthful of filthy air in his body, then shouted, "Condense." Primordial chi burst forth from his hands, as the frequency of his palms performing incantation gestures increased several times in an instant. Numerous hand seals seemed to be thrown out by him at the same time into the refined iron, as the black mass of liquid began to spin rapidly in the air and gradually lengthened to form the appearance of a heavy sword. Ha! He let out a loud cry, pounding his 5 fingers like claws at the sword. Bam! The sword produced a rumbling noise as it was knocked flying out of the array and inserted slantingly on the wall with a clang. The mystic weapon was black like an iron bar, and it did not have sharp edges. Just when the three were startled, Yunxiao moved again, striking his palms over and over again on the cauldron. Bam, 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 the sound of banging rang endlessly. Under the strong impacts, the cauldron began to shake and then tremble violently while the cover was constantly hitting the body, making a lot of noise. Bam! Finally, Yunxiao thrust both palms together and slapped on the cauldron. With a loud rumble, the cover of the cauldron was instantly shattered and sent flying all over the place. A plume of dense smoke rose from the cauldron. The three men took a deep breath and immediately felt their minds become clear and refreshed. The fatigue caused by nervousness during the whole process of watching was swept away in an instant. Phew! Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief. He looked weary as if all his strength was exhausted, and his face was ghastly pale. Jia Rong was the first to react. He hurried over and held Yunxiao, then took out a pill bottle and passed to him. Young Master Yun, slow down, slow down. Yunxiao took the bottle and pulled out the stopper, then gave it a sniff before throwing it away over his shoulder. He frowned and said, "Is this something humans can eat? Soul-nourishing pills of this low purity is better to feed the animals with." Jia Rong looked at the broken pills on the floor with a sad face, thinking of killing himself. Kind of second-grade medicine, these soul-nourishing pills were the alchemist's favorite treasure. He had paid a high price for them, each costing at least 1,000 gold coins, but Yunxiao had thrown them away as rubbish. "Master Yunxiao, I have high-purity pills." Zhang Qingfen quickly dug out a lot of pills and handed them over with both hands. His humility was similar to that of those apprentice alchemists outside. Su Han also trotted over and quickly produced all the good stuff on him. "I have something too. This is the boundless spirit fruit that can restore primordial chi, the flower of the thorn apple that can nourish the soul, and white crane magic pill that can make one get high." He began to recommend them one by one, as he worried that Yunxiao would not give him face and refuse to eat his pills. "White crane magic pill, isn't this an aphrodisiac?" Yunxiao frowned and asked. "Ah," Su Han paused, his old face flushed red. He said awkwardly, "Well, this is for old Zhang." Zhang Qingfen's face turned livid instantly as he shouted in a fit of rage, "Su Han, you better make it clear to me which old Zhang are you referring to. I'll take this one, the rest are all rubbish. I'll recover faster with a few minutes of meditation than taking them." Under the stunned gaze of the three men, Yunxiao picked up the magic pill, then threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. This, Jia Rong's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. "Young Master Yun, what you just took is a second-grade aphrodisiac." "Are you all right?" Su Han's face fell as he said hastily, "Help Master Yunxiao to my room quickly. Jia Rong, call all the waitresses in the association to my room and let Master Yunxiao choose." Yunxiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "This may be next time, let's leave the chance for the next time. I've just exhausted my energy and I'm a little weak." With his eyes widened, Jia Rong suddenly said, "I get it. It turns out that young Master Yun has a different taste. I'll call all the waiters immediately. Yung Xiao gave him a hard slap on the head. A white crane magic pill is made of the crane snake grass, which is a third-grade supplement. The faint drug effect that fills one's mind with lustful desires is nothing to me. He took a deep breath and began rotating the one chi of destiny, absorbing the power in the pill. All three were in a cold sweat, but none dared to disturb him. Instead, they sat around him, recovering their strength while recalling the process of his refining. The impact of his refining on the three of them was undoubtedly subversive. They all seemed to be still in dreams, a little incredulous at what they had witnessed just now. Just like that, the whole refining room on the 5th floor of the association fell into silence, with only a faint fragrance that wafted out of the cauldron from time to time, and a black iron sword that was inserted slantingly in the wall, waiting for its master. Phew. After some time, Yung Xiao breathed out a long sigh, and his withered skin finally regained some luster. At last, he lamented, only 1/3 of my soul power has been restored. This kind of refining takes too much energy. Zhang Qingfen and the other two opened their eyes at the same time. Young Master Yun, 1/3 of your soul power has been restored, Jia Rong said in horror. Yes, what's so strange about that? I only have the soul power of a first-tier alchemist, and it is normal to recover faster than you. But don't you think it is too fast? My soul power is also at the first tier, but whenever I finish refining, it would take at least 7 days for me to fully recover. What kind of rubbish are you trying to compare with me? Yung Xiao gave Jia Rong a sharp stare, which scared the latter into bowing his head and not daring to speak a word. Zhang Qingfen and Su Han exchanged a glance with wry smiles on their faces. They dared not interrupt, lest Yung Xiao called them rubbish as well, which was no different from bringing shame on themselves. Just then, Yung Xiao suddenly gave Su Han a charming smile. Hee hee. President Su, the thing you said just now about the arrangement of waitresses, hee hee. We'll do it next time. All right, don't forget. Su Han, Yung Xiao then stood up and walked to the wall before pulling out the black iron sword. The entire blade was completely black, without any luster or sharpness, making it look just like a big iron bar that was anything but outstanding. But by this time, Jia Rong had learned his lesson, so he did not dare to say anything and just stood behind Yung Xiao carefully while waiting on him. After glancing at the sword a few times, a smile came into his eyes as he said, "Not bad, just like I expected. Master Zhang, Master Su, what do you think?" He held the sword before their eyes. Zhang Qingfen said hastily, "Master Yung Xiao, you can just call me by my name. I can't afford to be called master by you." He reached out a hand and gently stroked the iron sword while slowly feeling it with his soul power. Su Han also began to look carefully at the sword. At first his eyebrows furrowed, then gradually unfurled, and soon his eyes were filled with shock and surprise. "Well," Yung Xiao asked with a smile. Knowing that Yung Xiao was testing them both, Zhang Qingfen did not dare to be careless. After pondering for a while, he said, "Its rank is first grade, and its construction is perfect as if it was created by the heaven and earth. Moreover, there is a great energy flowing in it. I have never seen such a perfectly balanced mystic weapon. However, it is entirely made of refined iron in the origin state." Master Yung Xiao, if I may ask, how do you unseal this sword? And what kind of form does it take after it is unsealed? Mystic weapons were a kind of weapon that contained great energy, and the refining process of alchemists could only simplify the path that led to the release state of the energy, which was the so-called unsealed state. However, Yung Xiao's mystic weapon was already in the unsealed state. The three of them had never heard of such a thing as being able to directly refine an unsealed mystic weapon. In any case, in the last few hours, their previous knowledge had been completely overturned, so they were not so surprised by now. Yung Xiao nodded and said, "You are right. I have solidified this state of energy bursting during the refining process, so this sword cannot be unsealed again in battles. But did you see the purple sunstone I added later? Purple sunstone." Su Han said thoughtfully, "Isn't that the key raw material used to construct the gravity array?" Yung Xiao laughed. "Yes, it's the gravity array. I have incorporated 2 gravity arrays into this unsealed mystic weapon. Watch carefully, unseal." As his voice faded, Zhang Qingfen and the other two suddenly felt a huge pulling force coming from the ground, freezing them in place and making it difficult for them to walk. Shocked, Su Han exclaimed, "Tenfold gravitational force." "That's right, tenfold gravitational force. I have just unsealed one of the gravity arrays, and the other one also contains a tenfold gravitational force. When activated together, they can generate a 100-fold gravitational force. It's a pity that the piece of purple sunstone is a little too small. Otherwise, I can fit another array in the sword to generate a 1,000-fold gravitational force, but if I did that, the sword would not be able to withstand the strong pulling force. I reckon it would self-destruct at the moment all 3 arrays are unsealed at the same time. 3 erase 3 unsealed states. All 3 of them were completely struck dumb as they stared at the colorless iron sword with blank minds. A mystic weapon could be unsealed 3 more times when it was in an unsealed state. What was this concept? Yung Xiao had once again overturned their common sense. "Yun Master Yung Xiao, can you lend us this sword to study for a few days?" Zhang Qingfen swallowed and asked gingerly. On the side, Su Han and Jia Rong's eyes shone with anticipation as well. Yunxiao twitched his mouth and said coldly, HMPH. If I lend this sword to you, 3 pieces of rubbish to study, what weapon will I use? Do you want me to use your crappy spring water? Zhang Qingfen and Su Han smiled bitterly. In the end, they were still rudely called rubbish by Yunxiao. But when they reflected on what they had seen and learned in the past few hours, they could not help but admit they were indeed rubbish in the past. When he thought of his spring water now, Zhang Qingfen found it was indeed a crappy mystic weapon, and his face even flashed with shame. He wished he could get it back from Yunxiao and destroy it, so that no one would know it was refined by him. Jia Rong was relieved when he saw that the 2 third-tier alchemists were scolded as rubbish by Yunxiao and did not dare to say a word. He even vaguely felt that being scolded as rubbish by Yunxiao was an honor, a status, a state of happiness, which made his pride rise spontaneously. Yunxiao thought for a moment and then said, I mainly use this sword for cultivation, so that I can be under 10 or 100-fold gravitational force every day, and my strength can be improved by leaps and bounds. As the saying goes, real sword skill does not depend on the sharp sword edges, but on personal cultivation. Well, I will name this sword Black Girl. When Yunxiao said, real sword skill does not depend on the sharp sword edges, but on personal cultivation, the 3 of them vaguely felt that these words contained a trace of rules which moved their hearts and filled them with astonishment. But when they heard the name he gave the sword, they all fainted immediately. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Jia Rong asked meekly, Young Master Yun, what does that sentence you said have to do with the name, Black Girl? There's nothing between them. I'm just saying it off the top of my head. The trio fainted again. After putting away Black Girl, Yunxiao came over to the cauldron. Although several hours had passed, the aroma of the pills still greeted him, making him feel refreshed. Inside the cauldron, pills of 2 different colors rested in 2 distinct groups. There were 4 milky white origin impacting pills and 10 pale green detoxification pills, all of which were glittering and crystal clear. Flawless pills, Su Han exclaimed, his eyeballs almost popping out. Jia Rong had seen Yunxiao purify the finished pills directly, so he was already mentally prepared. Looking at the astonished appearance of the 2 masters, he suddenly felt a sense of superiority. He wished he could laugh and say, Haha, these are the pills refined by my master. I'm so happy to be his servant. The origin impacting pill was a kind of pill taken by apprentice warriors when they were attempting to break through into the origin realm, which could greatly increase the probability of breakthrough. However, each apprentice warrior could only take it once, and if the breakthrough failed, taking it again would have no more effect. Therefore, although there were many origin impacting pills on the market, the price varied with quality. However, flawless pills like Yunxiao's had never appeared. Zhang Qingfen and Su Han were almost sure that any apprentice warrior who had opened all 7 chakras would definitely advance to the origin realm once he took this flawless pill, as long as he was not a dead pig. Zhang Qingfen and Su Han were overjoyed, but then they felt a little dizzy. They would not spend such precious time asking questions about picking up girls. In a hurry, they began to ask all the questions they encountered during normal times, and Yunxiao began answering them all one by one. Although Zhang Qingfen and Su Han were famous, their names were only heard in the state of Tianshui. Yunxiao, on the other hand, was a world-famous 9th-tier sovereign alchemist in his previous life. The number of senior alchemists who gathered from all over the continent to learn from him or ask for advice was beyond imagination. Therefore, for him to answer their questions was as easily as teaching primary school students. Jia Rong did not ask any questions, but he learned more than he had ever known in his life. He tried his best to memorize all their questions and answers, and prepared to write them down later, lest he forgot them. The more Zhang Qingfen and Su Han asked, the more frightened and obsessed they became. Soon an hour passed. Instead of avoiding them, Yunxiao accepted the 2 men's bows calmly and then turned to leave. His loud laughter came from a distance. I'll go now, and I'll come back to teach you next time when I'm free. By the way, President Su, remember to help me arrange those waitresses next time, don't forget. Su Han, looking at Yunxiao's disappearing back, Zhang Qingfen stood up straight and breathed a deep sigh. Old Su, what do you think of Master Yunxiao? A wry smile flashed through Su Han's eyes as he said in a deep voice, unfathomable. Zhang Qingfen murmured, unfathomable, he's indeed unfathomable. More than a decade ago, I had the honor of asking Lord Yang Dai some questions about alchemy. At that time, he gave me a feeling that is very similar to this Master Yunxiao, really similar. Su Han said doubtfully, but he has already said that he is not Lord Yang Dai's disciple. Alchemists attach the greatest importance to respecting teachers and morals. If Master Yunxiao is indeed Lord Yang Dai's disciple, he wouldn't deny it. Zhang Qingfen shook his head, his eyes flashing with horror. I believe he is not Lord Yang Dai's disciple, because he gave me a feeling that is, his eyes lit up suddenly, more unfathomable than Lord Yang Dai. After leaving the Alchemist Association, Yunxiao walked in the direction of Meng Wu's house. He had 2 purposes, one being delivering the pills to them. Secondly, after he had absorbed the poison in Meng Bai's body and completed the refining, he vaguely felt that his strength had improved a lot. so he planned to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Now that the academy was closed for the holidays, and the Li family was a place where he was apt to get into trouble, the suburb where Meng Wu and her brother lived was undoubtedly his best choice. When Yunxiao arrived at the suburb, he found Meng Wu's house empty. He waited for most of the day before seeing Meng Wu come back, still wearing the waitress's uniform. "Young Master Yun, why are you here?" Face was happy, but saw Yunxiao's gloomy face in the next moment, so she asked cautiously, "What's the matter?" Yunxiao asked coldly, "Where is Meng Bai?" Meng Wu answered nervously. As soon as he got well, he followed the uncle next door to dig in the mine. "Sis, I'm back." Just then Meng Bai ran in from the outside with a happy face. He was stunned for a moment when he saw Yunxiao, but then he excitedly poured out a lot of raw primordial stone ores from his storage bag and said, "Master, sis. Look, I dug so many raw ores today." Pa, Yunxiao slapped Meng Bai and sent him flying. "Kneel." Meng Bai fell to the ground with his left cheek swollen like a steamed bun and his mouth full of blood. Astonished, he froze in place while Meng Wu covered her mouth in fright and hurried forward to help him up. "You, who are you to slap me?" Meng Bai pointed at Yunxiao and screamed. "Who am I to slap you? I'm your master," Yunxiao said coldly. "I told you to practice hard the first 3 styles of the tyrant body tempering technique. Have you done as I bid?" Meng Wu felt a sting in her nose as she quickly grabbed Meng Bai and said, "Stop talking, brother. Apologize to young Master Yun now." "Apologize? Why should I apologize? He slapped me for no reason, and as a master, he doesn't teach me anything good. He only teaches some useless stuff. What kind of master is he?" Meng Bai shouted in an agitated tone. "You ungrateful little sh." Yunxiao said coldly, "Kneel." He flicked his finger and sent out 2 streams of force, hitting Meng Bai on the knees. Blood spurted out as Meng Bai felt a sharp pain in his legs and fell to his knees uncontrollably. "I refuse to obey. You are just 1 year older than me. In another year you will be no match for me. You're merely bullying me. Kill me if you can." A grievance welled up in Meng Bai's heart, making him roar uncontrollably. A trace of killing intent flashed through Yunxiao's eyes. "Do you think I dare not kill you? A useless disciple like you is a disgrace for me. It's no big deal to kill you." The killing intent immediately spread from him, causing Meng Wu to be scared out of her wits. She knew Yunxiao's temper very well and he might actually kill her brother. "Young Master Yun, don't." She burst into tears. She kept slapping Meng Bai on the head and said, "You piss me off. What did I raise you up for? Apologize to your master now. Otherwise, I won't recognize you as my brother, sis." Meng Bai looking aggrieved, but he still refused to give in. "What's all this noise about?" From outside the door came a strong voice and then a burly fellow strode into the house. "Uncle Li, it's Uncle Li." Meng Bai was overjoyed and cried out hastily, "Uncle Li, save me." He struggled to stand up, but Yunxiao's forces had burst the blood vessels and veins on his legs, causing him to struggle several times and then kneel back down on the ground. "Meng Bai, what's going on here?" Uncle Li walked over. "Meng Wu, what happened?" Meng Bai pointed to Yunxiao and said, "Uncle Li, this guy forced me to acknowledge him as my master, and now he says he wants to kill me." Oh, Uncle Li looked up at Yunxiao with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly sneered, "A 3 stars warrior, boy, you are quite gifted, but you are wrong to be so domineering. Who are you? Why do you interfere with me teaching my disciple a lesson?" Yunxiao said coldly. Uncle Li said angrily, "What an arrogant boy. Don't you think you are too young to be someone's master? It seems I must teach you a lesson today." Meng Wu was very anxious. She hurried up to Uncle Li and grabbed his hand as she said, "That's not the way it is, Uncle Li. Don't listen to Meng Bai. He's making things up." Meng Bai said loudly, "I'm not making up a story. This is the truth. If I ever want to acknowledge a master, I'll find an expert like Uncle Li." A flicker of pride flashed across Uncle Li's face. "Good, Meng Bai, I'll take you as my disciple today. When you break through and become a warrior, we will form a mercenary group, and then your income will be hundreds of times higher than you digging in the mine now." A mercenary group. Meng Bai's eyes gleamed with excitement. "That's great. Uncle Li, you'll be the leader of the group and I will be your assistant. Also, I want to learn Tiger Knuckle Fist. Haha, good. In fact, I know not only Tiger Knuckle Fist, but also Clenched Fist and Iron Palm. I'll teach them all to you." Uncle Li seemed very happy, but when he turned to look at Yunxiao, his face slowly became gloomy. "But first, let me get rid of this unwelcomed master of yours now," he sneered. "No, Uncle Li." Meng Wu was terrified as she knew Yunxiao's strength. Although Uncle Li was a 5 stars warrior, there was no way he could withstand a strike from Yunxiao. Uncle Li sneered, "Don't worry, Meng Wu. I'll just teach him a lesson and won't really hurt him." He could tell that Yunxiao had an extraordinary cultivation base at such a young age, and was worried that he might have some unusual background, so he did not dare to use all his strength. With a trace of disdain in his eyes, Yunxiao said coldly, "I'll just stand here without moving, dodging, or fighting back, and not even use my primordial qi, if you can hurt even just one of my hair. I'll kneel in front of you and lick your shoes today, without moving, dodging, fighting back, and not even use primordial qi." Uncle Li was struck dumb, but then he flew into a rage and bellowed, "Boy, you really don't know the height of the sky. You won't move, dodge, and not even use your primordial qi. Ha, even if a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens realm was here, I'll beat him to the ground with my clenched fist and iron palm." Meng Wu too was stunned and did not know how to react for a moment. Just then, Uncle Li had already rushed forward and threw out a clenched fist. Initially, he only intended to use 70% of his strength, but had used up to 90% now. The more he looked at the boy, the more he disliked him, so he planned to give him a hard lesson. However, at the moment he threw out his fist, his heart suddenly shook. He saw Yunxiao's pupils began to change strangely, twisting into two blood-red crescent moons. Yunxiao cried out softly, "Universal soul suppressor, forbidden expansion." Uncle Li's soul trembled violently, his mind was lost in an instant, and he coughed out a mouthful of heart's blood. Uncle Li, Meng Wu and Meng Bai were terrified. In their eyes, Yunxiao did not move, dodge, or use primordial qi, and yet Uncle Li coughed out a mouthful of blood for no apparent reason, seeming to have suffered a serious injury. "HMPH, get down on your knees," Yunxiao cried out. Uncle Li seemed to have lost his soul and his eyes were vacant. At Yunxiao's voice, his knees fell directly to the ground. Meng Bai was thoroughly dumbfounded. His mind was blank and he had no idea what was going on. "Uncle Li, stand up, he suddenly shouted. "Hit him with your clenched fist and your iron palm, slap him and make him vomit blood. Come and lick my shoes," Yunxiao ordered again. Uncle Li did not resist at all. He crawled to Yunxiao's feet obediently, then lowered his head and stuck out his tongue to lick his soul. "Oh no." Meng Wu covered her mouth anxiously and screamed. "HMPH, just as Uncle Li stuck out his tongue to lick Yunxiao's soul, he kicked him in the chest and sent him flying away. "You are not worthy of even licking my shoes." Meng Bai was completely stunned. Uncle Li, who was extremely tough in his mind, was kicked away by Yunxiao like a puppy. Yunxiao stared coldly at the absent-minded Meng Bai and said coldly, "I thought you said you wanted to die. Now it's your turn." A sense of death immediately enveloped Meng Bai, making him shiver with fear. "No, don't come here." Meng Wu hurried up to Yunxiao and stopped him while crying, "Young Master Yun, please forgive him. My brother is young and ignorant. If you want to blame me for not teaching him well as his sister." Yunxiao sighed and said, "I thought he is gifted. Forget it. I don't need this disciple." When he had finished, he turned and was about to leave. Meng Bai froze for a moment, then he suddenly saw the light. "Wait, don't go," he shouted. As his legs were injured, he still could not stand up, so he quickly crawled over and hugged Yunxiao's leg. "I don't want you to go. I want to learn martial arts from you. Master, please teach me. I was wrong. HMPH, I don't have a good-for-nothing disciple like you. I'm really sorry. Master, please forgive me for once." When he had finished, he hurried kowtowed several times. Meng Wu also said hastily, "Young Master Yun, please forgive him. I promise that I will never let him go mining again. I will definitely make him practice at home." Yunxiao said coldly, "I will give you another chance. If you can open all 7 chakras and become a warrior of the origin realm in 5 days, I will still recognize you as my disciple. Otherwise, scram as far as you can." 5 days, Meng Wu was dumbfounded. "Young Master Yun, my brother has only opened 5 chakras. How can he open 7 chakras in 5 days? Meng Bai was also startled, but then he put on a determined expression as he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll do it in 5 days. Since the master has given me 5 days, he must think that I can." Yunxiao snorted coldly and left without looking back. "I'll come back to check your result in 5 days. His voice came from a distance. Initially, he was angry that Meng Bai dared to disobey his orders. No disciple of his had ever dared to disobey him. But then he felt that this kid's heart was good and worth cultivating, so he decided to give him another chance. He found a random hotel near the suburbs and stayed in it. In the room, he took out the black girl and activated 10 times the force of gravity before beginning meditation. The primordial qi he absorbed from Meng Bai's body last time had been digested almost completely, leaving only a mass of toxin wrapped in his danshan. Coupled with his recovery after refining in the Alchemist Association, his primordial qi had now reached the peak of the 3 stars level. Yunxiao did not dare to be careless, so he cautiously controlled the primordial qi in his body and began to circulate it over and over again. 5 days passed in an instant, but an unusual event took place during this period, except that it had nothing to do with ordinary people. Su Han, the president of the Alchemist Association, and Zhang Qingfen, the chief alchemist of the Imperial Palace, suddenly announced that they would be cultivating in seclusion for an indefinite period of time. For the first time in decades, 2 third-tier alchemists were cultivating in seclusion for a long time. During normal times, there must be a master presiding over the work outside. Hence, all the affairs of the Alchemist Association were handed over to Liang Wenyu, a second-tier alchemist. As for Zhang Qingfen's affairs, they were handed over to Shi Zhen, another second-tier alchemist. The news immediately set the outside world abuzz, and the higher-ups of the state were all analyzing the significance contained in it. They even sent out men to find out more details about it, but found nothing. Before the 2 masters began cultivating in seclusion, they said nothing and did not let others ask any questions. Compared to the news of the 2 masters entering seclusion, the news that Jia Rong, who was known as the most promising first-tier alchemist, Also entering seclusion was insignificant and hence did not attract any attention. Yung Xiao had not taken a step outside during the 5 days of secluded cultivation, so he naturally did not know what had happened. 5 days later, he finally came out of his guest room, and his aura had risen to another level, had successfully broken through and become a 4-stars warrior. When he stepped into Meng Wu's house again, he immediately heard Meng Bai's screams and Meng Wu's sobs. "Brother, stop practicing. Stop immediately. No, I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking through. The poison in you is scaring me. If you continue like this, you will die. Even if I die, I want to break through." "Ah!" A cry of pain rang out. Meng Bai's body was covered with countless green spots, making him look like a moldy radish while many parts of his skin were festering. However, the primordial qi in him was growing stronger and stronger, while cyclones formed directly outside of his body, rotating and converging toward his dantian. Ah! All of a sudden, he threw his head back and roared. A mighty force instantly exploded out from his 7 chakras and converged into a line, rushing toward his dantian. A loud boom rang out of his body as his dantian was blasted apart and began to rotate slowly like a nebula. His chi was born. "I've made it. Haha, sis, I've made it." Meng Bai was delirious with joy. With tears hung on her cheeks, Meng Wu said pitifully, "Look, you are covered in poison. I'll go get young Master Yun now. Only he can get rid of the poison on you." As soon as she turned around, she found Yung Xiao already standing at the door. Tusk, you have produced a lot more poison again." Not bad at all. I can enjoy a great tonic once more." Yung Xiao clicked his tongue as he walked over while smiling. "Master, I've broken through. I've really broken through and become a warrior in 5 days." Meng Bai was still in a state of extreme excitement. "Yes, you did well. I saw it all now. You should sit cross-legged down and let me suck the poison out of you." Without waiting for an answer, Yung Xiao placed a palm on Meng Bai's shoulder and pressed him down, then exercised the 1 qi of destiny and began crazily absorbing the poison. After enough time went by for an incense stick to burn, Meng Bai's painful expression was completely relieved, and all the green spots on his body disappeared. His skin now looked as smooth as jade. "Master, why do I feel that although the pain is gone after you have absorbed the poison in my body, I've lost a lot of strength at the same time?" he asked curiously. Yung Xiao smiled and said that because your physical constitution is the heaven-earth venomous body, and your poison is the source of poison which contains innate energy. The stronger the poison, the stronger your strength will be, but your current cultivation base simply cannot withstand the poison. With the improvement of your cultivation base, your endurance will become stronger, and the poison will become stronger as well. When the balance is reached, you will not only not be eroded by the poison, but will be able to exert this source of poison as well. He narrowed his eyes and said seriously, "The day you can use the source of poison in your body, you will be absolutely invincible among those of the same rank as you, unless you meet someone who is also born with other extremely strong physical constitution like you." "Other extremely strong physical constitutions?" Meng Bai asked in surprise. "So the poison in my body is actually a good thing?" Yung Xiao laughed. "Of course it's a good thing. Why else would I absorb it? In addition to your heaven-earth venomous body, there are many special physical constitutions in this world, and they all have great power. As long as you keep going along the road of martial arts, you will naturally meet them in the future." Meng Bai's eyes widened as he said, "It turns out that the master has been taking advantage of me." Yung Xiao blushed as he quickly took out the 10 detoxification pills from his ring and gave them to Meng Bai as he said, "Each of these detoxification pills can suppress the poison in you for 3 days. When I am not by your side, you can use them to suppress the poison in your body. However, the fundamental solution is to improve your strength and rely on your cultivation base to suppress it." "Hurry up and thank your master," Meng Wu said with great joy. Yung Xiao took out an origin-impacting pill and handed it to her. "You too are gifted, but because you are busy working every day to make money and do not practice, you have been stuck in the realm of apprentice warriors. After taking this origin-impacting pill, you will become a warrior immediately." An origin-impacting pill. Meng Wu was shocked, but then she took the pill joyously and said gratefully, "This thing is very expensive. And even the worst quality one on the market can sell for more than 1,000 gold coins. You can't even buy the pill I refined in my previous life for 10 million supreme-grade primordial stones." Yung Xiao thought to himself, Meng Bai, are you going to mine today?" A familiar voice came from outside the door and then Uncle Li came in. But when he saw Yung Xiao, his face turned pale instantly and he was frozen at the door. "Uncle Li, look, I've broken through and become a warrior." Meng Bai said excitedly. Uncle Li was stunned and his eyes flashed with shock as he said with a wry smile, "You are really a little monster." Then he muttered in a low voice, "Your master is a monster, too." Yung Xiao said coldly, "You come here." Uncle Li trembled and there was a look of fear in his eyes. Not daring to disobey, he walked over obediently. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. "Master, don't make things difficult for Uncle Li," Meng Bai said nervously. "What's your name?" Yung Xiao asked. In fear and trepidation, Uncle Li said hastily, "Everyone calls me Uncle Li, so you can call me Uncle Li as well." Xiao's face immediately darkened, and he said in a fit of slight anger, "No one has ever dared to call himself uncle in front of me. Do you want to die?" Startled, Uncle Li said in a shaking voice, "Li Dayuan, my name is Li Dayuan." Only then did Xiao nod. "Where do you usually mine?" "It used to be in Five Peaks Vein, but the place was taken over by the official later on," Li Dayuan answered honestly. "Now we are all digging in some small veins next to Five Peaks. As the deposit is meager, the officials pay us no mind. However, it is also because the officials pay us no mind that the competition there is quite fierce. But I'm a 5 stars warrior, and no one dares to steal from me usually. As a 5 stars warrior, he still went to mine. This guy is indeed quite different." Xiao asked again, "Have you ever come across the raw ore of purple sunstone after digging for so many years?" Meng Bai quickly described the shape and characteristics of the purple sunstone. After hearing Xiao say that this kind of stone was valuable last time, he also went to look for it but never came across any. Li Dayuan cocked his head and thought for a while, then said, "I think I've seen it in Five Peaks Vein before, but that place is now sealed up by the officials." Xiao asked while frowning, "Sealed up by the officials? Is it His Majesty who sealed it?" No, Li Dayuan shook his head and said, "The order came from the mansion of Duke Jingguo. It is the Li family who sent people to seal it. They said it is a strategic reserve vein and no private digging is allowed." Meng Wu gave Xiao an astonished look. "Li Dayuan, you don't have to go mining in the future. I'm giving you a job now. I want you to sneak into the Li family's mining team and find purple sunstones for me. All you need to do is provide me with clues. No matter what the result is, I'll give you 500 gold coins a month. 500 gold coins a month." Li Dayuan and Meng Bai were both taken aback. If he had not known Xiao's terrifying strength, Li Dayuan would have thought that he was lying to him. He became excited immediately as he said while slapping his chest, "Rest assured, little master. Many of their miners are acquaintances I used to work with. They invited me several times, but I didn't go because they only pay 10 gold coins a month. Don't worry, as long as there are such stones in the vein, I'll find them for you." Xiao nodded and said, "You can leave now. I have something to discuss with them." Hearing that, Li Dayuan left in high spirits. Xiao glanced at the brother and sister. "Go and change into cleaner clothes and come to a feast with me." "A feast?" Meng Wu was shocked. "Where's the feast?" Xiao said calmly. "The palace." The brother and sister, women were troublesome. Meng Bai had changed into a random but clean suit. Meng Wu, on the other hand, had already taken out all her clothes and changed into them one by one, yet was not satisfied. As a result, she pestered Xiao and Meng Bai to accompany her to the market for most of the day before finally buying a pink dress. Just when Xiao and Meng Bai breathed a sigh of relief, she dragged them out again to buy cosmetics, earrings, hairpins, embroidered shoes. Xiao's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. "It occurs to me that I have some very important thing to deal with. I'll meet you at the front gate of the palace in the evening." He turned and ran away as soon as he finished speaking, and only after speeding across several streets did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then he bought a stick of roasted beef balls from a stall on the roadside and walked leisurely along the street while eating. "I'm still more relaxed by myself." Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared behind him and shouted softly, "Li Xiao." When Xiao turned back, the man in black stepped out and quickly disappeared into the crowd. "HMPH, trying to play a trick on me." He ate the last beef ball and lightly flicked the skewer out of his hand. Although there were many people nearby, the bamboo skewer was chasing straight at the black figure as if it had eyes. The black-clad man's eyes filled with horror. He had already mixed into the crowd, but the bamboo skewer could still find him so accurately. He quickly turned and mustered his strength as he threw out a palm, trying to break the skewer. Ouch! However, the man let out a muffled cry of pain in the next moment, and was horrified to find that the skewer had pierced through the wind created by his palm and penetrated his palm. How's that possible? He stared blankly at his palm. An ordinary bamboo skewer was stuck in it, still smelling of roasted beef balls. He suddenly felt a cool breeze blowing on his face, and when he looked up, he saw Xiao's face approaching. He cried with terror and hurriedly retreated. HMPH. Xiao gave a cold snort and lightly kicked on the ground, arriving in front of the man in black in the blink of an eye. Under the frightened glance of the man, he stabbed his 5 fingers like claws into the man's shoulder, then lifted him and glided away. The man felt a sharp pain on his shoulder before the circulation of his primordial chi seemed to be interrupted by an external force, which made him unable to muster any strength. That was why Xiao lifted him like a chick. Bam! In an empty alley, Xiao threw the black-clad man on the ground like a bag of rubbish and said coldly, "Who are you? What do you want from me? Speak." At the moment of falling to the ground, the man felt that his shoulder was loosened, and the external force in his body had been withdrawn. Subsequently, his primordial chi began to circulate smoothly again. He was instantly shocked, and his eyes were full of incredulity. Originally, the black-clad man was trying to lead Xiao to a deserted place to deliver a message, but unexpectedly he was caught and brought away by him instead. With a bitter smile, he said helplessly, "Young Master Yunxiao, it's me." He took off his black mask, revealing a helpless face and a wry smile. Yunxiao squinted at him and said, "Oh, it's Li Xian. Why aren't you with fourth uncle? What do you want from me?" Li Xian was a member of the Li family's branch. As his strength was pretty strong, he was promoted to work beside Li Beifeng, one of Yunxiao's uncles. "Young master, it turns out that the rumors about you are true." Li Xian said with shock in his eyes, "You have defeated Lan Shuan, a peak 9 stars warrior with just one move, and saved the princess by stimulating her acupoints with gold needles. Young master, you were hiding so deeply from all of us. Go straight to the point. Are you going to attend the palace feast tonight? If you don't cut the crap, I'll leave." Yunxiao gave him an indifferent look, obviously without much patience. Li Xian shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Young master, you know the current situation of the Li family. The rumors about you have caused a lot of uproar recently and have attracted Li's attention. Fourth master has received news that he will certainly find some way to deal with you if you attend the feast tonight. Now is not the time for us to contend with him, so fourth master hopes that you can absent tonight and not clash with Li Ye." Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "Boring, he is just a clown. And I have never put him in my mind." His eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a cold voice, "However, if he is stupid enough to jump in front of me, I don't mind crushing him to pieces." Crushing him to pieces, Li Xian shook his head and thought to himself that Yunxiao was too young after all. "Li Yi is by no means as simple as he appears," he said gravely. "Right now, almost the entire Li family is under his control. Young master, since you've been patient for so long, you must not act in a rush now. Fourth master and several family elders are also secretly planning things. We will fight this thief when the time is right." Yunxiao sneered. As an adopted son who was given the family name because he had done a good job as a slave, what trouble can he cause? "Young master, you must not underestimate him," Li Xian said seriously. "This Li Yi is not only strong in his own strength, but there must be some power supporting him from behind. Master is worried about old master and you, young master, so he has not dared to act. Young master, you just need to get out of his way for a while. When master and fourth master have finished their preparations, we can naturally annihilate these thieves in one stroke." The master he mentioned was Yunxiao's father, General Feilong Li Changfeng. Li Xian was dumbfounded by what Yunxiao had said, and was so horrified that his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He had been following fourth master Li Beifeng for some time and had heard some information, but it was not until recently that he heard Li Beifeng talk about the possible involvement of His Majesty's power behind this matter. At that time, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. He did not expect Yunxiao to have guessed it so easily. He cried out involuntarily, "Young master, how did you guess it?" "It's obvious," Yunxiao said calmly. "My grandfather has the greatest military achievements, so many men will respond to his call. Moreover, my father is in charge of 1,000,000 troops, guarding the western border. Right now, the military of the whole state is almost the private army of my family. If you were the king, could you sleep soundly under such circumstances?" The rapid rise of the Lan family in recent years tells us that it is a pawn used by His Majesty to restrict us. Even so, Qin Zheng was not at ease, so he created a puppet, Li Yi, and used this puppet to divide my family from within while restricting my father. This is the situation His Majesty would like to see. This, a huge wave surged in Li Xian's heart. He did not think Yunxiao could analyze such a complicated situation so clearly. "Are you going to give in without a fight?" he asked in shock. Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to worry about it. Go back and tell fourth uncle not to worry either and ask him to do whatever he usually does. My grandfather and father will naturally find a way to deal with this matter. Isn't the situation very good now? The king is comfortable enough not to bother us. When he leaves us alone, my grandfather and father will be comfortable as well." It was not easy for everyone to get a balanced and happy situation, so don't make a mess out of it. Li Xian's eyeballs almost fell out when he heard that, as he said in shock, could it be that this matter? That's enough." Yunxiao interrupted him impatiently with a wave of his hand and said, "I'm not interested in participating in your affairs. However, if Li Yi is stupid enough to mess around with me, or Qin Zheng is tired of being the king, I don't mind helping him to change into a better position." Li Xian was so terrified that he almost fell to the ground, gasping as his head went black for an instant. As he watched Yunxiao's figure fade away, he felt his head buzzing as he was left completely stupefied. It was soon evening, and there was an endless stream of people in front of the palace, all of whom were important officials and pillars of the state. Many students of Jialan Academy also came to the feast with their elders in the family. Every palace feast was an excellent opportunity for these people to network and get closer to each other. Young Master Yun, Chen Zhen and Han Bai came together. Their families were also important military officials. Dissatisfied with the king's attitude toward the Li family, their elders seldom participated in such palace feasts and usually sent juniors to attend. "Where have you been these days, young Master Yun?" As soon as Chen Zhen came over, he punched Yunxiao hard on the shoulder, but his face fell instantly. Looking at his red and swollen fist in horror, he cried out, "What's the matter with your body? Why is it hard like iron? My hand is swollen." Yunxiao smiled faintly as he took out 2 origin-impacting pills from his ring before handing them to the two. "After taking this origin-impacting pill, you two should be able to break through and become warriors directly." Chen Zhen said incredulously, "How is this possible? I've just opened 4 chakras." Hanbai picked up a pill and glanced at it, then said in doubt, "Is this really an origin-impacting pill? Young Master Yun, don't lie to us. I have seen them before. Most of them are grayish-white, while some of the best ones are milky white. How can there be origin-impacting pills as transparent as glass beads?" Yunxiao laughed. "Give them back to me if you don't want. They are refined by Master Zhang Qingfen." "What?" Both of them were taken aback. They hurriedly looked at the pills over and over again, then each took out a jade box and carefully put the pill inside. Hanbai suddenly said mysteriously, "Young Master Yun, is Master Zhang and Master Su's sudden announcement of secluded cultivation related to you?" "Oh, are they cultivating in seclusion? Why do you think it has something to do with me?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. Chen Zhen felt dizzy. "Heavens, don't you know such big news? Where have you been these days?" The two of them began cultivating in seclusion as soon as the princess recovered from her illness, and Master Zhang gave you the origin-impacting pills. "So we guess this has something to do with you." Yunxiao just smiled but did not say a word. It was reasonable for Zhang Qingfen and Su Han to cultivate in seclusion. That day, he had solved all the problems and questions they had accumulated over the years, so they needed a long time to comprehend. "Young Master Yun, let's go in." "It seems that most of the guests have arrived," Hanbai urged. "Wait a little longer. I'm waiting for someone. Waiting for someone. Who is it?" "Well, here they come." The figures of Meng Wu and Meng Bai came from a distance, leaving everyone stunned. Staring at Meng Wu, who was dressed in a very different way, Chen Zhen frowned and said, "Why do I find this pretty girl familiar?" The way Meng Wu dressed herself up captivated the few guys. During normal times, she always dressed plainly. How could she have the time and money to dress up when she was busy working all day to make money? But she was like a pure and fresh daffodil today, fascinating them all. "Oh, it's you." Hanbai recognized her at last and said in surprise. As if something had dawned on him suddenly, he pointed to Yunxiao and laughed. Well, no wonder we haven't seen you for days, and no wonder you don't know anything about the two masters cultivating in seclusion. Young Master Yun, can you still walk now?" Chen Zhen also recognized Meng Wu now. He was surprised and said, "A short girl without bosoms can become so beautiful just by casually dressing up. Wow, young Master Yun, you sure have a pair of keen eyes. I didn't know you were so good at finding a pretty girl." Meng Wu's face was red and she was very nervous. She never thought that she would have a chance to come to the palace. Looking at all kinds of luxurious carriages outside the palace, she felt as if she was dreaming. Yunxiao laughed. "Let me introduce you again. This is my friend Meng Wu, and this is her brother and my new disciple." "Meng Bai, disciple," Hanbai exclaimed. "Young Master Yun, you really do everything you can to pick up girls." Meng Bai said angrily, "So your purpose of taking me as a disciple is to pick up my sister?" Meng Bai, already flushed with shame after being teased by them, Meng Wu stamped her foot in anger when she heard her brother speak. The group of 5 walked into the palace while talking and laughing. Banquet hall was held in a beautiful garden. Although it was just the beginning of spring and the flowers had not bloomed yet, they were still greeted by a refreshing fragrance. In the courtyard, Meng Wu and Meng Bai were dazzled by all the small bridges and flowing water, the soft music that lingered in the air, and the scenery that looked like an immortal realm on earth. The banquet hall had been filled with tables arranged on both sides according to the officials' levels, stretching over 100 meters long. Many people had already taken their seats, and everyone was talking with smiles on their faces. There were only 2 rows of 8 seats in the main banquet hall, and behind each were placed the many seats of the attendants. All those who could enter the main banquet hall were the most central figures in the state's inner power circle. Although Zhang Qingfen had given Yunxiao the invitation card, it did not indicate the seat. The seat belonging to the Li family in the main banquet hall had been occupied by a splendidly dressed, handsome young man who was talking and laughing with other guests. Yunxiao's uncle, Li Beifeng, actually sat behind him. The arrival of Yunxiao and his friends immediately attracted everyone's attention, not only because they were only teenagers, but also because Yunxiao, a good-for-nothing in the capital, had become famous in recent days. Not only had he crippled Lan Shuan, who was praised as a genius with only one move, but also cured the princess's illness by stimulating her acupoints with gold needles. Yunxiao would certainly be one of the main characters today. Under all kinds of gazes from the crowd, Yunxiao walked calmly through the middle of the banquet. However, he suddenly sensed something, so he looked up and saw Li Yihu was sitting in the main banquet hall giving him a cold look. He gave a light snort as a slight expression of contempt appeared on the corners of his mouth, and then sat down in the seat belonging to the Chen family. Meng Wu and Meng Bai were sitting on both sides of him, while Chen Zhen and Han Bai sat together on a table to his right. The Chen family and the Han family were military families attached to the Li family, and their titles were not low. so their seats were in the front position in the secondary banquet hall. Li Yi's eyes went cold instantly, and his pupils were full of killing intent. Li Beifeng, who was sitting behind him, looked worried. In addition to Li Yi's hostile gaze, a long-bearded old man in the seat opposite the Li family also stared at Yunxiao coldly. He was the leader of all the civil officials Lan Hong. Behind him, Yunxiao saw Lan Shuan with a gloomy and resentful face. His injury seemed to have healed, but his air of arrogance and pride was completely gone. The people in the other two tables also stared at him curiously. One of them had a facial complexion that looked like iron, his air as mighty as mountains and rivers, and he sat there like an immovable mountain. He was Zhao Qingwang, the commander-in-chief of the Guardians of the State. Sitting opposite him was Liang Wenyu, a second-tier alchemist of the Alchemist Association. He gave Yunxiao a friendly smile. The other two tables were occupied by two men in dragon robes. One of them looked in his 40s while the other was only in his teens, with a slightly childish face. They were the eldest prince, Qin Yang, and the second prince, Qin Yue. They were both men of exceptional ability and hailed as the most likely princes to ascend the throne. They were also studying Yunxiao carefully. The last two empty seats were reserved for today's main characters Lu Yunsheng and Qin Ruxu. Since you have also come to attend the feast, come and sit here. You are a member of the Li family. So how can you sit at the table of another family? Said Li Yi suddenly, looking up at the ceiling of the banquet hall with an arrogant look on his face. Although he did not look at Yunxiao, everyone knew who he was talking to. The whole banquet hall quieted down. The situation of the Li family was well known to them all. Yunxiao did not seem to hear that as he was admiring Meng Wu's girlish manner. While smiling, he asked, "Do you know why people are born with their nostrils facing down?" Meng Wu, who had been looking nervous, was surprised to hear the question. "Why?" she asked involuntarily. All the officials and ministers present were startled, and they began to guess the answer. Yunxiao burst into laughter and said, "Haha, because if one's nostrils faces up, they will be filled with water during rainy days. Haha." The whole crowd erupted into laughter as all eyes turned to Li Yi, who was looking up at the ceiling arrogantly with his nostrils facing up. Even the men of the Lan family, who had been hostile to Yunxiao, smiled sardonically. Chen Zhen and Han Bai laughed the loudest, and Meng Bai kept slapping the table as he laughed. Meng Wu was shy, so she covered her mouth and bowed her head slightly as she chuckled. "Haha," Zhao Qingwang laughed without the slightest hesitancy. "This boy is interesting." Pa, angry from embarrassment, Li Yi smashed a wine glass to the ground and bellowed Li Yunxiao. All the laughter stopped. The whole venue was instantly quiet, and the atmosphere grew tense. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. He took a sip of wine and said without lifting his head, "Who are you?" Li Yi clenched his fists tightly in anger. All of a sudden, a martial master standing beside him stepped out and rushed in front of Yunxiao with a few flashes. Pointing at him, he cried out, how unbridled. "As a member of the Li family, why don't you salute when you see the acting family head? Kneel now and beg for forgiveness." His martial master's aura exploded out instantly, pressing down on Yunxiao like rolling waves. He was ready to break Yunxiao's legs at any time and force him to kneel in order to establish authority for Li Yi. "Kneel, kneel my A's." Yunxiao's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared in front of the martial master. "Pa!" A crisp noise rang out. The martial master only saw something flash in front of his eyes and was slapped hard on the left cheek. Everyone's heart gave a jerk while Zhao Qingwang's pupils constricted and his eyes burst with a glimmer of light. "Kneel, you slave." Yunxiao made a sudden move. A golden light flashed and changed several forms in the void, and then a fist was thrown at the martial master's dantian. Terrified, the martial master quickly retreated, but he was horrified to find that Yunxiao's fist had covered all areas within a few meters of him. There was no way he could avoid the attack. A dull thud echoed out as the punch smashed accurately on the martial master's dantian. He spewed out a mouthful of blood, and a hole was opened on his back where the force came bursting out. He suddenly became dispirited and fell to his knees when Yunxiao hit him hard again on the back, prostrating at the latter's feet. Everyone was stunned. With only one move, Yunxiao had broken a martial master's Qi Si, completely crippling him. Zhao Qingwang's eyes sparkled, while Lan Hong had a thoughtful look on his face. Horror pooled in Lan Shuan's eyes, and the two princes frowned in astonishment. Carrying a blank face, Li Yi said foolishly, how could you? How my A's?" Yunxiao kicked the martial master on the head. He immediately flew out like a football and fell directly on the table in front of Li Yi, spilling wine and dishes all over the floor. The martial master did not utter a sound, and his pupils were dilated. Clearly, he was dead. Yunxiao clapped his hands and said indifferently. After all this, he calmly sat back on his seat as if nothing had happened. 85-27, everyone's expression changed while traces of cold sweat oozed out of their foreheads. "You." Was his number when he was a servant in the Li family. Later on, he was given the family name because he did a good job as a servant. Over the years, no one had dared to mention this figure again. "Old 8, you should behave yourself as a servant, and the master will naturally give you bones. Otherwise, you will be chopped to pieces and fed to the dogs," Yunxiao said coldly. "His Majesty is giving a feast today. I don't want to chop you to pieces in front of all the civil and military officials." Yu Li could not bear it any longer as he jumped to his feet wildly in a fit of rage. A sword bloomed with colorful light shot out of the main banquet hall. His eyes were full of towering killing intent, and his mind had only one thought: cut Yunxiao into pieces. Suddenly, an invisible force descended from the sky and stopped Li Yi. No matter how he roared and struggled, he could not move a single inch, trapped inside the main banquet hall. Zhao Qingwang flicked his index finger lightly, and the invisible force immediately burst like a bubble. Li Yi's body bounced back as if he was struck by a hammer and landed on his seat. The former raised his head slightly and said, "Today is a big day. His Majesty is giving a feast to his subjects. Don't cause any trouble." "What Commander Zhao said is true," agreed the eldest prince, Qin Yang. "Somebody clean up the place and set young Master Li another table." Immediately, many eunuchs and maids trotted in and carried the martial master's body out, soon serving Li Yi another table full of wine and dishes. Li Yi's face became extremely ferocious as he roared, "Li Yunxiao, prepare yourself for my wrath." Sitting behind him, Li Beifeng was first shocked by Yunxiao's swift strike, but when he heard Li Yi's words, his face turned pale and eyes showed a deep anxiety. As if he did not hear that, Yunxiao poured himself a glass of wine and sniffed it, then said, "Well, I thought a dog who likes to bite doesn't bark." Bam! Li Yi's face was so red with anger that he sank back into his chair and never spoke again. He was afraid that he would die of anger here. The whole banquet hall quieted down after the commotion. Everyone had different expressions on their faces as they were silently weighing the situation in their minds. No matter who they were, they could sniff a smell of disturbance. Yunxiao's sudden show of power would definitely bring great turmoil to the Li family, and this turmoil would definitely cause chaos in the state. Zhao Qingwang squinted at Yunxiao. Of all the people present, his eyes were the sharpest. He clearly saw all the moves Yunxiao had just made. It was a series of swift moves, as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water, without any delay. How could a warrior be able to use this kind of fist art that followed one's will, as well as the martial intent that moved as one's heart? It was powerful, as if he had trained it thousands of times. Even Zhao Qingwang himself did not dare to say that his understanding of martial arts could reach such a deep level. Just when the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, a eunuch shouted outside. Soon afterward, His Majesty the King, Qin Zheng, led Luo Yunsheng and Qin Ruxu into the banquet hall, accompanied by a crowd of ministers. Seeing him, everyone stood up and bowed. Although Yunxiao did not want to, he bowed his head reluctantly. What was so great about the king of a small state? Even the emperors of those super empires in the heavenly martial realm would have to be polite and smile on seeing him. Qin Zheng was old. His hair was all white and his pace was extremely slow. With Qin Ruxu's help, he walked into the main banquet hall smilingly and sat above all the officials, looking down at his subjects. Yunsheng and Ruxu sat down on either side of the king. When they came in, they both gave Yunxiao a surprised look. He smiled back at them and made a gesture of victory. Ruxu secretly made a face and stuck out her tongue to mean old-fashioned. The most old-fashioned thing in the world was to make a gesture of victory. As soon as Qin Zheng sat in his dragon chair, an aura of someone who had remained as a superior for a very long time immediately spread out of him. He laughed in a slightly deep and thick voice, then said, "The reason why I am hosting this feast today is that there are two happy events. One is that Commander Yunsheng has been promoted to become an alchemist. She is really a great talent. And the second is that the illness which troubled Ruxu for more than 10 years has finally been completely eradicated. These two events make me very gratified and happy." Lan Hong stood up and said, "Your Majesty, this is the blessing of the heavens that Tianshui has so many talented people. This subject would like to congratulate Commander Luo and Princess Ruxu." Lan Hong smiled and waved. Immediately, two servants, each holding a jade box, walked up to Yunsheng and Ruxu while he laughed and said, "It had taken me a great effort to find these two moon pearls from the East Sea. They are my gifts for Commander Luo and Princess Ruxu." The two servants opened the jade boxes and shafts of light shot out of them, turning the main banquet hall as bright as daylight. All beautiful girls loved jewelry, so the two girls were very happy with the gifts and hurriedly put them away. "Haha, Lord Prime Minister is so wealthy. These two beads should have cost you hundreds of thousands of gold coins." "Right," Zhao Qingwang laughed. "I'm not as rich as my lord, so I specially prepared two martial skills. One is a pure yang martial technique called the Smashing Axe Sun, and the other is a water element martial technique called the Tranquil Sutra. They are my gifts for the two ladies." The value of the two martial techniques was far beyond Lan Hong's moon pearls, but the two beauties were not as excited as before. Well, women love those flashy things more than anything else. Everyone shook their heads and sighed in their minds. Liang Wenyu also stood up and presented two pills. "These are the second-grade staying youth pills this humble one has refined. They can keep my ladies young for 20 years. Ah!" Yunsheng and Ruxu cried out at the same time as if they had found a great treasure. They took the pills in their hands and looked at them for a long time before putting them away. Ruxu even took out the jade box where the moon pearl was stored, took out the pearl, and put the pill in. Her action instantly highlighted the importance of the two treasures in her heart. Lan Hong smiled and shook his head. At this moment, Li also got up and stepped forward to offer his congratulations. Commander Luo, your outstanding charm is equivalent to that of a fairy. This humble one has specially ordered someone to make a hairpin for you with the tranquil jade. This humble one wishes Commander Luo remain young and beautiful forever. Tranquil jade, Liang Wenyu said in surprise. Young Master Li really put his mind to this gift. When wearing it, this tranquil jade can focus and calm one's mind, while helping one defend against mental demons during meditation. It is a rare treasure. In those days, I wished to buy it at a high price but couldn't find it anywhere. Upon hearing Liang Wenyu praise him, Li immediately had a good opinion of him. He laughed and said, "Isn't it? Even I am reluctant to use this treasure myself. Only someone like Commander Luo is worthy of it." A hairpin carved of white jade, inlaid with gold and silver and giving off a faint luster, was brought in front of Yunsheng. Li chuckled and said, "I've asked Shi Wenjiang, the #1 sculptor of Tianshui, to make it for me." Yunsheng was slightly shocked. She had also heard of this tranquil jade, and since even Liang Wenyu said so, it must be extremely precious. She thanked Li Yi solemnly. Li Yi's heart was filled with satisfaction. He then walked up to Ruxu and said, "Princess Ruxu, this humble one has always admired your peerless beauty and graceful temperament. This humble one can't think of anything in the world worthy of you." His confession stunned everyone, and Ruxu's face was slightly red while her eyes flashed with anger. However, she was soon shocked by Li Yi's gift. Therefore, this humble one specially sent someone to purchase a demon beast egg from the Firecrow Empire with a large sum of money. This humble one hopes Princess Ruxu will like it. A demon beast egg. Everyone was startled. Even Zhao Qingwang was slightly taken by surprise, then shook his head with a wry smile. He sighed in his heart that young men nowadays were really willing to spend a lot of money to pick up girls. Demon beasts were extremely powerful creatures on the heavenly martial continent. Even warriors would stay away from them when they chanced upon them. Many people had tried to subdue them, hoping to turn them into their strong aids. Although there were successful attempts, most of them ended in failure. After all, demon beasts' demonic chi was too strong, and their violent and cruel character made them extremely difficult to be tamed by humans. Later on, someone finally came up with a wonderful method. When the demon beast was still in the egg, the owner began to spend every day with it, and then fed and raised it with care after it hatched. By doing so, when the demon beast grew up, it would be absolutely loyal to the owner. After the discovery of this method, the price of demon beast eggs soared by at least 1,000 times. The crowd stared quietly at the egg on the tray. It was all red and slightly transparent, as if there was a monster inside which might break through the shell at any time. Li was exulted. However, in the midst of his great triumph, a discordant voice burst in. "HMPH, this is indeed a demon beast egg. But what's the use of a dead egg? Roast and eat it. Please, it stinks inside and is not edible. Who is talking nonsense here?" Li froze for a moment, then shouted furiously. He turned to look out and then saw that the voice belonged to Yunxiao, whom he hated so much that he wanted to kill by slicing him into pieces. "Li Yunxiao, you don't know anything, so stop uttering nonsense here." No longer caring about his image, he roared, "Do you know how much this cost?" "Damn it can buy 100 or even 1,000 of you." Yunxiao sneered leisurely, "No matter how much it's worth. It's a dead egg, you." Li was fuming as he turned to Qin Zhang, then cupped his fist and said, "Your Majesty, this man is deliberately disturbing the feast. Please order him to be cast out." Qin Zhang frowned and asked Li Yunxiao, "How do you know this is a dead egg?" "No matter what I say, he will deny it. Just cut the egg open and everyone will know." HMPH, cut open. Can you afford such a valuable thing if it is cut open? Ruxu, too, looked suspicious and unwilling. Yunxiao sneered, "Ruxu, when you have worked so hard to incubate this egg for several months and find it hasn't even moved, you will know that I am right. You are still uttering nonsense." Li said furiously, "Your Majesty, this humble one begs you to order this man to be beaten and kicked out of here." Yunxiao shook his head speechlessly. The demon beast egg was undoubtedly a dead egg, no matter one went by its color or with the perception of divine sense. But this thing was too precious, and not many people had seen it, so no one knew about this. When the situation finally calmed down a little, Qin Yang, the eldest prince, smiled and clapped his hands. His men immediately brought 2 trays and walked to Yunsheng and Ruxu. As soon as the trays were brought up, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up and they were all shocked. With a look of complacency on his face, Qin Yang laughed loudly and said, "These 10 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones are my gift for Commander Luo. I wish you an early breakthrough to become the 3rd martial king of Tianshui. Meanwhile, these 10 Longan pearls are for my dear sister Ruxu. I wish you become more and more beautiful and marry a suitable husband as soon as possible." Longan pearls were not as expensive as moon pearls, but they also cost at least tens of thousands of gold coins apiece. The fact that Qin Yang was able to take out 10 pieces at once showed how rich he was. But what shocked everyone was the 10 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones. The higher the level of a warrior's cultivation, the more dependent he became on primordial stones. In the market, the exchange rate of primordial stones was 100 superior grade primordial stones for a supreme grade primordial stone, 100 medial grade primordial stones for a superior grade primordial stone, and 100 inferior grade primordial stones for a medial grade primordial stone. Ignoring the fact that inferior grade primordial stones were all used by ordinary warriors, even if one offered 1 million inferior grade primordial stones, no one would want to exchange 10 supreme grade primordial stones. After all, the deposit of supreme grade primordial stones was extremely scarce, and they had a wide range of uses. The value of these 10 supreme grade primordial stones was far higher than that of the demon beast egg. Now not only Yunsheng, but even Xiao Qingweng's face was flickering as he was slightly tempted. On the other hand, although the 10 Longan pearls were precious, they were nothing when compared with the 10 pieces of supreme grade primordial stones. It also reflected Qin Yang's mindset in one way. Although Ruxu had a prestigious status, she was useless in his eyes, and that was why he simply gave her a few pearls. But Yunsheng was completely different. She was not only one of the 5 commanders of the state guardians, but she had also become a martial lord of the 4 quadrants realm at such a young age. Her future achievements were bound to be limitless. Moreover, she had now made a breakthrough and become an alchemist. In short, she was the most gifted person in the state of Tianshui in the past 1,000 years, in addition to Yang Dai. Qin Yang was the eldest prince, so he must think like an emperor. In his view, wooing Luo Yunsheng was not only of great help to his accession to the throne, but also an important factor to the stability of the state in the future. There was why he spent so much of money to get these 10 pieces of supreme grade primordial stones. In addition, Yunsheng was a rare beautiful girl, and Qin Yang had long been in love with her. He sent people to express his thoughts to her many times, but all he got was cold replies. Yunsheng naturally knew what he wanted, so she turned him down in a light tone. "My lord, your gift is too expensive. I dare not accept it." Qin Yang got up from his seat and tidied up his clothes, then strode up to Yunsheng as he reached out his hands and said, "Yunsheng, don't you understand my feelings for you? Today, in front of all the civil and military officials, I would like to propose to you. Marry me, Yunsheng." Suddenly, he was down on one knee, his eyes blazing. Wah! The banquet hall broke out into an uproar. No one was expecting that the eldest prince would propose in public, let alone see him kneel on one knee. No matter in appearance or strength, Qin Yang was the best choice. Although his strength was not as good as Yunsheng, there were not many men in Tianshui who could surpass him. Moreover, he was able to lower himself to propose even as a prince. His proposal of marriage on one knee had immediately broken the hearts of countless girls. Yunsheng was also struck dumb by it. Her face flickered while a gentle primordial qi spilled from her hands, lifting Qin Yang to his feet. "My lord, if you are so presumptuous again, don't blame me for turning against you." Qin Yang's expression changed dramatically as he found it hard to believe. He had already gone so far, and yet he was still rejected by Yunsheng. For a moment he forgot himself and said angrily, "Yunsheng, I know I don't deserve you. But in Tianshui, no one is worthy of you except me." "My lord, you've forgotten yourself," Yunsheng said coldly. Qin Yang's eyes filled up with anger as he roared, "Do you have someone in mind? Who is he? Tell me, I'll fight him. Someone." Yunsheng was taken aback and immediately fell silent. The whole banquet hall was silent, everyone holding their breath and not daring to say a word. Even Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and his cloudy eyes became somewhat clear. "I knew it. Who is he?" Qin Yang gave a miserable smile and then said angrily, "I will be convinced if he can defeat me." Everyone pricked up their ears to listen, eager to know who was that someone in the mind of the state's #1 proud beauty. Yunxiao also stopped drinking and looked at Yunsheng with great interest, wondering who was the expert that had captured the heart of such a beauty. Yunsheng's expression suddenly became a little lonely. She raised her head slightly, and her eyes seemed to look out into the endless distance. A scene from 15 years ago, which she had buried deep in her heart, came to her mind. At that time, she was only a 5-year-old girl who did not know what love was all about, and was cultivating day after day in the Xingxiao temple on the Snowfall Peak. She had always felt that her talent was not very good, at least many were better than her among her companions. However, she had never been unhappy, and for some unknown reason, she was more loved by her master than any of her sisters. In such an environment, she lived a very regular life, cultivating day and night while thinking that this was how her whole life would pass. But on one occasion, her master seemed to become another person after she came back from a trip, losing her temper all day. The once amiable and beautiful master had become sentimental, harsh, and increasingly dissatisfied with the progress of her disciples' cultivation. She always lost her temper with them. Even Yunsheng, her most beloved disciple, was not less punished. Since then, she often heard her master gnashing her teeth and muttering a person's name. She was very naive at that time, and she thought that she would definitely give the person a good beating when she had the strength in the future, no matter who made her master cry. She remembered that the name was Gu Feiyang. One day, when she had just finished her training, she heard noises from outside, as if many people had come. Apart from her master and sisters, only her fellow disciples from other peaks had been to the Snowfall Peak. She had never seen a man before. But this time she saw more than a dozen men who also brought many followers, and were discussing some matters with her master in the reception hall. She felt very curious, so she hid in a corner of the reception hall and secretly looked at them. Who dares to not obey the Xingxiao decree? Master, if you want to summon us, you just need to give us the order. Why give us such a generous gift? An old man with a blue beard, Fu Kishui, said with a cupped fist. He obviously had great respect for Kangyan, and its refining method has long been lost. They are of great help even to a martial sovereign of the Nine Heavens realm. Although there are only a dozen or so left in Xingxiao Temple, I have nothing else but these medicinal pills which are worthy of your help. Mu Yangsu stood up and said, Master, the gift is too valuable. However, as my current cultivation happens to be stuck in a bottleneck, I can certainly succeed in breaking through with this amazing pill. Hence, I will not stand on ceremony with you. After we are done dealing with Gu Feiyang, I will not hesitate to assist if Master needs any help in the future. Luan Junhao stroked his beard and chuckled. To deal with Gu Feiyang, you are willing to pay the price of 1095 supreme pills. Master, you have overestimated him. Don't be careless, Junhao, said Kang Yunkui. Gu Feiyang is ranked third on the latest heaven and earth power chart. None of us is a match for his strength. There was a trace of contempt in Luan Junhao's eyes as he snorted coldly and said, when the latest heaven and earth power chart was reshuffling, I happened to be cultivating a very powerful divine ability in seclusion, so I missed it. Now that I've mastered the divine ability, I need someone to test its power on, so when Gu Feiyang comes, you will be able to cope with him alone, Kang Yunkui said coldly. Haha, I will try my best, but it is safer for all of us to fight him together. Chen Fizhu asked in surprise Junhao, what divine ability have you mastered that makes you confident to fight Gu Feiyang alone? Luan Junhao smiled without saying a word. Under the gaze of all the people, he said at last, have you ever heard of the Great Ganges Seal? The Great Ganges Seal. Everyone was astounded, while Chen Fizhu immediately said with awe, is it the Great Ganges Seal of Ganges martial sovereign? The strongest man in the continent 10,000 years ago. A cold gleam burst out of Luan Junhao's eyes as he said confidently, yes, it is none other than the Ganges martial sovereign's supreme martial technique. Even if tyrant martial sovereign comes, his imperishable golden body will be crushed to pieces under my great Ganges seal, let alone Gu Feiyang. Shiduhai burst out laughing and then said, I was a little worried at first, but now that Brother Junhao has mastered the great Ganges seal, I am relieved. Although I am not as talented as you, I was lucky enough to have found a super 9th grade mystic weapon not long Agath transmigration spear. Together with my seasoned spear techniques, I'm almost invincible. When Gyu, who also nodded and said with a smile, the 10 of us are all martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens realm, added with Master. Even if the top 3 in the heaven and earth power chart are here, they will not be able to go back alive, let alone Gu Feiyang. Shiduhai sneered, what worries me now is that Gu Feiyang knows we're all here and he's afraid to come to this fight. Kangyan still looked calm, but there was a gleam of weariness in her eyes. Please rest assured that if Gu Feiyang does not dare to come, I will regard him as defeated, and will still keep my promise to give you the 9-5 supreme pills, she said lightly. Luan Junhao's eyes lit up as he smiled and said, that's great. I reckon he's afraid to come. Nevertheless, to be able to visit this wonderland of the Xingxiao Temple, the time we spent to come here is not wasted. Xingxiao Temple was a famous wonderland on Earth, and the Snowfall Peak was located at the end of the sky on top of the Sea of Clouds. Looking outside from the temple, the scenery was beyond words. In addition, the entire Xingxiao Temple was full of beautiful women. Without invitation, no man dared to set foot here. It was unprecedented for Xingxiao Temple in 10,000 years to have so many men gathered on the Snowfall Peak at one time. The group of men stood in the reception hall, tasting the best wine in the world while listening to the immortal music and admiring at the billowing sea of clouds outside the temple. It was a pleasant experience, and everyone was smiling. Fu Kishui drank up the glass of wine in his hand and then said happily, haha. This feels great. Xingxiao Temple is indeed a wonderland on Earth. I don't think that Gu Feiyang will come, and a swig of drinks won't waste the trip. Everyone raised their glasses and drank heartily, talking and laughing with one another. What vanquisher martial sovereign? What number 3 on the heaven and earth power chart? He is nothing but a coward. Luan Junhao sneered. Shiduhai laughed and said, we can't blame him either, knowing that there are 11 martial sovereigns waiting here. No one would have the courage to come. Haha. Yi Yuan, who had been silent all the while, suddenly said, do you think Gu Feiyang will invite helpers to come with him? If he brings 10 martial sovereigns to help him, the battle would be intense. Everyone was shocked as they thought of the possibility. All of a sudden, their cheerfulness was suddenly tinged with anxiety. Even if it were 10 against 10, we might not lose. When that happens, leave Gu Feiyang to me, Luan Junhao said coldly. Kang Yin leaned against her throne, resting one hand on her forehead, as she watched the group of men with a hint of disgust in her heart. Gu Feiyang will not ask for help, she said coldly. Shidu Hai asked, why is Master so sure? There was a trace of perplexity in Kang Yin's eyes as she sighed softly because he's already here. What? He is already here. Where is he? They all were startled and alarmed. Their divine sense spread out in all directions like waves, but they could not sense the existence of anyone above the entire sea of clouds. Luan Junhao said in a cold voice, Master, have you guessed wrongly? Kang Yin sighed, I didn't guess. Can't you feel that the wind is already rising? The wind is rising. Mu Yangsu frowned and said, this place is located on the top of the mountain. It is normal for the wind to blow. All of a sudden, everyone in the reception hall felt a slight breeze blowing in their faces, and the corners of their clothes were all gently blown up. All faces fell instantly as they raised their vigilance. Outside the reception hall, a golden ray spread from the distant sky, casting a golden glow over the sea of clouds. Suddenly, the clouds began to roll and rumble as if a pot of hot water had begun to boil between the sky and the earth. A great wind comes forth, the clouds rise high. The water vapor all over the place was pulled by a mighty suction and gathered toward the sky. Soon, the sea of clouds surrounding Xingxiao Temple was stripped, allowing the luxuriant and magnificent mountains and rivers to emerge from the clouds for the first time in tens of thousands of years. High up in the sky, a vast and boundless golden cloud palm gradually formed, so bright that it stung all eyes and made it difficult for anyone to look directly at it. Like a god descending on earth, the colossal palm suddenly slapped down with a mighty aura. The wind and clouds rose high all because of me. Looking at the rolling aura that was falling toward them like a meteor, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Fu Qishui hurriedly cried out, what a powerful force. Let's all fight together and not hide your strength. Luan Junhao's pupils constricted as he said in horror, how could he be so strong? Great Ganges seal, blow it away. The Ganges River conjured up in his palm, and then suddenly swelled so huge that it seemed capable of accommodating all the rivers in the world. Shidu Hai's forehead also began to ooze traces of cold sweat as a golden spear pierced through the air and was caught by him with one hand. Super 9th grade mystic weapon, transmigration spear. The other 8 men also dared not to be careless as they hurriedly exercised their strongest martial techniques. Ink Frost Tyrant Finger, True Dragon Seal. Heavenly Martial Buddha Hand, Formless Thunder, Mysterious Ice God Fist, Seasoned Flame Blade, Traceless Ghost Palm, Spirit Dragon Emperor Finger. For a moment, the light of martial techniques towered into the sky from the snowfall peak, and the whole world began to tear under the collision of these energies. Bam! Just when all the energies collided with each other, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the sky, swallowing up all the light. The heaven and earth seemed to crumble, and the surrounding void seemed about to collapse. Ha! A loud cry came from the horizon, and the dim sky suddenly became radiant as all the energies were blown away in an instant. Then a beam of golden light fell from the clouds and crashed on the snowfall peak. Strangely enough, when the beam of light crashed down, it did not make any sound. There were only 10 screams, and then 10 figures could be seen being knocked flying away. Internal organs of 10 martial sovereigns were all crushed as they fell to the ground, unable to move anymore. All eyes were full of horror. They were all martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens realm, but why was there such a huge gap between them? During the whole process, Kang Yin did not move, just leaning quietly on her throne and watching the golden light all over the sky gather over the sea of clouds. Her eyes showed infatuation, and surprisingly, the corners of her mouth curved upward into a smile. He is still the most handsome man, only her smile was full of bitterness. After condensing into that huge palm, most of the sea of clouds had dissipated. The rest of the water vapor slowly condensed into a long flight of steps and fell straight from the horizon to the snowfall peak. The wild sky had become empty, with only a dazzling halo hanging over the horizon, shining brilliantly. A pair of eyes that looked as magnificent as stars slowly emerged in the halo. Hiding in the corner, little Yunsheng was completely struck dumb. The pair of eyes was so charming that, although she had only looked at them once, she could never forget them for the rest of her life. Her pupils slowly enlarged, but the halo suddenly turned into specks of light and dissipated into the void. Dressed in white, the owner of the eyes slowly walked down from the steps. Luan Junhao, who had fallen somewhere not far from the temple, watched as Gu Feiyang slowly walked down the steps. His heart beginning to fill with dread. At the thought of his arrogant words before, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Lord Gu, I didn't mean it, he cried desperately. A great man like you should not stoop to pettiness or harbor grievance for past wrongs. Please forgive me, I will never do it again. His cultivation base did not come easily, and he was unwilling to perish here. Therefore, he anxiously began to beg for mercy. Gu Feiyang walked down from the top of the cloud step by step, his eyes shining like the stars. Looking at Kang Yin, he suddenly sighed, Kang Yin, why are you doing this? Only then did Luan Junhao realize that Gu Feiyang did not even look at him. It was entirely the sense of existence that he, a puny man, had come out with on his own. It was like a little ant thinking that everyone was watching it, but in fact, it was just a poor little ant. The feeling of humiliation from being despised immediately welled up in his heart, making him clench his teeth in fury. But he did not dare to say a word, and could only stare at Gu Feiyang with resentment. Kang Yin sighed lightly as a tiny drop of tear glistened at the corner of her eye. For whom does the beauty dance? Who will overturn the world for the beauty? Let me perform another dance for you. With a touch of sadness on her beautiful and spiritual face, she stood up and began to dance. Her red dress gently held up her graceful figure like the sunset clouds. At this moment, all the noises that filled the surroundings fell silent, and the rocking sea of clouds and murderous aura also calmed down. The world seemed to be left with only a beautiful figure dancing in the clouds. Gu Feiyang sighed, "You'll lose if you take it seriously." Kang Yin said with a wry smile, "I've already lost." She wiped away the tears from her eyes and suddenly snapped, "Gu Feiyang, either you or I will die today. You are no match for me, and these 10 worms are no match for me either. How are you going to kill me?" Kang Yin sneered, "I only invited these 10 men here to consume some of your primordial qi. However, I didn't expect them to be so useless that they couldn't even withstand one strike from you." She slowly raised a sword, and a beam of purple light rose up into the sky, before the whole snowfall peak was instantly enveloped by a cloud of purple mist. Far away on several other peaks, a few women in palace suits were each guarding an ancient array. Suddenly, they opened their eyes at the same time and said in surprise, "It's Master's signal. Has it started?" A total of 7 women performed various hand seals and sent them into the ancient arrays they were guarding. Immediately, 7 rays of light shot straight into the sky, then turned into a boundless mass of purple light and sped through the void. The light that blotted out the sky then transformed into a purple cloud in an instant, revealing the flicking stars in the sky while enveloping the whole Xingxiao temple. The purple stars formation. Gu Feiyang's face flickered before he sighed. "It seems that you really want to kill me." With a sad smile on her face, Kang Yin snapped. The mountain protection formation constructed by Xingxiao temple tens of thousands of years ago has not been used for thousands of years. Today, this unfilial disciple, Kang Yin, will use this formation and the purple cloud sword in her hand to slay Gu Feiyang on this snowfall peak. The stars all over the sky emitted an immeasurable amount of purple mist, which turned into tiny fallen flowers and began to rotate wildly in the void, sweeping toward Gu Feiyang. In response, he lightly kicked the ground with one foot, and his body drifted back gracefully like a fallen leaf. The purple stars formation can draw the power of the stars. And the purple cloud sword in my hand can absorb the power of the mountains around Xingxiao temple. On the snowfall peak and under the purple stars, I am the god here. Gu Feiyang, no matter how mighty you are, you will surely die today." Gu Feiyang stood straight and unmoving like a mountain, while his jade-white sleeves were flowing like clouds around him, even without any wind. He did not seem troubled by any of this, focusing his eyes on his right hand. At some point, a simple-looking sword had appeared in his hand. "Old friend, it's your turn to shine," he whispered. A stream of satin-like light slowly flowed out of the sword to the sky, as if a river of stars had poured down from the cosmos. At this moment, Gu Feiyang looked like a god holding a sword as he was about to ascend to heaven. All of a sudden, the sword let out a dragon roar and then began to transform rapidly into a broadsword. The blade rippled like water and was engraved with the patterns of the sun, the moon, mountains, rivers, flowers, insects, birds, and animals. Dragon roars rang incessantly out of it, while shafts of bright light broke out of the blade. You may have hundreds of millions of stars, but I will destroy them all with a single slash of my sword. Star/sword reigns supreme over the world. One sword reigns supreme over the world. One sword ask not the mortals. Thousands of stars disillusioned and dissipated in little Yunsheng's pupils as an uncontrollable pressure of the heaven and earth filled the entire void. As a result, she felt an abnormal tightness in her chest and began to lose her consciousness. She tried hard to keep her eyes open, just to take one more look at the man and his eyes that shone like stars. However, the pressure was too strong. No matter how hard she tried, her eyes eventually closed. Yunsheng's memory ended there because she had fainted. By the time she woke up, she heard that her master had entered a secluded cultivation, and all her other sisters had left and turned into uncle masters on other peaks. There was no one else on the entire snowfall peak. At that moment, she resolutely chose to leave Xingxiao Temple and began to wander on the continent in order to see that pair of eyes again. She subsequently knew that, at the end of that day, her master was defeated. The vanquisher martial sovereign Gu Feiyang had defeated 10 martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens realm with just one move, and then went on to defeat the master of Xingxiao Temple, Kang Yin. Such an ending caused an uproar throughout the continent, and his reputation was at its peak. But then came the news that Gu Feiyang had fallen in Tianding Mountains. Yunsheng could not believe that the man with a pair of god-like eyes would die. Who could kill him in this world? Later on, she arrived at the state of Tianshui and stayed at Jialan Academy because it had the most vivid statue of Gu Feiyang in the whole continent. When her thoughts pulled away from 15 years ago, Yunsheng's eyes showed an infinite loneliness. Her gaze seemed to sweep over Yunxiao as if she was looking for something. On that day in the martial arts arena, this young man's demeanor was exactly the same as Gu Feiyong's statue. Yunsheng muttered with a wry smile, "It's a pity that you are not him." She still remembered the forlorn look in her master's eyes. For whom does the beauty dance, and who will overturn the world for the beauty? Even master, who is as beautiful and mighty as an immortal, is not worthy of him, let alone me, she muttered to herself. Yunxiao seemed to feel something in his heart, and his face flickered slightly. After waiting for a long time and not getting the answer, Qin Yang said coldly, "Who is he? Am I not even qualified to know his name?" Yunsheng came to her senses. Looking at Qin Yang, she gave a wry smile and said, "He's dead." Added. Qin Yang was stunned, and everyone was shocked. Qin Yang's anger gradually faded away. "No matter who he is, since he is dead, then I have a chance," he said in a low voice. "What did he do to make you fall in love so much? If he can do it, I can do it too." Yunsheng looked up and smiled a very lovely smile. "You can do it too, then listen." In the Soul Formation Sea, he refined a super-grade mystic weapon, Star/Sword, became the youngest 9th-tier sovereign alchemist in the continent, and was employed as an honorary elder by the headquarters of the Alchemist Association. In Red Moon City, he overturned the city with a sword for beauty and eliminated one of the 3 superpowers from the continent. In the East Sea, he slaughtered everything within 8,000 miles for a friend and was ordered to be killed by the king of all seas. In the Holy Realm, he defeated numerous mighty figures and ranked 3rd on the Heaven and Earth power chart, being conferred as the Vanquisher Martial Sovereign. At Snowfall Peak, he came on the clouds and effortlessly defeated 10 martial sovereigns with one move. Even the most beautiful woman in the world, the master of Xingxiao Temple, Kang Yanful to make him love her. "There's so much more," Yunsheng said, raising her eyes slightly to look at Qin Yang's glazed expression and chuckling. "Now do you know who that someone in my heart is? I'll marry you if you can achieve just 1% of what he has done." Qin Yang naturally knew who this person was, and so did everyone present. The name had disappeared for 15 years, but it was still on everyone's mind, and none of them dared to mention it at will. Yunsheng gently pushed away the servant standing beside her, then lightly kicked the floor with one foot and floated up into the air, flying away in a beam of light. Her faint voice full of endless weariness came through the air. "I'm a little tired, so I'll take my leave to rest. I beg your pardon." As soon as she left, the banquet hall fell silent again. Stupefied, Yunxiao sat in his chair with his eyes wide open and his hand that held the bronze wine glass frozen in mid-air. After a long silence, Qin Yang finally let out a deep sigh. Just then, Qin Zheng suddenly said, "Commander Luo is not well. Let's continue. Young Master Yun, what's wrong with you?" Meng Wu noticed Yunxiao's strange behavior and pushed him with her hand. Hearing that, the latter came to his senses with a sudden shudder. He touched the cold sweat on his forehead as he looked at Yunsheng, who had disappeared into the horizon. Zhao Qingwang laughed. "It takes patience for young men to pick up girls. All little girls love heroes, but Gu Feiyong has been dead for more than a decade after all. You have to be persistent, and shameless, beautiful girls generally can't stand being pestered." After seeing Luo Yunsheng reject Qin Yang's proposal, Qin Yue's heart relaxed slightly. Then, he stood up with a smile and began to present his gift for Ruxu. Such an episode did not affect the feast, and the crowd continued to eat and drink happily. Although Qin Yang was a little upset, he was not troubled by the rejection, because losing to Gu Feiyong in love was not a shame. Meng Bai, who was nibbling a leg of lamb, suddenly asked, "Master, I've been thinking about this for a long time. But I don't know who the man that pretty girl mentioned just now is. Do you know, could it be Lord Yang Dai?" Yang Dai was from Tianshui. Everyone here knew about him, and his status in their hearts was like a god. Meng Wu glared at him and said, "He is Lord Yang Dai's mentor, Lord Gu Feiyong, the most powerful man. The statue in Jialan Academy was made after his image. Oh, it's him. I have seen the statue before. Although he looks awe-inspiring, he is not handsome." Meng Bai was puzzled and said, "So why did he reject the most beautiful in the world? Is he a fool?" Ahem, ahem. Yunxiao choked on a mouthful of wine and coughed violently. "You know, this is called walking through clusters of flowers but not getting caught by any of the leaves," he said angrily. "Bullshit, I think he's either a fool or a homosexual." Meng Bai cried out, "Brother Chen, Brother Han, what do you say?" Chen Zhen laughed. "Haha, yeah, I also think that guy is a homosexual. Although I have never met the master of Xingxiao Temple, since she is praised as the most beautiful woman in the world, she must be a very attractive woman. How could a normal man not be tempted by her? Hey, young Master Yun, why is your face growing so dark? Don't tell me you had an affair with that homosexual. You didn't pick up soaps in front of him, did you?" Haha, his repeated references to homosexuality made Yunxiao turn livid. "How can you be so disrespectful to a senior of martial arts?" he said while fuming. "Respect my A's," Chen Zhen shouted. "Isn't he just a little stronger than us? Isn't he just a little fiercer than us when killing people? Look at these beautiful women. Every one of them seems to turn nymphomaniac when they hear the name, Gu Feiyong. Fu Ke. With this alone, he is the public enemy of men all over the continent. Hanbai, don't you think so? Hanbai nodded seriously and said, of course. Even the world's most beautiful woman had fallen in love with him, and I think he deserved to die for this alone. Don't you think so, young Master Yun? Yunxiao, don't you slander Lord Gu Feiyang, Meng Wu said crossly. If you say one more bad word about him, I'll tell Teacher Luo, HMPH. With Teacher Luo's admiration for Lord Gu Feiyang, you know the consequences you will face. Pa. Yunxiao slapped him under the table and said angrily, you are going to Jialan Academy's tenfold gravity chamber tomorrow and stay there for 10 days. What? Come on, master. 10 days, Meng Bai howled under the table. HMPH, Meng Wu also said in fury, from today on you will cook and wash your own clothes. You will do all the housework. This is your punishment for slandering Lord Gu Feiyang. Sis, I was wrong, please forgive me. Meng Bai wailed, but no one paid him any attention. People kept walking into the main banquet hall to present their gifts, and Ruxu was already a little tired. Yunxiao made quite a noise when he slapped Meng Bai over, which immediately attracted her attention. Her eyes lit up at the sight of Yunxiao as she cried out, Li Yunxiao, what gift have you prepared for me? The eldest son of one of the counts, who was standing in front of her triumphantly and eloquently introducing his gift, froze in an instant and stood in the banquet hall with great embarrassment. His father, the count sitting in the secondary banquet hall, helplessly gave his son a look. The man immediately left behind the gift and walked out despondently. Startled, Yunxiao looked at Chen Zhen and Han Bai for help. Do you have to bring a gift for a meal? Together, Chen Zhen and Han Bai each took out a small box and placed it on the table, tapping it a few times. They both looked at Yunxiao with sympathetic eyes, as if to say, you didn't even prepare a gift, did you? Yunxiao's face turned blue instantly. HMPH, don't tell me that someone is here to be a freeloader. Li ridiculed in a cold voice. A freeloader? Ha, you are really good at imagining things. Yunxiao snorted. Damn, this guy is looking down on us. Master, take out the gift you have prepared so that everyone can have an eye-opener. Meng Bai shouted crossly. Ruxu said happily, Li Yunxiao, what gift have you prepared for me? Bring it up quickly. All the people were curious as their eyes were fixed on Yunxiao. Qin Zheng opened his cloudy eyes and chuckled, Ruxu, if Yunxiao hadn't saved you, how could you still be alive and kicking like this? Ruxu snorted and said, that's two separate things. If I'm not satisfied with the gift he gives me, HMPH. Yunxiao's mind was racing. Before long he rose to his feet and smiled. You know that I am poor, he said. I have nothing better to offer you than these nobles and sons of dignitaries so, and this prodigal servant. Therefore I only intended to play a melody for you today. May the princess be healthier and more beautiful. Upon hearing this, Li burst into laughter. Play a melody. Haha, you poor guy who wants to listen to you play the zither. There are hundreds of musicians in the palace. You better not shame the Li family. Old 8, is it your turn to speak now? Mind who you are. Yunxiao's voice was cold. Yu Li was fuming with anger. He hated it when people exposed his scars, especially when all the powerful figures of Tianshui were here today. In his heart, he had already sentenced Yunxiao to death. Ruxu clapped her hands and cheered after a brief moment of pause. Great, I didn't know you knew how to play the zither. I want to listen to you play. All the people present were shaking their heads secretly. Comparisons were odious. The princess had hardly smiled when they offered the gifts they purchased with a lot of money, but the boy's performance, which did not cost a penny, actually made her extremely happy. Soon, court musicians put the zither table, zither, ambergris incense, and other things in the main banquet hall. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng laughed. Duke Jingguo is a military officer all his life, and General Feilong is also good at martial arts. I didn't expect that their descendant is proficient in music. Yunxiao walked slowly toward the zither, and his aura suddenly began to change. Seeing that, Zhao Qingwang's pupils constricted slightly. Although he knew nothing about music, he was shocked by the aura of a grandmaster emanating from Yunxiao. As he sat down in front of the zither, Yunxiao's face grew solemn. A dreamy look appeared in his eyes as if he was staring into the endless distance. Without saying a word, he closed his eyes slightly and began to recall the empty, cold bamboo forest. He was handsome and smart like a god and dressed in white. The pure white sleeves of his robe fluttered without wind, making it look like clouds were flowing around him. Gu Feiyang of that day, Li Yunxiao of today. He gently raised his hand and stroked it on the zither. It was a good zither, but only a good zither. It was nothing compared to his heaven melody divine zither. A ray of light fell and slowly flowed down the zither, shining on Yunxiao's fingertips. All of a sudden, the whole world quieted down and a shaft of moonlight poured on him. It made him look cold and lonely, and yet he did not seem to be aware of it as he just stared at his hands. This is Guangling melody. Ruxu's eyes grew wider and wider. When the zither was played, all sounds stopped, including the chirping of insects and frogs. The soft moonlight enveloped all around, changing the color of the world like thousands of flowers suddenly blooming as the melody cut through the dim light of the night and echoed throughout the heaven and earth. After a time that no one seemed to know how long it was, the music had already faded away. It was as if it had come with the moonlight, and now it had returned to the night sky filled with boundless loneliness. There was not a sound in the banquet hall, as if no one had ever been there, after a long time. Suddenly, a man outside the hall shouted, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, all the flowers in the courtyard are blooming." "What? How can flowers bloom at night?" Everyone was shocked. On both sides of the corridor, all kinds of flowers bloomed and sent forth a rich fragrance, making everyone feel relaxed and refreshing upon smelling it. The flowers bloomed at the gwangling melody. Under the starry sky, the moonlight rippled like water and the flowers bloomed to contend in beauty and fragrance. Everyone came to their senses and stood still from the shock. Ruxu's eyes gleamed as she murmured softly, "How beautiful the flowers under the moon are, so beautiful it's a pity that teacher Luo has already left. Otherwise, how would she feel if she heard this melody?" Xiao Qingwen gave Yunxiao a complicated look and said in a faint voice, "Legend has it that Gu Feiyong had played this gwangling melody in Qianghua Island's purple bamboo forest when they first met. At that time it was already frosty and snowing, but this divine music awakened the flower god who ordered the flowers to bloom. I didn't expect ordinary people like us to be lucky enough to hear this melody today. It only belongs to the Havinas and hardly be heard on earth." Yunxiao too was struck by a chord, and the beautiful face flashed through his mind as he sighed. "For who does the beauty dance, and who will overturn the world for the beauty? Ha, amazing, you played too well." Qin Zheng took the lead in clapping his hands as he laughed. "I've lived for so many years, but only now I know there is such a beautiful melody in the world. All the court musicians I keep are rubbish. I'll have them all packed up and scram tomorrow." Now that the king had spoken his praise, all present applauded and cheered loudly. Li Yi's face became extremely gloomy. What's the big deal if he plays the zither well? He didn't spend a coin, and the princess didn't get any actual benefits. Compared with my demon beast egg, his gift is far from good. A hint of disgust suddenly flashed across Ruxu's face as she spat out a word coldly, vulgar. Even Xiao Qingwen could not help feeling sick. Today's most valuable gift is this melody. If I can listen to it again, I'm willing to pay no matter how high the price is. Li gnashed his teeth with jealousy. "Commander Xiao, if you want to listen to it again, you can just ask him to play a few more times." Yunxiao chuckled and said, "A divine melody must be played under the most favorable circumstances. On that day there was the world's most beautiful woman in that purple bamboo forest, and today there is Princess Ruxu right here in the palace. Only then can this piece of music move the flower god. Haha, of course you don't understand these things. Old 8, you didn't have time to learn before, but you must learn more in the future." Li flew into a rage. Fortunately, Yunxiao had offended him many times today, so he quickly regained his composure. He gave a cold snort, and his eyes were full of unconcealed killing intent. On the other side, Ruxu couldn't help but blush. Yunxiao, equating her with Hongyan, the world's most beautiful woman, filled her heart with joy and her eyes with tenderness. After calming down, Li stood up from his seat and said in a loud voice, "Today, I have not only prepared gifts for Commander Luo and Princess Ruxu, but also a small gift for Commander Xiao." Xiao Qingwen did not like him now, so he said in a faint tone, "I did nothing to deserve a gift. Young Master Li, you don't have to give me anything." There was a flicker of anger in Li Yi's eyes. Nothing seemed to go right with him today, and it was all caused by that damn Li Yunxiao. He forced a smile on his face and said, "I heard that Commander Xiao had suffered an internal injury when fighting Yi Xiaoshan of the state of Beijing many years ago, and the injury has not been healed even by now. This time I found a blue water dragon eye pill by chance, and I wish to offer it to Commander Xiao." Xiao Qingwen's eyes burst into light, and he was visibly moved as he said, "A 6th grade pill, the blue water dragon eye pill." All the others also showed shocked expressions. Qin Zhang too had his eyes flashed, and he seemed more eager than Xiao Qingwen. "Li Yi, is what you said true?" Looking at all the shocked eyes, Li Yi felt that he had finally breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly became very energetic. He laughed and said, "Of course. Fang Zhen, why don't you bring the pill to Commander Xiao?" Fang Zhen was Li Yi's confidant, a first-tier alchemist he had recruited. With a smile on his face, he stepped forward and took out a jade box before gently opening the lid. A glittering and translucent green pill lay quietly in it. "Commander Xiao, your internal injury will be healed completely after taking this pill, and you can definitely improve further in your cultivation of the martial arts." Fang Zhen laughed and said. Xiao Qingwen picked up the pill, his burly body shaking with excitement. Although he had narrowly won the battle that year, it had left him a serious injury. Because of that, he had not only failed to advance in martial arts in the recent years, he was going backward, which greatly distressed him. Low-level pills had been unable to suppress his injuries, which had now begun to erode his life. If he allowed this situation to continue, he probably could only live for a few more years. This was exactly what Qin Zheng and he were most worried about. If he died, then Tianshui would only have one martial king left. Zhang Lishanan, the state's strength would definitely greatly reduced. Over the years, they had never stopped sending people everywhere to look for medicinal pills, but found nothing. Unexpectedly, just when they were losing all hopes, Li Yi had found the blue water dragon eye pill that could completely cure Xiao Qingwang. How could they not be excited? Qin Zheng was extremely happy. Li Yi, you've done a great job this time. Whatever reward you want, I will give it to you, he said loudly. In his wild joy, Li Yi quickly bowed and said, Your Majesty, this subject wishes to marry Princess Ruxu. What? Everyone was shocked, and Ruxu turned pale instantly as she bellowed, Li Yi, how dare a mere servant like you crave for what you are not worthy of? Father, you must not agree with him. Li Yi's eyes sparkled. Because of his humble background, although he now apparently controlled the Li family, not many people obeyed him from the bottom of their hearts. He was surrounded by dangers. If he wanted to turn the tables completely, he must have a good status, and becoming the princess's husband was undoubtedly his best choice. Besides, Qin Ruxu was a beautiful girl, and he had long coveted her. Qin Zheng paused and suddenly became silent. In his heart, he secretly blamed himself for being too impulsive and promising too much. What should he do now? It was because he had seen this opportunity that Li Yi had made his request. Your Majesty, this subject's feelings for Princess Ruxu are sincere, and this subject hopes your Majesty can make us husband and wife. When she found that Qin Zheng did not speak, Ruxu became anxious. Father, you can't really. There was a look of reluctance in Qin Zheng's eyes, but he made up his mind at last and said in a deep voice, Ruxu, you can't be willful in this matter. Li's contribution to the state is enormous, and besides, I never go back on my words. I'm relieved to marry you to him because I believe he is sincere to you. Otherwise, he wouldn't find such a precious demon beast egg for you. He had figured out everything, and he also needed Li Yi to keep the Li family in check. Although a daughter was precious, she meant nothing when compared with his reign. What? Ruxu felt a chill run from her head to toes as if she had fallen into an icy cellar. Her father, who had always loved her most, actually. In her grief and indignation, she took out the demon beast egg and threw it into the air. I don't want what he gave me. A beam of cold light burst from the sword in her hand. The egg was split in half in mid-air and then fell to the ground. A pool of extremely smelly slime spilled all over the floor, and the entire main banquet hall was immediately filled with a foul stench. Everyone hurried to cover their noses and looked at the broken egg in surprise. It was really a bad egg. Everyone's eyes grew strange. Li himself was stunned as well, and his face was covered in shame and anger. He hoped there was a hole where he could hide now. Father, this is really a bad egg, said Ruxu, suddenly very happy. He had deceived me, and yet he said his feelings for me are sincere. Father, I hope, while frowning, Qin Zheng said, this thing is extremely rare and precious, so how can ordinary people tell whether it's good or bad? Buying a bad egg proves that Li Yi was cheated by someone. Yes, your Majesty is right. This subject is the victim of deception, that damn seller. Li Yi gnashed his teeth and said. Qin Zheng cleared his throat and said, one flaw cannot obscure the splendor of the jade. Li Yi has made an enormous contribution to the state, so I hereby decree that Ruxu wait. Suddenly, a very discordant voice interrupted Qin Zheng's words. Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, this blue water dragon eye pill is fake. What? Qin Zheng was angry that Yunxiao had dared to interrupt him, but as soon as he heard those words, he suppressed his anger. At the same time, all the people present were startled and their pupils constricted. Offering a fake pill in front of all courtiers and the king was a great crime that would lead to beheading, let alone this pill was meant for Xiao Qingwang. No one would dare to resort to such deceit. For a moment, all eyes were on Li Yi. Li Yi froze for a moment, then said angrily, Li Yunxiao, don't you utter nonsense. This is a 6th-grade pill I bought at a great price. How dare you mislead people? Your Majesty, this man is uttering nonsense again. His heart is incredibly wicked. Yunxiao said contemptuously again. Li Yi was stupefied and rendered speechless when he looked at the puddle of rot egg on the floor. However, the anger in his eyes was enough to burn Yunxiao to ashes. Qin Zheng's face darkened. He turned to Liang Wenyu and asked, Master Liang, please have a look at this pill. Liang Wenyu stepped forward and studied the pill carefully for a while, then said dejectedly, Your Majesty, this pill does not look fake to me, but its grade is too high for me to be sure. Holding back his emotions, Xiao Qingwang said, Li Yunxiao, do you have proof that this pill is fake? In the past, there were indeed people from enemy states who deliberately gave him fake medicines which had nearly killed him several times, so he was still frightened. Yunxiao chuckled and said, It is very easy to confirm. The pill itself is non-toxic, but when it comes in contact with blood, it will produce a deadly poison. If you take it, you will surely die on the spot. What? Qin Zheng lurched to his feet and cast his furious eyes on Li Yi. If what Yunxiao said was true, then Li Yi must be. Li Yi's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he quickly turned to look at Fang Zhen. Seeing the latter frowning and shaking his head, he summoned up his courage and said, Your Majesty, don't listen to this man's nonsense. As long as Commander Xiao's injuries are fully healed after taking this pill, it proves that the pill is real. Yunxiao sneered, If Commander Xiao dies after taking this pill, can we bring him back to life by beheading you? Li said furiously, There's no way anything bad will happen to him. Yunxiao pursued him relentlessly. It will be fine for a period of time after taking this fake pill, but Commander Zio has internal injuries in his body. If the pill comes in contact with his bloodha, then the matter will become serious. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Try how? Li sneered. A 6th grade pill is so precious that if we consumed it with the test, you can't compensate it even with your life. Yunxiao smiled calmly. It's very simple. Dip this pill in someone's blood and feed it to a dog. If the dog dies, it proves that it is a fake pill and highly toxic. If the dog does not die within 10 breaths, it proves that what I said is false. By that time, you can kill the dog and take out the pill. Qin Zheng said, well, that's a good idea. Someone go get a dog here. One of you must have deceived me today. I'd like to see who is so bold. Ruxu's eyes showed strong worry and uneasiness. She feared that she would bring Yunxiao into trouble because of her affairs. The latter gave her a comforting look, then walked over and picked up the blue water dragon eye pill. Old 8, bring your dog blood here. Li said angrily, why not use your own blood? This is your idea. Li flew into a rage and said in a trembling voice, be starred. What did you just say? Come here quickly. Young master, I'm coming. Meng Bai trotted over in cooperation and stood beside Yunxiao with a timid look. Work hard in the Li family. This guy is your predecessor. Meng Bai obediently shouted to Li Sr. Li was so dizzy with anger that he almost fell down, but Fang Zhen caught him in time. All the people present looked at the two with a smile, each with his own calculation. The Li family was finally beginning to become chaotic. Yunxiao said, Little 8, drop a few drops of blood on this pill. With his eyes growing wide, Meng Bai pretended to be afraid as he said, why do you want my blood? Can't you use your own? Yunxiao slapped him on the head angrily and scolded, you are a servant, and you must behave like a servant. You must do whatever your master asks you to do and ask no questions. Learn from your predecessor. Grieved, Meng Bai picked up a small meat knife from a nearby table and cut a little skin on his finger with a sad face, squeezing out a drop of blood as small as a green bean before dripping it on the pill. Is that enough? There's a lot of blood already. Yunxiao kicked him flying away. Scram, you don't look like a servant at all. He glanced coldly at the pill and said leisurely, this pill will produce fatal toxicity when it comes into contact with blood, although there is only a small drop. It is enough to kill a martial king. At the same time, he was deeply relieved. With Meng Bai's blood on this pill, Li's charge of offering a poisonous pill could not be exonerated under any circumstances. The poison in Meng Bai's body was the source of all poisons, and it was so potent that even his previous life, a 9th-tier alchemist, could not dissolve it and had to find ways to force it out of his body. Soon, several court guards brought over a big wolfhound. Yunxiao picked up the blood-stained pill and was about to feed it to the dog when Li shouted suddenly, "Hold on." He gave Yunxiao an alert look and said coldly, "Keep your distance and let these guards feed the dog." Yunxiao made an indifferent gesture and put the pill on the table. Only then did Li Yi direct a guard to go forward and feed the pill to the wolfhound. After taking the pill, the dog did not seem to have much reaction and still barked loudly, as if it wanted more. The guard who trained the dog bowed his head and listened for a while, then reported back to the crowd, "Your Majesty." He said it was delicious and he wants more. Qin Zheng's expression changed as he glared at Yunxiao. Meanwhile, Ruxu turned pale and sank back in her chair with all the strength leaving her body. She was crying on the inside as she told herself that she must save Yunxiao's life later no matter what the cost would be, even if she had to agree to marry Li Yi. "Ha!" Li Yi burst out laughing as he pointed to Yunxiao and said, "Little bastardy, how dare you deceive the king? I'll see how you die today. Ha!" He laughed heartily, and the depression that had been suppressed in his heart all night seemed to be released at this moment. But after laughing for a while, he suddenly felt a little cold. The temperature in the banquet hall seemed to be dropping sharply, and traces of cold air were seeping into his skin. Then he found Yunxiao looking at him coldly and smilingly, as if he was looking at a clown and a dead man. Li Yi flared up again. "How dare a piece of rubbish who is dying look at me like this? I must dig out his eyes later on," he thought to himself. But he suddenly felt something was wrong, because he noticed that everyone around him was looking at him exactly like Yunxiao. A sense of death came over him, making his heart sink instantly. He looked back and saw that the wolfhound who was barking just now had turned black, green, yellow, red, and many other colors. In short, it had turned into a colorful dead dog, completely dead. Li let out a cry of terror while his legs went limp, causing him to fall to the ground. Pointing to the dog, he said in a trembling voice, where did you get this colorful dead dog?" A fierce, murderous aura burst out of Qin Zheng's body as he said, "What do you think?" Li yelled in despair, How is that possible?" He pointed to Yunxiao and growled, "It's you, it must be you. You must have hidden the healthy dog, it must be. Take out the healthy dog and take away this dead dog." Everyone in the banquet hall was silent, watching in astonishment as Li Yi rolled on the ground like a clown. The members of the Li family, on the other hand, had their eyes lighting up and their faces filled with excitement and joy. By offering a poisonous pill, Li Yi's death was inevitable. They did not think that the problem that had plagued their family for such a long time was solved so easily. Every one of the family looked at Yunxiao with awe. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Li Yongxiao must have hidden that healthy dog. You must punish him and execute his whole family. Li Yi seemed to be out of his mind. It was not easy for him to get to where he was today, but it was all falling apart now, causing him to go a little insane and start talking nonsense. Qin Zheng was fuming too. He had spent a great effort cultivating a puppet to restrain the Li family, but now this puppet had made such a serious mistake, if he did not kill the latter. How would he explain it to Xiao Qingwang? However, if he killed him, how would he restrain the Li family? In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Somebody, drag Li Yi and this Fang Zhen away and put them in jail." Li Yi and Fang Zhen were dragged out in front of everyone. Both of them shouted that they were innocent, but no one paid them any heed. Anyhow, Qin Zheng's attitude made everyone suspicious in their minds. No matter who, even the princes and heirs of aristocrats, would be sentenced to death for trying to kill the commander-in-chief of the state guardians, let alone Li Yi, a mere servant who had gained power for a short period. After committing such a crime, he should have been executed directly on the spot and not put in jail. It seemed that the king had other thoughts in his mind. Xiao Qingwang's eyes flashed with a hint of unhappy anger as he stood up and said, "Your Majesty, my old injury has kicked back again. I'll take my leave now." Without waiting for Qin Zheng's approval, he went straight out. Qin Zheng knew that Xiao Qingwang was dissatisfied with his handling and said hastily, "Commander Xiao, you have worked hard and are the pillar of the state. You must take good care of yourself. I'll immediately send 100 nourishing pills to your residence." And Xiao Qingwang answered without even looking back. No more than 5 people in Tianshui dared to put on such airs in front of the king. "Wait a moment, Commander Xiao," Yongxiao suddenly cried out. "May I look at your internal injuries?" Xiao Qingwang halted his steps, and Qin Zheng also said happily, "Yes, Yongxiao knows how to stimulate acupoints with gold needles. He had cured Ruxu's 5 yin's terminated meridians, and maybe can cure your internal injuries too." Ruxu was visibly moved. She looked at Qin Zheng at this moment and found that the kind and amiable father who doted on her was no longer there, leaving only the king of the state. Her eyes were full of sadness and disgust. "In that case, Yongxiao, you can help me check it out." Xiao Qingwang agreed. He did not have any hope either, and was merely making a last attempt. Yongxiao stepped forward and laid his fingers gently on Xiao Qingwang's wrist, pretending to begin diagnosing. At the same time, he secretly turned his divine sense into a fine stream, making it swim along Xiao Qingwang's main meridian and probing all the way. The whole banquet hall became unusually quiet as no one dared to disturb them. About 15 minutes later, Yongxiao pulled back his hand and sighed softly. Xiao Qingwang frowned and asked, "How is it, kiddo?" Yongxiao's eyebrows twitched as he said coldly, "Kiddo." Xiao Qingwang said indifferently, "Why? Even Li Chunyang is a kid in front of me. So what should I call you if not kiddo?" For a moment, Yongxiao did not say a word, then nodded slightly before saying, "Do you feel like ants biting your humerus, ulna, and radius 3 times a day? But you can't get rid of that feeling no matter how you scratch." Xiao Qingwang's eyes lit up as he said hastily, "Exactly. Do you feel like there is ice covering your fengmen and shendao acupoints at midday and midnight every day, giving you a chill all over?" "Yes." "A year ago, did your qi often show signs of losing cultivation base at dawn and early morning? And now the signs also appear after midnight and late morning?" "Yes." "When you are circulating your qi, do you feel a numbness in your pericardium meridian and sanjiao meridian, as if electric currents are passing through them?" "Yes." "Well, then I know your condition. Kiddo, you are really good. You've mentioned every single one of my pains. Then you must also know the solution." Xiao Qingwang said excitedly as his eyes shone brightly. "Wait, kiddo. Hey, where are you going?" Yongxiao went straight out of the main banquet hall, then sat back in his seat and began to nibble on a leg of lamb. "I want to eat," he mumbled. "How could a kid like me have a good solution? I was only asking randomly, and I didn't expect you really have those symptoms. Don't take it to heart, just pretend I didn't ask." Everyone almost fainted while Ruxu covered her mouth and chuckled. She finally showed a little happiness. Xiao Qingwang also felt his head spinning. No one had ever dared to show such an attitude in front of him. "Kid, hey, I call your grandfather old kiddo and your father kiddo. If I don't call you kiddo, then what should I call you? Little kiddo." Yongxiao took a sip of the wine and said seriously, "You can call me young Master Yun." Puke, Hanbai, who was sitting next to him, coughed out a mouthful of wine while his eyes were full of fear. Young Master Yun. Traces of cold sweat oozed from everyone's foreheads. Was this boy out of his mind? How dare he let Xiao Qingwang call him young master? Was he tired of living? Xiao Qingwang's face grew dark as he said coldly, "Do you know who you are talking to, kiddo? No one has ever dared to call himself a young master in front of me." "Pa." Yongxiao placed his bronze wine bottle heavily on the table, said coldly, "Whatever, no one is forcing you. If you feel it too troublesome to call me that, there is plenty of mutton on the table. You can use it to plug your mouth." Everyone present was shocked. No one had ever dared to offend Xiao Qingwang like this, not even the king. Qin Zheng also wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Xiao Qingwang was startled for a moment, then he flew into a rage. He suddenly released his aura as he strode toward Yongxiao with each step. The blue stone brick on the ground broke into pieces. Young Master Yun. Quickly admit your mistake to Commander Zio. Don't you want to live? Henbai gave Yunxiao a few quick pushes. At this moment, Zio Qingwang had already walked up to him, staring at him with a gaze that was as sharp as a knife, as if to see through the other's heart. All the people around them felt the domineering aura and were unable to adapt to it. Hence, they quickly left their seats one after another. Yunxiao looked up calmly. There was no fear on his face, only the eternal serenity and a pair of starry eyes. What an imposing manner, Marshal King Zio, he said in a flat tone. Everyone sucked in a cold breath and looked at each other in horror. This boy was really looking to die. He was really out of his mind. Li Beifeng, who was in the main banquet hall, hurriedly stood out and bowed. Commander Zio, Yunxiao is too young and ignorant. I hope you can forgive him for the sake of the old master, haha. Zio Qingwang suddenly burst out laughing, then strode over and sat down directly next to Yunxiao as he slapped the latter on the shoulder and said, as Li Chunyang's heir, you do have his demeanor. Haha, why can't I have such an interesting child? Well, I'll call you young Master Yun from now on. All people present were drenched in cold sweat. Since when had Zio Qingwang become so accommodating? Zio Qingwang picked up a leg of lamb on the table and began to nibble at it. Young Master Yun, can my injuries be cured? Yunxiao ate the meat in silence. Zio Qingwang almost choked and whispered, boy, don't go too far, I've already given you enough face. Yunxiao also moved his lips slightly and said in a low voice, give me enough face. Fu Kei, your slap just now has broken the bone in my shoulder. Do you dare to say that wasn't intentional? The pain is so much that my face is already turning blue, and I can only keep drinking to hide my embarrassment. He looked thoughtful and then said, I just thought of a solution, but you've scared it out of my mind. The crowd, who had just collected their wits, fell to the ground once again. Zio Qingwang laughed inwardly as he watched Yunxiao's face break out in a cold sweat with pain, but he still assumed a serious look on the outside and said, then how can you remember it? Drink. You drink with me first and we will talk about the treatment of your internal injuries later. Fine, let's drink. Zio Qingwang picked up a wine glass and slapped Yunxiao on the shoulder again. Looking at the latter's instantly pale face, he laughed and said, I'll get drunk with you today. After such a long commotion, one of the two main characters for the feast had left while the other was sitting in her seat unhappily. The merry atmosphere of the feast was no longer there. The only highlight of the night was Yunxiao, who was once a laughing stock. He finally entered the eyes of everyone ceremoniously, and no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Lan Shuan, who was sitting behind Lan Hong and watching all this in silence, suddenly felt less grievance that he was defeated by this guy. Moments later, Qin Zheng also stood up and said that he felt tired, which concluded the feast. The crowd got up and bid farewell to each other, and everyone nodded slightly to Yunxiao as they left. Even Lan Hong smiled and told him that the Li family finally had a worthy heir. Yunxiao smiled. Don't mention it. It's something that needed only a slight effort. Her temperament seemed to have changed. She said nothing but nodded her head slightly before leaving with the maids and eunuchs. After greeting Zio Qingwang, Li Beifeng asked Yunxiao, are you going back with fourth uncle or do you have other plans? Yunxiao waved and said, fourth uncle, you all can go back first. However, this is not over yet. Hearing what he said, Li Beifeng paused for a moment as if in thought and then left with a group of men. Zio Qingwang seemed to think of something too, and there was a flash of anger in his eyes. Yunxiao secretly took a few pills and the pain on his shoulder was greatly reduced. He then rose to his feet and said, Commander Zio, I'll take my leave first. When I remember the solution, I'll tell you. Zio Qingwang said, fine, I'm always waiting for you, young Master Yun. Don't forget, it had not been a day or two since he had the internal injuries, so he was not in a hurry. After downing the wine in his glass, he laughed and left as well. Now, even the way Chen Zhen and Henbai looked at Yunxiao had changed completely. Chen Zhen was overwhelmed with admiration as he exclaimed, young Master Yun, even Zio Qingwang is convinced by you. How proud I am to be your brother. How did you know the blue water dragon eye pill was poisonous? Yeah, Master, you are really good. How could you know it was poisonous from such a distance? Meng Bai looked adoring as well. Yunxiao snorted softly and said, it was a real blue water dragon eye pill and it wasn't poisonous. What? The few people's faces fell, all looking incredulous. Meng Wu, on the other hand, seemed to think of something and she stared at Meng Bai in horror. It's not convenient to talk here. Let's talk as we walk, Yunxiao said. As soon as they left the palace, he told them about Meng Bai's heaven-earth venomous body. After hearing that, even Meng Bai himself was shocked, not to mention Chen Zhen and Han Bai. Han Bai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said admiringly, young Master Yun, you are really bold. I can't believe you dare to play such a trick in front of so many people. One careless mistake would have doomed you. At the same time, he secretly felt happy. Since Yunxiao was willing to tell them such secret matters, he naturally regarded them all as his confidants. Is that young Master Yunxiao of the Li family? Suddenly a voice came from a distance, and then a figure trotted over with a palace lantern. My master wishes to talk with young Master Yun. Yunxiao glanced over. Not far ahead was a large palanquin carried by 8 men, carved with patterns of dragons and phoenixes on its surface and brightly lit inside, where a figure was seen pouring and drinking all by itself. He said coldly, "It's getting late and I'm sleepy. Another day, haha. Although it's getting late, the night is still young for a good friend. I consider myself worthy to be young Master Yun's good friend, but I wonder if young Master Yun will give me the honor." A man's voice came from the distance. It was actually the second prince, Qin Yue, and his voice was vigorous, obviously signifying his strength. Yunxiao responded in a flat tone, "Even if we are good friends, I am not interested in being alone with a man in the middle of the night." Qin Yue laughed. "It's simple. Each of my 8 maids is as pretty as a flower. I'll ask them to pour wine and sing for us while you and I drink together. Don't you think this is a good idea?" Yunxiao pondered for a while and then said, "In that case, it's worth meeting you." He told Han Bai and the others to go back first and then walk toward the palanquin. Everyone around Qin Yue was outraged. Yunxiao was saying that it was worth meeting if there were beautiful girls, and if there were not, even the second prince was not worthy for him to meet. But Qin Yue was too broad-minded to care about this little detail. As long as Yunxiao was willing to come and see him, he would be pleasantly surprised. He quickly chose 2 of the most beautiful maids to serve in the palanquin. The inside of the palanquin looked wider and more comfortable than the outside. It was obviously luxurious, and even though there were 4 people inside at that moment, it was not crowded at all. Only then did Yunxiao take a closer look at the prince. In addition to his handsome appearance, he also had a graceful bearing and spirits. This was quite rare among members of the royal family. What was even rarer was that Qin Yue was only 1 year older than him. Qin Yue also studied Yunxiao with a thoughtful look on his face. A brief moment later, he smiled and said, "The rumors are really too false. I can see that young Master Yun has an extraordinary demeanor, and something is hiding deep inside you." Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "Your Highness, you flatter me. From your Highness's face, I can see a vague dragon aura between the eyebrows. This is the look of a true dragon." Qin Yue was taken aback. He did not expect Yunxiao to be so direct, but he immediately laughed and said, "Commander Bai said that I would certainly meet the benefactor of my life tonight, and my journey will be smooth from now on. At first, I didn't believe it, and I wonder if young Master Yun is the benefactor of my life." The most mysterious commander of the State Guardian's 3rd unit, Bai Mu, Yunxiao said in surprise. "It is said that he has the ability to read faces and prophecy. And he is also an expert in the art of astrology." "Is that true?" Yunxiao did not know much about astrology. In his previous life, he had met several almighty experts who could indeed see the past and the future. "Of course it is true." Qin Yue clapped his hands, and an extra figure immediately appeared in the palanquin. A woman covered in white gauze sat quietly in a corner with her eyes slightly narrowed. Amazed, Yunxiao said, "So Commander Bai is a woman." He then smiled faintly and went on, "Your Highness, it is enough to have such a capable person as your benefactor. I don't want to take part in any coup." Clang! A maid who was filling a glass of wine was so frightened that her hand trembled, and the golden wine bottle in her hand fell to the floor, spilling the wine all over the place. Qin Yue's eyes grew cold, and a killing intent filled the whole palanquin. The maid turned pale with fear and quickly knelt on the floor to clean up the mess. Her body was shivering and tears were dripping off her cheeks. The other maid was also pale. After hearing such a rebellious conversation, they knew that they would not live for long. Bai Mu, who was sitting in the corner without saying a word, suddenly said, "Young Master Yun, you are a brave man, more than I expected. Prince Yue will definitely be the monarch of the state of Tianshui in the future. If you can help him, it will also be of great benefit to the Li family. Are you going to turn a blind eye on the difficulties that the Li family is facing right now?" Yunxiao was lost in thought. Initially, he had no intention of dealing with the things faced by the Li family. But after all, his body was raised by the Li family, and inside him flowed the blood of the family. Moreover, as long as he regained the strength of his previous life, it would be easy for him to help the family separate from the state or even establish its own state. But he suddenly remembered that, before he died, in the Tiandeng Mountains, if he could not even protect his own life one day, how would he protect the Li family? Looking for a backer and guarantee for the family would be his gratitude for being born as one of them. He sighed and said, "I want Prince Yue to promise that as long as you live, you will ensure that the Li family will enjoy prosperity, prestige, and peace forever." Qin Yue's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he laughed and said, "Fine, I will give you this promise. As long as I am still alive, and as long as the Li family has no intention of rebellion, I will make sure that the Li family will enjoy prosperity, prestige, and peace forever." After making his promise, he sighed softly. "The Li family has made a great contribution to the state. This is what we should have done. Too bad that my father," Yunxiao said, "when all hares are killed, the hounds will be stewed and eaten, and when the birds are gone, the bow will be cast aside. This has been the case for all dynasties. Now that I have promised to help Prince Yue, let me know if there is anything I can do." Qin Yue said quickly, "Young Master Yun, you can rest assured. I'm not a man who will cast aside the bow once the birds are gone." Yunxiao was non-committal. As long as he regained his strength, Qin Yue's promise would be nothing, unless he died again. If that happened, the promise would serve as insurance for the Li family. "Young Master Yun, how sure are you that you can heal Commander Zio's injury?" Bai Mu asked. Qin Yue's eyes shone brilliantly as he stared at Yunxiao. Zio Qingwang's injury was originally incurable, and everyone took this factor into account when planning their moves. However, the sudden appearance of Yunxiao had greatly changed the entire situation. If Zio Qingwang's injury could be cured, all the plans they had made would be overturned. Yunxiao gave Bai Mu a look. "Seems that the state guardians are not monolithic either. I wonder which faction Luo Yunsheng belongs to," he said in a calm voice. 100%. "What?" Both the prince and the commander cried out at the same time and then looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Qin Yue said in a low voice, "Young Master Yun, are you really 100% sure?" He still seemed incredulous. Yunxiao said lightly, "Yes, I'm 100% sure. Is Prince Yue asking me not to cure him?" "No." Qin Yue lurched to his feet, his eyes flashing. "You'll cure him, you must cure him," he said, exulted. "Even heaven is helping me. As long as Zio Qingwang is with us, my eldest brother will not dare to act rashly, and the longer he waits, the better for us. Your Highness, you are only 16 years old, more than 30 years younger than Prince Yang. I reckon His Majesty must be supporting you, but His Majesty's health, as far as I can see, His Majesty's time is running out." Yunxiao said. Qin Yue trembled and said in horror, "Young Master Yun, what do you mean by this? What do you see?" Bai Mu's eyes flickered as she said, "Young Master Yun's medical skills are unparalleled. Is His Majesty suffering some kind of illness?" Knowing that Yunxiao could cure Qin Ruxu and Zio Qingwang, both the prince and the commander had 100% trust in his medical skills. Yunxiao nodded slightly and said, "His Majesty is over 70 years old and frail." "But that is not the most important thing. I noticed a silver tint in his eyes. It's probably a chronic poison. How dare anyone poison His Majesty?" Bai Mu said in horror. Qin Yue's eyes flashed with anger as he snapped, "It must have been my eldest brother. He can no longer wait." Yunxiao said, "It will not be a blessing to Tianshui if His Majesty passes away suddenly. I think your Highness should visit the palace as soon as possible and persuade His Majesty to issue an imperial edict." "Making you the next king," Qin Yue said with a wry smile. "Young Master Yun, why are you so sure His Majesty wants to make me the next king? Of all the officials present at tonight's banquet, who doesn't know about this?" Yunxiao smiled faintly. A long time ago, Prince Qin Yang had followed His Majesty to fight in the south and north, and had achieved outstanding military achievements. He has long been recognized as the king's successor. But in the recent years, His Majesty suddenly changed his attitude and began to deliberately snub and alienate him, slowly depriving him of his strength, all of which were reassigned to your Highness. Even the third unit led by Commander Bai should have been sent to protect you by His Majesty. Right, otherwise, who in the state guardians dared to take sides without permission? He gave a light snort and said coldly, "From all that, even a fool can see that he intends to make you the next king. It's just that Qin Yang's influence over the court and the military is so great that His Majesty is afraid you won't be able to suppress him, so he hasn't announced it yet. Even my Li family used to be on Qin Yang's side, and it wasn't until that servant old 8 came to the front that the family turned to your side." Qin Yue and Bai Mu looked at each other with a wry smile and shook their heads, their faces dejected. "What?" Yunxiao's eyelids twitched. "Is there something wrong with my analysis?" Qin Yue sighed. "If someone as outstanding as young Master Yun thinks like that, it's no wonder everyone else thinks the same. In fact, I am just a pawn pushed to the front by my father, the pawn he is using against Qin Yang." There was a faint look of resentment in his eyes. "Do you think I want to fight for the throne? I have been pushed to this place by my father. If I don't fight now, I will die." Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said in a low voice, "Who is the candidate in His Majesty's mind then?" "Among all the princes, I can't think of anyone who can make His Majesty be willing to sacrifice his other son to protect." Qin Yue said with a bitter smile, "Does he have to protect a prince? The person he wants to protect is actually himself." Yunxiao was taken aback, but then seemed to understand. "You mean to say that Prince Qin Yang is in a hurry to ascend the throne, but His Majesty is too attached to the throne to abdicate? So to keep Prince Qin Yang in check, His Majesty pushed you put, leaving Prince Qin Yang too busy with you to covet the throne." Both Qin Yue and Bai Mu were shocked. "Young Master Yun, you are really a genius. I just mentioned it a little and you have the whole story. If only you were willing to assist me earlier, perhaps I would have seized the initiative by now," said the prince with a wry smile. Bai Mu smiled and said, "It seems that my calculation is correct. Young Master Yun is indeed your Highness's great benefactor." After pondering for a while, Yunxiao said, "In this case, there will be some trouble. His Majesty is deeply poisoned and may pass away at any time. Without His Majesty's help, it would be really difficult for your Highness to compete with Prince Qin Yang." Qin Yue's eyes lit up as he laughed and said, "So I just have to find another major power to help me. Young Master Yun, your sudden appearance is really a help sent to me by the heaven." Bai Mu said softly, "Prime Minister Lan Hong is an old fox. He has been watching the fire from afar and is reluctant to choose a side. Duke Jingguo, young Master Yun's grandfather, was originally on the side of Prince Qin Yang, but whether he is still alive is a question, and the future of the Li family is also uncertain." Commander Zio belongs directly to His Majesty. Lord Zhang Qingfen, the court chief alchemist, was biased toward Prince Qin Yang. Lord Zhang Lishan, the dean of Jialan Academy, is inclined toward Prince Qin Yue because His Highness is his student. The last one is Lord Su Han, president of the Alchemist Association. He does not take part in state affairs, but only focuses on alchemy. Qin Yue's eyes grew cold. You mean it's bad for me to have my father alive? Qin Yue was overjoyed, and he quickly got up and grabbed Yunxiao's hand as he said excitedly, Young Master Yun, if you can help me accomplish this, I will not only ensure the safety of your family for a long time to come, but also decree Ruxu to be betrothed to you after I ascended the throne. Puke. Yunxiao sprayed a mouthful of wine directly on Qin Yue's face. Ahem Fu Ke, are you trying to choke me to death? Qin Yue froze in place while the two maids were terrified and quickly wiped the wine from his face. He pushed them away and said thoughtfully, I understand. Young Master Yun, you are the kind of talented youth who walks among clusters of flowers but is not caught by any of the leaves. Although Ruxu is beautiful and lovely, she is delicate and difficult to please. It is enough for her to be your wife for a short period of time. We are both men, and I understand what you want. Well, if I can ascend to the throne, I will definitely arrange it for you. Yunxiao's forehead was covered with cold sweat. To ascend to the throne, this man could even give his sister to others to play with. He was really comparable to his father. We'll talk about this matter later. Let's get down to business first, Yunxiao said hastily. Bai Mu also stared at Qin Yue with a flicker of anger in her eyes. Obviously, the relationship between the two of them was not as simple as that between a superior and a subject. All of a sudden, from outside came the guards, shouting, Who's there? Be careful, assassins. A rapid whistling sound pierced through the quiet night as numerous arrows came shooting toward the palanquin. The air was immediately filled with the screams of the guards and the noise of fighting. Gather up and protect His Highness. After a slight change in his expression, Qin Yue still sat in his place as usual while Bai Mu poured wine for the two as if nothing had happened. A trace of surprise flashed through Yunxiao's eyes as he chuckled and said, Your Highness did not move even when the enemy is at hand. You indeed have an excellent bearing. Qin Yue was also surprised and said, I have Commander Bai to protect me from assassins, so I'm naturally not scared. But I really admire you for being so calm even though you came here alone. Yunxiao laughed, Will Commander Bai only protect your Highness and not me? Then I am going to cry for help. Haha, Qin Yue burst into laughter. Young Master Yun, don't worry. I've been through many assassinations. As long as Commander Bai is here, who can hurt me except the king's two martial kings? Yunxiao said lightly, if so, that would be very nice. But this time I'm afraid there's some trouble. Both of them were stunned. Suddenly, Bai Mu's pupils constricted as she looked up in horror and shouted, Not good. They have sent an expert here. Just then from outside the palanquin came a series of screams, all let out by Qin Yue's guards, as if many of them had been killed in an instant. Bai Mu's eyes were filled with an intense killing intent. She gave a cold snort, then suddenly turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared from the palanquin. Qin Yue looked at Yunxiao in surprise and did not seem to understand why he knew about the enemy. Yunxiao, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. Bai Mu's move was indeed interesting, but it was just a child's play in his eyes. He smiled at Qin Yue and said, Don't worry, Your Highness. Although the enemy is tough, Commander Bai is here to protect you. Qin Yue seemed a little impatient when Bai Mu was not by his side as he said coldly, I will not spare anyone who tries to assassinate me tonight. Bai Mu's shocked and surprised voice could be heard coming from outside the palanquin. It seemed like she was fighting the enemy and was shocked by their strength. Who are you? Don't think I can't find out who you are when you have hidden your martial technique. No matter how powerful your background is, death is the only consequence you have to face for assassinating the prince. Suddenly she shouted anxiously, Your Highness, look out. An extremely strong force fell from the sky, smashing onto the palanquin like a meteorite. In the blink of an eye, rings of light burst out of the palanquin, and countless complicated array lines flashed one by one across its surface. Were all defensive arrays with the ability of reflection. Bam! Although Qin Yue's palanquin was tough, it was still blown apart by that force. It was completely shattered, and the fragments shot away in all directions. Meanwhile, the force did not reduce at all as it continued to smash down after shattering the palanquin. Bam! 4 figures flew out of the palanquin to both sides. As a result, the attack missed the target and only left a large crater in the place where the palanquin was originally located. In the distance, Bai Mu breathed a sigh of relief as she forced her opponent back with a palm strike, then ran toward Qin Yue. She examined Qin Yue, and after finding that he had received no injury other than a footprint on his chest, she turned to Yunxiao and shouted, Li Yunxiao, how could you kick His Highness away to save the 2 maids? Holding a beauty in each hand, Yunxiao landed in the distance and put down the 2 maids who were completely horror-struck, before saying with a smile, I only have 2 hands, and I can only pick up the beauties instinctively when the situation is urgent. Isn't Prince Qin Yue unhurt? Yu Baimu was fuming with anger. She was about to scold further when Qin Yue grabbed her. Young Master Yun is a kind man, so it's only right for him to save the girls first when facing danger. Now we better think about how to escape. All the guards Qin Yue brought with him had been killed, many of whom were martial masters. Although the enemies also suffered many casualties, 2 men with unfathomable strength were unscathed. They were now staring coldly at Qin Yue, approaching step by step. A trace of anger flashed in Bai Mu's eyes as she shouted, "Don't think that I don't know who you are. You deliberately hide your body shape, use the bone shrinking skill to alter your appearances, and also use agile and light martial techniques. In this way, although you can't defeat me, you can hide your true identity, and your task is just to hold me back." She gradually calmed down, "But the most important part of your mission is to let Jai Meng kill his highness. Am I right, Gao Feng?" After listening to what she said, the masked man tore off the mask covering his face, revealing a cold face with a towering murderous look in the eyes. His aura was released in an instant, causing his black coat to split into countless cloth strips and scatter all over the ground. At the same time, his short and thin body began to swell, growing more than a foot taller and muscular in the blink of an eye. The other man also tore off his mask and stood coldly beside Gao Feng. "I was ordered by His Majesty to protect Prince Qin Yue. What about you? Does His Majesty know about your mission today? Does Commander Zio know? It's no use talking about it. Since I've already struck, I'm going to complete the mission. All of you will die today." He turned to Jai Meng and said, "Go kill Prince Qin Yue, and kill that little boy from the Li family and the 2 maids as well. Make it quick, and then come and help me kill Bai Mu." Bai Mu and him were both martial lords. Although his strength was better than hers, it was not easy for him to kill her in a short while. A cold gleam flashed through Jai Meng's eyes as he nodded, yes. He then leaped out and threw a palm toward Qin Yue's forehead. Although the prince was also a warrior, he could not be Jai Meng's match. Bai Mu was startled and was about to rescue Qin Yue when she felt a mountain-like force coming toward her and aiming at her vital parts. Qin Yue's face flickered. Although he was a little frightened, he took out a small flag unhurriedly and poured his primordial qi into it. A bright blue light and a strong aura burst out of the small flag at the same time. He casually threw it out, and the flag immediately grew larger as its butt thrust into the ground. In the blink of an eye, a half-man-high blue flag stood beside the prince, and then a complicated array emerged under his feet. Just then, the palm strike which Jai Meng had thrown out with 100% of his strength as a great martial master came crashing down. However, it was blocked and repelled by the blue light emitted from the array. Jai Meng's pupils constricted as a huge counterforce rushed up through his arm and into his body. Greatly shocked, he quickly suppressed the force, but his internal organs had already shaken by it, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. He rolled several times in the air before landing, and then took a few steps back to steady himself. Yunxiao's eyes lit up in the distance as he murmured in surprise, "Sanskrit sea and cloud flag." Bai Mu was greatly relieved when she saw Qin Yue take out the flag. "Gao Feng, you should recognize this flag, shouldn't you?" she cried out in a deep voice. "Without the strength of a martial king, it cannot be broken at all, so get the hell out of here now." Gao Feng's expression also changed dramatically. "Jai Meng, kill that boy from the Li family and the 2 maids first, and then come here and assist me in killing Bai Mu. This is the Sanskrit sea and cloud flag made by Yang Dai for his beloved woman, but it was unfortunately not used by her and obtained by His Majesty instead. I didn't expect His Majesty to give it to Prince Qin Yue. It's true that it can only be broken with the strength of a martial king. This flag here is merely the defective product from Yang Dai's first refinement. It can only last for 1 hour at most. We will kill Prince Qin Yue after 1 hour." Hearing this, Bai Mu was very panicked. She did not expect Gao Feng to find out that this flag was defective. "Li Yunxiao, run and go get help," she shouted hastily. Jai Meng's figure moved, and he was near Yunxiao in the next moment, slapping him with a palm. "A mere warrior trying to escape from me. Is it possible?" Bai Mu's heart sank as Jai Meng threw out his palm. She knew Yunxiao was finished, and now she could only rely on herself. She had been distracted from her own fight and had been in danger several times. But now she no longer pinned any hopes on anyone and began to focus on her battle, fighting while retreating and hoping to find a chance to get away. Gao Feng naturally knew her plan, and of course he would not let her have it. He moved as close as possible to her and showered her with attacks. He did not try to kill her, but only to delay her. Once Jai Meng killed that boy, the 2 of them could kill her together. The more Bai Mu fought, the more anxious she became. She was already weaker than Gao Feng to begin with. Now, no matter how she changed her moves, he just kept pestering her like her own shadow, and she could not get rid of him. Gao Feng was a violent type warrior, but he was fighting more and more gently now, dragging things out. Suddenly, a look of dismay flashed through Gao Feng's eyes, and he was angry why Jai Meng had not come to help him. But when he took a sideways glance, he instantly froze. He saw Yunxiao moving with a mysterious set of steps like a butterfly dancing among the flowers, and none of the attacks from Jai Meng could touch even his clothes. Jai Meng, on the other hand, appeared in a sorry state as he kept attacking crazily in exasperation. What's going on? Jai Meng, kill him quickly. Gao Feng roared. Can't you even get rid of a 4 stars warrior? What's wrong with you? Jai Meng was furious with embarrassment. His opponent's strength was not strong, but his footwork was unheard of. Each step was not only extremely tricky in position, but also unpredictable. Moreover, it seemed to contain the rule of space, giving him a feeling that this boy was constantly swapping his positions and crossing in the air. Bai Mu's eyes lit up as she shouted, Li Yunxiao, don't fight with him. Hurry up and find someone to save us. Go to Commander Zio's residence. Shocked, Gao Feng hurriedly bellowed, Jai Meng, use a martial technique that covers a wide area. No matter how genius his footwork is, as long as he is within the range of your attack, he cannot avoid it. Jai Meng was also a little confused by Yunxiao's footwork. Upon hearing this, he immediately came back to his senses. The slender, soft sword in his hand suddenly flicked out dots of bright light which transformed into rings of light, large and small, covering the area within 10 meters of Yunxiao's body. No matter how magical Yunxiao's footwork was, he could not cross a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant and then escape her, so Jai Meng thought. Bai Mu was extremely worried, and she thought to herself that it was really over for Yunxiao. But at this moment, everyone heard Yunxiao burst out laughing. What a peach blossom sword intent. Gone totally mad, willow catkins depart with the wind careless loves, peach blossoms follow the water's current. Your sword intent has the feeling of peach blossom, but it has no meaning of the running water. Puke. All 4 people present vomited blood with anger, at this critical juncture when he was about to be killed. Yunxiao was still in the mood to tease. Bai Mu was also dizzy with rage, thinking that Yunxiao deserved to be killed. Jai Meng's heart moved, as if he had a slight enlightenment, but his face was still sneering. After I have stabbed you with a sword, won't your life turn into running water? Yunxiao smiled gently as he lifted his sword, Black Girl. Suddenly, several white rings of light emerged in the air, different in sizes and flashing unceasingly. They bloomed into tens of thousands of peach flowers, all of which were heading toward the sword figures that blotted the sky. Watch this, boy. This is the real peach blossom sword intent. As for how much can you comprehend, it depends on your luck. In the peach blossom land, there is a peach blossom plot. A peach blossom lover lives in peach blossom cot. The peach blossom lover plants peach trees in days fine. He sells his peach blossoms for money to buy wine. Suddenly, thousands of pink dots were silently scattered from the sword, like the wind and rain, stars all over the sky, and the dust between the heaven and earth. Yunxiao's eyebrows relaxed and his eyes smiled. It seemed like he had turned into a peach tree. At this moment his figure had disappeared, leaving only his white clothes and the peach blossoms. Jai Meng froze, and so did Prince Qinyue, who was protected by the flag. Even Gao Feng and Bai Mu halted their battle momentarily and looked incredulously at Yunxiao's sword figures that covered the whole sky. Peach blossom sword intent. This is the real peach blossom sword intent, Jai Meng muttered to himself as he suddenly had an impulse to cry and kneel. He had been practicing this sword intent for more than 30 years, and even planted peach trees in his home, studying them for several hours a day. However, it was like a piece of rubbish compared with Yunxiao's, his sword intent. The shadows of flowers all over the sky were the real peach blossoms, and his sword strike just now was simply the mud beneath the peach tree. Jai Meng, what are you doing? Kill him quickly. Looking at Jai Meng's hazy eyes, Gao Feng immediately cried out. Yunxiao held up Black Girl, and the peach blossoms all over the sky vanished instantly. He chuckled and said, submit to me, and I will teach you the true peach blossom sword intent. The true peach blossom sword intent. Jai Meng's body suddenly trembled a little, and his hand carrying the slender soft sword was also shivering. He wondered what degree of enlightenment in the martial arts did an individual need to have to display the sword intent and the artistic conception just now. He had a feeling that if he killed Yunxiao, perhaps he would never see peach blossoms in full bloom in his life again. Gao Feng's expression changed dramatically as he shouted at the top of his lungs, Jai Meng, don't forget your identity and our mission. You are the deputy commander of the first unit of the State Guardians, and you must obey my orders. At this point, Qinyue suddenly cried out, Jai Meng, I promise I won't punish you if you submit to me now. When we take down this traitor, Gao Feng will be the commander of the first unit. Jai Meng shuddered, and beads of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. On one hand was the mission of life and death, and on the other hand was the supreme martial arts he was searching for. How should he choose? You are the commander of the State Guardians, but you are also a warrior. Yunxiao laughed and said, if you lose your pursuit of martial arts, what's the point even if you're the commander-in-chief or the king? Our lives are limited, but only martial arts are eternal. Our lives are limited, but only martial arts are eternal. Jai Meng's body quivered as his eyes burst into light. If I submit to you, will you really teach me the peach blossom sword intent? He asked in a low voice. Jai Meng sighed as he sheathed his soft sword and said guiltily, Commander Gao, I'm sorry. Gao Feng's eyes were filled with disbelief, and he knew there was no point in staying any longer. Today's mission was foolproof, but he did not expect such an incredible thing to happen at this critical moment, leading to failure. He roared wildly with extreme reluctance and threw out his palms, pushing Bai Mu away with waves of powerful force. After that, he flung out his arms and jumped into the sky, disappearing into the night like a great bird. Although Bai Mu and Qin Yue both saw the result, they had a hard time accepting it. They could not believe they had succeeded in turning Jia Meng over. This was just too mysterious, haha. Qin Yue burst out laughing. Even heaven is helping me. Young Master Yun, you are really my benefactor. With Commander Jai helping me now, my plan will surely succeed. Jia Meng's face flickered as he said coldly, Your Highness, the person I want to follow is young Master Yun, not you. Qin Yue was taken aback, but then he smiled awkwardly and said, Young Master Yun is my friend now. After saying that, he performed several incantation gestures. A few hand seals flew into the blue array flag, and rings of light began to swirl around it while the array under his feet gradually disappeared. After that, the flag shrunk and flew back into his hand, but its color faded significantly. Looking at it, his eyes flashed with a hint of pain. Jia Meng looked at Yunxiao and said, Although I submit to you today, I do not intend to be your follower forever. The day I learn the Peach Blossom Sword intent, that is when I leave you. Young Master Yun, your achievement in martial arts is really beyond my imagination, Bai Mu said in awe. Although I am a martial lord, my understanding of martial arts is far weaker than yours. I really admire you very much. She meant what she said. Yunxiao's Peach Blossom Sword intent had completely convinced her, especially when such a powerful sword intent was actually displayed by a mere 4-stars warrior. The road of martial arts has no end. We are all just people exploring the same road. Jia Meng and Bai Mu became silent at the same time. The road of martial arts had no end, and who dared to say that he had reached the end? On this vast road, everyone was extremely small. Bai Mu suddenly had an illusion that there was some kind of martial arts laws in Yunxiao's every move, word, and action. This artistic conception was far more profound and unfathomable than she could comprehend. She was immediately startled by the feeling. It's not appropriate to stay here any longer. Let's go to my residence first, said Qin Yue. They left in a hurry, but Yunxiao did not forget to bring with him the 2 maids who had already been scared out of their wits. This made others smile bitterly. In their eyes, the lives of several maids were no different from those of ants and could be discarded at any time. After entering Qin Yue's residence, it was a peaceful night. Everything was normal the next day, as if nothing had happened. The bodies that died in the battle last night were cleaned up by some unknown people. There was nothing unusual in the whole state. However, there was a piece of unexpected news. I didn't expect His Majesty to be so afraid of the Li family. He would rather offend Zhao Qingwang than let the Li family regain power, said Bai Mu in a low voice. Qin Yue snorted coldly and said, I can't believe my father made Fang Zhen the scapegoat and put all the blame on him. He was willing to sacrifice an alchemist and offend Zhao Qingwang to exonerate Li Yi. Although he deprived Li Yi of all his official positions and titles, he still let him continue to run the Li family. I think my father is really an old fool. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as he smiled faintly and said, The fact that His Majesty didn't kill Li Yi on the spot is proof that he was intending on exonerating him. I think this Li Yi is really not simple. In that case, I'll go and see him again. What, young Master Yun, you are going to the Li family? Qin Yue said in surprise. Li Yi has regained control of the Li family. You are sending sheep into the tiger's mouth to look for him now. Yunxiao laughed. With Commander Jai, few people can hurt me. Bai Mu was also a little worried. I'll send 4 great martial masters from the state guardians to follow you. Apart from a limited number of martial lords, great martial masters were the strongest forces in the entire state of Tianshui. Even in the state guardians, the number of great martial masters in each unit was extremely limited. By sending 4 at a time, Bai Mu had almost dispatched all the great martial masters in the 3rd unit. This showed the importance she attached to Yunxiao now. Old 8, I heard you were released from prison, so I've come specially to congratulate you. Yunxiao cried out at the top of his lungs. His voice was so loud that everyone in the residence heard him clearly. Their faces fell instantly, and they knew that something was about to happen. Lai Yun Zio, a furious roar rang out, and then the whole residence broke out into an uproar. Soon Li Yi and a group of people surrounded Yunxiao and his men. Li Yi's face was ferocious as he gnashed his teeth and said, I was going to find you. I didn't expect you would deliver yourself to my doorstep. Yunxiao said calmly and leisurely, after all, you used to be a lowly servant of the Li family. Now that you are out of prison, I'm happy for you, and it's only fitting for me to come specially to congratulate you. Li Yi was so furious that he almost vomited blood. Kill him for me, he roared. The people around them looked at each other. They were all guards of the Li family, and Yunxiao was the young master of the family, so they dared not to do anything to him. However, several of the usually frustrated men turned their eyes and realized that it was time for them to choose a side, so they immediately jumped out and rushed toward Yunxiao. Yunxiao grabbed a guard with one hand, stuck 5 fingers into his skull, and then crushed his head like a watermelon. All kinds of viscous liquids immediately spurted all over the place, striking fear and disgust into everyone's heart. He threw the body to the ground and cried out, as a commoner, How dare you assault a viscount of the state and the state guardians? According to the state laws, you should all be beheaded. Someone, kill this servant Li Yi and all those who dare to assault me." The 4 state guardians standing behind him struck out at the same time. In just the blink of an eye, the guards who dared to attack just now were all killed. Such a sudden change scared everyone back. Li Yi was shocked and furious. He did not know from where Yunxiao had found such strong helpers. "You dare to kill me? I am the person appointed by His Majesty to take over the Li family. You dare to kill me," he said in fear. Yunxiao snorted coldly. "You have no official positions or titles, but you dare to assault a viscount and several state guardians. This is a capital crime, so for us to kill you is like killing a dog. If His Majesty asks about this, I will explain to him everything. You don't have to worry about it. Now you may go in peace. As your former master, I will bury you." Someone stop them. Li backed away hurriedly. He was absolutely sure that Yunxiao would kill him, and judging from their appearance, they clearly came to kill him. But for those in the Li family who had the real strength, who would obey his orders, they were all hiding somewhere in the residence, sneering at the spectacle. Meanwhile, they were shocked and delighted on seeing Yunxiao's performance. 4 great martial masters jumped forward at the same time and attacked Li Yi together. Immediately, an overwhelming force crashed down to smash him to pieces. "Bastard, no one can kill me." Realizing that he had become the target of public criticism and that no one had come out to help him, Li Yi flew into a rage and immediately pulled out a mystic weapon flashing with a cold light. A towering killing intent burst out of him as a beam of sword light shot into the sky, breaking through the aura of the 4 great martial masters. After that, he bolted to the corner that he had broken and fled. A 5 stars great martial master. This fella has such strength. His background is indeed not simple. Yunxiao muttered to himself as he watched Li Yi strike. Standing beside him, Jia Meng was surprised as well. Just now Li Yi's strength only soared momentarily, and then it turned calm in an instant. Even he could not see the other's true strength. So how did Yunxiao see it? However, when he thought of the astonishing sword intent that Yunxiao displayed last night, he felt that it was logical. If there was nothing special about Yunxiao, how was he worthy of being followed by him? "Young Master Yun, do you want me to help?" Jia Meng asked. The strongest of the 4 is only a 3 stars great martial master. "Even if the 4 of them join hands, I don't think they can take Li Yi down." Yunxiao nodded and said, "Do it, but remember to be careful." Jia Meng was taken aback, but he did not take the advice seriously. He was an 8 stars great martial master, 3 ranks higher than Li Yi. Even though the mystic weapon in Li Yi's hand looked extraordinary, he did not think that he would be in danger. He leaped forward, and the soft sword in his hand suddenly darted out like a snake. Unseal. Upon feeling a force that could threaten his life, Li Yi decisively unsealed his sword. A primitive and vigorous aura immediately spread out of the blade as the glinting sword began to emit a shocking power, as if an ancient behemoth had awakened. Bam! The 2 weapons collided, and a tremendous force passed over from the mystic weapon, knocking Jia Meng back and causing his soft sword to shake violently. A 3rd-tier mystic weapon, Jia Meng cried out in horror. He was holding a 2nd-tier mystic weapon, but it actually sent forth a feeling of defeat after the first contact. This could only happen if the opponent's mystic weapon was stronger than his. HMPH, so what if your mystic weapon is 1 tier higher than mine? My cultivation base is 3 tiers higher than yours. Let's see how you are going to escape from me. He took a deep breath as he lifted his sword and rushed forward once again. Rings of light flashed on the tip of his sword like peach blossoms blooming as they fell toward Li Yi. At this moment, the other 4 great martial masters also exercised their unique skills and rounded up Li Yi together. They were here carrying out Yunxiao's mission and not to fight a one-on-one duel, so they joined hands without feeling any shame. "Do you have any shame? How can you all attack me together?" Li Yi roared angrily as he made a sideways cut with the sword, sending out an icy cold sword light that froze the air around him. Meanwhile, a burst of cold air shattered layer by layer and swept out toward his opponents. Attacked by the cold air, the few great martial masters' movements became slow. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Li Yi seized the opportunity and jumped into the air to flee. "Not bad, you are extremely skilled in escaping. You must have practiced many times, haven't you?" Yunxiao's figure suddenly appeared in front of Li Yi while laughing as he raised his black girl and hacked it down. "Little bastard, do you think you can stop me with your crappy cultivation base?" Li Yi roared as he summoned all his strength and slashed out his sword. But at that moment, he suddenly felt his whole body sink as a huge pulling force came from the ground, causing his body to stagnate and then fall to the ground. Gravity zone, 10 times the force of gravity. Li Yi was shocked. Originally, 10 times the force of gravity had no effect on him at all, but the sudden pull on him without him having any mental preparation still confused him. As a result, the 5 men behind him immediately caught up and surrounded him again. Jia Meng, on the other hand, was outraged he had almost let Li Yi escape. It would be a real shame for him to let this happen. He performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and the slender, soft sword in his other hand immediately began to twist and dart forward like a long snake, flashing with bright light while being surrounded in peach blossoms. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a beam of golden light pierced through the air and struck Jia Meng's sword. He felt his hand sink and his strength immediately deviate from its course. A martial lord of the Four Quadrants realm, he cried out in horror. A gray figure appeared immediately after that and quickly threw out 5 palms, forcing Jia Meng and the other 4 great martial masters back. Then he grabbed Li Yi by the shoulder and shouted, "Let's go." Li Yi seemed not surprised at all by the appearance of this person. He shook the man's arm away fiercely and growled, "Wait until I kill this little bast RD first." He leaped forward, and the temperature around him suddenly dropped under the power of his 3rd-tier mystic weapon. Meanwhile, a cold sword beam slashed out straight toward Yunxiao's head. All of a sudden, the cold breeze in the air seemed to have been burned by fire, instantly turning into water vapor. Yunxiao and Li Yi both felt the surrounding temperature rise rapidly, and the air seemed to be burning as well. Not good. Startled, Li Yi quickly drew back his sword and tried to escape, but when he looked up he saw a huge axe falling from the sky, splitting the air in half. Wherever the axe passed, a burning sound was all that could be heard. Fire burns the city. The gray-clad man's expression changed dramatically as he quickly stretched out his hands. A spear suddenly appeared in his grip, and he sent out a burst of cold air with a swing of it that rose into the sky like a dragon, heading straight toward the huge axe. Bam! Under the violent impact, the forces of fire and water spread out in all directions. The gray-clad man's mind was greatly shaken, and his inner organs were injured. Frightened, he grabbed Li Yi and fled. The energies of fire and water collided in the air, producing a large cloud of mist that spread over the whole Li residence. A slim figure flashed faintly in the mist. Carrying a huge axe, Luo Yunsheng slowly appeared while looking over at the few men present. Those swept by her eyes felt a chill in their hearts and bowed their heads one after another. Her gaze finally stopped at Yunxiao, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes as she asked, "What is this all about? Why would a martial lord want to kill you?" Yunxiao said with a wry smile, "How could I know that a martial lord would suddenly appear?" He put on a frightened look and said, "Luckily, Teacher Luo showed up in time. Otherwise, I would have been beheaded by now." Yunsheng's face was full of suspicion, because Yunxiao's eyes did not have any fear or panic at all when she attacked just now. They were like 2 ancient wells, shockingly quiet and calm. She really did not know how Yunxiao had such great confidence. She glanced at Jia Meng and the other 4 great martial masters as she narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, "Why are you here?" Jia Meng was the deputy commander of the 1st unit, while the other 4 were members of the 3rd unit. The 5 of them looked at each other and did not know how to answer, so Yunxiao helped them by saying, "This is a long story. By the way, Teacher Luo, why are you here as well?" Yunsheng seemed thoughtful as she stared at Yunxiao and said softly, "I heard that you played a song last night which made flowers bloom. I wish to hear it." Yunxiao laughed. "The song is played at the right time, the right place, and with the right people. How can I play again without the environment of last night?" Yunsheng frowned and was about to lose her temper, but her eyebrows quickly relaxed. "That's a pity," she said faintly. "If the circumstances are right next time, I will come to you and listen to you play the song." Teacher Luo, a martial lord assassin, had appeared in the capital for no reason, and he is Li Yi's associate, Yunxiao said. Moreover, Li Yi was trying to poison Commander Zhao last night. He must be harboring some ill intentions. I hope Teacher Luo can inform His Majesty and request him to issue a decree to search the whole city and kill his traitor. Yunsheng said, "There's indeed a problem in this matter. I will inform His Majesty." "I have one more question for you. How can you cure Commander Zhao's internal injury? As long as I'm not dead, I should be able to cure him." "That's good. I will send someone to protect you during your treatment of Commander Zhao." Yunxiao's face lit up. Yunsheng's appearance had forced Li Yi's real identity and background to gradually reveal. Since he had a martial lord as his bodyguard, he could not be an ordinary man in any way. If this martial lord was not sent to him by Qin Zheng, then the king could no longer protect him. After Yunsheng had left, Yunxiao told the 5 men to wait outside while he walked straight toward the compound of the residence. After several turns, he came to a deserted yard. The large lock on the door was rusty. He destroyed the lock with a slap, then pushed open the door and walked in. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and all kinds of small animals were frightened by his sudden visit. The place was obviously deserted for a long time. He wandered around for a few rounds, then suddenly laughed and said, "Do you still want to hide in your hole? Old man, do you want me to overturn the ground here for you?" The courtyard was quiet and there was no reply. With a cold snort, he went to a pillar in an old hut, took out his black girl and thrust at it. Thud, a burst of force knocked the sword back. The skin on Yunxiao's palm was torn, and the sword flew out of his hand before being inserted into the ground in the courtyard. Then an old voice rang out, "How did you find me?" An old man in coarse linen clothes suddenly appeared behind Yunxiao, his face full of consternation. Yunxiao shook his arm and looked at the blood in his palm as he smiled and said, "Why, I have your blood flowing in my veins, and this is what we call telepathy. Why are you so fierce to me?" There was a trace of surprise in the old man's eyes as he said happily, "All the meridians in your body have been unclogged, and you have become a 4 stars warrior. Haha, good, good, great, you deserve to be my grandson. Compared with those bullsh geniuses, you are countless times better." Li Chunyang said angrily, "What a joke. How can a mere servant hurt me?" His eyes suddenly showed a trace of shock. "What did you say? You noticed my aura just now?" Yunxiao said with a disdainful look, "Do you think you are very well hidden? When Li Yi attacked me just now, if it weren't for my perception of your aura, what courage do you think I had as a 4 stars warrior to stand there without moving or dodging?" Li Chunyang said with a blank face, How is this possible?" Yunxiao waved and said, "Never mind that now. Tell me, what are your thoughts and plans for the Li family?" Li Chunyang pondered for a long time and sighed. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he asked, "What do you think I'm going to do, and what is your plan?" "Stir up so many troubles in front of you." Li Chunyang's eyes sparkled with surprise and his face was incredulous. "You know all this. Thisho, is this possible? How did you come to such a conclusion?" Yunxiao said with a smile in his eyes, "I wasn't sure at first. I was worried that you were really killed by that lowly servant. But after I sensed your aura just now, I confirmed my guess." He squinted and said, "After all, you have broken through the realm of 5 elements and become a martial king." Li Chunyang's pupils constricted as if he did not know Yunxiao at all. His eyes filled with horror. He stared at Yunxiao for a long time before he burst out laughing, "Haha. At last the Li family has a worthy heir. Boy, you are really good at pretending. You've not only deceived the whole state, but even I was bluffed by you, thinking that you are just a good for nothing. Fu Ke, how could you lie to me?" Although he was cursing, his face was filled with extreme relief and happiness, and there were even tears in his cloudy eyes. After cursing for a while, Li Chunyang was clearly in a good mood. He smiled and said, "Apart from the 2 things you mentioned, I have another purpose, that is to see who in the family can take the lead when I am away. The results, well, I am really disappointed. Your father did secretly come back once and left with a peace of mind after meeting me. As for the rest of the people, only your 4th uncle is still somewhat useful, but he also well." His eyes suddenly lit up and he said happily, "But it's different now. Your performance is beyond my expectations. If it weren't for the current situation, I think you would still be playing dumb, wouldn't you? Tell me quickly, what do you think of the current situation? What are your plans?" Yunxiao said in an indifferent voice, "I don't have too many thoughts about the family's current situation. If you want to find an heir, you'd better find someone else. My goal is the acme of martial arts. I don't want to put too much attention on the trivial matters of this state and city. However, according to the current situation in Tianshui, it must be the 2nd prince, Qin Yue, who will ascend the throne in the future." Li Chunyang froze instantly. He did not expect Yunxiao to say such a thing. A flicker of displeasure flashed across his face, but he was soon relieved. "This boy's ambition is too huge for Tianshui to hold, but this is a good thing." He asked curiously, "How do you know that the 2nd prince will ascend the throne in the future? You know, our family has always been on the side of the eldest prince." Yunxiao smiled without saying a word, and a grandmaster's aura suddenly emanated from him. Li Chunyang was taken aback. Even the king did not have such a superior aura. What the hell was going on here? "Because he said 1 word at a time, with me standing behind Qin Yue, he will surely ascend the throne." Li Chunyang was startled, shocked by Yunxiao's confidence. After freezing for a while, he shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Times have changed. I've just hidden for some time, and now I find the world totally unfamiliar. Qin Yue, in that case, I will take the whole family and board your ship." The old and the young exchanged a glance and laughed at the same time. Suddenly, Li Chunyang looked up at the sky and said, "Oh no, it's time." He turned quickly and gently slapped the pillar behind him a few times. A rumbling sound echoed out of the shabby hut and a hole was opened on the ground. Before Yunxiao could see clearly, he already bolted into the hole. Yunxiao frowned slightly as he heard a faint cry from the hole. Without hesitation, he walked into the hole as well. The tunnel was paved with bluestone brick slabs, which told him that it had existed for a long time and was not excavated recently. Yunxiao walked a distance of about 30 to 40 meters before he came to a spacious room with a row of bright pearls on each side, which lit up the room as bright as day. There was a huge wooden barrel in the middle of the room. An old man with disheveled hair was immersed in the barrel, crying in pain. Li Chunyang's palms were rested on his back, sending energies into his body to relieve his pain. In addition to the 2 of them, another person was standing beside the barrel, looking at them nervously. After glancing at them carefully, Yunxiao sat quietly on a couch and did not disturb them. The strength of these few men was pretty strong. The man who stood and watched was a 3rd-tier great alchemist, and the old man who cried in pain in the barrel was a 3 stars martial lord. Looking at the way Li Chunyang was desperately channeling energy, it was obvious that their relationship was not that simple. About half an hour later, the pain on the old man's face gradually faded. Li Chunyang breathed a heavy sigh, his body drenched in sweat. With a worried look, he said, "Master Sun, the icy energy in my brother's body is growing stronger, and it takes more and more energy to expel it from him every time." If the situation continues like this, he took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Li Chunyang as he said, "This is the last bottle of melting pills I have refined, a total of 30 pills, which can be taken by him for 30 days. After that, even if he takes this pill again, you cannot suppress his cold poison with your strength of a one-star martial king." Li Chunyang was shocked. "Master Sun, what do you mean? You can't give up at this time." A cold gleam flashed through Sun Zhengzong's eyes as he said indifferently, "5 years ago, I was hired by you for a large sum of money, and I've treated him for 5 years. I've done my part. Now the cold poison has seeped into his bone marrow, and there's nothing I can do about it. I can't save him even if you give me more money." The old man in the barrel gradually woke up. After hearing the conversation between the two, he laughed miserably and said, "Brother, I have been a burden for you for so many years. If it weren't for the energy you give me every day, you would have left the realm of Martial King and stepped into the legendary realm of the Six Directions to become a Martial Grandmaster. Now I can finally stop being your burden. I am so happy. Haha." Li Chunyang shook his head and felt his heart ache. Sun Zhengzong gave the two men a helpless look as he cupped his fist and said, "Brother Chunyang, Brother Dasheng, farewell. Hold on." Yunxiao, who was sitting on the couch watching everything quietly, suddenly said, "Are you really a third-tier great alchemist?" Sun Zhengzong arched his eyebrows and said coldly, "If you were not Brother Chunyang's descendant, with your rude attitude, I would have destroyed your cultivation base." Yunxiao was taken aback, and then he said in astonishment, "You are merely a little third-tier great alchemist, and yet you are so arrogant. If I looked at those alchemists of the 8th or even the 9th tier, wouldn't my eyeballs be gouged out? A little third-tier great alchemist, 8th tier or even 9th tier." Sun Zhengzong laughed from anger. "Haha, you really don't know the height of the sky. Even your king has to bow and greet me when he sees me." Although Li Chunyang was also unhappy with Sun Zhengzong's attitude, he still swallowed the anger and said, "Yunxiao, don't be rude. Master Sun is a great alchemist I've invited from Firecrow Empire's 3rd-tier alchemist association." Sun Zhengzong said triumphantly, "When I reigned supreme in the alchemy world in Firecrow Empire, you were still drinking milk. Drink my A's. Reign supreme my A's." Yunxiao raised a middle finger and cursed. Since it's a 3rd-tier alchemist association, there must be at least a 5th-tier alchemist king. How could you, a mere 3rd-tier little boy, dare to brag that you reign supreme in Firecrow Empire? Do you want me to spread what you said just now so that the whole alchemy world of Firecrow Empire knows about it? Let's see how you are going to reign supreme when you go back." Sun Zhengzong's face fell, and he flew into a rage. But at the same time, he had a guilty conscience, fearing that Yunxiao would really spread his big talk. In that case, he would really have no face in the empire. A 3rd-tier great alchemist could be arrogant in a dependency state like Tianshui, but he was nobody in Firecrow Empire. His beard trembled with anger as he cried out, "Brother Chunyang, you must teach your descendant a good lesson." In fact, Li Chunyang had long disliked Sun Zhengzong's arrogance. But he did not want to offend him for the sake of his brother. Hence, he was very happy to hear Yunxiao scold him now. He glared at Yunxiao and said cheerfully, "Boy, how can you disrespect Master Sun? How dare you? Now get the hell out of here." Sun Zhengzong's eyes widened and his face turned blue with anger. "Brother Chunyang, your punishment for him is asking him to get out of here." Li Chunyang snorted. "What do Master Sun think I should do then?" Since Sun Zhengzong had decided to stop treating Dasheng, he had no patience to be polite to him anymore. During normal times, Li Chunyang had served Sun Zhengzong like an emperor, and this great alchemist had also taken away most of the wealth accumulated by the Li family for many years. All this filled Li Chunyang's heart with resentment. Sun Zhengzong snorted coldly and said, "He's been so rude to me. You should at least cut off his limbs and serve it as a warning." Fuming, Yunxiao rushed up and slapped Sun Zhengzong in the face. "Don't push your luck." The whole room became completely quiet as everyone froze in place. Sun Zhengzong stood blankly for several minutes, covering his cheek with one hand. Then he suddenly roared like a pig being slaughtered. "You, how dare you slap a 3rd-tier great alchemist?" Yunxiao took out a badge from his ring and hung it on his shoulder. "Do you think you are so great for being an alchemist? I'm also an alchemist." "Open your dog eyes and look carefully," he said coldly. This, the badge of a 2nd-tier alchemist, was gleaming faintly. Not only Sun Zhengzong but even Li Chunyang was stunned. Both of them had excellent eyesight and naturally knew that it was no imitation. Sun Zhengzong was even more shocked than when he was slapped just now. "How is that possible? A 2nd-tier alchemist? How old are you?" Li Chunyang was greatly surprised. His eyes grew wide as he said, "Boy, you." Yunxiao took down the badge and tossed it between his hands like a toy as he sneered, "Fool, you need to know that there are always stronger people out there. You have only this little skill, and yet you are so arrogant. You will get yourself killed out there. It's better for me to slap you than for you to go out there and get killed by others. I'm teaching you a lesson here." His words once again made the few men dizzy. Sun Zhengzong said angrily, "No way. How could you be a 2nd-tier alchemist? How dare you imitate the alchemist's badge? This is a capital crime. No matter how powerful your family is, you will be hunted down by alchemists all over the continent for counterfeiting the alchemist's badge. Yunxiao's face grew cold. Hunt down my A's. You still want to be slapped, don't you? Frightened, Sun Zhengzong pulled back the words he was about to say and covered his cheek with one hand while staring venomously at Yunxiao. He could not figure out why he was slapped by Yunxiao despite him having the strength of a 9-stars warrior, yet he even felt that he was unable to dodge the slap. You'd better get out of here while I'm still in a good mood now, Yunxiao cried out. Hearing that, Sun Zhengzong turned and walked away with a ferocious expression. A murderous look appeared in Li Chunyang's eyes as he said coldly, Boy, you will bring yourself endless future troubles by letting go a third-tier alchemist after you have offended him. I'll go up and kill him now. No, Yunxiao said in a low voice. All alchemists registered in the Alchemist Association are only under the jurisdiction of the association. Although he only has the strength of a third-tier alchemist, he is a recognized man in Firecrow Empire. If he dies for no reason, the association will definitely find us. Let him go, he can't stir up too huge of a storm. Pointing toward the badge in Yunxiao's hand, Li Chunyang said, Don't tell me this is a real thing. Yunxiao snorted coldly and said, Of course it's real. Who dares to imitate this thing in heavenly martial continent? Traces of cold sweat oozed out of Li Chunyang's forehead as he asked cautiously, Then you really are, well, I'm just a little alchemist at the moment. Said Yunxiao casually. The room was silent for a moment, then Li Chunyang's loud roar suddenly rang out. How much more do you keep from me? Little bastardy, you are really good at pretending, aren't you? Chen Dasheng, who was sitting in the barrel, said with a wry smile, Brother, you really have a worthy air. Although Yunxiao is so young, he is not only a 4-stars warrior, but also a second-tier alchemist. I don't think we can find another person like him in the whole Tianshui. This boy-thigh's boy, although Li Chunyang was still scolding angrily, his face was filled with undisguised joy. I'd be satisfied if my grandson had even 1/10 of Yunxiao's achievements. Yunxiao looked at him and said, The old man called you brother, and your name is Dasheng. Are you Chen Zhen's grandfather? Didn't you die a few years ago in a battle? Li Chunyang's eyes flashed with sadness as he sighed and said, Dasheng became like this because he replaced me. I was supposed to participate in that battle, but I was cultivating in seclusion at that time. In a hurry, Xiao Qingwang chose Dasheng to go with him. Yunxiao said in surprise, Xiao Qingwang, did his internal injury also come from the battle you mentioned? Yes, Li Chunyang nodded and said. In those days, in order to compete for the position of the upper-rank vassal state of the Firecrow Empire, the state of Tianshui and the state of Beijing sent experts to fight each other at the border between the two states, that is, in the city of Kunjin belonging to Beijing. Although the number of participants was small, the fight was no less intense and violent than that of millions of troops. In that battle, the commanders of all 5 units of state guardians were killed. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingwang's deputy, Zhou Lin, who was also a martial king, was killed as well. It was then that Dasheng got his injury. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, he could imagine the intensity of the battle. Chen Dasheng recalled bitterly, although our state won at last, we paid a heavy price. A total of more than 100 people took part in the battle. All of them were experts equal or above the rank of martial masters. But only a dozen of them were able to come back alive, and all the survivors have basically become disabled. At that time, I thought I was dying too, but my brother invited Sun Zhengzong from Firecrow Empire to stabilize my injury. No wonder all the current unit commanders of the state guardians are young people. It turns out that the old ones have died, Yunxiao said in astonishment. I didn't expect the ranking of small states can also lead to such a miserable battle. What exactly is this ranking battle? Upon hearing his words, Li Chunyang laughed and said, If they are young people, then you're still drinking milk. After that, his face became bleak and he began to explain to Yunxiao what the ranking battle was. Firecrow Empire was one of the 3 great empires in the southern part of the heavenly martial continent. It had a total of 9 vassal states, which were divided into 3 upper states, 3 middle states, and 3 lower states. If a martial grandmaster of the 6 directions realm or a 4th-tier alchemist lord emerged in a certain state and was willing to stay there, the state would automatically rise to become an upper state. If the 3 positions of the upper states could not be filled, the vacancy would be contested for by the middle states. But to become a middle state was also conditional. That was, the state must have a martial king of the 5 elements realm or a 3rd-tier alchemist. 5 years ago, there was a vacancy for the upper state, and a total of 3 states were eligible to competently Tianshui, Beijing, and Dongshu. Although Dongshu had a 3rd-tier alchemist, its strength was still far weaker than that of Tianshui and Beijing, so the vacancy was contested by the 2 states. Yunxiao suddenly asked, How is the outcome of the ranking battle decided? Is it to kill all the martial kings or 3rd-tier alchemists from the other state? Li Chunyang glared at him as he smiled and said, Although the resources of all states belong to them, once someone breaks through and becomes a 3rd-tier alchemist or martial king, he or she must register in Firecrow Empire and become the reserve force of the empire. Once there is a war between the major powers, they must all answer the call. Of course, the benefits after registration are great. Every year, Firecrow Empire allocates a large amount of various cultivating resources to the registered people. So all third-tier alchemists and martial kings are precious resources, and Firecrow Empire will be very careful to avoid any casualties. The condition of victory is to fight until one side surrenders. If neither side surrenders, then they will continue to fight until the strength of one state is completely exhausted. Yunxiao sighed, I can't believe how cruel it is to compete for a ranking. Li Chunyang put on a serious face and said, seriously cruel. To survive on this continent, the most important thing is to have strength. And what guarantees strength? Resources. The battle for resources lies behind the battle for rankings. There was a state that refused to surrender once, and as a result, the whole state was uprooted, and all members of the royal family were killed. Soaked in the barrel, Chen Dasheng sighed and said, heaven and earth are unkind, they treat all things like stray dogs. Li Chunyang went on to explain, what really determines whether a state is strong or weak is high-end fighting forces. This is why all states must recruit strong warriors. In fact, behind many empires are powerful sects or aristocratic families. For example, the Firecrow Empire, to which we are attached, is backed by the Jushin sect. Yunxiao was taken aback and his expression became a little strange. He vaguely remembered that his eldest disciple, Hua Qianshu, seemed to have taken in a disciple who was the son of Jushin sect's sect leader, but he forgot his name. At that time, Hua Qianshu specially brought this disciple to see him. He did not give the disciple any gifts, but just some random advice. That was 20 to 30 years ago. What's the boy's name? I can't remember. Yunxiao tried his best to recall. That's right, Li Chunyang's eyes showed a trace of fear and awe. Rumor has it that the sect leader of Jushin sect, Qi Feng, is a martial emperor of the 7 constellations realm, and he is only one step away from becoming a martial supreme of the 8 desolation realm. Moreover, he is martial sovereign Hua Qianshu's personal disciple, so even the backers of other empires dare not to mess with him. A look of enlightenment appeared on Yunxiao's face as he said in his heart, oh, I remember now, his name is Qi Feng. I can't believe he has become a sect leader now, and little Hua has also become a martial sovereign. This should have happened after I passed away. I remember that he was still stuck in the 8 desolation realm. Yunxiao, if you have the chance to go to Firecrow Empire in the future, remember never to offend anyone from the Jushin sect, Li Chunyang sternly warned Yunxiao. Even the emperor of Firecrow Empire has to put on a smiling face when he sees any inner sect disciple of Jushin sect. If we offend them, what awaits us is definitely a fatal disaster. Yunxiao chuckled and said, don't worry. As long as they don't provoke me, I won't offend them. Li Chunyang felt dizzy, and he said hastily, this disposition of yours will get you into great trouble sooner or later. If they provoke you or even break all your teeth, you will swallow the resentment and do nothing. In Firecrow Empire's territory, Jushin sect is absolutely above the royal family. Yunxiao changed the topic and said, is it time for the 5-yearly ranking battle again? Li Chunyang said in a deep voice, yes. The battle 5 years ago has greatly reduced the strength of our state, so the wisest move is to withdraw from this competition for the position of upper states. Although this means that we need to pay more taxes and resources, it can make the state recuperate and recover. Then we'll have to speed up, said Yunxiao faintly. With His Majesty's current state, I don't think he is willing to withdraw from this ranking battle. Only by putting Prince Yue on the throne can I persuade him to withdraw. Prince Yue, Chen Dasheng cried out in surprise. Li Chunyang sighed and told him briefly about the current situation and the Li family's decision. Chen Dasheng said sadly, His Majesty's treatment of loyalty and kindness really chilled our hearts. Too bad I'm dying, brother, Yunxiao. The Chen family will be in your care after I passed away. Those words cut Li Chunyang's heart, and he said sadly, don't worry, my brother. As long as the Li family still exists, the Chen family will not fall. Yunxiao laughed, what you have in your body is just the poison of extreme coldness, so you don't have to be so sad as if you're parting forever. I found that Zhao Qingwang also has this kind of cold poison in his body, although it is not much. It has also penetrated into his bone marrow. The two of you should have been injured by the same person. With hatred in his eyes, Chen Dasheng gnashed his teeth and said, you are right. The man who wounded us is the strongest expert of Beijing, Marshal King Yizaiyashan. Yunxiao seemed to think of something. He thought for a moment and then said just now, the martial lord beside Old 8 used an ice element martial technique in the courtyard, which seems to be this extremely cold force. However, as that man's strength is not strong enough, the cold force he unleashed is far weaker than the cold poison in you. What? Li Chunyang was shocked. His eyes grew cold as a murderous look appeared in them. I understand now. No wonder this fella, although so gifted, would come to our residence to be a lowly servant, and climb so fast. It turns out that he has not only His Majesty behind him, but also Yizaiyashan's man. He gnashed his teeth and said regretfully, if I had known this, I would have killed him right then. Now that he has escaped, I don't think it's going to be easy to hunt him down again. He won't stop there, Yunxiao said lightly. There will be opportunities for us to catch him. We'd better get rid of the cold poison in old Master Chen's body. Li Chunyang's face grew dark. Holding the small bottle of melting pills left by Sun Zhengzong, he said sadly, even Sun Zhengzong, a third-tier alchemist, can't cure Dasheng. So what else can we do? Those fourth-tier alchemists are not accessible to people at our level, let alone getting to invite them here. Yunxiao walked around the barrel and then said in a calm voice, "It is indeed very difficult to completely get rid of this cold poison. To refine the corresponding medicine, I need to have the sole power of a third-tier alchemist. However, if it is only to suppress the poison, I can do it with my current cultivation base." His voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in Li Chunyang's ears, filling his head with a rumbling noise. What did you say? Boy, what did you say?" Li Chunyang grabbed Yunxiao's arm excitedly and said incredulously, "You better not lie to me." Sun Zhengzong was on the right track, Yunxiao said seriously. "Get rid of this extreme cold poison medicinal pills and your martial king's energy are the treatment. However, his knowledge is too shallow. The medicine he prescribed is not quite correct, and there is a problem with your energy as well. It must be the energy of pure yang." "The energy of pure yang," Li Chunyang said anxiously in Tianshui. "Only Commander Zhao, Zhang Lishan, and I are martial kings, and none of us walk the path of pure yang. Where do you want me to find a martial king of pure yang?" Yunxiao smiled and said, "I've got one in mind, but I don't know if she's willing to help." Li Chunyang blurted out, "Who is it?" No matter who this person was, as long as she was in Tianshui now, he would bring her here immediately. "The commander of the State Guardian's 4th unit, Luo Yunsheng. Although her strength is a little weaker, what she is cultivating is indeed the energy of pure yang." At first, Yunxiao was wondering why Yunsheng cultivated this kind of male technique. But he got his answer later, when he learned that she was a disciple of Xingxiao Temple. There was a supreme mystic technique of pure yang in Xingxiao Temple, which could only be cultivated by girls with 9 yang true bodies. Girls with 9 yang true bodies were extremely rare, so only a few people had cultivated this mystic technique in the past tens of thousands of years. However, all those who cultivated it had become peak martial sovereigns and reigned supreme over the world. Li Chunyang froze for a moment and then said, "That little girl does have pure yang energy. I wonder how she cultivated it." "Yunxiao, you didn't lie to me, did you? Can you really suppress the cold poison in Dasheng's body? If it is true, I'll go and bring that little girl here now." "Not now. I need to first refine some medicinal pills that can suppress the cold poison." But the ingredients. Li Chunyang pulled out a key and threw it to Yunxiao. "This is the key to the family's secret vault. I've always kept it with me. Apart from that extorted by Sun Zhengzong, the rest of the family's wealth is in it. See if what you need is in there and let me know what is missing." "I'll find it immediately." His spirits rose as soon as he heard that Chen Dasheng could be treated. Now, even if Yunxiao wanted the moon or stars in the sky, he would find a way to bring them down. Yunxiao's eyes lit up. Although he had never visited the family's secret vault, as one of the most powerful families in Tianshui, there must be many good things in it. What he lacked most now was all kinds of resources that could increase his cultivation speed. Wait for my news. After leaving behind these words, he left the underground room. There were already many members of the Li family gathered outside, all of whom were talking and sighing. Obviously, they were at a loss about the situation, and none of them could stand up and make decisions. As soon as Yunxiao appeared, everyone was overjoyed and hurried toward him. Yunxiao made a quiet gesture and then said to Li Beifeng, "4th uncle, take me to the family's secret vault." "Secret vault?" Li Beifeng was taken aback. "That's the restricted area of the family, and the key." His words were stuck in his throat as his eyes grew wide and stared at a small golden medallion in Yunxiao's hand. Have you seen the old master? Is he all right?" Yunxiao nodded as he took out a key and tossed it between his hands a few times. "4th uncle, you'd better not ask too much and just take me to the secret vault. This is the order from the old master himself. Understand, understand." Li Beifeng shivered with excitement and seemed to have found his mainstay as he hurriedly took Yunxiao to the secret vault. Yunxiao sighed to himself. These members of the Li family were too pampered and lacked trials and tribulations. With their old master disappearing, none of them could stand up and take the lead. Also, it appeared to him that his father's long-term deployment out there was a deliberate act of Qinzheng. The secret vault was locked by 2 huge copper doors. 18 superior-grade primordial stones were inlaid on the doors, from which primordial qi kept flowing out and pouring into the doors. Colorful lines were carved on either side of it, forming a guardian array. Vermilion bird divine fire array. Startled, Yunxiao ran his hand over the copper doors in disbelief. Sure enough, those colorful lines vaguely outlined the pattern of a vermilion bird. Streams of primordial qi were swirling on the doors, making them slightly warm to touch. Li Beifeng was stunned. "Yunxiao, you can recognize this array? How is this possible?" Old Master had invited many experts to examine it, but no one could recognize it. Yunxiao carefully studied the surroundings. The secret vault was built into the mountain and surrounded by solid diamond rocks. He asked, "How long has this secret vault been in existence for?" Li Beifeng shook his head and said, "I don't know. I have heard from former elders that this secret vault seems to have existed before the Li family set foot here. It was not built by our family. Yunxiao nodded and got rid of the doubt from his mind. This vermilion bird divine fire array was a ninth-grade array and had been lost for a long time. Although some versions were circulating on the continent, they were all incomplete versions. If the ancestors of the Li family had the ability to construct this array, then they must be a superpower that held sway over the entire continent, and not a small family dwelling in a mere state of Tianshui. He took out the key, an animal-shaped accessory that was also made of copper, and gently placed it in a hole in the door. Suddenly, a stream of primordial qi flowed out the primordial stone and circulated around the lines, then the doors swung open with a loud rumble. Yunxiao felt the power of the array on the doors with his divine sense. It was already very weak, proving that this array had existed for at least tens of thousands of years, and probably would not last much longer. After the two doors were opened, a long, narrow tunnel appeared in front of him, leading straight into the ground. An oil lamp was placed every 3 meters on both sides of the tunnel, inside of which was a bright pearl. The secret vault has always been a restricted area of the family. No one can enter it without the permission of the patriarch. I'll wait for you outside. Yunxiao nodded slightly and went in. The tunnel was not long, and he soon arrived at a cave abode. It was full of boxes and shelves, piled up with a large number of various materials and heaps of primordial stones. His eyes burst into bright light as he glanced around with horror. His gaze did not stop at those resources, but looked at the cave abode itself. The more he looked, the deeper the shock in his eyes became. He suppressed his shock and burst into laughter. Haha, it turns out that this place is an interstitial space. Such a large interstitial space must be supported by some divine artifact. No wonder the doors are guarded by the vermilion bird divine fire array. A large number of primordial stones and boxes containing various treasures were thrown away like rubbish by him. Soon, a long black tablet appeared in the corner, quietly standing there. Under the erosion of the years, the writing on the tablet had become illegible, and the tablet itself had been so seriously worn that it seemed to have gone through many vicissitudes. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes slightly, and his pupils suddenly curved into a demonic-looking crescent shape. The form of the inscription on the tablet was constantly twisting and changing in his eyes. It was a very powerful eye technique cultivated by Yunxiao, which could only be used with a strong soul power. What he now had was only the soul power of a first-tier alchemist, so it was very demanding for him to use this technique, and the effect was little. In any case, the form of the ancient tablet began to gradually become clear in his pupils. At this moment, the true form of the tablet seemed to have received some kind of induction, and suddenly gave off a faint light. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as a strong counterforce directly invaded his mind through his pupils, burning his soul. Ah! He covered his eyes and let out a scream while being sent flying backward, before falling to the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood. He got up and opened his eyes slightly, causing a great deal of blood to pour out of his eyes, but instead of being terrified, he laughed wildly with exultation. Haha, I can't believe this tablet actually contains such tremendous power. I'll see what you really are. He walked toward the tablet carefully. His hands were constantly changing between incantation gestures, and his fingers finally formed a strange shape. Rings of faint blue light spread out of his hands as he shouted, like a dream, like an illusion, the flower in the mirror and the moon in the water. The blue light fell out of his hand like a mirror and landed on the weathered stone tablet. Wherever the blue light passed, the tablet began to change as if it had been washed. Traces left by the years on its surface disappeared instantly, and a brand new tablet stood on the ground. It had a translucent jade color, with a colorful light gleaming across its surface and streams of energy swirling around it. A few gold characters flashed from top to bottom, one by one. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he blurted out in horror, Divine Realm Tablet. 3 gold characters, Divine Realm Tablet, were flashing on the surface of the jade tablet, emitting a dazzling light. Blood flowed out of Yunxiao's bloodshot eyes again. Gnashing his teeth in pain, he closed his eyes. What exactly is this Divine Realm Tablet? Why does it have such a horrible power? I can't believe it can burn my soul directly through my moon eye technique. Yunxiao's heart was pounding while his eyes were still closed, lost in thought. This strange energy fluctuation is superior to my super 9th grade mystic weapon. The star/sword, could it be an artifact of the 10 worlds realm? Having once stood at the summit of this continent, he naturally knew that there was an unfathomable realm of the 10 worlds above the peak of the 9 heavens realm. Rumors had it that once an individual stepped into the 10 worlds realm, he or she would achieve the ultimate goal of martial arts, becoming the god of martial arts. Divine Realm Tablet. Is it an artifact of the 10 worlds realm left behind by the legendary martial god? He was greatly shocked and muttered with excitement, it must be. The only power that can directly attack the soul is the legendary divine power of the martial god. What exactly was this Tianshui before? Why is a treasure left by a martial god here? No wonder there is a vermilion bird divine fire array at the door. Although the array is complete, it was crudely constructed. Clearly, it is a product of haste. the martial god must have encountered some emergency, which is why he left this tablet here. He had just figured out the whole story when he suddenly said to himself, no, no, when a person achieves the ultimate goal of martial arts and becomes a martial god, he basically can live forever, and all his thoughts and movements are the laws of martial arts. How can an almighty existence like this encounter an emergency? What happened here? He sat cross-legged down and closed his eyes to ponder. Outbursts of strange power emanated from the Divine Realm tablet and flowed over him, washing his body again and again. Yunxiao felt indescribably comfortable, but he did not dare to open his eyes, fearing that this force would burn his soul again. All of a sudden, thousands of bright dots flashed in his mind and began to gather over his spiritual altar. Great Expansion Divine Technique. Triggered by the power of the tablet, the Great Expansion Divine Technique had once again taken the initiative to condense into shape. One after another, golden characters with unfathomable secrets began to flash inside his mind. His heart was filled with joy, and at the same time, he vaguely felt that this technique should also be a cultivation technique practiced by martial gods. With the appearance of the Great Expansion Divine Technique, his injured soul began to be nourished. He felt as if a clear spring was flowing through his mind, allowing his soul power to recover at top speed. At the same time, his body was bathed in the light of the tablet, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. He felt as if he were lying in the sunshine on a winter day, not only too comfortable to move, but also a little sleepy. It was unknown how much time passed when Yunxiao suddenly woke up. He was horrified to find that he had indeed fallen asleep, and that the Divine Realm tablet had completely transformed into white jade, standing there quietly without any luster. He saw that there seemed to be white silver sand flowing gently on the surface of the tablet. When he looked carefully, he sucked in a cold breath. The moving silver sand turned out to be a galaxy. Shocked, Yunxiao muttered to himself, I can't believe this Divine Realm tablet can communicate with the power of the stars. It's indeed an amazing artifact. I wonder if it will allow me to leave a seal inside. His hands began to perform a mysterious seal. Soon, a lotus flower appeared in his palm and then fell gently on the tablet. He was on his guard. This tablet had surpassed any alchemy instrument he had come into contact with before. He would not dare to treat it carelessly even at the peak of his previous life, and now he was even more cautious. He was afraid that his carelessness would lead him beyond redemption, not sure if he would be reborn again. Whoosh! His mind suddenly trembled and his pupils grew wide as a force rushed directly into his mind, and his body was suspended in midair without his control. His mind seemed to be controlled by something, taking away his control of himself. His heart filled with horror, and he knew that it was because his strength was too weak that he was controlled by the Divine Realm tablet. Fortunately, the time he was under control was very short as his body fell heavily to the ground a moment later. He felt that his mind was extremely clear and found that the Divine Realm tablet was floating quietly over his dantian. It worked. Yunxiao jumped up in exultation and hit his head on something hard. He glanced around. The cave abode was no longer there, and where he was standing now was a small space of only 10 meters squared, not more than 2 meters high. With the surrounding walls made of diamond rocks, after he took away the Divine Realm tablet, the interstitial space naturally disappeared. This place was the original cave. Yunxiao calmed down and examined himself, surprised to find that he had broken through after some sleep. He had become a peak 5 stars warrior, just one step away from becoming a 6 stars warrior. Of course, he was not overjoyed. After all, this kind of cultivation base was rubbish in his opinion. It did not matter to him whether he made more or less progress. What really delighted him was that his soul power had also made great progress. Although it had not yet reached the 2nd tier, it was not far away. Let me try to see if I can control this Divine Realm tablet. He sat cross-legged down again, sending his divine sense into the tablet. Since the Divine Realm tablet had been placed in his body, it naturally had a connection with him. Under the rotation of his divine sense, he could clearly feel its existence. But to his disappointment, no matter how hard he tried, his divine sense could only enter the interstitial space within the tablet, and he could not control it at all. This is terrible, he cried out. I can't control it at all. It's like I only have an extra storage ring. Unwilling to give up, he tried countless times again, but the tablet still did not respond. Now everything inside the secret vault was in the tablet, and they were all his. As a result, he was in a slightly better mood after he had sifted through the materials. Li Beifeng waited anxiously at the door and was relieved when Yunxiao appeared. Staring at the storage ring in Yunxiao's hand, he said angrily, Why have you stayed in there for so long? You didn't take all the good things away, did you? The things in this secret vault are the accumulation of the family for thousands of years. You'd better not take too much. Not only did I take too much, I even took the whole cave abode away. With a guilty conscience, Yunxiao handed the storage ring to Li Beifeng and said, Take this ring then. He had put all the valuable things into the tablet, leaving only some gold coins and daily necessities in the ring. Looking at the ring in his hand, Li Beifeng opened his mouth wide and did not know what to say. So he didn't take too many good things away, did he? Well, this boy is kind, he thought to himself. Yunxiao said, "Fourth uncle, you will be in charge of the daily affairs of the family for the time being. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. As for Li Yi, he will not dare to come back any time soon. Also, old master is fine, so you can rest assured." Listening to Yunxiao's orders, Li Beifeng felt a little strange, but he was not too surprised. After all, the strength and wisdom displayed by the former recently had been recognized and praised by all. At first, he was a little worried about Li Yi, but felt at ease when he heard him say that old master was well. Li Chenyang was the absolute backbone of the Li family and the spiritual pillar of everyone. Yunxiao asked the 4 great martial masters to report back to Qin Yue and Bai Zhu while he took Jia Meng to the Alchemist Association. He needed to start refining some medicinal pills, not only to treat Zhao Qingwang and Chen Dasheng's injuries, but also to prepare for his future martial arts cultivation. Now that Tianshui was in an eventful period, there should not be many peaceful days ahead. What he had to do now was prepare for a rainy day. Master Jia Rong, staring at Yunxiao, Lu Yao shook her head slightly and said, "He and President Su began to cultivate in seclusion at the same time and haven't come out yet." Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's all right, ask him to come out. He won't blame you." Lu Yao found it difficult to do. She knew Yunxiao's identity, but no one could afford to disturb an alchemist's cultivation. Moreover, Jia Rong had specially stressed before he began cultivating in seclusion that no one was allowed to disturb him even if the sky fell down. "Young Master Yun, I really can't. If Master Jia Rong, if he blames you, I will bear all the consequences and make up for all your losses." Yunxiao interrupted her. Lu Yao froze on the spot, her eyes full of dilemma and her forehead slightly perspired. She could not afford to offend Jia Rong, but could she possibly offend Yunxiao? At this time, Jia Ming also frowned and said, "Young Master Yun, an alchemist's cultivation in seclusion is more dangerous than a warrior's. If they are disturbed for no reason, the best situation is that their cultivation will be interrupted, and the worst case is that they will experience qi deviation." He saw that Lu Yao was in a dilemma, and he did not want Yunxiao to get into trouble for nothing, so he kindly reminded him. Yunxiao ignored him and smiled at Lu Yao. "If Jia Rong knew I was looking for him and you didn't inform him, the consequences would be very serious." Jia Meng's face became a little dark, and he thought Yunxiao was too arrogant. In his view, alchemists were all madmen who stayed in the laboratory all day long, looking down on everyone except those alchemists with higher strength than them. Who was Yunxiao? He was just a young master of the Li family. Although his understanding of martial arts was extremely profound, no alchemist would pay him any mind. Just when Jia Meng was slightly unhappy, Lu Yao cried out in surprise, "Master Liang." She was relieved at last as she saw Liang Wenyu was walking over. Now, even if the sky was indeed falling, there was someone who could hold it for her. Young Master Yun. Commander Jai. Liang Wenyu was slightly taken aback and then asked Lu Yao about the situation. After learning what was going on, he smiled bitterly in his heart. Yunxiao was a maniac who did not even show respect to the president and Master Zhang Qingfen, and he knew he was not easy to dismiss. "Young Master Yun," he said stiffly, "Jia Rong is cultivating in seclusion, and we better not disturb him rashly. If you need anything, I can help you solve it." Yunxiao said, "I'm going to refine a batch of medicinal pills, so I need Jia Rong to help me." Liang Wenyu laughed and breathed a sigh of relief. "I see. If there is anything in excess in the Alchemist Association, that will be alchemists. I will arrange 2 alchemists to help young Master Yun refine the medicinal pills." Jia Meng was a little dumbfounded. When did alchemists become so accommodating? He still remembered that he had once asked Liang Wenyu to help him refine a second-grade medicinal pill, and besides promising to pay a large sum of money, he had prepared all the materials himself. Even so, he waited for more than a month before Liang Wenyu was free to help him. Yunxiao refused. "It's too much trouble, and Jia Rong is easier to command. Please help me call him out, Master Liang." Easier to command. Jia Meng, he was sweating all over and thought to himself that this boy really did not know the height of the sky. Fortunately, Liang Wenyu was in a good mood now, but if this boy pushed things too far, he would soon be kicked out of here. Liang Wenyu was struck dumb too, and he said hesitatingly, Don't you think this is not so appropriate?" Yunxiao's patience was wearing thin. "I'll ask for the last time, do you want to help me call him out or not?" he said coldly. This Yunxiao's tough attitude startled Liang Wenyu. He did not expect this boy to show so little respect to him. Jia Meng and Lu Yao, on the other hand, were sweating profusely. Yunxiao nodded slightly and said, "Fine, Jia Meng, let's go." He turned and left. Liang Wenyu felt a little angry, but he was relieved at last. Suddenly, he heard Yunxiao, who had already reached the door, say, "I can't do anything to Zhao Qingwang's injury anymore. Let him come to the Alchemist Association himself." What? Zhao Qingwang's injury? Liang Wenyu understood at once. It was then that he remembered Yunxiao once claiming at the banquet in the palace that he could cure Zhao Qingwang's injury. In that case, the reason he wanted to refine the medicinal pills was, hold on. With beads of cold sweat oozing out of his forehead, Liang Wenyu ran forward and grabbed Yung Xiao's arm as he said nervously, "Young Master Yun, I'll call Jia Rong out right now. Even if he's in a life and death meditation, I'll drag him out. If Xiao Qingwang's treatment was delayed because of him, the king or President Su would skin him alive, not to mention Xiao Qingwang himself. Don't you think this is not so appropriate?" Yung Xiao put on a worried look. "Jia Rong is cultivating in seclusion, so we better not disturb him rashly." Liang Wenyu felt his head reeling. Those were exactly his words just now. He smiled bitterly in his head and blamed himself for messing around with a kid. Jai Meng was shocked when he heard their conversation. He naturally knew about Xiao Qingwang's injury, which could not be treated with all the efforts of the entire state. Could Yung Xiao have a way of treating him? But how was that possible? He immediately pushed this absurd idea out of his mind, telling himself that it must be something else. Liang Wenyu said seriously, "Commander Xiao's injury directly affects the future of our state. In the whole state, only young Master Yun has the ability to cure him. I'll call Jia Rong out right now." Jai Meng, grabbing Liang Wenyu, Yung Xiao touched his own forehead and said, "I think it's better to forget it. I suddenly feel under the weather. I'll come back when I'm better." Liang Wenyu's face turned green. He quickly gave Lu Yao, who was standing next to them and completely stupefied. A look for help. The gaze woke Lu Yao, and she quickly collected her wits as she walked forward and took Yung Xiao's hand while speaking with a smile. "Young Master Yun, it's all my fault. I know you are a generous man, so can you please forgive me, please?" To be able to work as a waitress in the Alchemist Association for several years, Lu Yao was quite capable. In addition, her appearance was lovely and charming. As soon as she spoke, she immediately made everyone feel comfortable. Yung Xiao slapped himself on the forehead and said in surprise, I was having a headache just now, but it is gone." As soon as Lu Yao spoke. "How strange. Great, it's good for you to recover," Liang Wenyu said awkwardly and gave Lu Yao an approving look. Looking at Yung Xiao's smiling eyes, Lu Yao felt a warmth in her heart as she thought to herself, "He won't even give Master Liang face, and yet he is willing to soften for me. He must have taken this opportunity to help me. With this incident, Master Liang now owes me an indirect favor, which means my status in the association will certainly improve in the future." Jai Meng was so baffled that he did not know what to say anymore. He only felt that the Liang Wenyu in front of him was different from the one he had known before. The one from before was cold and arrogant, but this one was so warm and generous. However, he also knew that this was completely different from person to person. He could only say that Yung Xiao's status in Liang Wenyu's heart was much higher than his. He felt quite aggrieved. He was the deputy commander of the State Guardian's first unit, who was considered a pillar of the state. Compared with him, what had this wastrel young master achieved? The four soon arrived outside Jia Rong's room. Every alchemist could apply to the association if he wanted to cultivate in seclusion. Upon approval, the alchemist would be given an alchemy room with auxiliary arrays and a large number of primordial stones. "Call Jia Rong out now. I'm in a hurry. I've been delayed by you for a long time." Yung Xiao folded his arms over his chest and said indifferently. Liang Wenyu smiled bitterly, feeling that Jia Rong would lose his temper this time. Any alchemist who was disturbed during his cultivation would be furious. However, in order to refine medicinal pills for Xiao Qingwang, he had no other way. He thought he would give Jia Rong some compensation after this. "Lu Yao, go and get Jia Rong out," said Liang Wenyu. Lu Yao froze for a moment, her forehead covered in cold sweat. Me. She did not dare to disobey Liang Wenyu's order, so she wiped the cold sweat on her forehead and stepped forward gingerly. There was a small calling array on the door, which was inlaid with a lower-grade primordial stone. The array only played a role of amplification, so a lower-grade primordial stone was enough to last 100 years. Lu Yao nervously pushed the primordial stone down and then said in her softest, loveliest, and most attractive voice, "Master Jia, there's something that needs you to come out of your seclusion." It became very quiet outside the door. Lu Yao's palms were covered with sweat and she was ready to bear Jia Rong's anger. Liang Wenyu was also a little nervous. About 10 minutes later, the door flung open with a bang. A gust of strong wind blew out of the room and a figure followed. Immediately after that, Lu Yao screamed as she was knocked flying away by the figure. Bristled with anger, Jia Rong rushed out of the room and grabbed Lu Yao's neck with one hand, lifting her against the wall as he roared, "How dare you disturb my cultivation? Do you realize how important it is to me? I'm just one step away from becoming a second-tier alchemist, just one step away, but now it's all ruined by you. Killing you won't even be enough to get rid of my hatred." "What, second tier?" Liang Wenyu was horrified as he felt the energy fluctuation emanating from Jia Rong. "How long has it been since the last breakthrough? How can you possibly break through the second tier so soon?" He blurted out in disbelief. "But this energy fluctuation, heavens, this is indeed the fluctuation of breaking through the second tier. How is this possible?" Fuming, Jia Rong turned around and stared at Liang Wenyu as he snarled, "So you are behind this, Liang Wenyu? Is it because you know I'm going to break through into the second tier that you deliberately come to mess around? Frightened by Jia Rong's monstrous killing intent, Liang Wenyu sucked in a cold breath, his forehead covered in cold sweat. I'm finished, he thought. No one would have expected that Jia Rong was making a breakthrough for the second tier. If he had known, he would not have disturbed him even if the sky was indeed falling down, let alone for the reason of treating Xiao Qingwang. This is going to be messy. His heart was filled with remorse. He gave Yunxiao a resentful look and said, Young Master Yun insisted that we call you out. I had tried to stop him many times, but I couldn't convince him. He simply closed his eyes and put all the blame on Yunxiao, who asked this boy to not know any better and even pressure me with Xiao Qingwang. Well, now he has gotten himself into trouble. Interrupting an alchemist's advancement is a terrible crime. I'll see how this boy bears Jia Rong's anger. Oh, only that I am dragged into this, young Master Yun. Jia Rong's pupils constricted. Only then did he see Yunxiao and Jai Meng standing at the side. Jai Meng, too, had a nervous look on his face. He was ready to act at any time. Although Jia Rong was only an ordinary warrior, he had a distinguished status, so Jai Meng could only defend passively and dare not really hurt him. Yunxiao, on the other hand, had an indifferent look as he said leisurely, Yes, I'm looking for you. I've been waiting for a long time. Liang Wenyu snorted coldly in his heart. HMPH, how dare you say like that? Let's see how you will suffer. Jia Rong's grip on Lu Yao's throat loosened as his face began to recover its composure. But only a moment later, he was angry again, trembling all over as he pointed at Lu Yao and roared, Since young Master Yun is here, why didn't you inform me earlier? Do you know how precious young Master Yun's time is? How could you keep young Master Yun waiting for so long? I think you must be tired of working here and wish to be fired. Lu Yao, after roaring, he quickly put on a smiling face as he trotted to Yunxiao's side, then bowed and said, Young Master Yun, it's all these workers' fault. If I knew you were coming, I wouldn't have cultivated in seclusion. What was going on here? Everyone felt their heads spinning as if they were dreaming. Yunxiao said lightly, No, this is not right. You are making a breakthrough for the second tier, and now it's all ruined. Killing me won't even be enough to get rid of your hatred. That was what Jia Rong told Lu Yao just now, and it was now repeated by Yunxiao. Jia Rong gave his own head a slap and said smilingly, Oh, I was merely making a breakthrough for the second tier, and I can do it again at any time. Well, look at my stupid head. It chose the wrong time to make the breakthrough. It deserved to be slapped. The others finally could not stand it, and all fainted. Jai Meng looked around him. If he had not known Liang Wenyu and Jia Rong, he would have thought he was in the wrong place. Liang Wenyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Jia Rong, you are making a breakthrough for the second tier. Jia Rong glared at him and said, There are plenty of opportunities to do that. We should be broad-minded so that we can go farther on the road of alchemy. Liang Wenyu felt a little stuffy in his chest and said hurriedly, Take it as I never said it. Young Master Yun, I've already called Jia Rong out for you. I have something to deal with, so I'll take my leave now. If you need anything else, you can just tell Lu Yao. Shaking his head, he turned and left, not knowing whether he was upset by Yunxiao or Jia Rong. Jia Rong put on a flattering smile and said, Young Master Yun, what do you want from me? Yunxiao pointed to Lu Yao and said coldly, She is my friend. Lu Yao was caressing her throat. She had a feeling that it was almost broken, and there was a streak of a purple bruise on her fair skin which was pitiable to look at. Jia Rong froze for a moment, then stepped forward without saying anything. He raised his hands above his head while bowing deeply, and said sincerely, Miss Lu Yao, I was reckless. Please accept my apology. Taken aback, Lu Yao waved her hand in panic and stepped aside, quickly pulling Jia Rong up. She wanted to say something, but then felt a pain in her throat and began to cough violently. Jai Meng had a bitter face. If only these alchemists could treat me like this. Jia Rong took out a milky pill from his ring and handed it to Lu Yao. This pill can promote blood circulation and dissolve bruises. Lu Yao refused to accept the pill, so it was Jia Rong's turn to panic, and he desperately stuffed the pill into her mouth. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and looked carefully at Yunxiao's face. After witnessing Yunxiao refining pills and a mystic weapon, Jia Rong had elevated his position in his mind to the same level as the Holy One of Alchemy, a supreme guru. Since he began to cultivate in seclusion, he pondered hard about Yunxiao's explanation to Zhang Qingfen and Su Han, and soon had a vague feeling that he was about to break through into the second tier. He was extremely shocked and delighted. However, at this critical moment, his cultivation was interrupted by Lu Yao. One could imagine how angry he was. If it were not Yunxiao who was looking for him, the Alchemist Association would have exploded by now. You are more gifted than I imagined. I didn't expect you to break through the second tier so soon. Your future achievements will definitely be greater. I'm going to refine a log of medicinal pills this time, so I need your help. Refining pills. Jia Rong's eyes burst into light as he said excitedly, What raw materials do you need? I'll get them all ready. I have all the raw materials ready. This refining may take a long time. Find me a training room first, as I need to settle Jai Meng. Many alchemists were also warriors. Although their achievements in martial arts were relatively low, They also needed to cultivate in seclusion, so there were many training rooms in the association. Jia Rong chose the largest one for Jia Meng to use. In the training room, Yunxia walked to a wall. After pondering for a brief moment, he took out his black girl and held it high before slashing it down against the wall. His sword styles were wide open, fierce and sharp. The walls of the training room were all made of hard black iron, but every strike he made took away a piece of iron with sparks flying out in all directions. Soon, small characters appeared one by one in neat rows. Those small characters were exquisite and beautiful, carved out one by the rough big sword like flowers blooming. The sword styles were powerful and fierce, but they managed to produce such lifelike, delicate handwriting. Jia Meng was deeply shocked by the sharp contrast between two decisively different styles appearing under one man's sword at the same time. Jia Rong was also a one-star warrior. Although his understanding of martial arts was not profound, he could feel the uniqueness of Yunxiao's sword styles. He held his breath and did not dare to disturb. A moment later, a poem was carved on the wall, the characters of which looked like blooming flowers. In the peach blossom land there is a peach blossom plot. A peach blossom lover lives in a peach blossom cot. The peach blossom lover plants peach trees in days fine. He sells his peach blossoms for money to buy wine. With the appearance of the poem, a place full of peach blossoms suddenly emerged in front of the two men. They felt as if they were suddenly under peach blossoms falling from all over the sky. After he had finished speaking, he did not wait to hear Jia Meng's answer. Jia Meng was completely immersed in the strokes that contained the amazing sword intent, and peach blossoms were in full bloom over his spiritual altar. He could no longer hear Yunxiao. All of a sudden, he sat cross-legged down and began to rotate his primordial qi, falling into deep thought. Jia Rong said in astonishment, "Young Master Yun." Yunxiao shook his head slightly. "Let's go, it's time to do our own thing." They closed the door of the training room and went back to the place where Yunxiao had refined the black girl. This time, Jia Rong gave a very strict order that no one was allowed to disturb them even if the king died. His rebellious order startled Lu Yao, but she nodded and passed on the order nonetheless. After Liang Wenyu learned about this, he sent 4 martial masters to guard the door for them, just in case. Yunxiao walked around the refining room and chose several tough cauldrons, tapping them a few times to show that he was satisfied. Last time, he had blown up an excellent cauldron. If it were other alchemists, they would have been asked for compensation. But instead of scolding him, Zhang Qingfen and Su Han took the damaged cauldron to study. "We'll use these few cauldrons. Let's make the first batch of pills," said Yunxiao. "Your job is mainly to learn, but you will take over when my soul power is exhausted. I don't expect you to do much, but I need you to do all the odd tasks for me." Upon hearing that his main job was to learn, Jia Rong's eyes lit up and he said hastily, "Odd tasks are good. I like to do all the odd tasks for young Master Yun." Yunxiao narrowed his eyes slightly and sent a stream of divine sense into the divine realm tablet in his dantian. Suddenly, a beam of light flowed over the tablet and then rushed to his eyebrows. A third eye seemed to appear between his 2 eyes, from which came shooting out a beam of light. In just a flash, the whole refining room was filled with various materials. Jia Rong was taken aback. Staring blankly at the room full of things, he exclaimed in horror, "Young Master Yun, you didn't empty the association's inventory, did you? These things are from the Li family's vault. I've moved them all here. We will use what we need, and I will return them to their original place when we are done." Jia Rong clicked his tongue secretly. The Li family was the #1 leader in Tianshui's military, but Yunxiao had emptied its vault. As his mind wandered, Yunxiao said in a low voice, "Some of the medicinal pills I'm going to refine this time are things of pure yang. With my current soul power, I fear that I cannot control the whole process. Even if a person's skill is excellent, it is absolutely impossible to replace the role of soul power. Therefore, the first thing we have to do is to advance to the second tier of alchemists. You and I both need to advance," Jia Rong put on a straight face. His flattering appearance suddenly disappeared, and his eyes flashed with the light of an alchemist. "Understood, young Master Yun," he answered loudly. "Good." Yunxiao was very satisfied with his attitude. "But before that, I'll have a cup of tea." Jia Rong, while Yunxiao was cultivating in seclusion, a major event occurred in Tianshui. The patriarch of the Li family, Li Chunyang, who everyone thought was controlled by Li Ye, suddenly appeared. Not only did he regain the power of the family, but also declared Li Ye a spy of the enemy state. He issued a statewide killing order and swore that he would kill anyone who sheltered this man. His high-profile comeback had cheered up the military circle of Tianshui, which had been in the doldrums, as if it had been re-injected with vitality. Military figures began to appear frequently and actively in the court, making everyone speculate. In addition, Li Chunyang also took the opportunity to root out Li's accomplices and confiscate the property of several court officials in the capital. These court officials were all those who supported Li Yi and suppressed the Li family during his absence. Several of them were beaten to death while trying to stop the Li family from ransacking their mansions, and their bodies were fed to the dogs. This had completely shocked all other officials in the court. For a moment, people were in a panic. In the beginning, many powerful officials requested the king to impeach Li Chunyang. However, after the bodies of the killed officials were dragged to the market and fed to the dogs, the whole court immediately quieted down, and no one dared to say another word. The whole state seemed to acquiesce in his misbehavior, allowing him to beat all his political opponents and confiscate their properties until the matter gradually subsided. But the main character of the whole incident seemed to have disappeared completely, never to be seen again. In the Prime Minister's residence, the Lan family's courtyard. The current chief advisor of the state, Prime Minister Lan Hong, was sipping tea and listening to the report given to him by his men. The Deputy Minister of Rights, Zhang Beisheng, had 7 family members killed and was robbed of 7 million gold coins worth of property. Among those killed were his 6th concubine, one of his nephews, and 5 servants. 23 people were seriously injured with either their arms or legs broken, and hundreds were slightly injured. Zhang Beisheng himself had his left leg broken. A well-dressed man beside Lan Honghai's eldest son, and also Lan Shuan and Lanfei's father Lan Guang said angrily, "Father, do we just let that old codger act arbitrarily and kill all the loyal officials of the court at will? Does he mean to revolt?" Lan Hong put down his cup and said with a smile, "Lan Guang, you're still too short-sighted and cannot see the facts. If Li Chunyang really wanted to revolt, he wouldn't have made such a scene. Right now, he is just picking up some flies and ants to fight. It doesn't matter at all. Is he just venting his grievances about his imprisonment?" Lan Hong snorted coldly and looked at Lan Guang contemptuously. "Do you really think this old codger is so easy to be imprisoned? He had most likely turned Li's trick to his own use and deliberately hidden for a period of time. With that, he could see the current situation clearly and at the same time. Find out the enemies of the Li family who were hidden in the dark. Oh, he also took this opportunity to make some money. Over the past few days, I reckon he must have obtained hundreds of millions of gold coins by confiscating the property of his political opponents. So much." Startled, Lan Guang blurted out, "Why didn't His Majesty do anything to him?" "His Majesty, HMPH. Lan Hong said coldly, "His Majesty is too old to do anything. Moreover, he is also waiting. He wants to see what Li Chunyang is really up to. If I am right, Li Chunyang will turn over more than half of the money he has collected to the state treasury by the day after tomorrow at the latest." It dawned on Lan Guang at last, and he said, "I understand now. Over the years, the Li family has been suppressed by His Majesty, especially financially, which has caused them to make ends meet every year. He is taking the opportunity to refill his family's treasury. But hundreds of millions of gold coins is really a horrifying figure. If he doesn't turn over half, how can His Majesty rest assured?" Lan Hong took a sip of tea. His eyes became more and more cloudy as he muttered to himself, "Why did this old codger jump out at this time? Has he seen the situation clearly? How? Why can't I see it? Father, the situation you mentioned, could it be?" Lan Hong raised his hand to interrupt him. "For what do you think His Majesty has allowed him to misbehave? For the gold coins," he said coldly. "HMPH, haven't you noticed that among those people Li Chunyang dealt with, apart from those who have resentment with the Li family, the rest are all from Prince Qinyang's faction? He used to be in favor of Prince Qinyang, that's all. At our level, if the situation is unclear, we will not easily choose sides. Moreover, the decline of the Li family is an indisputable fact. The incident of Li Yi is the best touchstone for the Li family. Once Li Chunyang falls and Li Chengfeng is suppressed, the Li family will definitely fall apart. Li Chunyang saw the situation clearly, and so did His Majesty, so he should not have chosen sides so hastily. What the hell is he thinking? Has he got any information we haven't?" Lan Guang was also puzzled. Prince Qinyang should have a better chance of winning. And that's what people want. After pondering for a moment, Lan Hong said, "Could it be that he wants to put all his eggs in one basket? If he helps Qin Yue succeed in his accession to the throne, he will undoubtedly be the greatest contributor, and the Li family will continue to prosper for hundreds of years. HMPH, Li Chunyang, you are really bold. If you lose, your family will be beyond redemption. Father, shall we do something?" "No," Lan Hong said in a low voice. "We must be cautious right now. We've got a lot of talented juniors in our family, while the Li family has no capable person apart from the recently emerged Li Yunxiao. However, this Li Yunxiao is somewhat mysterious indeed." Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said in shock, "Is the reason Li Chunyang dares to put all his eggs in one basket is it because that Li Yunxiao can cure Xiao Qingweng's internal injuries?" Lan Guang's heart skipped a beat as he blurted out, "How is it possible? Xiao Qingweng's injuries are beyond the power of the whole state. But if he really supports Qin Yue, the final outcome will be even more uncertain." Lan Hong sighed and said seriously, "Lan Guang, you must remember that you cannot expose your intentions and strength too early under any circumstances during this period of regime change. Even if we don't render any meritorious service, we must not make any mistakes. Only in this way can our family continue to pass on in Tianshui." "I understand, Father." Lan Guang bowed deeply. While Li Chunyang was collecting wealth on a large scale, Qin Yang, the eldest prince, was in deep anxiety. He was visited by his subordinate officials every day to complain. These people were all his direct subordinates, and many of them were secretly supporting him. If he let Li Chunyang continue to cause trouble and did nothing, it would chill the hearts of those who supported him. He had visited the palace several times to seek an audience with the king, but he was rejected every single time. He knew that his father had shunned him. He also knew exactly what the king was thinking. Li Chunyang's mischief had suppressed his power and slightly balanced the strength of the two princes, which was a situation the king would like to see. Of course, the king's only dissatisfaction was how this incident had enriched the Li family's financial resources. Qin Yang was extremely angry after being turned away several times, so he began to gather his men to find countermeasures. Some said that they should continue to endure, while others said that they should raise their banner straight away. The different opinions made his already agitated mood more violent. Just then, a strong voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Let me provide your highness 3 plans to ensure that your highness can successfully ascend to the throne." Qin Yang's face flickered, and his eyes burst with a light as he recognized the owner of the voice. "How could you, a spy from the state of Beijing, still have the courage to come to see me? You are the one who caused all this. Since you are here, leave your head behind," he cried out in a cold voice. At his command, a large number of warriors poured in from everywhere and surrounded the 3 visitors. Seeing this, Li burst out laughing. "Your Highness, you are already in a dangerous situation. Why do you still want to kill me, the only person who can help you now?" Qin Yang said coldly. "What a joke. I am the Prince of Tianshui, and you are a spy from Beijing. It is only natural that I kill you." A murderous aura suddenly exploded out from the 2 men standing behind Li Yi, who were dressed in silvery white martial outfits. A chill immediately spread in the hall, causing the temperature to drop sharply. It was so cold that some civil officials were even shivering now. Standing next to Qin Yang, Gao Feng's pupils constricted. He leaned over and whispered into the former's ear. "These 2 men are extremely strong, both of them being martial lords. This Li Yi is not simple either. He has the cultivation base of a great martial master." A sneer flashed on Li Yi's face as he cocked his head triumphantly and said, "With the strength of the 3 of us, your highness will have to pay a pretty steep price if you want to take us down. And it will be a major blow to your current strength." Seeing Qin Yang remain silent, he went on, "Besides, the purpose of my visit is entirely to help your highness. Why don't your highness let me present the 3 plans? Oh, I recently heard that Li Chunyang seems to have made contact with Qin Yue." Qin Yang's expression finally changed. This was exactly what he feared the most at present. With anger surging in his eyes, he said in a low voice, "Tell me, then." Li strode forward as he cleared his throat and said, "Li Chunyang's strength has greatly improved after he came out of seclusion, and he seems to show a faint sign of breaking through to the realm of martial kings. Both his personal strength and the strength of the military he represents are going to be a tremendous help to Qin Yue, making it difficult for your highness to compete. Therefore, my first plan is to transfer Li Chunyang out of the capital." Qin Yang sneered. "Li Chunyang is a very powerful man with a senior status. Even His Majesty might not be able to transfer him out of the capital. If your other 2 plans are as whimsical and laughable as this, you don't have to tell me anymore." A trace of anger appeared on Li's face. "Since I dare to say it, I naturally have great confidence," he snorted coldly. "There is no need for your highness to worry about this. I will naturally do my best to make this work. When that happens, your highness just needs to make use of the favorable situation to push matters through." Oh, Qin Yang looked incredulous as he said suspiciously, "So you have a way of transferring Li Chunyang out of the capital? Well, I'm very interested to hear it." Li smiled, his eyes gleaming as he said lightly, "The city of Kunjin and the Great Python Mountain are on the border between Tianshui and Beijing. The mountain is full of wild animals, including even legendary demon beasts, making it extremely difficult for ordinary people to pass through. In addition, the terrain there is high in the east and low in the west, forming a natural barrier. Your state has stationed an army, the Golden Lion Army, in Whitehead Town near Great Python Mountain, whose commander happens to be your highness's man." Qin Yang's pupils constricted as he said in a serious voice, "Say whatever is on your mind." Li snorted softly as he narrowed his eyes and said, "I wish to borrow a written permission from your highness so that our troops can pass through Great Python Mountain and Whitehead Town, then march from the south and surround Kunjin, trapping Li Changfeng and his flying dragon army, who are stationed in the city." "Pa!" Qin Yang broke the armrest of his chair with a palm strike and bellowed, "In your dreams. If Whitehead Town and Kunjin are lost, then 13 cities in the eastern part of our state will completely lose their barrier and be exposed to your heavy cavalry. At that time, what we will lose is not only 1 town and 1 city, but more than half of our land." Li said hurriedly, "Your highness, you need not be angry. The purpose of sending troops is only to help you. As soon as the task is completed, they will naturally withdraw from Kunjin." Qin Yang sneered, "Do you think I am a 3-year-old child?" "Li Yi, I didn't expect you to have a talent for telling jokes." Li Yi reddened slightly. Your Highness, why don't you listen to all my plans and weigh your gains and losses before giving me the answer? 0 men can last for 3 months at most. By that time, Li Chunyang, who is far away in the capital, will naturally not be able to sit still. He will definitely assemble an army and leave the capital to rescue his son. Once he leaves, it will be the best time for your Highness to strike. He glanced at Qin Yang and found that the prince was expressionless while quietly listening to him. So he went on, there are 3 military forces in the capital, the armed force belonging to the Li family headed by Li Chunyang, the imperial guards under the king's command, and the force headed by your Highness. As long as Li Chunyang leaves the capital and we can pull Long Qing to our side, the whole capital will be in your Highness's hands. That will be the time to carry out my second plankle Xiao Qingwang. With a murderous look, he said coldly, Xiao Qingwang has not recovered from his internal injuries. Whether that little bast RD Li Yunxiao can really cure him or not, his strength will be greatly reduced. Your Highness won't need to do anything, as I'll send someone to carry out this plan for your Highness. Why should I kill Commander Xiao? Qin Yang snarled. You are making me destroy my own shield. If he's gone, who else in my state can resist the martial kings from your state? Your Highness, if Li Yunxiao really cured Xiao Qingwang, is he on your side or Qin Yue's side? Li is sneered. At that time, Qin Yue will have not only Zhang Lishan, but also Xiao Qingwang. If that happened, your Highness will not be able to achieve what you want even if Li Chunyang is transferred out of the capital. A trace of shock mixed with anger flashed through Qin Yang's eyes, and he then fell silent. He was originally in a good situation, but it seemed that the situation had become precarious ever since Li Yunxiao appeared. Then I will kill Li Yunxiao straight away so that he can't treat Xiao Qingwang, he said furiously. Li also became very angry when he heard the name and said with a towering killing intent, Li Yunxiao must be killed, but we cannot let Xiao Qingwang go either. Your Highness had once sent someone to assassinate Qin Yue and Li Yunxiao, but what was the result? He deliberately glanced at Gao Feng, who was standing beside Qin Yang, and the latter's face suddenly turned cold. Not only did the assassination fail, they even lost a deputy commander of the state guardians. The failure had made both Gao Feng and Qin Yang extremely furious. Once we have killed Xiao Qingwang, Commander Gao will be the commander-in-chief of the state guardians, Li continued. With all 5 units of the state guardians, as well as the whole court under control, tell me, Your Highness, do you think you can achieve what you want? Qin Yang seemed to have been persuaded. His eyes flickered with a bright gleam and his breath grew short. And Zhang Lishan, he's Qin Yue's teacher, and having him on his side is also a major problem. Li sneered inwardly but put on a serious look on his face and said, Zhang Lishan's strength has improved a lot over the years. We have no confidence in getting rid of him. However, after we've killed Xiao Qingwang, we can keep him in check when your Highness stages the uprising so he doesn't have time to help Qin Yue. The third plan is to get everything ready so that when your Highness rises up, all the people will answer your call and pledge their allegiance to you. Qin Yang's face was flushed with excitement. After calming his restless mood, he said slowly, What does Beijing want? I will never give you Kunjin and Whitehead. He had been an army commander for many years and he knew the state geography very well. If this city and town were lost, he would have lost his bargaining chips when the heavy cavalry Beijing marched south. Li laughed and said kindly, Your Highness is treating us as outsiders. Since we are willing to help your Highness in this way, we naturally regard your Highness as family. Our condition is very simple, that is, your state must withdraw from the upcoming competition for the ranking of the upper states. In addition to giving our state some material help, your state must also help my state win the ranking of the upper state in terms of force at the critical moment. Qin Yang arched his eyebrows and said in disbelief, That's simple. Yes, it's as simple as that, Li laughed. To tell the truth, with Tianshui's current national strength, it is already very difficult for you to compete for the next ranking of the upper states. Our state has been recuperating in the past 5 years. Under the wise leadership of His Majesty, Beijing's national strength is getting stronger, so the position of the upper state is almost in our pocket this time. Of course, other opponents are also very strong, so we need your Highness to do all you can to help my state rise to the top. Qin Yang was lost in thought. Tianshui's retrogression was inevitable, but he was confident that he could lead the state to the position of an upper state again in a few years as long as he ascended to the throne. With a look of determination in his eyes, he said, How can I believe you will withdraw after surrounding Kunjin? Li smiled and said, Even if we make a detour to surround Kunjin, as long as Li Chengfeng stays in the city, they will attack us from inside and outside when Li Chunyang's rescue arrives, and we will suffer heavy losses. At this moment when the ranking battle is approaching, Beijing does not want to waste any strength. The only purpose of our troops is to suppress Li Chunyang and help your Highness ascend to the throne. He took out a list and handed it to Qin Yang. These are some of the materials our state needs. I hope your Highness can fulfill it after ascending to the throne. Qin Yang took the list, and his face immediately turned green when he gave it a look. Although he had guessed that Beijing would not be so nice to him, such extortion was too naked. In addition to a large number of gold coins, food, and equipment, they also requested 50 first-grade mystic weapons, 15 second-grade mystic weapons, 3 third-grade mystic weapons, 500 first-grade medicinal pills, 100 second-grade medicinal pills, and 20 third-grade medicinal pills. Li Yi, you're pushing me too far. You are emptying Tianshu's treasury by asking for so much material. Qin Yang threw the list away in a rage. Gao Feng's face also grew unsightly after he glanced at the list from the corner of his eye. Li Yi smiled and said, "These things are just worldly possessions. Compared to the throne, your highness should be able to weigh what is more important. If your highness has made a decision, come to me at any time." He dipped his finger in a glass of wine and wrote down his current residence address on the table before leaving with a smile. Qin Yang sat in the hall with a gloomy face, lost in thought. All his subordinates looked at each other and talked in low voices. At this moment, Yunxiao and Jia Rong were still cultivating in seclusion within the Alchemist Association. This is the 20th. Jia Rong wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out a round, milky pill from a black cauldron. Although his face was pale, his eyes were gleaming and he looked happy. Good, take a soul-nourishing pill and continue after rest. Sitting in an array with his eyes closed, Yunxiao said softly, "Bring me 1,000 birds pill." Yes, Jia Rong walked to a long table and put the pill he had just refined into a transparent jade box. There was already a heap of identical pills inside. Looking at them, he had a complicated feeling in his heart. These pills were called mysterious fire pills, which were genuine second-grade medicinal pills and could only be refined by second-tier alchemists. However, he had effortlessly refined them under Yunxiao's guidance. Not only that, he had even mass-produced them. He put his hands into the other 2 jade boxes, fishing out a green pill and a pale yellow pill respectively. After taking them out, he frowned and said, "Young Master Yun, there is only one soul-nourishing pill left, and there are not many thousand birds pills left." With his eyes still closed, Yunxiao said slowly, "After you take this soul-nourishing pill and restore your soul power, refine a cauldron of soul-nourishing pills, then stop refining the mysterious fire pills and help me refine some 1,000 birds pills. I will refine the soul-nourishing pills and 1,000 birds pills." Jia Rong trembled and said excitedly, "Young Master Yun, are you going to pass me the recipes of these 2 pills?" Yunxiao frowned slightly as he opened his eyes and threw out a piece of paper, then said coldly, "You have been with me for so long, why do you still behave like a novice? They are just low-level medicinal pills. Why are you so excited?" Jia Rong hurriedly ran over and picked up the paper on the ground, shaking with excitement. Although he had not yet taken the soul-nourishing pill, he seemed to have fully recovered already. He did not dare to say a word for fear of being scolded again. Although it was not a bad thing to be scolded by Yunxiao, this soul-nourishing pill was by no means a low-level pill, but an upgraded product of the first-grade soul-nourishing pill. Although it was only a second-grade pill, its effect seemed to be stronger than some other second-grade soul-nourishing pills. In the past, whenever Jia Rong exhausted his soul power, it took him at least 3 days to recover if he took other second-grade soul-nourishing pills. But now when he took this soul-nourishing pill, it only took 1 day. This was an absolutely amazing effect, which was tantamount to increasing the efficiency of alchemists by 3 times, and also increasing the cultivating effect on soul power by 3 times. If this news were to spread, even the 4th-tier Alchemist Association in Firecrow Empire would send someone here to ask for the recipe, not to mention those 5th-grade Alchemist Associations in the surrounding regions. Perhaps it would even get them killed. And that 1,000 birds pill was not a simple medicinal pill either. According to Yunxiao, although the medicinal pills taken by common warriors to directly improve their strength tasted good and felt extremely comfortable after consuming, there were always hidden risks in the strength obtained by medicinal pills. However, this pill was not an ordinary pill that enhanced strength, but a pill that could stimulate the body. It did not improve the strength of warriors through the power contained in itself, but continuously stimulated the potential of the warrior's body through mild stimulation, thus achieving the miraculous effect of cultivating the physical body and meridians together. Its disadvantage was that it tasted terrible, and when taken, it stung the entire body as if 1,000 birds were pecking at the flesh. Everyone who pursued martial arts was extremely tough, so this kind of pain was nothing at all. After taking the last 1,000 birds pill, Yunxiao continued to sit cross-legged in the array to cultivate. Basically, all the refining tasks were handed over to Jia Rong. Although he was extremely tired, Jia Rong's heart was filled with tremendous happiness. He wished he could continue refining pills like this for the rest of his life. After taking the soul-nourishing pill, he sat opposite Yunxiao and began to nourish his soul. He felt streams of coolness flowing into his spiritual altar, which made him feel extremely comfortable. His recovery this time seemed to be much faster than before, and his soul fire seemed to be stirring. This, Jia Rong was pleasantly surprised. This was the sign of breaking through to the 2nd tier. He was deeply disappointed when his previous opportunity of breaking through to the 2nd tier was interrupted. However, that opportunity was actually triggered for no reason when he enlightened over the bottleneck during his study of alchemy. He knew it was just a coincidence, and with his soul power at that time, he could not break through at all. Even so, every second he immersed himself in that state, he got more experience and understanding, which were of great benefit to his future breakthrough. But how long had it been? How did the opportunity come again? Jia Rong was dumbstruck. He did not dare to be careless, and began to cautiously exercise the soul-cultivating technique Yunxiao had taught him, slowly gathering his soul power in his mind, and carefully feeling the slight quiver of his soul fire. The quivering rhythm grew stronger and stronger, driving the pace of his life force, and making his soul fire almost break through the shackles and enter a completely new world. Jia Rong held back his intense excitement. This rhythm was exactly what he felt when he broke through the first tier. It was a sign of success. All of a sudden, a panicked voice exploded in the refining room. "Young Master Yun, something has happened to your family. Master Liang asked me to call you out of your seclusion." Lu Yao's anxious voice came in. Puke. Jia Rong, who was at a critical juncture, was shocked by the voice and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and the rhythm of his soul fire was completely disrupted, causing it to wreak havoc in his mind. Young Master Yun, his heart was filled with fear. Although he had never experienced this situation, he had read it in the notes of many senior alchemists. It was a very serious soul storm which could hurt his soul or, if serious, leave him completely unconscious and become a vegetable. At some point, Yunxiao was already standing in front of Jia Rong. He put a hand gently on his shoulder and then said softly, "Open your eyes and look at me." His words seemed to have a magical power. Jia Rong raised his head unconsciously and opened his frightened eyes to look into his eyes. Yunxiao's pupils began to turn into two demonic-looking red crescent moons with boundless black backgrounds, making Jia Rong feel as if he had been sucked into the world within the pupils. All of a sudden, the red moons and the black collapsed at the same time, and the clouds between heaven and earth all dispersed, revealing a clear sky on which faint golden dots could be vaguely seen. Then, these golden dots suddenly gathered together, transformed into a line of large characters while glowing with a dazzling golden light. Great expansion, divine technique. At the moment when the four golden characters appeared, Jia Rong felt as if his eyes were pierced by tens of millions of golden needles. At the same time, a force that made his soul tremble rushed directly into his mind and burst into full bloom. Puke. He screamed and felt his head crack as he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Then, after hearing a deafening rumble ring out in his mind, he fell to the ground in pain and lost consciousness. Yunxiao's eyes returned to normal. He examined Jia Rong, then took out a gold needle and inserted it into Jia Rong's head. Jia Rong screamed again and suddenly jumped up from the ground. Jia Rong held his head in his hands with grievance and cried out, "Young Master Yun, how miserable my life is. Just now I had a chance to break through to the second tier again, and I was on the verge of success. Beauty your friend Lu Yao, she is really my bane. Second tier, aren't you already second tier?" Yunxiao snorted. Jia Rong froze for a moment, then found that his mind was extremely clear, and there was a freshness flowing in his soul that he had never felt before. He jumped up in an instant and blurted out in horror, ha 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 ha, second tier, this is really the second tier. Haha, I've really advanced to the second tier. Oh heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? Young Master Yun, please hit me hard, see if I'm dreaming. Bam. Yunxiao punched Jia Rong in the chest and sent him crashing to the floor. The floor paved with diamond rock instantly cracked with thousands of lines. Meanwhile, Jia Rong's eyeballs bulged as he opened his mouth and coughed out another mouthful of blood. He felt a sharp pain as all the bones in his chest were broken. While putting back the bones in pain, he struggled to his feet and said with a sad face, "Young Master Yun, although I asked you to hit me, you didn't have to be so brutal, did you?" Suddenly his sad face froze and he said in shock, "Young Master Yun, your strength?" Yunxiao sighed. "It took me so many thousand birds' pills to break through and become a 6 stars warrior. It seems that the pill has no more effect on my body, as it can hardly stimulate my potential further. But fortunately, I have also broken through to the realm of second-tier alchemists." Through cultivating the tyrant body tempering technique, his physical strength was far beyond that of ordinary warriors, so the stimulation of 1,000 birds' pills to his flesh and meridians was getting weaker and weaker. He took out the alchemist's badge and toyed with it in his hand as he said, "I'm finally worthy of this badge now." Jia Rong stood with a blank face for a moment before crying out, "Heavens, this is bullshit. Young Master Yun, you weren't even a warrior when I first met you, were you? And you weren't even an alchemist, right? You were nothing at that time, but it didn't take long for you to become a 6 stars warrior and second-tier alchemist. My heart can't take this blow," Yunxiao said coldly, "then I'll help you change to a new heart." Jia Rong trembled with fear and jumped to the side. His chest was still feeling a sharp pain, and he was covered in blood, looking extremely sorry. Young Master Yun, do you hear me? There is something urgent going on in your family. Master Liang asked me to call you out of your seclusion." Lu Yao's voice rang out again. Yunxiao went to the long table and glanced at the few kinds of pills placed on it, then reached out a hand and put them all away. After that, he performed several incantation gestures, and the door of the refining room slowly opened. At the moment the door was opened, he saw Lu Yao's slim figure bolt backward and hide in a corner, as if she was worried that the people inside the room would suddenly attack her. Yunxiao said with a wry smile, "Am I such a crass man? No matter what happens, I won't attack a beautiful girl." Lu Yao blushed and said hastily, "Young Master Yun, something bad happened. Your father is besieged in Kunjin by an army from Beijing, who have cut off all news. Duke Jingguo is so furious that he is going to lead the army to the rescue, so he told us to call you out of your seclusion and ask you to go back to preside over your family affairs. An army from Beijing is besieging Kunjin." Yunxiao's pupils constricted and his face grew cold. "I've only been in seclusion for a dozen days, and these people are turning things upside down. It seems they're all tired of living. If that is the case, I don't mind teaching them a lesson." He headed for the exit without looking back. Jia Rong followed hurriedly, completely forgetting that he had not changed into a clean suit. Although Yunxiao said those words in a flat tone, they gave Lu Yao a chill. She shook her head slightly. "I'm not qualified to intervene in these matters. I'd better do my duty as a waitress." However, in her heart, she wished that nothing would happen to Yunxiao. She went into the refining room, intending to clean and tidy it. But as soon as she walked in and took a look, she was totally stunned. Heavens, what happened here? Everything in the room was in tatters. Not only was the array destroyed, but the walls and floors were all cracked into countless lines, as if they were about to collapse at any time. This was the best refining room in the association. Master Liang, Master Liang." After she collected her wits, she hurried to Liang Wenyu's office. Jai Meng had been sitting in front of the Alchemist Association for 3 days. He sat there cross-legged in meditation, ignoring the fact that many people were passing around him. Occasionally, people who knew him passed by and were also baffled by him. Lu Yao had been kind enough to bring him water and food, but he refused them all. He just sat there quietly, turning a blind eye to what was happening around him and meditating peacefully, as if he were in the training room. That was until Yunxiao came down the stairs with Jia Rong. This was the first time Jai Meng had opened his eyes in the past 3 days. He got up from the ground and strode forward. Upon feeling his strong aura, everyone moved to both sides in horror, making way for passage. On the other side stood Yunxiao with a calm expression. Jai Meng took a few steps and came to Yunxiao in an instant. Then he raised his hands over his head and bowed deeply as he said in a clear voice, "From today on, I'm willing to follow young Master Yun and obey young Master Yun's orders. I hope young Master Yun can teach me higher martial arts." At last, he had completely submitted to Yunxiao after comprehending the Peach Blossom poem and was willing to serve him wholeheartedly. All the people in the lobby heard him clearly, and they looked at the young man in surprise, all guessing his identity. Those who knew Jai Meng's identity were even more shocked as they gaped at Yunxiao. At the same time, many people also recognized Jia Rong. When they saw him following Yunxiao with such a messy look, their mouths all dropped open. Those standing around who know Jai Meng's identity were all startled. Who was Jai Meng? He was a great martial master. It was a known fact that the further an individual went on the path of martial arts, the more difficult it would be to advance. And when it came to the level of a great martial master, every step was as difficult as climbing the sky. However, from what they heard from this young man, it only took Jai Meng more than 10 days to step into the realm of 2 stars. How was that possible? What turned their faces black was that even though Jai Meng had made it to the level of 2 stars in such a short period of time, his talent was just mediocre in this boy's eyes. Except for Jia Rong, everyone was cursing in their hearts. "Fu Ke, this boy is really ignorant." With a hint of shame on his face, Jai Meng said seriously, "I'm stupid and have failed to meet your expectations. But as the ancient saying goes, diligence can make up for weakness. I will certainly pay 10 times 100 times more efforts than others so that I can follow and serve you." Yunxiao nodded and said, "Since ancient times, those who have been able to achieve supreme martial arts not only have had extraordinary talents, but also great attitude and persistence, which are more important than anything else. Your attitude is very good, I like it. From today on, you will be my confidant." Overjoyed, Jai Meng naturally stood behind Yunxiao, alongside Jia Rong. Of course, Jia Rong showed an envious expression as he asked flatteringly, "Young Master Yun, since Commander Jai is already your confidant, what about me?" Yunxiao put on a straight face and said coldly, "Aren't you my servant? When you break through to the 4th tier, I'll consider accepting you as my confidant." Servant, 4th tier. Upon hearing their conversation, the eyes of those around them all grew wide, and many even bit their tongues in shock and cried out in pain. What shocked them even more was that the usually aloof and cynical Jia Rong showed no sign of anger. Instead, he said with a long face, "When will I be able to advance to the 4th tier? Young Master Yun, please let me follow you." Yunxiao frowned and said, "It depends on your performance. I will think it over. In the next few days, you will work hard to refine 10,000 birds' pills for Jai Meng. There are so many people watching us here like we are monkeys. We'll talk about other things later. Jia Rong nodded, then his eyes grew cold as he glanced around. All those swept by his gaze felt a chill in their hearts. They shivered and quickly turned away. I thought I had the wrong guy. He's really Master Jia Rong, and his cold and murderous gaze is sharper than before. Heavens, who the hell is that boy? Ignoring the thoughts of those onlookers, the three of them left the Alchemist Association straight away. A group of people stood side by side outside the door. Their expressions were serious, and they emanated very powerful aura. As soon as Yunxiao came out of the door, a masked woman in the lead chuckled and said, Bai Mu is waiting for young Master Yun here on Prince Yue's order. Yunxiao laughed. Well, it's my honor to have Commander Bai greet me personally. Bai Mu smiled and said, the situation in the capital is tense now. Prince Yue worries that some people with bad intentions will harm you, so he sent me here to greet you. She brought 3 tall steeds for Yunxiao and his company. Then, the group of people rode slowly toward Prince Yue's residence. During this period, many soldiers were patrolling in the capital, and the common people were all used to it. However, the sharp people still smelled major events emerging in the horizon, making them shake their heads and sigh. As they crossed the street in front of Prince Yue's residence, countless arrows suddenly flew in from all directions. The strength of these arrows was so strong that they produced faint whistles, and their number was so great that they seemed to have blotted the entire sky. Shockingly, they were not weaker than the attack of ordinary warriors. Protect young Master Yun and Master Jia. Bai Mu's pupils constricted as she leaped from her horse after giving out an order and performed a hand incantation gesture. A beam of green light shot out of her right hand and exploded into countless small, sharp objects in the air, shooting in all directions. Immediately, miserable cries could be heard coming from all around them. Countless arrows rained down at Bai Mu, who was in mid-air, but they seemed to be blocked by an invisible force and all fell to the ground. After the first attack, she stepped on the incoming arrows and quickly went to the distance, beginning to slaughter the enemy. All the people she brought to escort Yunxiao were from the state guardians, each with at least the cultivation base of a martial master. Although the rain of arrows was deadly, it could not hurt them at all. After a moment of confusion, they were able to deal with the sudden attack in an orderly manner. Under Jai Meng's protection, Yunxiao and Jia Rong were also unscathed. Yunxiao picked up an arrow from the ground and broke it in half, throwing it away casually as he said, "This is an arrow made of green iron bamboo, a standard weapon equipped with the crossbows used by the military." Jai Meng said while frowning, "Do you mean all these people are under Prince Qin Yang?" Yunxiao nodded, "I've no doubt about it. Be careful, they won't just send these minions. The real enemy is approaching." Sure enough, after repeated screams were heard from the distance, Bai Mu seemed to have met her match. From that direction came a constant fluctuation of energy, as if she was fighting some powerful enemy. Suddenly, a ferocious voice rang out from behind Yunxiao, "Kill these people and leave no survivors." In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures poured over from all directions. Each of these men was clad in black with their faces covered, and their skills were extraordinary. They were all martial masters. As soon as they rushed into Yunxiao's group, they plunged his protectors into a chaotic battle. When Yunxiao looked at the owner of the voice, he burst out laughing. "So it was you, old eight." Li flew into a rage. Pointing at Yunxiao, he gnashed his teeth and said, "You are lucky to have Luo Yunsheng save you the last time, but you will not be so lucky this time. Senior brothers, help me keep others in check. I will kill this bast RD myself." The 2 men behind him were the Bayesian experts who had been lurking beside him, and they were also his senior brothers from the same sect. They were Guang Yuanjia and Yu Yuanwen, both martial lords. Guang Yuanjia was the man who helped Li escape from the Li family's courtyard that day. Staring at Jai Meng, he laughed disdainfully and said, "Junior brother, rest assured, none of these dogs will disturb me. You can concentrate on cutting off the boy's flesh piece by piece." Yunxiao said lightly, "I knew you had betrayed us. Well, as the saying goes, once a servant, always a servant. Since you were a servant of my family, I, as the young master of the Li family, have the obligation to get rid of the trash personally. I've had enough of your nonsense. I'm going to kill you." Li could no longer stand it. As soon as he saw Yunxiao's carefree expression, his heart was filled with a monstrous anger. He wished he could tear that face to pieces and step on it countless times. At this moment, the anger accumulated in his heart for days finally exploded out. The sword in his hand suddenly let out dragon roars as he leaped into the air and slashed down at Yunxiao's vital parts. Just as Jai Meng was about to rush over to protect Yunxiao, an extremely domineering pressure poured toward him. "Little great martial master, your opponent is me." Guang Yuanjia laughed. "Show me all the martial techniques you know and let me have a good time. Don't die in one move or it will be too boring." As he said that, he thrust his spear through the air with its tip pointing straight at Jai Meng's forehead. Specks of ice flickered across the spear, and the temperature in the surroundings dropped sharply. Jai Meng's heart sank. Not daring to be careless, he quickly turned his sword and swept it at the shaft of the spear. His slender, soft sword darted repeatedly like a serpent, piercing those ice specks. Suddenly, a beam of sword light struck at the spear, causing a blast of ice to burst out of it. As a result, Guang Yuanjia's spear was immediately knocked to the side. How is this possible? I'm a genuine martial lord, so how could a great martial master knock my spear away? After a brief lapse of concentration, he saw Jia Meng's sword flash, and then countless flowers seemed to fall from the air and sweep toward Li Yi. Shocked, he quickly raised his spear and brought it down at Jia Meng. Yunxiao took out a pill and threw it to Jia Meng. Take this pill. Help me hold these two martial lords and I will help you after I kill this servant. Hold two martial lords. Haha, do you think Jia Meng is a martial king? You really don't know the height of the sky. Li Yi sneered. How are you going to kill me with the mere strength of a warrior? I am a great martial master of the three powers realm. You're such a joker. Without Jia Meng's interference, he shook out his sword again and thrust it at Yunxiao. With a calm expression, Jia Meng took the pill Yunxiao threw to him and swallowed it without even looking at it. Suddenly, a strange force began to rotate in his dantian and quickly circulated throughout his body. The meridians inside him were expanding under the surging force, and his body swelled slightly as if he had been inflated. Jia Rong stared nervously at Jia Meng. He was not concerned about Jia Meng's life or death, but wanted to know the effect of the pill. He had witnessed Yunxiao refine this pill. It was an enhanced version of the Origin Blasting Pill. Guang Yuanjia sneered disdainfully. An Origin Blasting Pill. No matter what kind of medicinal pill you take, it can't change the fact that you are a great martial master. Under the realm of martial lords, you are nothing but an ant. At this moment, Jia Meng noticed the abnormality of the pill. He was a 9 stars great martial master. Normally, he could at most have the strength of a peak 9 stars great martial master after taking an Origin Blasting Pill. Because the pill had a unique property, its purity determined the level that a warrior could break through after the energy surge. However, no matter how pure the pill was, it was absolutely impossible for a warrior to break through into the next realm. In other words, even if a peak 9 stars great martial master took this pill, his strength could never break through to the realm of martial lords. But to Jia Meng's great surprise, his primordial chi was still rising after soaring to the peak level of a 9 stars great martial master, regardless of whether his body could bear it. And in a few blinks of an eye, it had arrived at the bottleneck of great martial masters. An unspeakable sense of oppression made his whole body red, and his muscles grew larger than before, giving him a feeling that he was about to explode and die while waves of powerful aura kept spreading from him. Even Guang Yuanjia and Yu Yuanwen were staring at him in astonishment as they thought, this fellow will not die like this. Will he? Roar, roar, roar. All of a sudden, Jia Meng threw his head back and let out 3 deafening roars, and his aura soared once more. Then the red all over him was gone and his muscles stopped bulging as, well, he was completely back to normal, but a murderous aura was quietly spreading from his eyes. What? This aura? Guang Yuanjia cried out in disbelief, his eyes full of horror. Yu Yuanwen's eyes widened as he blurted out, Martial Lord. He has reached the realm of martial lords. Heavens, what pill did he take just now? Why can it make a warrior break through a realm? With a gloomy face, Guang Yuanjia said ferociously, so what if you break through to the realm of martial lords? You are merely having the primordial chi level of the realm, and your understanding of martial arts is still far from enough. Today, I'll show you the huge difference between a genuine martial lord and a fake martial lord. He shook out his spear and cried out softly, mountain wings, unseal. Waves of energy burst out of the spear. In a flash, the spear that had been gray all over turned silver, with rings of silver light rippling out of its shaft. Just the aura of the spear alone had made many martial masters in the surroundings feel uneasy and retreat in horror. Ice erodes the soul, Guang Yuanjia cried out. The natural primordial chi within a radius of 10 meters seemed to have been drained away, turning into streams of cold air and raining down from the sky. Then the spear pierced through the air with a jolt of his arms and went straight at Jia Meng. The attack was delivered with all his might. Although Jia Meng's strength had reached the realm of martial lords by relying on a medicinal pill, he did not dare to be careless. After stepping over the threshold of the martial lord realm, Jia Meng felt a kind of strength and state of mind he had never felt before. At this moment of breakthrough, his cognition and comprehension of martial arts reached a new level. The poem left by Yunxiao and the Alchemist Association once again appeared in his mind, and a brand new understanding also emerged in his head, giving him a feeling of enlightenment. It was not only strength that had advanced for him at this moment. Spirit Snake, unseal. Jia Meng's eyes sparkled and his face was calm. He completely forgot that his strength had improved because of the medicinal pill. He felt as if he had really broken through, and no matter who the enemy was ahead of him. He had full confidence in winning. After the Spirit Snake was unsealed, it turned into a small snake, slithering through the ice flakes all over the sky. Wherever it passed, a sharp sound of ice breaking could be heard, and pink peach blossoms fell out of the thin air. It was as if the spring breeze was gusting across the land, blowing away all the ice and snow and making the peach blossoms bloom. Clang. Suddenly, Mountain Wings was caught by Spirit Snake, which wrapped around the shaft like a long ribbon and then wound upward rapidly. Guang Yuanjia was shocked. He could not believe that his ice energy was broken by Jia Meng's inexplicable sword intent, and that the spear in his hand was entangled by the sword and could not move at all. The snake-like sword kept climbing up with an intense murderous aura and was about to cut off his arm. Extreme ice, detonate. He cried out while pouring all the energy in him into the spear and detonating it instantly. The spear let out a miserable wail as streams of icy force blasted out of it, sweeping out in all directions. Under the impact of the force, Jia Meng's sword quickly shrank back, but wherever it passed, it still sliced through the icy air, causing the surrounding temperature to rise again. Guang Yuanjia simply detonated the energy on the spear. Although this could produce a great power, the energy consumed was extremely terrifying, and could also cause great damage to the mystic weapon. He would not have done so unless he had to. After avoiding the crisis, he immediately felt that his aura was greatly weakened, and the energy in his body was at its lowest level. Shocked and angry, he was about to go mad when he suddenly noticed that the temperature around him was rising. When he looked up, he saw the sky being filled with tens of thousands of peach blossoms, all falling toward him. In just a moment, he would be drowned by them. The instinct of a martial lord filled his heart with fright. These peach blossoms conjured from swordlight were the condensation of a martial intent, each flower containing a very advanced martial intent. His body turned cold in an instant. No longer caring for his honor, he shouted loudly, "Junior brother Yuanwen, come and help me quickly. Let's work together to kill this freak." He could not think of any words other than freak to describe Jia Meng, who was merely a 9-stars great martial master a few moments ago. Yuanwen was running back and forth in the chaotic battle and had killed many martial masters. He was immersed in the killing spree when he suddenly saw Guang Yuanjia falling in a dangerous situation. He was shocked, and he quickly ran over to help his senior brother. Without hesitation, he conjured up a long weapon which turned out to be a halberd, and then thrust it at the sky. In the blink of an eye, huge ice cubes condensed from icy air rose from the ground, shooting toward the peach blossoms in the air. Bam! Two forces smashed into each other and burst into countless blast waves. Yuanwen's face turned somber as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Guang Yuanjia, his halberd in hand. Their eyes were filled with shock. In the exchange just now, Yuanwen actually lost slightly. Such a result was unacceptable to them. Huge waves surged in their hearts as they thought to themselves, what kind of medicinal pill did this guy just take? Why does it have such a heaven-defying effect? Jia Rong, who was watching the battle from not far away, kept shaking all over. The power of this enhanced origin blasting pill was not only beyond his expectation, but completely beyond his knowledge. To his further excitement, Yunxiao had given him the recipe for this pill as well. After making the first move, Jia Meng's fighting spirit became even more monstrous. Endless power poured out of his dantian and seemed to never dry up. After emitting a loud roar, he charged again with his sword. Guang Yuanjia and Yuanwen's faces flickered as if they had been humiliated, and they also charged out sullenly. The three were soon tangled in a fierce battle. Li Yi, who was fighting Yunxiao in the distance, also noticed the scene. He vaguely had a bad feeling about this, and he was rather baffled. What kind of medicinal pill did Yunxiao take out just now? Why could it allow a great martial master to fight two martial lords at the same time? Wasn't that too illogical? But at the same time, his heart became fervent. If only I can get the recipe of this pill and produce it in large quantities. With the thought, his eyes immediately turned scarlet as he said ferociously, "Stop running and hiding here and there. Li Yunxiao, come and die now." After fighting for so long, Li Yi's mood also became a little irritable. He had no intention of killing Yunxiao now, but wanted to capture him and then force out the pill recipe. However, no matter how hard he tried, none of his attacks could hit Yunxiao. It was as if the latter was moving with a set of very genius footwork. Yunxiao was relieved when he saw Jia Meng's condition. The smile on his face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a cold look. "The reason I ran and hid was to give you time to see the performance over there. Since you don't want to watch it anymore, it's time for you to pay off your debts." "Pay off my debts?" Li asked, puzzled. Yunxiao sneered, "You have been a servant in my family for so many years, and what you've eaten, used, and worn all belong to the Li family. But in the end, you chose to betray us. If these are not debts, what are they? Now you will pay off the debts with your life." How arrogant. Taiyin unseal. Tempestuous storm. Li's mystic sword, which had the ice attribute, was instantly unsealed. The chill on the sword soared at least 10 times in an instant, while the air was filled with flickering cold light, dazzling to look at. He slashed out the sword casually, causing the cold energy on the blade to immediately rush out like surging water. He, Guang Yuanjia, and Yuanwen were training under the same master, and they all followed the path of ice energy. Jia Rong's heart was in his throat as he shouted in horror, "Young Master Yun, you must not resist this strike. Run." His view, Li could easily kill Yunxiao with his strength as a great martial master. Not to mention he was now using a third-grade mystic weapon. Under these circumstances, no one present could be his match. HMPH. Although a third-grade mystic weapon is powerful, it depends on who holds it. Instead of retreating, Yunxiao advanced straight up and gently threw out a palm. His sword, Black Girl, had turned into a mini form and was hiding in the palm. You want to kill me? Keep dreaming. 100 times the force of gravity. His Black Girl originally contained only a small piece of purple sunstone. However, he found another large piece in the Divine Realm tablet later on, and after refining the sword again, the gravity arrays in it could produce 100 times the force of gravity. Whenever he was alone, he would transform the sword into a mini form and place it in his palm, so that he could be in the field of gravity anytime and anywhere, and cultivate every second. After unleashing the tempestuous storm, Li was full of confidence, but he suddenly felt his body sink to the ground. A tremendous force was constantly pulling the flesh and blood of his whole body, making him feel as if he was about to collapse, while his Taiyin sword was also being pulled to the ground. Anyone who suddenly fell under 100 times the force of gravity would feel extremely uncomfortable. Li had tasted the sudden increase of gravity last time. Although he was mentally prepared, he thought the array in Yunxiao's sword could only produce 10 times the force of gravity. With his cultivation base of a great martial master, he could still walk effortlessly under 10 times the force of gravity. In fact, he could continue to fight even if it was 100 times, but this increase came too suddenly. Although Yunxiao only had the cultivation base of a warrior, with his incredibly tough physique, he forcibly wielded his sword under 100 times force of gravity. Black Girl suddenly returned to its original form and smashed Li's Taiyin hard. Clang! Taiyin had been weighed down by 100 times the force of gravity, and now it was struck by Black Girl. The strike was unleashed by Yunxiao with all his physical strength. Li staggered and the powerful impact numbed his palms, causing the sword to fly out of his grip. My sword, cried Li Yi as he struggled to get the sword back. Yunxiao gave a cold snort as he lifted his foot and performed the footwork. At the moment his body moved, the gravity suddenly returned to normal. He rushed out like a bolt of lightning and grabbed the sword, then turned to look at Li Yi, whose face was completely blank. Although this is not a very good sword, I'll take it all the same as the interest of your years of living in the Li family, he said with a faint smile. Bast RD, give me back my sword. Li was completely mad. The third-grade mystic weapon was given to him by his master, Marshal King Yizaioshin. Of all his fellow disciples, only he had the special honor to be given a third-grade mystic weapon, and he had not had much chance to use it. At last, he was able to use it to his heart's content now, but it did not take long for it to be snatched away by Yunxiao. How could he not go mad? Ice Punch. Although he had lost his sword, he did not lose his cultivation base as a great martial master of the Three Powers realm. As he threw out the punch, the surrounding temperature plummeted and a gust of biting cold air swept forward to freeze Yunxiao. Soon, tiny ice crystals began to condense over the latter's skin and started growing thicker. Many martial masters around him also felt the cold, and their breathing became a little hurried. Yunxiao snorted disdainfully and said, "You want this sword? Then I'll give it back to you." He raised Taiyin high and then slashed it down. The ice crystals in the air all cracked under the sword, turning into water vapor and vanishing. Without losing its momentum, the sword rushed forward and suddenly condensed into an ice sword beam when it was 3 feet away from Li Yi. Glinting brilliantly under the sunlight, clang, the air was filled with the sound of ice crystal breaking apart as Li Yi threw out another punch and shattered the ice sword beam. His eyes were full of shock as he roared, "Ice sword beam. How can you possibly use the ice sword beam?" Yunxiao scoffed, "This martial technique is so low level that I can simulate it with just a look. Why are you not bashful of using it?" Fuming, Li Yi said, "If you're so good, give me back my sword." All the martial masters who were fighting around them almost fell down when they heard that. Li Yi was robbed of his weapon in a life-and-death battle, but he still had the face to ask his opponent to return it to him. It was indeed an eye-opener for them. Yunxiao was also struck dumb for a moment and then burst out laughing. "Do you think I want this piece of trash? It's just a third-grade mystic weapon. I have one too." He immediately took out the spring water Zhang Qingfen had given him. "It's really a third-grade mystic weapon." Li Yi was dumbfounded as he cried out in disbelief and anger. Why do you have a third-grade mystic weapon?" Yunxiao's face grew dark as he sneered. "You have asked too many questions today. Don't tell me that you want to delay so that you can live a little longer. You are dreaming." He wielded the sword in his left hand and said, "How much sorrow, pray, can a person carry, like the spring torrent flowing eastward without tarry?" Then he wielded the sword in his right hand and said, "The fragrance of flowers intoxicated countless guests. A man with a sharp sword swept across 14 states. 2 completely different sword chi slashed out at the same time, one left and one right, complementing each other without affecting them. It was as if 2 warriors were attacking at the same time." Li Yi was utterly stunned. The shock in his heart was greater than the pressure brought to him by the sword. For a martial lord, unsealing 2 third-grade mystic weapons at the same time was a very difficult task, and he could never use them so well. let alone a mere warrior. What's the matter with this Li Yunxiao? Not only can he unseal 2 third-grade mystic weapons, but he can also unleash sword chi of 2 different attributes at the same time. This is terrible. This man must be killed. Fear began to grow inside him, and he had forgotten about his plan of forcing Yunxiao to give the pill recipe. He only wanted to kill the latter now. Li Yi's face was gloomy as he threw out his fists in great fury, streams of ice energy dispersing the sword chi that streaked across the air. Even if you can unseal 2 third-grade mystic weapons at the same time, there is a gap of 2 realms between you and me. Let's see how you are going to cross it, he cried out angrily. 2 realms, Yunxiao scoffed. I may still have some fear if you are a martial lord, a mere great martial master. Old 8, look into my eyes. Startled, Li Yi looked reflexively into Yunxiao's eyes. He immediately saw 2 demonic-looking, blood-red crescent moons, surrounded by endless darkness like a bottomless abyss of demons. Yunxiao's face was cold as he said softly, Universal Soul Suppressor Demon Moon. Ah, Li Yi only felt that his mind was lost instantly. With his face turning blank and his hands hung listlessly, he stood there like an idiot. Good, very good. Now you just stand there obediently and let me stab you twice with my swords. Yunxiao's face became a little ferocious while his eyes glowed evilly, and the veins on his forehead bulged as beads of sweats rolled off his cheeks. Obviously, casting this eye technique was too demanding for him. He raised the Taiyin sword gently and then slashed it down fiercely. Watch out, junior brother. In the distance, Guang Yuanjia noticed that the situation was not right, and he immediately let out an anxious roar. His voice was infused with energy, so it rang out like a bell and shook the hearts of those who heard it. Li Yi shuddered and woke up instantly, horrified to find that the sword was only 3 inches from the tip of his nose. He could not avoid it. In desperation, his potential shot up. At this critical juncture, he forcibly moved several inches to the side. In the next moment, the sword fell and cut off his left arm. A great pain washed up his shoulder, making him bare his teeth and break out in a cold sweat. Yunxiao shook his head slightly. He knew that since he had failed to kill Li Yi this time, he would not be able to do it again even if he went on fighting. Therefore, he simply stepped back and stared at Li Yi coldly with the sword in his arms. The soul attack technique he just cast was called Universal Soul Suppressor. It was a very powerful divine ability that could only be cast by people with strong souls. It consumed a lot of soul power, no less than a high-intensity refinement session. In addition to their strength, each of those peak-level martial sovereigns at the top of the heaven and earth power chart had an extremely powerful advantage that made their opponents unable to keep pace with. For example, Tyrant Martial Sovereign's imperishable golden body and his previous incarnation, and Gu Feiyang's 9th-tier soul power. This Universal Soul Suppressor was a kind of divine ability that directly attacked the soul. With his 9th-tier soul power in his previous life, even martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens realm did not dare to look him in the eye. Therefore, with his current soul power of a 2nd-tier alchemist, he could make an unprepared great martial master lose his mind for a short time. However, after failing for the first time, he was unable to cast it for the second time, and Li Yi was already on his guard. Nevertheless, Li Yi did not know Yunxiao's current situation. After his left arm was cut off, he was utterly horrified, and the feeling of being completely controlled by someone else just now had thoroughly chilled his heart. Senior brothers, let's retreat for now, he cried out in a hurry. Guang Yuanjia and Yu Yuanwen had been pestered by Jia Meng. The more they fought, the angrier they became. Although they had the upper hand under their joint forces, Jia Meng's desperate fighting style, coupled with his unpredictable sword technique, still gave them a great headache. Now, after seeing Li Yi not only lose the sword given to him by their master, but also an arm, the two of them had no more desire to fight. After forcing back Jia Meng with one strike, they immediately retreated to Li Yi's side, grabbed him from left and right, and then leaped into the air to flee. Jia Meng was about to pursue, but Yunxiao stopped him. Don't worry about these 3 now. Get rid of their minions. As soon as the enemy martial masters saw that their leaders had fled, they immediately lost their fighting spirit. They retreated as they fought, trying to find a chance to escape the battlefield. However, the state guardians responsible for protecting Yunxiao had long been furious because of their heavy casualties. They would not let these enemies escape so easily. Yunxiao watched the slaughter coldly. His face was expressionless as if he was staring blankly, but his heart was filled with surprise. He clearly felt that the Great Expansion divine technique, which was almost impossible to take shape, was able to barely appear in the Divine Realm tablet after he cast the eye technique once and suffered a great loss of his soul power. Sure enough, this Divine Realm tablet was a divine artifact that surpassed the super-grade mystic weapons. The feeling of nourishment was more comfortable and refreshing than any medicinal pills he knew. Just as the Great Expansion divine technique was constantly nourishing his soul through the tablet, with Jia Meng joining in the fray, the 20 or so enemy martial masters were quickly killed. Jia Meng walked up to a dead masked martial master and tore off his mask. Suddenly, his eyes burst with anger and his whole body was shaking. Looking at his expression, Yunxiao asked, "Is he your subordinate?" Jai Meng said sadly, "I didn't expect young Master Yun to have guessed it. Yes, this man's name is Liu Zhang. He had just joined the first unit not long ago, and he was originally my direct subordinate. He is only 27 years old and a 3-stars martial master. I used to encourage him. He had a bright future." With a solemn expression, Yunxiao said, "As a state guardian, he couldn't help it. Obeying orders is a state guardian's highest duty. He is an excellent state guardian. For he died under his faith. You should be happy for him." The men responsible for protecting Yunxiao were members of the 3rd unit, Bai Mu's subordinates. Half of them were killed, and the remaining 10 were all wounded. On hearing Yunxiao's words, they became silent and then saluted the bodies lying on the ground. Jai Meng said sadly, "They are all good guardians, but they should have died for the state and not a cowardly death like this. I feel unworthy for them. Not everyone can die on the battlefield. As long as they fulfill their duty, they are good guardians." While the two were talking, a white figure flew over from the distance. It was Bai Mu. Her white dress and veil were stained with blood. Clearly, she was also wounded. "I can't believe it was Gao Feng who ambushed us with the men from the 1st unit. Is everyone all right?" As she glanced around, she saw the bodies all over the ground. Her pupils constricted and her eyes flashed with anger as she gnashed her teeth and cried out, "Gao Feng." Yunxiao said calmly, "Let's get out of here as soon as possible to avoid further trouble." Without saying a word, the group of people began to move forward in silence. But unbeknown to Bai Mu, the look in the eyes of these guardians from the 3rd unit watching Yunxiao and Jai Meng had grown awestruck and respectful. Soon, they arrived at Prince Yue's residence. Only then did everyone's hearts become relaxed, because not only there were a large number of experts in the residence, but also various powerful arrays. No one would be foolish enough to attack a prince's residence unless they had dispensed with all civilities and did not care about casualties. Qin Yue personal came out to greet them. Seeing the messy look of the crowd, he quickly asked what had happened and flew into a rage after learning about the situation. He immediately sent people to settle all the martial masters and gave large quantities of medicinal pills and primordial stones to everyone, also providing several times more pension and burial expenses to the dead. After he had done all this, only then did the mood of the guardians become slightly better. Yunxiao and the others followed Prince Yue straight into the council hall. Once inside, he immediately found that many senior ministers in the court were there, and the man sitting at the far end of the hall was none other than his grandfather. As soon as Li Chunyang saw Yunxiao, his eyes burst with a light and his face was filled with joy. Although they had not seen each other for only half a month, his grandson had advanced by 2 more stars, which made him very gratified. With a smile on his face, he said, "What happened? Did you run into trouble on the way?" Yunxiao gave a brief account of the matter. Not only did the expressions of everyone present change dramatically, even Bai Mu was shocked and felt incredulous. "Is still in the capital. I thought he had run away. It looks like he has colluded with Prince Yang now, but they have 2 martial lords, and 8527 himself is a great martial master. How did you escape?" Bai Mu and Qin Yue fixed their eyes at Yunxiao. This was also the question in their minds. Although he said those words in a calm and flat voice, anyone could hear the danger they had been in. Li Chunyang stared at Jai Meng in astonishment and asked, "How could a 9-stars great martial master keep 2 martial lords in check?" Li Chunyang was Yunxiao's grandfather, so Jai Meng did not dare to be impolite. He said hastily, "This is all because of a magical pill given to me by young Master Yun. It made me break through to the realm of martial lords in an instant, which is the reason why I was able to keep 2 martial lords in check." "What kind of pill can make a great martial master break through to the realm of martial lords in an instant?" Li Chunyang said in shock. Yunxiao played dumb and said, "You don't know. I found the pill in the family's secret vault. It said that it can temporarily improve a warrior's strength. However, it has a serious side effect. Within 10 days of taking it, the strength of the warrior will become weaker and weaker, eventually falling to the level of an average person, and then slowly recover in another 10 days. In other words, you can't fight for 20 days after taking it. Do we have this kind of pill in our secret vault?" Li Chunyang thought for a moment, but he never seemed to have heard of it. In any case, since the side effect of this pill was so serious, it seemed that its value was not as high as he had imagined, so he lost interest. Jai Meng, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard that. After taking the pill and becoming so strong, he had been worried that it would affect his future cultivation base. Now, he felt at ease upon listening to Yun Zio's explanation. It turned out that the side effect was that he could not fight in the next 20 days. The enlightenment he had obtained after taking the pill and breaking through to the realm of martial lords was more than he could get by cultivating in seclusion for 20 days. He was confident that he would be able to truly break through to the realm of martial lords after his next secluded cultivation. "I didn't expect my brother to collude with the spy of our enemy state just to deal with the Li family. Can he be so unscrupulous to get what he wants?" Qin Yue said angrily. Li Chunyang said with his eyes narrowed. In this case, it's not difficult to explain what happened to Kunjin. What happened exactly? Yunxiao asked, frowning. 5 days ago, Qin Yue said sulkily, we had news that Whitehead Town had suddenly been overrun by an army of 800,000 men from Beijing, and that they had besieged Kunjin at lightning speed afterward. Right now, your father General Feilongyi is still resisting the enemy from within the city, but his request for help has reached the capital. How did the court respond? Kunjin and Whitehead are Tianshui's natural barriers. The consequences will be unimaginable if they were breached. His Majesty summoned all the military leaders and requested Duke Jingguo to lead the rescue. Looking at Li Chunyang, Yunxiao asked, what do you think then? Li Chunyang was somewhat startled, but was very satisfied with this grandson on the inside. If others heard their fathers were besieged by an army, they would have flown into a rage and could not wait for even a moment to march. But Yunxiao was extremely calm, without even the slightest mood swings in his eyes. Is colluding with Qin Yang. I'm more convinced that this plea for help is a sham created by them. Their real motive is to lure the tiger out of the mountains. Do you mean their real motive is to get the forces under the Li family out of the capital so that Qin Yang can do whatever he wants? By the time we find out that things are not as we expected in Kunjin and return to the capital, the dust would have already settled, and it will be too late for us to change the situation. That's right. Li Chunyang said approvingly, you are truly my grandson. Haha, but what if the plea for help is genuine? Li Chunyang's smile faded away as he said lightly, your father is stationed in Kunjin, a natural barrier, and he has 300,000 men from the Flying Dragon army. If he can't resist the 800,000 men from the enemy army, then it proves that he is incompetent and deserves to suffer some hardships. Moreover, I can't leave the capital. His tone became a little sad when he said he could not leave the capital. Yunxiao naturally knew what he was referring to. Chen Dasheng could only survive for 1 more month with the melting pills and his energy, and now half a month had passed. After pondering for a moment, Yunxiao said, perhaps you're thinking too simply. Even if the plea for help was not written by father, I'm afraid that the situation in Kunjin may not be as optimistic as you think. Beijing has been blocked to the east of Great Python Mountain for hundreds of years and has never breached these 2 places. But this time they managed to let an army cross the mountain. Do you think their purpose is only to assist Qin Yang to seize the throne and lure the tiger out of the mountains? Startled, Qin Yue said in horror, do you mean Beijing really has the intention of invading our state? That's bad, because if Kunjin is lost, all 13 cities in our heartland will be exposed to their heavy cavalry. What can we do? Yunxiao calmly analyzed. Beijing's strategy and purpose can be both true and false, which makes it difficult for us to distinguish. But rescuing Kunjin is a trap that we cannot avoid. Even though we all know that it is a trap, we have to jump in. Otherwise, the consequences will be too serious. His analysis made Li Chunyang fidgety and walked back and forth in the hall, scolding angrily. This Qin Yang is really crazy. How can he do such a thing? Yunxiao chuckled and said, this is not difficult to understand. He had waited so many years for the throne, and the wait is finally coming to an end. But at this moment, Prince Yue suddenly stood up and began to reverse the situation, tilting the balance. This, of course, made him mad, so it is not surprising that he will take risks. Qin Yue said angrily, my elder brother is too selfish. How could he disregard the safety of the whole state for his own desires? If he really wants the throne so much, I'll not fight with him. These kinds of righteous words could be said in front of outsiders, but everyone present here was an old fox. To say such a thing in front of them showed Qin Yue's immaturity. One of the ministers took the opportunity to flatter by saying, Your Highness must not do this. Your Highness's love for the people and the world shows that you will be a good king. If the throne is taken by Qin Yang, the future of our state will be dark, and the people will suffer. For the sake of your beloved people, Your Highness must think twice. As he spoke, he even wiped away some tears with his sleeve, as if he was worried about the fate of the people and begging on their behalf. Qin Yue nodded and said, You have a point, Lord Su. It seems that I will have to fight Qin Yang for the sake of my people even if I die. Li Chunyang was already in vexation, and he became even more furious when he heard these flattering words. Since Lord Su is so concerned about the state and the people, I'll provide you 300,000 soldiers, and you will lead them to rescue Kunjin, he said coldly. Lord Su's face reddened, and he was instantly rendered speechless, lowering his head and stammering. Aimu, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said, Young Master Yun, do you have a good plan? Despite his youth, Yunxiao had emerged as a key member of their team. Besides, Baimu was good at astrology and divination, and she firmly believed that the key to Qin Yue's claim to the throne lay with Yunxiao. Moreover, the development of the situation was increasingly moving in the direction she saw from the stars. As soon as she asked the question, everyone quieted down and their eyes fell on Yunxiao. The ministers around Qin Yue were disdainful and sullen. They thought this must be a show put up by Li Chunyang because he wanted to cultivate his grandson, as well as highlight his grandson's weight and ability in front of Qin Yue. By doing so, Yunxiao would be able to contribute in the future. thus allowing their family to continue to prosper. Yunxiao read the faces of these ministers, so he sneered and said, I do have a plan, but there are too many ears here. Qin Yue was slightly taken aback, but he waved all the same, signaling the others to leave them alone. The ministers were stunned and looked displeased while Lord Su said coldly, all of us here are close associates of His Highness. Young Master Yun, you don't seem to trust us very much by saying so, do you? Yunxiao gave him a contemptuous look and said, it's not that I don't trust you very much, but I don't trust you at all. Li Yunxiao, you are insulting us and are disrespectful to His Highness. If you dare to use your head to guarantee that anything I say today will not get out, then you can stay. Yunxiao's cold gaze swept over the others as he said, so are you. Anyone who wants to stay, be prepared to hang your head on your belt. If you have the courage, you can stay. As soon as Lord Su was glanced at by Yunxiao, he immediately felt as if an ice sword had pierced his heart, making him almost suffocated with cold. He took a deep breath but was still shivering with cold, which filled his heart with terror. The other ministers also felt as if a gust of freezing wind was blowing on their faces, chilling their hearts. Who the hell is this Li Yunxiao? Why does he have such an icy glare? What a joke. Why should we use our heads to guarantee that anything he says today will not get out? No one wanted to take unnecessary risks, and no one dared to look at Yunxiao's cold and sharp eyes again. One after another, all the ministers walked out of the hall with gloomy faces. Qin Yue said hastily, my dear subjects, you all have worked hard for most of the day. Please go to the Drunken Flower Hall in my residence to have a rest. Someone bring the best singers and musicians in my residence to the Drunken Flower Hall, and also serve my dear subjects the best refreshments and teas. As their future monarch, Qin Yue could not chill everyone's hearts at this time under any circumstances. He knew when to use whom. In the past, Qin Yang and his fights were all covert, so he needed this group of civil ministers to criticize and fight the legitimacy for him. Now, however, with the struggle between them gradually coming up to the surface, what he needed most was strong forces. Therefore, the weight of the Li family had surpassed that of everyone else present at this moment. Soon, only Yunxiao, Jai Meng, Jia Rong, and Li Chunyang were left in the hall, along with Qin Yue and Bai Mu. Young Master Yun, can you tell us your plan now? Or do you want me to leave as well? Bai Mu asked with a chuckle. Yunxiao laughed and said, haha, you really can tell jokes, Commander Bai. He put away his smile and said, seriously, my plan is to give consideration to both sides. A hint of disappointment flashed in Qin Yue's eyes, but he quickly hid it. He sighed and said, I've thought about giving consideration to both sides, but our manpower is limited. If Duke Jingguo is not in the capital, what forces would I have to fight my elder brother with? Li Chunyang also frowned and said, you know how His Majesty treats our family now. A large number of important posts in the military have been replaced by Qin Yang's men, and some of my former subordinates have all been either promoted or demoted, depriving them of their military power. Moreover, if Kunjin is really besieged, the only one capable of rescuing them is the Central Army with 500,000 soldiers. At the mention of the Central Army, Qin Yue's face suddenly became gloomy. Li Chunyang continued, but the commander-in-chief of the Central Army is none other than Qin Yang. Although the factions of the Central Army are complex and he may not completely control it, it seems impossible for him to dispatch troops to the rescue. Moreover, His Majesty is in a weak position now, so even if he orders troops to be mobilized, I'm worried that Qin Yang will not obey his order unless I stand up and plead for help. With my reputation, we may be able to recruit some of my former subordinates from various armies. Qin Yue said hurriedly, Duke Jingguo, you must not leave the capital. My plan depends entirely on you. Yunxiao smiled and said, yes, Grandpa, you must stay in the capital. Let me go for the rescue. Li Chunyang said in astonishment, you. He immediately shook his head and said, no way. Even if I can recruit some of my former subordinates, these men are all unruly and hard to subdue. No one can control them unless I personally lead the troops. While frowning, Bai Mu said, young Master Yun is still too young. Even if Duke Jingguo can recruit some of his former subordinates, the number and combat effectiveness should be very limited. If something really happens to Kunjin, such troops will not be able to make a difference. Looking at the sad faces of the crowd, Yunxiao laughed and said, you seem to have forgotten 3 people. Qin Yue was shocked and asked hastily, 3 men? Which 3? The rest of the people were also taken aback, and they pricked up their ears to listen carefully. Yunxiao held out a finger and said, the first man will be the commander of the troops. Naturally, I'm not qualified to awe those military big shots, but besides my grandfather, there is another man who can. He paused for a brief moment and smiled, then continued, although I can't completely cure him yet, as long as he stays with me and takes medicinal pills on time, he can definitely return to his peak. Shocked, Li Chunyang said in exultation, Yao, you really found a solution. Yunxiao nodded and said, I have refined some mysterious fire pills which can temporarily suppress the cold poison in his body. By using the pure yang energy to heal his internal injury, he can completely return to his peak during ordinary times. Li Chunyang's eyes were red as he said happily, great, great. Qin Yue could not help but ask, "Who are you talking about?" Yunxiao laughed. "He is Chen Dasheng, who followed my grandfather to open the frontier and set a land of 3,000 miles in Beijing afire, and was conferred as the Duke of Zhangyang after his death, the Duke of Zhangyang, Chen Dasheng." Surprised, Qin Yue said, "Wasn't he dead? Didn't he die in the last ranking battle?" Li Chunyang's eyes grew cold as he said, "To get rid of the people around me, His Majesty had sent Chen Dasheng to take part in that damned ranking battle. He returned to the capital after a narrow escape, but was ambushed on the night of his arrival. If I hadn't found out in time, he would have died. Moreover, after conferring him Duke Zhangyang, His Majesty reduced the title of his family by 1 rank." Qin Yue's heart skipped a beat, and traces of cold sweat were oozing out of his forehead as he sensed the chill emanating from Li Chunyang's body and heard the sinister laughter. "How silly of my father. How could he treat a loyal and important minister like this? When I ascend to the throne, I'll definitely restore the Chen family's title," he said in a hurry. Li Chunyang gave a cold snort and said, "Later on, I replaced Dasheng with a death row prisoner and told the world that he was dead. In fact, he had been recuperating in the secret chamber within my residence. But over the years, he has become weaker and weaker." A glimmer of light flashed through Bai Mu's eyes. "Is General Chen's injury and Commander Zio's?" "Yes," Li Chunyang said in a low voice. "Their injuries were caused by that Yizaoshan's ice energy." Qin Yue wiped the sweat from his forehead and said happily, "Since Duke Zhangyang can come back, he must be the commander-in-chief." Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Commander Bai, since you know Zio Qingweng also suffered internal injuries caused by ice energy, you should know who the second man I'm talking about is." "Right, young Master Yun, you are really a genius. I can't believe you have a way to suppress the ice energy," Bai Mu said softly. "With Commander Zio following you, your rescue mission will naturally be unimpeded, but I'm very curious now. With the help of General Chen and Commander Zio, your rescue of Kunjin will certainly succeed. In this case, who will be the third man?" Yunxiao said calmly, "This third man is naturally Prince Yue's teacher, Marshal King Zhang Lishan." Qin Yue shook his head and said, "Impossible. Although teacher Zhang supports me, he will never take part in the affairs of the state. He is unlikely to come forward unless the army of Beijing is at the gates of the capital. I'm not asking him to come forward." "Your Highness, have you forgotten the disaster in Tianshui 60 years ago?" "You mean, 60 years ago, Tianshui's current king, Qin Zhang, was only a prince. At that time, there was a rebellion in the south. The rebels had already arrived at the gates of the capital, and the entire state army was routed, unable to put up an effective resistance. At this critical juncture, the then dean of Jialan Academy encouraged the students to form a student army and fight the rebels. They not only saved the crisis in the capital, but also sent the rebellious troops back to the south and eventually wiped them out. From that time onwards, Qin Zhang's father, the then king, conferred the group of students the title of Guardians of the State. This was the origin of the Guardians of the State." Yunxiao said, "It is the holiday season now, and the academy has already started to organize students to sign up for the holiday training mission. Your Highness should know that the academy's past missions were no less dangerous than that of rescuing Kunjin. If this mission is changed to rescuing Kunjin and the reward is doubled." "Good idea." Qin Yue was overjoyed. "Young Master Yun, you are indeed resourceful. If we can mobilize the students of the academy, we will have a large number of martial masters, warriors, and apprentice warriors. Such an army is enough to fight even 100 times stronger enemy." Almost all the experts in Tianshui over the years came from Jialan Academy. Your Highness can mobilize the students in person and bring all the warriors to you. They are the future pillars of the state. Not only that, they will be led by the teachers of the academy, and we all know that even the weakest teachers are great martial masters. Moreover, if we want to suppress the ice energy in Zio Qingweng and Chen Dasheng, Luo Yunsheng must also go with the army. After all, she is a genuine martial lord." After hearing what Yunxiao said, everyone was stunned. This move of his was really genius. Through this method, he not only found them a strong army out of thin air, but also put all the future pillars of the state under Qin Yue's command. Bai Mu's eyes sparkled as she said approvingly, "With Luo Yunsheng as the commander of the student army, their strength is stronger than that of the first unit of the state guardians." Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said, "Zio Qingweng's control of the state guardians is almost non-existent because his injury is getting more and more serious. Gao Feng's first unit is now supporting Prince Qinyang. Commander Bai's third unit is supporting Your Highness, while the other 3 units have their own thoughts. But as long as Zio Qingweng returns, who among the 5 units would dare to disobey him? Your Highness, with the only 3 martial kings in Tianshui on your side, how could you fail?" 3 martial kings. Qin Yue's eyes went wide as he asked, "Who is the third one?" Bai Mu's pupils constricted as she looked at Li Chunyang in horror and blurted out, "Is Duke Jingguo, haha." Li Chunyang burst out laughing. "Yes, the third martial king is me. I've already stepped into the 5 elements realm." He looked at Yunxiao with a face full of admiration and a heart filled with great gratification. All the ideas put forward by this grandson of his were genius. It seemed to him that Qin Yue was bound to be the final winner of this game of the throne. All the people present were shocked until Qin Yue hurriedly bowed down and said with great joy, "Congratulations, Duke Jingguo." The others did not dare to be disrespectful either, as they all stood up and bowed to Li Chunyang, of course, except Yunxiao. A martial king of the Five Elements realm was a state's supreme fighting force. He was above all and did not even have to salute the king when they met. Instead, the king would have to be respectful toward every martial king. Haha, don't stand on ceremony. Li Chunyang was delighted to see his grandson being so courageous and resourceful. He decided not to hide his strength anymore, and his aura exploded out in an instant. All the people present immediately felt a supreme aura like that of a guru pressing on their hearts. Except for Yunxiao, everyone's mind was shaken. Of all the people present, Bai Mu and Jai Meng's cultivation base were the strongest, so their feelings were also the deepest. They had no doubt that Li Chunyang was a genuine martial king. Qin Yue felt as if a piece of pie had suddenly fallen from the sky and almost knocked him unconscious. He burst into laughter as he went up to Yunxiao and grabbed his hand. "Young Master Yun," he said kindly, "you are indeed the benefactor of my life, if I can ascend to the throne in the future. It must be because of you. Today I would like to become sworn brothers with you. From now on we will share the good and bad together. What do you think?" Li Chunyang's eyes lit up. He knew that Qin Yue did so because he had become a martial king. Nevertheless, if Yunxiao could become a sworn brother of the future king, the Li family would naturally be bathed in glory in the future. Bai Mu also nodded slightly. She agreed with Qin Yue's approach because Yunxiao was indeed a talent worth being courted. Stunned, Yunxiao drew back his hand and said awkwardly, "This thighs we'd better wait until later." What? Everyone thought they had heard wrong as their eyes grew wide and their ears pricked up. Qin Yue froze on the spot. As a prince and the future monarch of a state, he wanted to become sworn brothers with a teenager, which was a great honor and something hundreds of millions of his subjects all over the world did not dare to dream of, but he was refused. He was totally unprepared for this and stood there stupidly. A cold sweat broke out on Jia Rong's forehead. His admiration for Yunxiao had reached its peak, and he was shouting in his mind, "Young Master Yun is truly my idol." Jai Meng's eyes were full of admiration as well after a brief moment of confusion. As for Li Chunyang, the joy in his eyes deepened after a moment of absence. At this time, he finally knew that a small Tianshui could not keep his grandson. This boy has been hiding so deeply before. I think he has already had the idea of leaving Tianshui, so he doesn't take things here to heart. Now, because of the pressure of the situation, he is forced to show his true ability. HMPH, if it weren't for such a major event as regime change, this boy would have been playing dumb all the time, wouldn't he? Bai Mu swallowed and rushed to Qin Yue's rescue. Young Master Yun indeed has his heart set on the state affairs. Now is the time of internal and external troubles, and we should not consider personal honor and disgrace. No wonder His Highness wants to become sworn brothers with young Master Yun. I think it is better for you to become sworn brothers after His Highness ascends the throne. Don't you think so? Qin Yue's face flickered as he said, "Commander Bai is right. Young Master Yun is indeed a rare genius, and I was too impatient. I will announce that we will become sworn brothers on the day of my accession." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was finally eased, and it was better for them to take it as if nothing had happened. In this way, Qin Yue would not feel too humiliated. However, Yunxiao suddenly frowned at this moment and said, "The day of accession. I think it's better to forget it." He sighed and then said, "I'm used to being alone and not used to being brothers with others. I have never thought of becoming sworn brothers with anyone, so don't mention it again." An eerie silence reigned over the council hall. After Yunxiao had finished speaking, everyone's jaw dropped and their eyes were as wide as copper bells. They were all completely stupefied. Heavens, is his mind full of intrigues? Even if he really doesn't want to become a sworn brother with His Highness, he doesn't need to refute a prince like this, does he? After all, there is a distinction between monarchs and courtiers. His Highness is the monarch, and he is the courtier. The courtier should carry out his duty as a subject. How is His Highness going to extricate himself from this awkward position when he has spoken so? Even Bai Mu was dumbstruck and did not know how to ease the situation. Cough, cough. With a black face, Li Chunyang coughed a few times and then shouted, "Luckily, you boy have a clear estimation of yourself and know that you are not qualified to become a sworn brother of the monarch as a courtier. Although His Highness thinks highly of you, you just have to carry out your duty as a courtier. You've not wasted my time spent on teaching you the way of a monarch and courtier when you were young." Qin Yue laughed awkwardly and said, "Young Master Yun is indeed special, worthy of being the heir of Duke Jingguo." As he said so, a shadow flashed quickly through his eyes. Everyone present was an expert, and even Jia Rong, who had the weakest strength, had an extraordinary divine sense, so they all saw it. Both Li Chunyang and Jai Meng were a little worried about Yunxiao in their hearts. Bai Mu was worried too, but it was Qin Yue she was worried about. After all, her divination showed that Yunxiao's destiny was extremely complicated, and even her mystic technique could not find out anything. On the other hand, although Qin Yue had the fate of an emperor, he must meet Yunxiao to make it a reality. If he bore a grudge for what happened today, he would certainly bring misfortune to himself in the future. Meanwhile, Jia Rong kept laughing in his heart. His admiration for Yunxiao was like a surging river, endless and out of control. Of course, Yunxiao's thoughts were much simpler. Who was he? He was the vanquisher martial sovereign, Gu Feiyang. In today's world, the number of people who were qualified to become sworn brothers with him could not even be counted on one hand. Even the emperors of the super-empires were not included in this list, let alone the princes of some states. When he reigned supreme over the world in his previous life, if it were not for his disciple, Yang Dai, who was from Tianshui, he probably would not have known there was such a state on the continent. Yunxiao naturally knew what everyone was thinking, but his heart for the martial arts was strong. He swept the crowd with his eyes and said, "The honor and disgrace of the floating life are all dust. Life is like a fog, only martial arts are eternal." His remark was brilliant in every word, like a hammer blowing into the hearts of everyone present. Everyone seemed to have caught something from his words, but they could not fathom it. Even Qin Yue and Jia Rong, who had the weakest strength, felt their blood rushing and their hearts pounding, and the way they looked at Yunxiao changed once more. At this moment, Qin Yue suddenly felt that his struggle for the throne was totally insignificant. With his pupils growing wide and his expression looking a little blank, Jia Meng muttered to himself over and over again, "The honor and disgrace of the floating life are all dust. Life is like a fog, only martial arts are eternal." Suddenly, an epiphany poured into his head, bursting like a light in his mind. Then 4 different powers began to gush out of his dantian and flowed along the 4 main meridians in his body. The powers blue, red, white, and black each represented a quadrant, washing every inch of meridians inside him before finally forming a brand new energy and then returning to his dantian again. Everyone in the council hall noticed the unusual phenomenon happening to Jia Meng. 4 shafts of light, each of different color, were shooting out of his head, and the natural primordial qi around him was also affected, reflecting different colors. A few moments later, all of them were drawn into his body, and only then did the phenomenon disappear. "Martial Lord." Bai Mu's pupils constricted as she cried out in shock, "Commander Jai has become a martial lord." A huge wave surged up in her heart, and she turned to look at Yunxiao in horror. Half a month ago, when Jia Meng submitted to Yunxiao, he was just a 7 stars martial master. How did he manage to break through to the realm of martial lords in such a short period of time? The utterly incomprehensible and unbelievable speed made Bai Mu's mouth drop open, standing there at a loss. Li Chunyang did not know this, but he was also surprised as he said, "When I broke through to the realm of martial lords, I spent 6 months in seclusion, and it had taken me thousands of medial-grade primordial stones, as well as countless medicinal pills to succeed. I can't believe you boy can break through the bottleneck in an instant because of an epiphany. Your luck is really amazing." Yunxiao calmly accepted his bow and said with a smile, "This is your destiny. I'll get Jia Rong to refine you 10,000 birds pills so you can break through to the realm of martial kings as soon as possible. Your current cultivation base is barely enough for you to be my right-hand man." Jia Meng paused for a moment and then answered seriously, "Yes, young Master Yun. It was barely enough for a martial lord to be his right-hand man." Everyone's face grew dark. Although they did not know the real situation of Yunxiao, only Jia Meng and Jia Rong had no doubt about his words. Qin Yue was shocked, and at the same time a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. As a prince, Bai Mu was the only martial lord who followed him, and even she was not his subordinate. In any case, he was also overjoyed and said, "Now that we have another martial lord in our camp, our chances of winning are even better. I will go to Jialan Academy to see my teacher now." Yunxiao nodded and said, "Let's not delay anymore. I'll go home with my grandfather now. Jia Meng, go and bring Zhao Qingwang to me. Jia Rong, go and bring Luo Yunsheng. I don't care what you do. You must invite her over." Li Chunyang smashed his fists together and said excitedly, "I will request to send the Central Army to rescue Kunjin in court tomorrow. Let's see His Majesty's attitude. Even if he refuses, I will get a deployment order from him at the very least." With Dasheng and Qingwang leading the army, even if Beijing sends Yizayashan to fight us, they will have to suffer a great loss. After the discussion, everyone went on to carry out their tasks, and Yunxiao followed Li Chunyang back to the Li family, in a secret council chamber at Qin Yang's residence. In a fit of rage, Qin Yang smashed a priceless dragon chair to pieces with a palm and roared, "You had 3 martial lords while they only had 1. You had 30 martial masters while they only had 20, and you had more than 50 of the best crossbowmen from the army. However, only 4 of you have come back to see me." Trembling with anger, he pointed to Li Yi, who had a pale face, and bellowed, "How do you want to explain this to me, you damn slave?" Gao Feng's face was also very unsightly as he said coldly with a gloomy expression, "The men of my first unit are almost completely wiped out. They were my best warriors. It was you who said that this mission was foolproof, and it could not only damage Qin Yue's morale, but also eliminate a large number of experts around him. That was why I agreed to cooperate with you. Look at the result now. I managed to keep Bai Mu in check, but what have you done? How do you want to pay for the lives of more than 30 of my warriors and more than 50 of our best crossbowmen? Li Yi was filled with shame and indignation. Looking at his wound, he gnashed his teeth and said, this was all caused by Li Yunxiao and Jai Meng. Jai Meng had tangled my two senior brothers, and that Li Yunxiao cut off one of my arms. Had it not been for them, my plan would have been successful. Did I hear that right? Qin Yang said angrily, Jai Meng is just a 7-stars great martial master, while your two senior brothers are both martial lords. How could he possibly fight two martial lords at the same time? That Li Yunxiao is merely a warrior, and you are a great martial master. How could he have the ability to cut off your arm? Can't you make up a reasonable excuse? Li Yi and his two senior brothers were flushed with shame, and they bowed their heads with their eyes full of resentment. Suppressing his anger, Li Yi said, I'm telling the truth, that Jai Meng had taken some kind of medicinal pill, which instantly gave him the strength of a martial lord. As for that Li Yunxiao, at the mention of this name, Li Yi felt a stream of blood about to gush out of his throat. He gasped and then said in a resentful voice that Li Yunxiao is even craftier, as he had hidden his strength so deeply. Not only does he possess a third-grade mystic weapon, but he also knows some mystic arts. When I was still in the Li family, I had already investigated him, and the results showed that he was a complete good-for-nothing. Who knew he would hide so deeply? With his crafty mind and strength, he will definitely be a major threat to your highness. Gao Feng, too, said darkly, there's something odd about this guy. That night, the mission of assassinating Qin Yue was supposed to be foolproof, but in the end, not only did we fail, but he had used some trick to turn Jai Meng over to his side. He is really a very strange guy. Qin Yang looked tired as he waved and said, I don't want to listen to your explanation anymore. How do we deal with this situation now? Give me a solution. Your highness need not worry. Although our operation failed this time, it doesn't matter at all, Li Yi said. Isn't our plan well underway? When the Golden Lion Army your highness has called back from Whitehead Town returns to the capital and joins the forces of the Central Army that have submitted to your highness, we will be able to fully control the Central Army. At that time, the whole capital will be under your highness's control. There was a grim smile on Li Yi's face as he said, Your highness can rest assured about this matter. When the time comes, my master will send an expert to assist us. This Xiao Qingweng is bound to die. Qin Yang nodded and said, if so, that would be great. I hope you don't make any mistakes again. Li Yi swore he would make things right, but there was a trace of sarcasm in his eyes. After that, he left with Guang Yuanjia and Yu Yuanwen. After a moment of silence, Qin Yang asked Commander Gao, do you think these people from Beijing are reliable? Gao Feng's eyes flashed with a murderous look as he said coldly, if they are reliable, Caos can climb trees. I really feel unworthy for my 30 best warriors. Qin Yang nodded. I think so too. It seems that we still have to rely on ourselves. The matter has to be implemented more quickly, and it is also time to force the other 3 units of state guardians to declare their stance. I understand, Gao Feng said, his eyes flashing.